After being suffocated by holding and urine, I was transported to a strange world. As soon as I opened my eyes, I found a pair of long, white legs rubbing back and forth behind me. Seeing this, I thought I must be dreaming. But the next second, a cold, bone-piercing voice sounded. "Damned ant, how dare you crawl onto this king's bed? I will kill you." A beautiful woman appeared before me, her proud chest heaving up and down violently due to extreme anger. As the leader of the 6 great demon kings of the soul-devouring ghost domain, when had Han Lingxi ever been humiliated like this? Just as she was about to unleash her claws to tear me apart, suddenly an electronic voice rang out in my mind. "Host's future wife detected, system activated. Please choose one of the following options within 10 seconds. Option 1, kiss Demon King Han Lingxi forcefully, reward, 1 healing pill, 1 massage manual. Option 2, host is killed by Han Lingxi, system will flee." Without hesitation, I chose option 1. Though I didn't know what was happening, at this moment, the first option was obviously the only right choice. Host has made a choice. Massage manual is being automatically learned, and the host is granted 1 minute of the strength of a day-level Demon King. As soon as the voice finished, a powerful energy filled my body. I froze for a moment, but quickly realized I only had 1 minute to complete the system's task. Immediately, I dashed to Han Lingxi, wrapped my arms around her slender waist, and kissed her while she wasn't paying attention to her small mouth. Han Lingxi's pupils instantly enlarged, her eyes filled with shock and fury. She struggled violently, trying to break free from my grip, but the power between us was too different, she couldn't escape at all. The minute quickly passed, and my strength dropped back to the level of a ghost. Seeing this, I reluctantly released her, licking my lips, still not satisfied. Han Lingxi, however, was still lost in the surprise of what had just happened. She had preserved her purity for 1,000 years, yet this ant-like man before her had ruined it. With that thought, she instantly released a powerful killing intent, and the air around us seemed to drop a few degrees. "Damned dog of a man, this king will skin you alive." I quickly waved my hands, begging for mercy. Please, Demon King sister, are you hurt? I can fix your injuries." Saying that, I hurriedly took out the healing pill the system gave me. "Demon King sister, this pill can heal your injuries. It might not fully cure them, but I have other ways to help you recover completely. Trust me, I won't lie to you." Han Lingxi took the pill with suspicion, glancing at me before sternly asking, "Who are you? How do you know this king is injured? And how did you get on my bed?" "My name is Beast, I don't know what happened either, but when I opened my eyes, I was lying on your bed." "As for your injury, I'm not blind, of course I can see it." Han Lingxi sneered after hearing this. "Do you think I'm an idiot? You don't even have the strength of a wandering soul, how could you tell that I am injured? TCH, so what if you're a demon king? Didn't you fail to escape from my embrace just now?" I muttered under my breath, so quietly that only I could hear it. To my surprise, although Han Lingxi's strength was no longer what it used to be, her hearing had not changed. Hearing my lewd comment, her face flushed red with shame and anger, and she slapped me, embedding me into the wall so tightly I couldn't get out. "Little brat, you're asking for death. Big sister, I'm sorry. I'll never do it again." Just as Han Lingxi's hand was about to fall again, I quickly begged for mercy. "Big sister, if you kill me, your injuries will never recover." Hearing this, Han Lingxi immediately stopped her hand. She glared at me, unwilling, and then directly injected a pure soul force into my body. Before I could react to what was happening, Han Lingxi coldly spoke. "This is the soul bond. As long as I die, you will also die. If you die, I will be fine. Don't think about running away. No matter where you go, I will find you." After saying this, she hesitated for a moment, then gritted her teeth and swallowed the healing pill. The moment the pill entered her mouth, a strange force flowed through her limbs and veins, quickly raising her strength by 1 level. Han Lingxi's face showed disbelief. "1 pill can restore me? If I take a few more, won't I be completely healed?" This pervert. Since he claims he has a way to fully heal me, he must have more than 1 pill. There's probably quite a few. I need to figure out how to get all the pills out. Then, I can return to my peak, and after that, I'll kill him. That way, no one will know my purity was ruined. With this thought, she immediately extended her hand toward me, silently waiting. This scene left me a bit confused. "Demon King sister, what are you doing?" Han Lingxi still didn't speak, staring at me intently. After a long pause, I finally realized what she wanted. Quickly, I grabbed her hand and smiled at her. "Demon King sister, you're too polite. I only helped you a little, and yet you're personally offering to shake my hand. I feel so honored. Little brat, let go of your dirty hands. What are you grabbing my hand for?" Han Lingxi's face turned red as she quickly pulled her hand away. Her voice was crisp, filled with a mix of shyness, anger, and killing intent. "If it weren't for the pill, I would have already killed you. Demon King sister, you were the one who extended your hand to shake mine, why are you suddenly upset?" "Shake what? I wanted you to hand over the pills." "What pills? They're already gone? You said you had a way to fix my injuries, but now you say you don't? Are you playing me for a fool?" During our conversation, Han Lingxi's body began to emit bursts of black energy. A powerful aura swept through the entire room. I could clearly feel my body trembling, and I had the urge to kneel and beg for mercy. Queen sister, calm down, I might not have any more pills, but I have other ways to help you recover. Hearing this, Han Lingxi immediately withdrew the black energy and fixed her unfriendly gaze on me. Speak. What's the way? If you dare lie to me, I have 1,000 ways to make your life worse than death. Stop talking, you're definitely going to kill me. Damn, does she really think I have no temper? Han Lingxi's anger made her eyebrows shoot up as she swung her hand toward my head. However, I didn't move at all, acting as if I were a pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. Seeing this, Han Lingxi quickly withdrew her strength, her delicate hand stopping just 1 centimeter from my face. Her slender fingers trembled slightly, clearly struggling to suppress her inner rage. You really won't speak? Han Lingxi's gaze was tightly fixed on Shen Jingting, as if she wanted to find a hint of easing in his face. But in the end, she was disappointed. Shen Jingting had no expression from start to finish, not even lifting his eyelids. After a long while, Han Lingxi took a step back voluntarily, sighed softly, her tone softened, you can speak, I won't kill you, just say your request. To heal her injuries, she could only choose to compromise for now. Upon hearing this, Shen Jingting instantly perked up, you said I can say anything? Yes. Han Lingxi nodded nonchalantly, only I can do it, and I will definitely help you. Since the Ghost King sister said this, it would truly be disrespectful not to put forward an excessive request. Also, the system said she is my future wife, so... He. Ghost King sister, can you call me husband for me to hear? Shen Jingting's eyes sparkled with anticipation, a trace of a barely noticeable mischievous smile on his face. Husband? What is that? Han Lingxi furrowed her delicate brows, clearly not knowing the meaning of this term. Shen Jingting was stunned for a moment, then remembered that Han Lingxi was over 1,000 years old, obviously not a modern person, and didn't know what husband meant. Husband is not a thing, no, he is. Not that either. Just call it out for me to hear. Do I look like a fool to you? Han Lingxi shot him a glare, if you don't clarify what it means, don't even think about it. Fine, then I'll tell you, husband means the same as that of a gentleman or a lord. Are you willing to call me that now? Shen Jingting decided not to hide it from Han Lingxi, he wanted to see if she would still be willing to call it after understanding. Since he was already dead, he might as well be a carefree ghost. After realizing what husband meant, Han Lingxi's charming face turned red again, and the temperature around dropped to freezing point, her voice was as cold as ice. Has anyone ever told you that you are really shameless? I could be your ancestor at my age. You say I'm shameless, which means you don't understand me, Shen Jingting said with a teasing smile, those who know me never say I'm shameless because they deal with me directly. As for age, it doesn't matter at all. As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older holds a golden brick. I just turned 20 this year, if I embrace 333 bricks, I directly become rich, how great is that? Hearing this, Han Lingxi was speechless, at this moment, she couldn't find a suitable word to describe Shen Jingting. Seeing Han Lingxi silent, Shen Jingting again tentatively asked, how are you considering it? Han Lingxi glared at him fiercely, feeling tangled inside. Should she call him? If she didn't call, she wouldn't be able to pry out the method to recover from her injuries. But if she called, what if this scoundrel didn't acknowledge it? At present, she could not kill him, his pill was indeed effective, and she would have to wait until she got the medicine out before killing him. Han Lingxi bit her lower lip, leaving shallow marks from her delicate teeth on her soft lip. After a long struggle, she finally made a decision. Then just call it, it won't cost her a piece of flesh, and as long as she can recover, everything is worth it. After fully recovering, she could kill him, and no one would know about this. Having settled on her idea, Han Lingxi took a deep breath, trying to make herself act more normally. Then very unnaturally she called out, husband. Although this husband was called out awkwardly, Shen Jingting felt very comfortable, completely delighted. It was really too thrilling for such a beautiful and stunning ghost queen. She will definitely kill herself. Han Lingxi saw Shen Jingting standing there grinning foolishly and asked angrily, scoundrel, I already called you my husband, isn't it time you tell me how to heal? Ghost Queen sister, let's make a deal first. If I tell you how to heal, you're not allowed to hit me. To avoid getting beaten, Shen Jingting warned Han Lingxi in advance. Han Lingxi glanced at him and nodded slightly, as long as the method works, I promise not to hit you. All right. With the promise, Shen Jingting cleared his throat and revealed the healing method, your soul source is injured, absorbing soul power won't fix it. Only massage can slowly restore the soul source. Pervert. Trying to take advantage of me again. Han Lingxi slammed the table and stood up fiercely, her beautiful eyes burning with anger. Even if you want to take advantage of me, at least lie better. Massage therapy? Never heard of that. Who would believe such nonsense? Ghost Queen sister, whether you believe or not, try it and you'll know. If it's fake, it won't be too late to kill me then. Shen Jingting knew that the system wouldn't let Han Lingxi kill him easily, so he became more fearless. This method actually came from the system's massage manual, which looked like massage techniques on the surface, but was actually a method to repair soul sources. As for why it was called a massage manual, it must be the damn system's idea. After hearing this, Han Lingxi also felt it made some sense. She decided to try it first, and if it didn't work, she'd kill him. But to prevent Shen Jingting from using pills to cheat, Han Lingxi decided to lock him up first, and test after the medicine wore off. Guards! What is your command, Ghost Queen Lord? Two ghosts immediately entered the room and asked respectfully. Han Lingxi pointed at Shen Jingting, take this man this lustful ghost, and lock him up for me. Yes, your majesty. The two ghosts quickly stepped forward and restrained Shen Jingting, then took him away. Shen Jingting was totally confused. Weren't they supposed to heal? Why was he being locked up? Ghost Queen sister, aren't we going to heal? Of course we are, but not now. After speaking, Han Lingxi waved her hand to signal the ghost guards to quickly take Shen Jingting away. She was afraid that if she saw his cheap-looking face any longer, she wouldn't be able to stop herself from killing him. Shen Jingting, completely unaware of what was coming, was locked in a cell with a confused look on his face. Kid, get in. This room is full of resentful ghosts. Calling the Ghost Queen that affectionately? You're not far from death. The two ghost guards threw Shen Jingting into a room full of resentful ghosts. He was about to suffer. As soon as the ghost guards left, the resentful ghosts started to stir and revealed their true forms. Some had eyeballs falling out, some had half their heads missing and bleeding, and some were just piles of flesh. Kid, you must have just died, huh? One scar-faced ghost hooked a finger at Shen Jingting. Come here, I'll tell you the rules. He saw that Shen Jingting didn't even have the strength of a wandering ghost, so guessed he had just died today. At that moment, the system's voice rang out. Ding! System task is live. Option 1, the host obeys scar-faced ghost and walks over, reward, permanent day-level evil ghost power. Option 2, the host refuses even if it costs his life, reward, the title of Iron-Boned Hero. Please make your choice in 10 seconds. Countdown begins. Shen Jingting didn't even hesitate and chose the first option. Right now, strength was more important. What use was a title? Congratulations to the host for completing the choice. Reward delivered. The system came fast and left fast, instantly silent again. Shen Jingting didn't pay attention to it and directly walked toward the scar-faced ghost. The scar-faced ghost was even happier seeing Shen Jingting so obedient. This was a soft one, should be easy to. So he immediately stood up and spread his legs. Pointing at his pants, he ordered Shen Jingtai, kid, I'm going to teach you the first rule. Learn to obediently listen and crawl through. As soon as he finished speaking, the other resentful spirits echoed loudly. Crawl through. Crawl through. Shen Jingtai glanced at the scarred ghost's crotch, then with a thunderous force, kicked between his legs. Ah! My balls! A piercing scream echoed throughout the entire prison cell. After kicking, Shen Jingtai threw an elbow strike to his back, causing him to fall to the ground. The other resentful spirits, seeing this, froze for a while before slowly reacting, then they swarmed toward Shen Jingtai, vowing to tear him to pieces. Facing these spirits with strength, Shen Jingtai showed no fear, taking one down with a palm and another with a kick. In less than 5 minutes, 20 resentful spirits were curled up on the ground, holding their legs and groaning in pain. After dealing with them, Shen Jingtai sat down on a nearby bed and calmly asked, Is there anyone else who wants to teach me the rules? No more. No more. The group of resentful spirits trembled in fear, shaking their heads. If we had known you were a wicked ghost, we would have worshipped you as our ancestor long ago. Why would we dare to speak harshly to you? Pretending to be weak to eat the strong, how interesting. Seeing them all obediently listening, Shen Jingtai nodded in satisfaction. Very well, since you all have no rules, I will set the rules. Pausing for a moment, he looked around at the 20 resentful spirits and stated his rule, in this prison cell, my word is the rule, understand? Understood, understood. The group of resentful spirits nodded repeatedly in agreement. Well, that's good. Shen Jingtai smiled and waved to the scarred ghost, you, come here. The scarred ghost trembled uncontrollably upon hearing his name called. Is this killing god going to make me crawl through his pants? With a nervous heart, he took slow steps toward Shen Jingtai and blandly smiled, Sir, what can I do for you? Rub my shoulders. Shen Jingtai pounded his shoulder. The scarred ghost, realizing what to do, quickly ran to his back to knead his shoulders. Sir, is this comfortable? It's okay. Shen Jingtai casually replied. After a while of kneading, he asked again, Scarred, where is this place? How is your ranking divided? The scarred ghost was stunned upon hearing this. How could a wicked ghost not know where this was? He didn't even know how the ranks were divided? He must be joking with me. However, the scarred ghost didn't dare to say this out loud. After thinking for a moment, he told Shen Jingtai about this world. This world is called the Weird World, and ghosts are divided into wandering souls, resentful ghosts, evil ghosts, fierce ghosts, ghost generals, ghost demons, ghost kings, ghost lords, ghost emperors, and ghost sovereigns. The 9 Nether Ghost Emperor rules over this weird world, which is divided into 9 regions, each managed by a ghost emperor. The 9 ghost emperors manage 18 ghost lords and 36 ghost kings, and Han Lingxi is one of the 36 ghost kings. No matter what kind of ghost, if they want to become the next type of ghost, they must devour the soul source of ghosts of equal or higher strength to break through. Each level of ghost is further divided into star levels, moon levels, and sun levels. While kneading shoulders, the scarred ghost continued, "Sir, we are in the territory ruled by the soul-eating ghost emperor, the soul-eating ghost domain." Hearing this, Shin Jingtai understood the general idea. Then what is Han Lingxi's strength? The system only mentioned she was a ghost king, but did not clarify what level. Hearing Shin Jingtai directly mention Lingxi's title, the scarred ghost and other resentful spirits shrank together, trembling. "Sir, you cannot speak the name of the Ghost King directly, or you will die, ghost." The scarred ghost kindly reminded, then distanced himself from Shin Jingtai and stopped making contact. Seeing their appearance, Shin Jingtai. In my heart, I already had my suspicions. It seems that Han Lingxi is still a tyrant, otherwise, how could these ghosts tremble at the mere mention of her name? "Hey, system. What is it? Give me some detailed information about Han Lingxi." "Wait a moment." In less than a minute, a panel appeared in front of Shin Jingting, recording detailed information about Han Lingxi. Han Lingxi, title, Spirit Stream Ghost King. Age, 1019 years old, never been in love until death, just like the host in life, a single person. Power, Moon Level Ghost General, Peak Period, Moon Level Ghost King. Measurements, 90, 60, 95, note, perfect figure, advised host to marry her home as a wife promptly. Height, 179 centimeters. Leg length, 105 centimeters. Personality, cold on the outside, warm on the inside, in simple terms, just a young girl who likes to disguise herself, hoping the host will win her heart soon. Hobbies, killing ghosts, cultivating, tasting tea, wearing white and purple clothes. When Shin Jingting saw Han Lingxi's measurements and the notes that followed, he rolled his eyes at the system. "I do not accept your suggestions. You just gave me too much detail for a simple request, it's utterly devoid of privacy." However, marrying Han Lingxi as a wife was something Shin Jingting could only dare to think about. With her fiery temper, who knows how one might die if he ever upset her. The system seemed to sense Shin Jingting's thoughts and grinned as it tempted him. "Host, don't be scared, this system supports you." "What use is your support? If I die, it won't be you." Shin Jingting retorted angrily. A moment later, he suddenly realized, "System, are you planning to make me seek death on my own so you can find a new master?" This time, the system ignored Shin Jingting and issued a new task. Task available. Capture Han Lingxi's heart, unlimited time, reward unknown. Seeing this task, Shin Jingting chose to ignore it and turned to ask the scarred ghost curiously, "How did you die?" "Well, can I not say, master? It's really too embarrassing." The scarred ghost twisted and turned, seeming to have a hard to speak secret. He certainly couldn't say that he drowned in a toilet pit while having an affair. Seeing this, Shin Jingting didn't force him. "Alright, if you don't want to say, then don't." Then he yawned and lay back down to sleep soundly. Time passed, and 3 days went by. During these 3 days, Shin Jingting lived quite comfortably, constantly having ghosts help him with massages, with the system providing plenty of fruit platters and liquor. Recalling the days of working like a horse in the human realm, he suddenly felt that being a ghost also seemed pretty good, at least not worrying about living. One day, while Shin Jingting enjoyed this comfortable life, all the ghosts in the cell suddenly knelt down on the ground. Before he could figure out what was going on, all the ghosts spoke in unison, "We greet the great Ghost King." With this loud voice, a stunning figure appeared in Shin Jingting's view. The visitor was none other than Han Lingxi. Upon seeing her, Shin Jingting immediately rolled out of bed and approached her, grinning, "Sister Ghost King, did you miss me? You specially came to see me." Hearing Shin Jingting's disrespectful remarks towards Han Lingxi, the scarred ghost admired him immensely. "Master, you're really something, you dare to tease the great Ghost King." Han Lingxi did not reply and directly opened the cell door, looking at Shin Jingting with a cold voice commanding, "Come with me." "I won't go." Shin Jingting shook his head, turned around, and lay back down on his bed. "If I go with you, you will make me your slave again. I'm quite comfortable being a master here." Han Lingxi heard this and cast a magic spell. Maybe his way of healing might actually work too. Hearing this, Shin Jingting's eyes spun, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. "Healing is fine, but you have to agree to one condition. Don't push your luck." Han Lingxi shouted angrily. "If you don't want to, forget it. After all, you're the one asking me." Shin Jingting crossed his arms and leaned casually against the nearby wall. Han Lingxi looked at Shin Jingting's annoying face, clenched her pink fists, clearly trying hard to suppress the anger in her heart. Then, she took a deep breath quickly, trying to calm herself down. After a long while, she finally spoke. Say it. What condition? As long as it's not too much, I can agree to it. Kiss me once. Shin Jingting finished speaking and looked at Han Lingxi with a guarded face, saying no more. Hearing this, Han Lingxi almost punched him to death, but thinking about her injuries that still needed his help, she forcefully held back the urge. Come here. Haha, finally got what I wanted again. Shin Jingting excitedly ran to Han Lingxi and put his face in front of her lips. Close your eyes. Han Lingxi's voice was cold as ice, but you could still hear the obvious anger in it. Shin Jingting didn't suspect anything, obediently closed his eyes, but the corners of his mouth couldn't stop lifting. However, what came wasn't a warm kiss, but a slap. With one slap, Shin Jingting was directly sent flying and slammed deep into the cell wall. Lecture, did my kiss sound loud enough? Han Lingxi gave a cold smile, then flicked her sleeves and left the cell. After a long time, Shin Jingting finally came back to his senses, looked at the gradually disappearing Han Lingxi, and shouted at her back. Han Lingxi, just you wait. One day when I'm stronger than you, I'm gonna make you give me 10 sons. But his shouting echoed through the cell, with no reply at all. He struggled to pull himself out of the wall, rubbed his chest that hurt from the slap, and kept howling. It hurts so bad. No way. 10 is too few, I must make her give me 20. Sons and daughters both. Chapter 5, Determined to Marry the Ghost King. After Han Lingxi left, Scar Ghost ran over to Shin Jingting and asked with concern, Master, are you okay? Let me slap you and see if you're okay. Shin Jingting glared at Scar Ghost fiercely for asking such a dumb question. Hee, Master, you're really amazing. Scar Ghost gave a thumbs up with admiration all over his face. You actually dared to tease the Ghost King, and in the end, only got slapped once. You're the only ghost who ever survived her hands. Get lost. Don't talk about the stuff that pisses me off. Shin Jingting ignored Scar Ghost's flattery, walked straight to the bed and lay down. Then he started yelling at the system. Stupid system, get out here. Just fart it out if you've got something to say. Didn't you say you'd keep me safe? Why did you let Han Lingxi slap me? Is your ear broken? This system said it would keep you from getting killed, not from getting hurt at all. Hearing this, Shin Jingting was instantly speechless. Alright, the system really did say that back then. System, I'm accepting the mission. I must make Han Lingxi my wife. Shin Jingting suddenly made up his mind to marry Han Lingxi. Host, do you have a thing for abuse? The more she hits, the more you like it, huh? The system laughed slyly. Shut up. Shin Jingting snapped back, she dares hit me, I'll definitely marry her. If she doesn't behave in the future, I'll spank her butt. I'll make her serve me, wash my feet every day, massage my shoulders, warm my bed. Ha! Remember what you said now. Hope you can keep your word and not chicken out later. Shin Jingting patted his chest and responded to the system loudly, humph. How could someone like me be controlled by a woman? I must establish my place in the family. After hearing this, the system said nothing more and voluntarily went offline. But less than 3 minutes later, she was called out again by Shin Jingting. System, come out, I have something to ask you. Host, can you please say everything at once next time? Got it, got it. Shin Jingting casually brushed it off and then asked, System, how do I cultivate? The host does not need to cultivate, just obtain strange values to exchange for permanent power. Then how do I get strange values? Hunt ghosts or complete tasks issued by this system. As soon as the words fell, a panel appeared in front of Shin Jingting. The following are star levels, with each level increase, strange value x3. Note, only for ghosts below the fierce ghost level. Fierce ghosts and above are invalid. Wandering ghost, 10 strange values. Vengeful ghost, 100 strange values. Evil ghost, 1000 strange values. Fierce ghost, 10,000 strange values. Ghost general, 50,000 strange values. Ghost evil, 100,000 strange values. Ghost king, 300,000 strange values. Ghost lord, 500,000 strange values. Ghost emperor, 1 million strange values. Ghost monarch, 10 million strange values. Note, to exchange for the corresponding power, 10 times the strange value is needed and must be at the sun level. After seeing this information, Shin Jingting exploded with curses, damn. System, you're really black-hearted. Right now, he was a sun-level evil ghost, and to become a fierce ghost would require 100,000 strange values, which was equivalent to killing a ghost evil? Can't afford it, absolutely can't afford it. Host, strange values can not only be exchanged for power, but you can also use them to buy things in the system mall. There is nothing the system cannot do, only what you cannot think of. Shin Jingting's eyes lit up, and he suddenly became interested. System, show me what's in the system mall. However, the system lightly replied, "Host is too poor, no right to view." System, I seriously suspect you're a human. However, his words did not receive a response from the system. Seeing this, Shin Jingting had to give up the plan to check the system mall. Earning strange values was the most important thing now. Strange values, right, there are plenty of them available right now, hee hee. Suddenly, Shin Jingting's eyes swept back and forth over the 20 vengeful ghosts in the cell, 20 of them, at least 2,000 strange values. Thinking this, he had no hesitation and quickly acted, killing all 20 vengeful ghosts. Kill star level vengeful ghost, strange value plus 1,000. Kill moon level vengeful ghost, strange value plus 3,000. Kill star level vengeful ghost x5, strange value plus 5,000. Hearing the continuous prompt sound in his mind, Shin Jingting became even more excited about the killing. Kill sun level vengeful ghost x2, strange value plus 18,000. Total, 48,000 strange values. Haha, with 48,000 strange values, his pocket immediately swelled. This strange value wasn't hard to earn at all. Seeing that he had easily received 48,000 strange values, Shin Jingting was in high spirits. At this moment, the system transmitted a prompt sound again. Host, do you wish to bind Han Lingxi as a copy object? Copy object? What does that mean? In simple terms, it means binding the host and Han Lingxi together. The ghost souls Han Lingxi hunts will also provide strange values to the host, but only half. Bind. Shin Jingting answered without hesitation. Although he would only get half the strange values, it was still an additional way to earn them. Better than having none at all. Moreover, once Han Lingxi regained her peak strength, the number of ghosts hunted would increase, and he would earn even more strange values. Ding! Binding successful. Hearing the system's prompt sound, Shin Jingting revealed a satisfied smile. Now he just needed to wait for strange values to be credited. But before he could rejoice, 2 ghost guards heard movement in the cell and rushed in to take a look. All 20 vengeful ghosts had been killed by Shin Jingting. You quickly go notify the Ghost King, I will keep an eye on him here. One ghost guard shouted loudly to the other ghost guard. The other ghost guard immediately ran out of the cell in a hurry, heading straight to Han Lingxi's residence. At that moment, Han Lingxi sat on the bed with a gloomy face, sulking in silence. Every time she thought of Shin Jingting's shameless expression, she felt an uncontrollable surge of anger. Stinking man, how dare you set conditions with this king, and even dare to take liberties with this king? When this king's wounds are completely healed, I will tear you to pieces and smash your soul to dust. Just then, the ghost guard who rushed over shouted from outside the door, Ghost King, the ghost we locked up 3 days ago ate all 20 resentful ghosts in the cell. What? Upon hearing this unbelievable news, Han Lingxi could no longer sit still. She didn't have time to scold the ghost guard for his failure, and hurried to the prison cell. As soon as she entered, she saw that none of the 20 resentful ghosts remained, only Shin Jingting was left, eating roasted chicken and drinking burning wine. Though there were only 2 items, they were quite expensive, costing him a whole 100 eerie points. Ah! Big sister Ghost King, you're here again. Shin Jingting looked back with a smile. Wanna come in and have a drink? Chapter 6 only. Only one kiss allowed. Han Lingxi was too shocked to speak. It hadn't even been 1 hour, and Shin Jingting had turned from a weakling into a sun-level evil ghost? What method did he use to kill those resentful ghosts? More importantly, even the soul beads of 20 resentful ghosts shouldn't be enough to make him an evil ghost. The more Han Lingxi thought about it, the more bizarre she felt. Shin Jingting could no longer be understood with common sense. Looks like what he said about massage therapy is probably true. Before Shin Jingting became an evil ghost, Han Lingxi only suspected that the so-called massage therapy was a lie he made up to tease her. But seeing with her own eyes that he turned from a weakling to a sun-level evil ghost in 1 hour, Han Lingxi fully believed his words now. Shin Jingting saw Han Lingxi staring at him without blinking and teased with a smile, Big sister Ghost King, I know I'm handsome, but if you keep looking at me like this, I'll get shy. Come with this king. Han Lingxi ignored Shin Jingting's flirting, walked straight up to him, and planned to forcibly take him away to heal her injuries. But Shin Jingting absolutely refused, clinging tightly to the bed leg, unwilling to move. A twisted melon isn't sweet, don't force me. This time you don't get to choose. Han Lingxi gave a mocking smile, waved her jade-like hand, and a rope appeared in her hand. That rope seemed to have a life of its own, wrapping around Shin Jingting's leg like a lively snake in an instant. Han Lingxi grabbed the other end of the rope and forcibly dragged him back to her room. Along the way, Shin Jingting kept communicating with the system, hurry and untie the rope. I can't beat Han Lingxi now, if I get taken back, she'll definitely torment me again. However, the system only gave a short reply. Host, fend for yourself. Since you can't win, just enjoy it to the fullest. System has gone offline. Damn system, you're supposed to be on my side, come back. Come back to me. No matter how much Shin Jingting shouted, the system never gave a single response. Seeing this situation, Shin Jingting was completely hopeless. This time, he really would be beaten into a cripple by Han Lingxi. No, I can't just sit and wait. I must think of a way to escape her clutches. Shin Jingting quickly calmed down, his brain spinning fast, thinking of countermeasures. However, before he could think of a plan, he was already dragged back to the room by Han Lingxi. As soon as they entered the room, Han Lingxi immediately sealed all the exits, then let go of Shin Jingting. Scoundrel, heal me. Although her voice was cold, there was a hint of pleading in it. Shin Jingting crossed his arms over his chest, with a look of firm refusal. I won't help, unless you agree to my condition. Scoundrel, why are you clinging to this king like this? Han Lingxi flew into a rage, her beautiful eyes blazing with anger. There are many female guards under my command, you can choose freely. Whom you fancy, I will gift her to you. I don't want anyone, I only want you. Shin Jingting remained unmoved, his eyes showing no ripples at all. After all, she's my future wife, it's perfectly fine to tease her a bit. You. Han Lingxi's beautiful brows furrowed, and she clenched her fists, her stunning face flushed with anger. After clenching for a while, she suddenly relaxed her fists, huffing like a little girl, angrily turning to sit on the bed to sulk. The soft bed became the target of her current emotional outburst. She clenched her fists and repeatedly hit the bed. The bed emitted dull thumping sounds. After venting for a while, Han Lingxi turned her head to look at Shin Jingting, who sat silently, her gaze becoming complicated. Her injuries were not in a good state now, and if the other 5 Ghost Kings found out, they would definitely team up to drive her out of Soul Eater Ghost Domain. Outside the domain, there was also Ghost King Han Feng watching her closely, coveting her every day. If she didn't recover from her injuries soon, things might turn for the worse. But right now, the hope for recovering lay entirely with this scoundrel, yet his demands were truly outrageous. For a moment, Han Lingxi fell into hesitation. At this moment, her internal conflict reached its peak. Finally, after nearly half an hour of internal struggle, she made her decision. After all, she had already been taken advantage of by this scoundrel so many times, what's one more time? Let's go for it. Han Lingxi quickly walked up to Shin Jingting, glaring at him fiercely. Close your eyes. You want to pull this trick again? You want to hit me? No way. Shin Jingting immediately distanced himself from Han Lingxi, watching her with wary eyes. Just got beaten by her, this time, she couldn't use the same trick again. I won't hit you. I don't believe you. Then what do you want? Han Lingxi stomped her feet in frustration. It had been 1,000 years, and she had never been so angry, yet she encountered Shin Jingting, this scoundrel who could infuriate her. Anyway, I won't close my eyes. Shin Jingting leaned against the door, speaking nonchalantly. If you won't close your eyes, then don't. Come here. In order to heal her injuries, Han Lingxi was completely daring now. As long as she ensured her recovery, she would kill him at the first opportunity, making sure this news wouldn't leak out. Shin Jingting was stunned. He wasn't sure if Han Lingxi was telling the truth, or if she was tricking him into getting beaten again. Seeing Shin Jingting still standing there, Han Lingxi gritted her teeth and asked angrily, "What are you frozen for?" Saying that, she quickly walked up to Shin Jingting and grabbed his collar. At that moment, they were inches apart, and Han Lingxi could clearly feel Shin Jingting's breath. But just as her soft lips were about to touch Shin Jingting's face, she hesitated and didn't move. I can't do it. She released her grip on Shin Jingting's collar, letting her. Shin Jingtian could feel her nervous breath and slightly hot cheeks. Looking at her bright red lips, Shin Jingtian went in for a kiss. Han Lingxi's body shook, her pupils suddenly constricted, and a wave of shock surged in her heart. Soon, she reacted, desperately trying to break free from Shin Jingtian's hold, retreating several steps. Half covering her mouth, she glared at Shin Jingtian and questioned, "Who told you to kiss this king?" Chapter 7, moving into Han Lingxi's room. Sister Ghost King, you didn't say I couldn't kiss. Shin Jingtian retorted and secretly grumbled in his heart, besides, the way you look shy with your eyes closed, how could a young man like me resist? Humph. Han Lingxi had no retort, so she abruptly flicked her sleeve and coldly huffed, "Now can you heal me?" Of course. What do you need?" "Nothing at all, just let Sister Ghost King lie on the bed, and I'll take care of the rest." Hearing this, Han Lingxi's ears involuntarily turned bright red. But seeing Shin Jingtian's serious face, which didn't seem like he was joking, she slightly nodded and walked to the bed to lie down. Yet her hands unconsciously clenched tightly, her body trembling slightly from tension, and she was very stiff. But to prevent Shin Jingtian from playing tricks, she still warned him, "You better not deceive me, or I will make your death very ugly. Don't worry, while I may be a bit disgraceful, I do keep my promises." Shin Jingtian put away his previous playful demeanor, replacing it with a serious and earnest expression. "Sister Ghost King, you can't resist while I heal you, otherwise we will suffer backlash." "Okay." Han Lingxi nodded, took a deep breath, and then slowly relaxed her body. Seeing this, Shin Jingtian immediately began to work on his technique, and soon, many black and white gases swirled around him like threads. Then, he guided these threads to his hands and gently placed them on Han Lingxi's soft abdomen. When Shin Jingtian's hand touched Han Lingxi's belly, her delicate body trembled slightly, but she quickly regained her calm. Sister Ghost King, just stay like this, it will be good in no more than 15 minutes. As Shin Jingtian said this, he continuously injected soul source energy into Han Lingxi's abdomen to repair her damaged soul source. During this time, Shin Jingtian didn't forget to chat with her. Sister Ghost King, by the way, how did you die? When Han Lingxi heard this question, her eyelids clearly drooped, but she quickly returned to her usual self, her voice still as cold as before. Why ask so much? Just focus on healing me. Shin Jingtian noticed this and stopped asking. This question was likely her pain, better not to bring it up. Next, as the soul source energy continuously entered Han Lingxi's abdomen, she clearly felt her soul source slowly repairing. She couldn't help but ponder to herself, it seems this scoundrel is telling the truth. The atmosphere was silent for a long time, and Han Lingxi took the initiative to break the silence. How long will this treatment take? Conservatively estimated a month. Scoundrel, are you sure you're not deceiving me? Why would I lie to you? Shin Jingtian couldn't help but roll his eyes when Han Lingxi didn't believe him. My strength is too weak, a month is the limit of my efforts. In the next moment, he suddenly shifted topics, but there is a way to shorten the time. What method? Han Lingxi asked eagerly. The sooner she recovered her injuries, the less of a threat the other 5 Ghost Kings posed, and the greater her voice would become. Shin Jingtian said slowly, if there are rare treasures that restore soul sources, like source supplement grass, soul spirit mushroom, or daytime purple soul water, combined with my massage technique, in no more than 10 days, you can be completely healed. Han Lingxi let out a long sigh upon hearing those 3 items. They existed, but were all in the hands of ghosts above the level of Ghost Sovereign. To ask them to hand them over was nothing short of a pipe dream. Wait, something's not right. Shin Jingtian seems to have just died not long ago, how could he possibly know about these things? Although it's not really a secret, given Shin Jingtian's current status, it's completely impossible for him to gather this information. Where did he get this knowledge? Could it be that he is a person close to the soul-eating Ghost King or some other Ghost King or Ghost Sovereign, specifically sent to monitor me? Thinking this way, it makes sense that he could reach the level of a daytime evil spirit in just 3 days. As Han Lingxi considered this, her gaze towards Shin Jingtian gradually turned cautious. But why would he take the initiative to heal me? Also, if he really is the soul-eating Ghost King or someone from other Ghost Kings or Ghost Sovereigns, why are they monitoring me? After pondering for a long time, Han Lingxi could not clarify this issue, so she simply stopped thinking about it. It seems I can't kill Shin Jingtian for the time being, at least not until my injuries are healed. I must keep a close eye on his every move. Soon, half an hour passed, and the first day's treatment was over. Sister Ghost King, it's done. After continuous treatment for a month, you will be completely healed. Shin Jingtian stood up, stretching his body. Having squatted for half an hour, his legs were numb. Han Lingxi quickly got up, adjusted her clothes, and restored her previously cold and enchanting look. Lech, starting today, you will live next door to me. Living close allows me to better monitor his every move. I need to correct you on one point, I have a name, it's Shin Jingtian, not Lech. Shin Jingtian walked to the table, picked up the tea, and drank it down. Han Lingxi saw this and hurriedly exclaimed, Lech, that's my cup. I have drunk from it. You said it too late, I've already drunk it. Hurry and leave before I get angry. Han Lingxi no longer pressed the issue, pointing to the door to drive Shin Jingtian away. Upon hearing this, Shin Jingtian immediately became unhappy. After treating you, you want to chase me away? How can it be like this? Then, he walked straight to Han Lingxi's bed, jumped onto it, and hugged the pillow, taking a deep sniff. Sister Ghost King, your bed smells so good, I've decided to sleep here from now on. No way. This is my bed, you can't sleep here. After hearing this, Shin Jingtian scooted over a bit. It's okay, this bed is big, soft, and sturdy, 2 people can mess around without breaking it. How about I sleep on the inside, and you sleep on the outside? 2 people sleeping together won't be cramped. Han Lingxi's eyes widened. How could this Lech get more outrageous? Now he even thinks about sleeping together with her? How can you be so shameless? Hurry and get out. I'm not leaving, I want to sleep here. Shin Jingtian stubbornly refused to leave, taking off his shoes and lying down. Seeing this, Han Lingxi understood that he was dead set on sleeping in her bed, so she no longer argued with him. If you're not leaving, then I'm leaving. She glared at Shin Jingtian fiercely and stormed out of the room. Shin Jingtian watched Han Lingxi's departing figure and smiled slightly. One day, I will make you willingly sleep with me. Dog system, I now have 48,000 weird points, can I check the system mole now? Dog host, just wait. As soon as he spoke, a panel appeared in front of Shin Jingtian. It listed many items, all categorized neatly. Weapon area, pill area, medicinal material area, snack area, clothing area. Each item was clearly marked with its name and detailed usage instructions. Shin Jingtian was dazzled. There were too many good things, but unfortunately, his wallet wasn't thick enough. Chapter 8. Young Master invites you to eat a hand grenade. Looking around the weapons area, Shin Jingting found that most of the items stored were hot weapons. System, shouldn't we use talismans to kill ghosts? Like Heavenly Thunder talismans, ghost-destroying talismans, and ghost-suppressing talismans? Selling these weapons seems unnecessary, right? Host, this is a new era led by technology, we must keep up with the times. Also, who told you that these hot weapons can't kill ghosts? Some poisons can also kill ghosts. Don't forget, the system is omnipotent. Upon hearing this, Shin Jingting thought, fine, that actually makes some sense. He then continued to wander around the weapons area. Suddenly, a Barrett sniper rifle caught his attention, but as soon as he saw the price marked below, he instantly lost hope. Barrett sniper rifle, also known as the Ghost King Terminator. Price, 90,000 Eerie points, includes 1 bullet. Range, determined by the user's strength. Usage, the user must know the true appearance and name of the target. Once both are obtained, just silently lock it in the present. Note, after bullets are used up, they need to be purchased separately, at 80,000 Eerie points each. Although the introduction was short, Shin Jingting gained an important piece of information from it. This Barrett is specialized in killing the Ghost King. Unfortunately, he couldn't afford it. He currently only had 48,000 Eerie points, far from the 90,000 needed. Moreover, each bullet costs 80,000 Eerie points, he couldn't afford that either. However, next to the Barrett sniper rifle, there was a dark red hand grenade that looked quite good. Flame Explosion Grenade, Explosion Impact Range, with a radius of 1 kilometer. After the explosion, a sea of fire will form within the explosion range, lasting up to 1 minute. The injuries caused by burning are incurable. It will undoubtedly kill all evil spirits and those below them. Price, 10,000 Eerie points. This Flame Explosion Grenade is quite good. The area of damage is comparable to a small mushroom bomb. This can no longer be called just a grenade. Shin Jingting's eyes sparkled with intense light. With an attack of explosions and flames, those caught in it would surely die. Although the price was a bit high, it was still reasonable. After all, it was produced by the system, and the destructive power was unquestionable. There's a reason for the high price. Just as he was immersed in browsing the system store, a knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. He walked over to open the door and found a strange female ghost. Shin Jingting instantly became alert and coldly asked, "Who are you?" "I'm the maid of the Ghost King." The female ghost revealed a sweet smile at Shin Jingting. "This is the lunch that the Ghost King instructed me to prepare for you." Hearing this, Shin Jingting glanced at the lunch she was carrying and nodded. "Put it on the table, you can leave now." The maid quickly walked into the room, placed the lunch on the table, turned around to give Shin Jingting a slight smile, and then quickly left the room. After closing the door, Shin Jingting looked at the sumptuous lunch and smiled. This Hanlingsi is indeed chilly on the outside but warm on the inside, how thoughtful. At the same time, the image of the cold and proud Han Lingxi blushing from his teasing appeared involuntarily in his mind. First time eating food from the underworld, let's see what it tastes like. Shin Jingting picked up a spoon and took a sip of the soup. TSK, not bad. It's much better than the takeout I ordered in the living world. Just as he was about to take a second sip, the system seemed to malfunction, constantly ringing with notifications. Eerie points -1. Eerie points -1. Eerie points -1. Huh? What's going on? Shin Jingting looked puzzled. Why were his Eerie points decreasing? System, what's happening? Host is poisoned. Eerie points can help you remove the toxins. Poisoned. Shin Jingting looked down at the soup he just drank and immediately realized, furious, he smashed the bowl. Damn it, am I a born cursed body? Only 3 days after dying, and I almost kicked the bucket again. Who did I offend? The system just said some poisons can kill ghosts, and then I get targeted myself. Where can I argue this? However, Han Lingxi would absolutely not want to kill herself. Her soul source still needed her help to repair, so she definitely wouldn't act against her own life. But she had only been dead for 3 days, and she hadn't provoked anyone, so who would want to eliminate her? Shin Jingting carefully recalled and organized the events of the past few days, but he could not think of anything. Besides killing those 20 vengeful spirits, he had mostly been teasing Han Lingxi these days and had not seen any other ghosts. Wait, that's wrong. That maid just now has a problem. Shin Jingting recalled that the maid's gaze towards him seemed very off, especially when she looked at him and smiled. But it was his first time seeing her, why would she want to harm him? Shin Jingting thought for a long time and could not figure it out, so he decided not to think about it anymore. No matter what reason the maid had for wanting to kill him, if she wanted him dead, then he would give her a grenade. And take the opportunity to test the power of the grenade. With his mind made up, Shin Jingting immediately ran to the next room. As soon as he opened the door, he happened to see Han Lingxi practicing. He did not disturb her and quietly withdrew. However, before the door was fully closed, Han Lingxi stopped practicing and called out to him, "Lecture, what are you doing in this king's room?" "Hee hee, I kind of missed the Ghost King's sister, so I came to see you," Shin Jingtin said half-jokingly. "If you keep teasing this king, do you believe this king will hang you up and beat you?" Han Lingxi coldly threatened him as Shin Jingtin started teasing her again. "Of course I believe it." Shin Jingtin nodded with a smile, completely unafraid of her threat. "Hitting is affection, scolding is love, feel free to hit me, Ghost King's sister." "Lecture, don't get too carried away. What do you want from this king?" Han Lingxi knew she couldn't win an argument against Shin Jingtin, so she simply got straight to the point. Shin Jingtin also put away his playful demeanor and asked seriously, "Do you have a maid?" Han Lingxi froze for a moment, then nodded, "Yes, do you like her?" "Then fine, this king will grant her to you." This lecture finally shifted his attention. Now she could finally escape facing his shamelessness every day. "Ghost King's sister, you're overthinking it. I said I only want you, so this life is destined to be yours." Shin Jingtin found a chair to sit down and casually picked up some fruit from the table to eat. "Then why are you inquiring about Yu Zian?" Han Lingxi was a bit curious. Since he didn't like her maid, what was the purpose of asking about her? Shin Jingtin smiled mysteriously. "She invited me for soup, and I invited her for fried eggs." After hearing this, Han Lingxi said nothing, then sent a ghost guard to summon Yu Zian to her room. Yet Shin Jingtin asked Han Lingxi to take her maid to a spacious place. Han Lingxi did not think too much and agreed to this small request from Shin Jingtin. Soon, Yu Zian walked up to Han Lingxi and knelt on one knee. This maid pays respect to the Ghost King. "Get up." "Thank you, Ghost King." As soon as her words fell, Shin Jingtin suddenly walked out from behind Han Lingxi. The moment Yu Zian saw Shin Jingtin, a hint of panic flashed in her eyes, but she quickly regained her calm. Even though she found it hard to believe that Shin Jingtin was still alive, she still pretended to act normal on the surface. Shin Jingtin looked at Yu Zian with a grin. "The soup you gave was very delicious. In return, I invite you to eat a fried egg." Chapter 9, Exposing the Traitor. Seeing the mischievous smile on Shin Jingtin's face, Yu Zian felt a vague sense of unease and fear. That corpse-dispersing powder is colorless and tasteless, and there is no antidote. He is just a ghost grade. He shouldn't be alive, or does that mean he never drank it at all? As Yu Zian silently pondered why Shin Jingtin hadn't died from the poison, Shin Jingtin had already purchased an explosive grenade. "New." He pulled the safety pin of the grenade and then threw it to Yu Zian. "This is for you." After saying that, he quickly turned around, bent down, and picked up Han Lingxi, running away. Han Lingxi was completely stunned by Shin Jingting's sudden action, her hands unconsciously wrapping around his neck. During the 3 seconds before the grenade exploded, the two of them had already run out of the explosion's range. Once they were out of the safe zone, Han Lingxi finally reacted. Her face turned bright red in an instant, and she struggled to get down from Shin Jingting's arms. Then, she pulled away from him and angrily questioned, "Pervert, why are you holding me? Do you want to take advantage of me again?" Boom! A loud explosion echoed in the open field, interrupting the words Han Lingxi was about to say. Han Lingxi quickly turned around and saw that the spot where Yu Zian had been standing was already consumed by flames. In the instant of the explosion, sand and stones flew, thick smoke billowed, and then a sea of flames quickly spread outwards. Stunned for a while, Han Lingxi finally snapped out of her daze. She turned to Shin Jingting and asked, "Did you do this?" Shin Jingting did not deny it, calmly nodding and saying, At this moment, he also received a notification from the system. Since the host killed a day-level evil ghost for the first time, reward 80,000 eerie points, total 90,000. Ah, this feels great. 90,000 eerie points easily credited. Why did you kill my maid? Han Lingxi frowned deeply, confused. When facing Shin Jingting killing her maid, her first reaction wasn't to question or scold him, but to patiently ask. They had no enmity, and it was their first time meeting. Why would Shin Jingting kill Yu Zian? Could it be that he wanted to replace Yu Zian, to take advantage of her? A sudden thought flashed through Han Lingxi's mind. Although this idea seemed a bit narcissistic, it wasn't impossible. Shin Jingting, this pervert, always found ways to tease her. She tried to poison me first, I killed her, is that so wrong? Hearing Shin Jingting's words, Han Lingxi glanced at him, then at the gradually dissipating sea of flames. She tried to poison you? That's impossible, it's the first time she's seen you. How could she kill you for no reason? I don't know why she tried to kill me, but I'm sure she definitely has something to do with it. She's the one who poisoned me. Shin Jingting stretched lazily, his tone very firm. Just as he finished speaking, a large group of ghost guards arrived quickly after hearing the noise and immediately entered combat mode. Seeing this, Han Lingxi immediately ordered them to disperse, step back. It was just an experiment I was conducting. By the way, search Yu Zian's room. Understood. The ghost guards respectfully accepted the order and quickly withdrew in an orderly manner. After they left, Han Lingxi looked at Shin Jingting curiously and asked, What was that thing just now? Its power was so great that a day-level evil ghost turned to dust in an instant. Want to know? Shen Jingting's eyes twinkled, and he raised an eyebrow, looking at Han Lingxi. Yes. Kiss me, and I'll tell you. Upon hearing Shen Jingting's request, Han Lingxi glared at him fiercely. You took advantage of me just now, and I haven't settled the score with you yet. Now you're asking for more? If you're unwilling, forget it. I'm not forcing you. Shen Jingting smiled faintly, humming a tune as he turned and left. Han Lingxi stomped her foot in frustration, watching his retreating figure. Damn. Pervert, once my injuries are fully healed, I will definitely skin you alive. After returning to his room, Shen Jingting happily lay on the bed and opened the system shop again. Now, he had a total of 127,000 eerie points, and his wallet had suddenly become much fuller. He needed to see if there were any more practical weapons available. As for evil ghost level strength, it wasn't necessary to exchange for it yet. He would save up more eerie points first. These eerie points were more important for survival. In order to exchange for the strength of a powerful ghost, the 100,000 strange points could also be used to buy a barret to kill the Ghost King. Exchanging for such strength as a powerful ghost doesn't seem very worthwhile. After walking around the system store, Shen Jingtong didn't buy anything, just generally understanding the prices and uses of various items. This was so that when the time comes to use them, he wouldn't be completely in the dark. At that time, Han Lingxi also returned to her boudoir. She lay on the bed, and the explosion scene from earlier involuntarily appeared in her mind. The sea of fire created by the explosion still made her feel uneasy. What exactly is that iron lump? Its power is so great that one alone could easily kill a day-level powerful ghost. She was now very curious about the fireball grenade and increasingly confused about Shen Jingtong's identity. A weapon like the fireball grenade would be impossible for the soul-devouring Ghost Emperor to possess, otherwise, he would have used it to attack other ghost realms long ago. As Han Lingxi was thinking about Shen Jingtong's origins, a ghost guard's urgent voice came from outside the door. Ghost King, my subordinates were searching in Yu Xian's room and discovered evidence that she was colluding with the evil Feather Ghost King. Upon hearing this, Han Lingxi immediately opened the door and coldly said, "Present it to me." The ghost guard quickly walked to the door and respectfully handed the confidential letter to Han Lingxi. Han Lingxi stretched out her right hand and grabbed it, and 3 sealed letters appeared in her hand. She quickly opened them. The first letter recorded her condition and movements in the past few days after she was injured. The other 2 letters detailed the distribution of the combat forces under her command. After reading the 3 letters, Han Lingxi's anger flared up. The maid she had personally raised was actually a spy placed by the evil Feather Ghost King beside her. No wonder the other 5 Ghost Kings had started to stir ever since she was injured. It turned out that Yu Xian had been secretly reporting to them behind her back. Investigate this thoroughly. Kill anyone involved without mercy. Understood. After receiving the order, the ghost guard quickly left to begin the investigation. Han Lingxi tore up the letters and sat on the bed in frustration. Her injuries hadn't fully recovered yet, so she couldn't openly tear things apart with the 5 Ghost Kings of the evil Feather faction. But continuing to be passive wasn't the solution. She had to stall them until her injuries healed. What method should I use? Han Lingxi thought for a while, then suddenly remembered Shen Jingtong. That's right, the scoundrel's iron lump has great power. Maybe it can intimidate the evil Feather faction. After thinking of this plan, Han Lingxi excitedly rushed to Shen Jingtong's room. As soon as she pushed open the door, she couldn't wait to ask, "Scoundrel, do you still have that iron lump? I want to buy some." Shen Jingtong sat up from the bed, looking at the flustered Han Lingxi and smiled, "I have it, but I won't sell it." "Why?" "This thing is very precious, every use means 1 less, and I still need them to protect my life." Shen Jingtong stood up, stretched his body, then walked over to sit by the table. Suddenly, he changed his tone. "But it's not impossible to give you some." Upon hearing this possibility, Han Lingxi's eyes lit up, and she quickly ran to sit in front of Shen Jingtong, eagerly asking, "Tell me." "If I tell you?" Yes, tell me." Han Lingxi nodded. At this moment she looked like a well-behaved and understanding little girl. "Ghost King's sister, my strength is too weak, I need the fireball grenade to protect myself." Before Shen Jingtong could finish, Han Lingxi immediately understood his meaning. "In that case, I'll assign a ghost warrior to protect you. You can choose the gender of the ghost warrior, or pick one yourself." "I don't want a ghost warrior, I only want you to protect me personally." Shen Jingtong pointed at Han Lingxi and smiled. "No. Why are you so obsessed with me? Besides, I'm still not fully recovered and can't even guarantee my own safety." "How to protect you?" Seeing his playful smile, Han Lingxi's face instantly darkened. Sure enough, this scoundrel was still targeting her. All day long, besides teasing her, he really couldn't find a thing to do. But Shen Jingting waved his hand, showing no care at all. "It's okay, you still have your Ghost King identity to deter the others. After hearing this, Han Lingxi lowered her head, remaining silent, but her peripheral vision unintentionally glanced at Shin Jingting. Was he deliberately making this request to better monitor her? But it really didn't look like it. At the same time, Shin Jingting was quietly watching Han Lingxi without speaking, but was secretly pondering in his heart. If she agreed, then the first step in winning her over would be successful, and the second step could follow. Han Lingxi struggled in her heart for a long time, swaying back and forth. What to do? Should she agree to the scoundrel? After nearly 10 minutes of agony, she finally lifted her head to look at Shin Jingting and asked, "Can we change the request?" "No. Just this." Shin Jingting decisively shook his head to refuse. It was such a great opportunity to win her over, he couldn't let it slip away. Han Lingxi wasn't too disappointed. Being rejected was within her expectations, she just wanted to see if there was any room for negotiation. However, the fact proved that she was overthinking it. "Alright, this king agrees to you." Han Lingxi gritted her teeth and agreed to Shin Jingting's unreasonable request. After all, it was only for a month. Hearing this, Shin Jingting immediately beamed with joy. The first step plan was complete. System: purchase a fire burst grenade. Ding. Purchase successful, the host can check in the system space. Scoundrel, what are you grinning about? This king has already agreed to you, can you give me that fire burst grenade now? Seeing Shin Jingting foolishly laughing, Han Lingxi waved her hand in front of him. Shin Jingting quickly wiped away his smile and nodded, of course. Then, he pretended to reach into his pants and pulled out a fire burst grenade to hand to Han Lingxi. "Big sister Ghost King, here you go." "Why is there only one?" Seeing only one grenade, Han Lingxi immediately showed an unhappy expression. Protecting him for a month in exchange for just one was too unfair. Shin Jingting replied flatly, "I told you, this thing is very precious." Han Lingxi bit her lip, unwilling, and asked, "Can you give me one more?" She certainly knew the grenade's value, but having only one was not enough to deter Xiaoyu and the others, at least two were needed. Shin Jingting fell silent for a moment, after thinking for a long time, his lips curled slightly, with a subtle smile as he nodded slowly, "Okay, if you call me husband once, I'll give you one for free." Upon hearing the first two words, Han Lingxi immediately revealed a sweet smile. At this moment, she thought Shin Jingting was quite nice. But when she heard the latter words, her smile quickly froze on her face. It turned out she was too early to be happy. However, for the sake of the grenade, she'd hold back for a month and kill him afterward. Husband. 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 This time, Han Lingxi did not hesitate again, since she had called once, calling a couple more times wasn't a big deal. Shin Jingting shrugged, hands open, looking completely innocent. "I didn't make you shout more, you shouted on your own." Han Lingxi listened, and this seemed to make sense. "Then you owe this king 2 fire explosion grenades." "It has nothing to do with me, I don't know anything." "You." "Humph." At this moment, Han Lingxi was so angry that she didn't want to speak. She swung her sleeves and turned to leave. Just as she stepped out the door, she suddenly remembered she didn't know how to use grenades. When she thought of this, she turned back and walked straight to Shin Jingting. "Sister Ghost King, do you not want to part with me? Want to sleep with me tonight?" Shin Jingting looked at Han Lingxi with a bad smile. "Dream on." Han Lingxi rolled her eyes at him. "I don't know how to use this thing, teach me." Shin Jingting raised an eyebrow, smiling teasingly, "Kiss me, and I'll teach you how to use it." Hearing Shin Jingting's request, Han Lingxi stomped her foot in shame and anger. "Why are you so shameless? You've known me for a long time, there's no need to be so surprised. You'll get used to it." Han Lingxi lightly bit her lip, glared fiercely at Shin Jingting, and then quickly leaned down to give him a light peck on the face. "Now can you tell me how to use it?" Joy value 100%. Anger value 1000%. Given the host's good performance, received a chance to open a mystery box. What an unexpected gain. Shin Jingting was instantly filled with joy. But what does this anger value mean? Forget it, don't get tangled up in that for now. Then, Shin Jingting quickly adjusted his state and looked at Han Lingxi, who nodded in satisfaction. "I'll teach you how to use it right now." Although he only felt a fleeting warmth from the previous kiss, it was enough. He then took the fire explosion grenade and the ice explosion grenade to explain their functions to Han Lingxi. "Sister Ghost King, this dark red one is called a fire explosion grenade, and this blue one is called an ice explosion grenade. Both have the same usage method, just pull this ring and throw it within 3 seconds. But be careful, the grenade will cause damage in a radius of 2 kilometers, fire, and ice. Evil spirits and those below are certain to die, even if by a miracle they survive, they will be tortured by fire poison and ice poison, suffering worse than death." Chapter 11, Show me your legs. Understanding how to use the grenade, Han Lingxi put it away and turned to leave Shin Jingting's room. However, Shin Jingting followed her into her boudoir. Han Lingxi looked at Shin Jingting warily. "What are you doing following me?" Sister Ghost King, this month you need to protect me closely. If I don't follow you, how can you protect me well? Saying this, Shin Jingting walked straight to Han Lingxi's bed and lay down. Seeing this, Han Lingxi knew Shin Jingting would definitely not leave, so she quickly walked up and pulled him up. Get up! This is my bed, hurry back. No way. You have to protect me closely, I won't go back. Shin Jingting held onto the edge of the bed tightly, refusing to let go. Han Lingxi was so angry that she could hardly contain herself. If you keep this up, I will really be angry. However, Shin Jingting seemed determined, not letting go. The two remained in a standoff, neither speaking. After a long while, Shin Jingting slowly stood up, walked to Han Lingxi, and looked at her with a silly grin. Sister Ghost King, your bed is so fragrant, I like it so much, I'll move over here to live another day. After saying that, without waiting for Han Lingxi to react, he quickly planted a kiss on her face, which flushed red with anger. You lecher! You can't kiss me! Han Lingxi felt a rush of heat on her face, her eyes widening in shock and anger mixed together. She raised her hand to hit Shin Jingtai, but Shin Jingtai quickly jumped back like a nimble monkey, evading her attack. Ghost King's sister, good night, remember to think of me tonight. Shin Jingtai laughed heartily and turned to run away, leaving Han Lingxi standing there, both furious and embarrassed, her mind a tangled mess. Back in his own room, Shin Jingtai couldn't wait to lie down on his bed and start communicating with the system. System, open the blind box. Blind box opening. As the system's voice sounded, a panel appeared before Shin Jingtai, displaying 12 boxes, corresponding exactly to the 12 positions of a clock. As the hands spun faster, they finally slowed down to settle at the 7 o'clock position. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the mind reading card. Note, one-time use, effective for 24 hours. Mind reading, not bad. Shin Jingtai nodded in satisfaction. With this ability, it would be easy to win over Han Lingxi. Though it was only for one day, it was still better than nothing. By the way, system, what was that joy value and anger value? Joy value broke through 100%, granting 1 chance to open a blind box, breaking through 200%, 2 chances, 500%, 3 chances, and 1000%, 5 chances. The anger value indicates how Han Lingxi reacted emotionally at that moment. An anger value of 1000% means Han Lingxi truly wanted to kill you. Well, that still means Han Lingxi has some feelings for me, otherwise the joy value wouldn't have exceeded 100. Shin Jingtai chuckled happily. However, the system's next words poured cold water on him. Host, you are being overly sentimental, the joy value of 100 came from 2 grenades, and has nothing to do with you. Hearing the system's explanation, Shin Jingtai suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Hiss, this feels a bit dangerous. Winning over his future wife came with life-threatening danger. But thinking about having the system, Shin Jingtai didn't feel so tense anymore. Then, he organized the gains from today, satisfied, before falling asleep. The next morning, Shin Jingtai woke up leisurely, stretching lazily before throwing off the covers. However, when he saw his embarrassing state, he felt a bit sweaty. He had dreamt a spring dream last night. The enchanting scene was still flickering in his mind, and he couldn't help but recall the fantasy, with Han Lingxi's breathtaking beauty and charming figure. I can't think about it anymore. Shin Jingtai shook his head, forcefully suppressing the indecent thoughts in his mind. What should I do today? Tease Han Lingxi. He murmured to himself, she's probably not in her room right now, so what should I do? After thinking for a long time, Shin Jingtai still didn't know what to do. Apart from teasing Han Lingxi, he really couldn't find anything else to occupy his time. Forget it, I'll browse the system mall. After opening the system mall, Shin Jingtai browsed through various sections. When he reached the game area, he was surprised to find that there were phones for sale, along with power banks, data cables, and earphones. It was like a complete set of equipment. The phone was priced at only 50 strange points. Without hesitation, Shin Jingtai immediately bought a phone. He then continued to explore the system mall, but when he saw the clothing section, he was instantly mesmerized. JK skirts, sailor suits, black stockings, fishtail skirts. The prices for these clothes were not expensive, all set at 10 strange points each. TSK, system, did you just bring all the shops from the mortal realm here? However, the system did not respond at all. Seeing these outfits, Shin Jingtai couldn't help but picture Han Lingxi wearing them. Wow! What a thrill! Can't think. Shin Jingting just had this thought when he immediately cut it off. After wandering around, the whole morning passed. Around 4 in the afternoon, Shin Jingting was hiding in his room playing a game when Han Lingxi suddenly pushed the door open. Startled, Shin Jingting hurriedly put away his phone, stood up quickly, and stammered, boss, I just started a game, not slacking off. Hearing Shin Jingting's words, Han Lingxi looked confused. What are you talking about? What boss? Han Lingxi's words made Shin Jingting suddenly realize. Oh right. I'm already dead, there's no boss in the underworld, so why should I be afraid of him? I was scared to death, even slacking off has turned into muscle memory. Seeing Shen Jingting mumbling to himself, Han Lingxi didn't care about him and got straight to the point. Hey, you scoundrel, it's time for this king to heal. After saying that, she walked straight to her old bed and lay down. Ghost King's sister, I have a small request. Upon hearing the word request, Han Lingxi immediately sat up, glaring at Shen Jingting with her brows furrowed. Don't go too far. This king has already promised to protect you. What more do you want? Just a small request. Shen Jingting looked at Han Lingxi playfully pinching her pinky finger. Han Lingxi shot Shen Jingting a fierce glare, then quickly got up and walked to his side, giving him a quick peck on the cheek. There. All done. Shen Jingting was stunned by the sudden kiss, and after a moment, he asked, Ghost King's sister, why did you kiss me? You scoundrel, didn't you just want me to kiss you? I did it, now hurry up and heal me. After spending so many days with Shen Jingting, Han Lingxi surely knew what he was thinking, so she had gradually gotten used to his unreasonable requests. As long as it wasn't too excessive and within her acceptable range, it wasn't impossible to satisfy him. Shen Jingting shook his head. My request is not for you to kiss me. Then what is it? To call you husband? No. Hearing this, Han Lingxi felt as if the sun had risen in the west. The scoundrel actually turned a new leaf, it was truly a sight to behold. However, she still curiously asked, then what is it? Show me your legs. Shen Jingting said earnestly. Chapter 12, The Evil Feather Arrives. Han Lingxi? Hearing Shen Jingting's bizarre and unreasonable request, her mind was filled with question marks. What's so great about legs? They're just skin and flesh. Ghost King's sister, is that okay? Shen Jingting asked again with hopeful eyes. We're not married, you can't look. Han Lingxi shot him a furious glare, quickly distancing herself from him. The legs are a private part that only a future husband can see, this scoundrel is too presumptuous. His requests were getting more and more excessive, from originally calling her husband to now wanting to see her legs. If she didn't stop him now, who knows what more absurd requests he would make in the future. He might even ask her to sleep with him. Looking at Han Lingxi's nervous expression, Shen Jingting couldn't help but find it amusing. But he asked seriously, how are we not a couple? Where are we? Ghost King's sister, we've done what we should do and what we shouldn't have done. We've kissed, embraced, you called me husband, we've done what couples do. Oh right, we haven't sworn an oath. No, we haven't gotten married. Come on, let's get married now. Shen Jingting's words came out in rapid succession, leaving Han Lingxi momentarily speechless, her fair cheeks turning a shade of red. She bit her lower lip and glared fiercely at Shen Jingting as if she wanted to stab him with her eyes. After a long while, Han Lingxi angrily scolded Shen Jingting, marry my foot. Never mention the past again. Okay, I won't mention it again. Shen Jingting kept nodding in agreement, but only a moment later. He looked at her with shining eyes and asked again, can I take a look? No. You can't see it. Han Lingxi firmly stood her ground, unwilling to let Shen Jingting cross any boundaries. After saying that, she instinctively covered her legs tightly and shrank back a little. Seeing this, Shen Jingting wasn't too disappointed, he hadn't held much hope to begin with and just enjoyed teasing Han Lingxi, watching her shy demeanor. Alright, if you don't want to show it, that's fine. Shen Jingting shrugged slightly, a faint smile on his face, but I believe that one day, you will show me. Don't dream. It's never going to happen. Han Lingxi said resolutely. Don't be so certain, there is nothing impossible in this world. Shen Jingting smiled, Sister Ghost King, lie down, I'll heal you. Han Lingxi let out a light hum and then lay down on the bed, waiting for Shen Jingting to treat her. The two remained silent, neither of them initiating a conversation. Han Lingxi kept her eyes closed throughout, and her tightly clenched fists showed her tension and unease. Seeing this, Shen Jingting smiled and comforted her, don't be too nervous, I can't do anything to you. I can't beat you, it's just talk. Han Lingxi didn't speak, but her clenched fists relaxed a little. Shen Jingting smiled and continued to treat her. Halfway through the treatment, a guard's urgent report suddenly came from outside the door. Reporting to you, Ghost King, the evil feather Ghost King is suddenly bringing a large number of ghost guards towards the city. Upon hearing this, Han Lingxi immediately wanted to get up and go out, but Shen Jingting quickly pressed down on her, don't move, you're not fully healed yet. The guard outside heard a man's voice coming from Han Lingxi's room and immediately pictured an indescribable scene in his mind. The Ghost King is actually keeping a male pet? Just as the guard was lost in his thoughts, Han Lingxi and Shen Jingting's conversation echoed again in the room. How long until you're done? Just 10 more minutes. Then hurry up. Hearing this, Shen Jingting rolled his eyes at Han Lingxi, do you think this is like eating? You want to speed it up? At this moment, the guard's mind couldn't wrap around what he was hearing, was this something he should be listening to? If the Ghost King were to find out he accidentally overheard their, sweet exchanges, his 3 clans would probably come over to thank him properly. But he couldn't just leave, he had to stay here and wait for the Ghost King's orders. Sigh, being a ghost is so hard. Let Hu Guisha intercept the evil feather, we can't let them step into the city at all. I'll be there soon. As soon as the guard received Han Lingxi's command, his mood brightened, feeling finally relieved, and he quickly left to carry out the order. Sister Ghost King, who is evil feather? Shin Jingting asked curiously. Having been here for over a week, he had been teasing Han Lingxi all along and hadn't done anything else, still unaware of the specific distribution of the soul-eating ghost realm. Han Lingxi thought for a moment and explained, Evil Feather is one of the 6 ghost kings in the soul-eating ghost realm, ranking 2nd in combat power. He has always wanted to replace my position. This time, he probably came because he knew I was injured and wanted to take advantage of it to seize Lingxi City. Upon hearing this, Shin Jingting instantly exploded with rage, damn. How dare he set his sights on my wife, I'll kill him later. Watch your words, I am not your wife. Han Lingxi shot him a glare, but a warm feeling unexpectedly flowed in her heart. Although Shin Jingting always had flowery words, his concern for her was indeed sincere, that couldn't be fake. You're no match for Evil Feather, he has the strength of a moon-level ghost king. You'll find out later. Shin Jingting smiled, not saying any more. Soon, the treatment ended, Han Lingxi tidied up her clothes and hurriedly went to the city walls. Shin Jingting followed closely behind. When they reached the city walls, they saw a large number of ghost guards in armor outside the city. Those ghost guards were a thick black mass. Dark clouds loomed outside the city, exuding a chilling aura of impending doom, with an estimated number of over 1,000. But Han Lingxi knew this was just on the surface, many must be hidden in the shadows. Leading them was the mighty and imposing ghost, the Evil Feather Ghost King. Han Lingxi, with a stern face, questioned, Evil Feather, why have you brought so many ghost guards to my territory? Do you want to declare war on me? Seeing Han Lingxi appear on the city wall, Evil Feather smiled grimly and said, Lingxi Ghost King, you misunderstand, the recent years have seen much conflict among the domains. This king thought a practical exercise between Evil Feather City and Lingxi City would be beneficial. Not only can we friendly exchange and cooperate, but we can also point out each other's shortcomings so they can be corrected in a timely manner. I propose that Lingxi City defend while Evil Feather City attacks. What a wonderful 2 birds with 1 stone. You are indeed ugly but think beautifully. Before Han Lingxi could speak, Shin Jingting mocked Evil Feather first, saying, with your little tricks, how dare you compare with my Ghost King sister? Upon hearing this, Evil Feather's face instantly darkened, and he glared at Shin Jingting, brat, who do you think you are? How dare you speak to this king? Ha, listen closely, I'm the father of the son of your grandpa's godfather. Evil Feather was left dizzy by Shin Jingting's words, but he realized that Shin Jingting was taking advantage of him. He angrily pointed at Shin Jingting's nose and shouted, brat, do you believe I'll tear you to pieces? Come here. Shin Jingting was unafraid and provocatively beckoned Evil Feather with his finger, just wait until my wife beats you so badly you won't even be recognized by your grandpa. Chapter 13, The Power of the Flame Burst Grenade. Han Lingxi heard Shin Jingting call her wife again and couldn't help but roll her eyes at him, but this was not the time to correct him. So she said nothing. Evil Feather, seeing Shin Jingting's extreme arrogance, was so enraged that he wished to rush up and drag him down for a beating. But with Han Lingxi beside him, Evil Feather had to temporarily suppress the fury within. Shin Jingting, however, grew even bolder, leaning close to Han Lingxi's ear and whispering, Ghost King's sister, I find him unbearable, later, you throw him a grenade to try. Didn't you say that the flame burst grenade only works on wicked ghosts and those below? That's what I said, but the flames from the flame burst grenade and the ice from the ice burst grenade can still torment a ghost king. After listening to Shin Jingting's explanation, Han Lingxi nodded, okay, I'll take revenge for you later. Evil Feather, observing the intimate exchange between them, couldn't help but wonder. Could this kid truly be Han Lingxi's lover? In the Ghost King circle, everyone knew that Han Feng was madly in love with Han Lingxi. Not only did he express his feelings every 10 days, but he also stated that if he could marry Han Lingxi, he would gift her the entire Han Feng city as a dowry. However, Han Lingxi had no interest in Han Feng, in fact, she was extremely disgusted by him. Now, having a lover, if Han Feng found out, it would undoubtedly spark an unprecedented war between the 2 cities. Just as Evil Feather speculated about Han Lingxi and Shin Jingting's relationship, Han Lingxi took out a flame burst grenade, pulled the pin, and quickly threw it at Evil Feather. Evil Feather, here's a little gift for you. Evil Feather, confused, caught the flying grenade. He was about to see what it was when he felt a surge of scorching and violent energy from the grenade. He wanted to throw it away, but he couldn't react before it detonated. In an instant, there was a loud bang, and where Evil Feather had just stood, flames shot up to the sky, and fierce fire ravaged the land. Evil Feather's right hand was. And behind him, over 1,000 ghost guards died or were injured, and for a moment, the heartbreaking cries of despair echoed endlessly. The faces of the city defenders were filled with shock and fear. They stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they were seeing in the fiery scene before them. They never expected that the Ghost King had such a powerful trump card. At the same time, Shen Jingting received the system's notification sound. Anomaly value plus 2000. Anomaly value plus 1005. Anomaly value plus 5000. The notification sounds continued, flowing like a beautiful melody, making Shen Jingting feel a bit lightheaded. After ringing for a full minute, the system finally provided one last notification. This time, a total of 33,000 anomaly points were gained. 33,000 points plus the previous 170,000 points amounts to almost 14,000. Ah, this feels great. But when Shen Jingting calmed down and thought carefully, something seemed off. So he quickly confronted the system. System, did you take a kickback? So many ghost guards, how come only this little anomaly value? Host, those ghost guards were killed by Han Lingxi, so you should only get half. Hearing the system's words, Shen Jingting was instantly speechless. He had gotten too carried away and had forgotten about this. But having over 30,000 anomaly points is better than having none. After witnessing the power of the flame explosion grenade, Han Lingxi stood dumbfounded for quite a while before gradually coming to her senses. If this thing can injure even a moon-class Ghost King, could a few more really kill him? Thinking of this, her gaze involuntarily turned to the happily smiling Shen Jingting beside her. At that moment, Han Lingxi looked at him differently. This guy must have more flame explosion grenades and she needed to figure out a way to get more. Feeling Han Lingxi's burning gaze, Shen Jingting turned and smiled at her. Sister Ghost King, how about it? This thing is useful, right? Yes, it's indeed useful. Of course, you traded a kiss for it. I can't let you come out at a loss, can I? Shen Jingting displayed a proud expression, never forgetting to tease her. Seeing Shen Jingting getting playful again, Han Lingxi shot him a glare and ignored him. She turned back to the seriously injured Xiaoyu and asked, Xiaoyu, do we still need to attack Lingxi City? Xiaoyu did not answer. On one hand, he was so angry he couldn't speak, and on the other hand, he was severely burned and unable to talk. Those ghost generals who were less injured quickly stepped forward to support Xiaoyu and asked, Ghost King, do we still attack? After a long while, Xiaoyu managed to raise his left hand with great effort, making a withdrawing motion. Before leaving, he glared fiercely at Shen Jingting and Han Lingxi, then was carried away by his subordinates. Not long after they left, a large number of ghost guards appeared to escort Xiaoyu back. Upon seeing this scene, Han Lingxi secretly thought to herself, just as expected. This Xiaoyu is indeed cunning, using the pretext of a drill to test if she was really injured. If it were true, those hidden ghost guards would definitely move out all at once and capture Lingxi City, and she might end up a captive too. If it were fake, he could also assess the overall combat power of Lingxi City and prepare for the next attack. Looking at this, Xiaoyu really plays a good strategic game. This time, being able to safely pass the crisis relied entirely on the lecherous flame explosion grenade. His contributions cannot be overlooked. Shen Jingting looked at Xiaoyu fleeing in embarrassment and sneered, TCH, I thought the Ghost King was strong, but he ended up getting blown apart by a grenade. Hearing Shen Jingting's mumblings, Han Lingxi explained, don't underestimate Xiaoyu's strength, he got injured purely because he was unprepared. Otherwise, a flame explosion grenade wouldn't have grazed him at all. I understand. Shen Jingting nodded, without saying anything further. Send orders down, strengthen defenses. Next, patrol every half cycron. Han Lingxi immediately gave orders to the city guards. Although Xiaoyu was severely injured, caution was still necessary, he might strike back again. Such things were not impossible to happen. Hearing this, the soldiers straightened their bodies, their looks of shock gradually replaced by seriousness and admiration. Understood. Then, the soldiers quickly began to act, adjusting their defense deployments and strengthening the vigilance on the walls. Seeing this, Han Lingxi nodded slightly and then returned with Shen Jingting. On the way, Shen Jingting voiced his inner suspicion, Sister Ghost King, there should be more than just Xian as a spy around you, there are probably quite a few. I know, of course, but with over 20 million people in Lingxi City, finding spies is like trying to fish a needle out of the ocean. Han Lingxi said lightly, with no surprise on her face. Each Ghost King would plant spies around the other Ghost Kings, no one would be unaware of it, but it was simply unspoken agreement. At this moment, a sentence from Shen Jingting stunned Han Lingxi. I have a way to find the traitors, and my accuracy is 100%. Chapter 14, The Action Against Traitors. You're not lying to me? Han Lingxi looked at Shen Jingting with suspicion on her face, she neither said she didn't believe him nor said she did. Based on their dealings over the past few days, Shen Jingting never wavered on serious matters. But to precisely find a traitor among 20 million people was akin to dreaming, yet he claimed he could find all traitors 100%, which was truly hard to believe. Shen Jingting smiled and replied in a relaxed tone, why would I lie to you? Speak, if you can really do it, what do you want me to agree to? Han Lingxi asked with a mindset of it being better to believe than not to believe. She knew Shin Jingting's character too well. If she had a request of him, it would be absolutely abnormal for him not to make a demand. Therefore, in order to prevent him from making overly excessive demands, she clarified things in advance. Let's make it clear first, don't kiss my mouth, don't look at my legs, and don't hug my waist. As she spoke these words, her cheeks turned slightly red, feeling both shy and angry inside. These three areas were currently what a lewd man incessantly thought of. He would try every means to take advantage of her whenever there was a chance. She fully understood Shin Jingting's rogue nature. If she didn't clarify these taboos in advance, who knew what excessive actions he might take? However, after hearing this, Shin Jingting not only showed no disappointment but instead nodded and agreed with a playful smile. All right. Seeing him agree so readily, Han Lingxi felt a hint of unease in her heart. Could it be a deception? She furrowed her brows, her eyes showing a vigilant expression. However, after a moment, she thought to herself, forget it, let's catch the traitors first, other matters can be discussed later. What's the method? Sister Ghost King, gather your trusted confidants and those who can access core secrets together. I guarantee that within a day, all the traitors will be captured. Shin Jingting assured Han Lingxi firmly. Now with mind-reading skills, capturing traitors was a simple matter. Han Lingxi nodded solemnly. Okay, I will gather them right now. Before leaving, she seriously thanked Shin Jingting. Shin Jingting, thank you. After saying this, Han Lingxi quickly left. Shin Jingting was puzzled. Why did she suddenly thank him out of nowhere? But he didn't think much of it. Looking at Han Lingxi's retreating figure, he didn't care if she could hear him and shouted aloud, next time you thank me, don't just use your mouth, let me kiss you instead. Half an hour later, Han Lingxi gathered her trusted confidants and the 53 ghosts who could access core secrets in the training grounds. The ghosts were whispering among themselves, sharing quiet conversations. What does the Ghost King want us to do? I don't know, I was urgently called over while I was at home. It must be something important to notify us about. Do not discuss it, the Demon King has arrived. As soon as these words were spoken, all the demons looked serious, waiting for Han Lingxi's reprimand. Accompanied by Shin Jingting, Han Lingxi walked up to the more than 50 demons, her gaze sharp as she scanned them back and forth. She didn't say a word, just walked back and forth in front of them. After 5 or 6 minutes, Han Lingxi returned to her seat, then spoke lightly. I have now gathered evidence that some of you have colluded with the enemy. If you confess willingly, I will not harm your families. Otherwise, I will punish your entire clan. As soon as she finished speaking, Shin Jingting immediately used a mind-reading card, and numerous thoughts flooded into his ears. Colluding with the enemy? Who is so bold? It can't be. Although the Demon King is strict, the benefits are truly good. Who's thinking like this? She must be bluffing, right? It shouldn't be me. I've hidden for over 11 years without being discovered. If anyone dares to betray Lingxi City, they will meet a dead end. Upon hearing the thoughts of the crowd, Shin Jingting smiled and walked up to them, his gaze sharp like that of an eagle, scanning each face, making them afraid to look directly. What is that kid looking at me for? One demon muttered, a hint of doubt rising in his heart. However, before he could clear his confusion, another demon suddenly realized, huh? Why is he stopping in front of me? Shin Jingting smiled at him, then continued to sweep his gaze over them row by row. Seeing this, the demon let out a long sigh of relief. Han Lingxi, noticing his leisurely demeanor, was extremely puzzled. What is this fool doing? He hasn't said a word, just quietly looking at them. What can he see? Soon, 20 minutes passed, and Shin Jingting returned to Han Lingxi's side, whispering in her ear, Demon King's sister, I found them, 6 traitors in total. Then, he told Han Lingxi the locations of the 6 traitors. Seeing Shin Jingting's actions, the crowd of demons couldn't help but start murmuring. Is this kid the personal guard of the Demon King? Their actions are so intimate. Could this man be the Demon King's pet? After hearing Shin Jingting's words, Han Lingxi confirmed with him again, are you sure you're not mistaken? Demon King's sister, I promise I won't be wrong. If I'm wrong even one, you can kill me. Shin Jingting nodded heavily. Seeing this, Han Lingxi slightly nodded, then stood up and began to call names. Hu Long. Wang Kai. Zhao Su. Gu Xioli. Every name felt like a heavy hammer striking their hearts, the nervous atmosphere spreading among the crowd. As the last name was called, Han Lingxi's voice was cold as ice, you 6, step forward. The 6 demons whose names were called trembled slightly, cautiously stepping out from the crowd, filled with fear and uneasiness. Han Lingxi looked at them without speaking, just sitting quietly, her gaze revealing an elusive brilliance. Her powerful aura was overwhelming, making the surrounding air feel frozen. 2 demons couldn't bear her aura and were scared to kneel on the ground, starting to confess, Demon King, I'll confess honestly. Demon King, I confess too. The other 4 demons had different expressions, some pretended to be calm, while others' eyes flickered. They were certain that Han Lingxi was threatening them, thus refusing to confess. They were all betting on her lack of solid evidence. Demon King, we serve you, but you cannot wrongfully accuse us. Yes, you will disappoint everyone like this. Demon King, you need to speak with evidence. Seeing them still being stubborn in the face of death, Han Lingxi decided to make it clear for them. Okay, I will give you evidence. Zero ghost. Here. Go to Wang Kai's toilet and find the evidence. In the ancient tree in Hulong's yard. Gu Xioli. Chapter 15, You scoundrel, you're kissing me again. The four ghosts, hearing Han Lingxi accurately state where they hid their evidence of crime, could no longer remain calm. They all sat down on the ground, continuously bowing to Han Lingxi in apology, hoping she wouldn't involve their families. Lord Ghost King, I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Please spare my family. Lord Ghost King, I was misled, please spare my worthless life. My lord, I know I was wrong. However, their cries and pleas only made Han Lingxi feel more disgust and aversion. Take them away. Hearing this, Shen Jingting thought Han Lingxi wanted to kill them, so he hurriedly said, Sister Ghost King, let me handle them. 3 ghosts and 3 evil spirits, that's a total of 180,000 eerie points, just like that wasted by other ghosts. It would be better to kill them himself to gain eerie points. Han Lingxi looked puzzled at Shen Jingting's actions, but she didn't think much of it and patiently explained to him, we can't kill them yet, we still need to interrogate them. Isn't that troublesome? I have ways to pry open their mouths, just leave them to me, and I guarantee to handle it perfectly. Shen Jingting pounded his chest in assurance. With mind-reading abilities, he even knew the styles and colors of their underwear. But what puzzled him was that he had been using mind-reading for over 2 hours and had heard no thoughts from Han Lingxi. Seeing Shen Jingting so confident, Han Lingxi was indeed a little tempted. After thinking for a long time, she nodded and agreed, alright, I want to be present while you interrogate them. This scoundrel always acted strangely, but one had to admit that he could always play an unexpected role at critical moments. Shen Jingting nodded nonchalantly, sure. Lock them up in the prison, watch them closely. Han Lingxi immediately ordered. In the end, she added, if you dare to take your own lives, I will surely eliminate your entire clan. After saying this, she waved her hand, indicating to the ghost guards to take the traitors away. After dispersing all the ghost guards, only Shen Jingting and Han Lingxi remained in the vast training ground. Scoundrel, do you really have a way to pry their mouths open? Can you guarantee that what they say is all true? Of course. I am a very honest ghost and never lie. Shen Jingting said with a cheerful smile, looking at Han Lingxi. However, Han Lingxi remained half convinced. She crossed her arms and scrutinized him from top to bottom. She really couldn't understand how he was able to accurately identify the traitor among 53 ghosts. And how he was so sure that the 6 traitors would tell the truth. Sister Ghost King, why are you looking at me like that? How exactly did you do it? Han Lingxi was increasingly curious about Shen Jingting. He was like a thick fog, making it hard to see through. Shen Jingting pointed at his own eyes, pretending to be serious, my eyes can see through the hearts of ghosts. You're lying. Han Lingxi rolled her eyes at him. If she believed such nonsense, then she would truly be foolish. Seeing Han Lingxi not believing him, Shen Jingting immediately wanted to showcase his abilities to her. You shouldn't doubt me. I can tell you where you have moles on your body. Humph, if you really know, I will call you husband from now on. Han Lingxi curled her lips. She didn't believe that Shen Jingting had the ability to understand ghostly hearts. Speaking of this, Shen Jingting suddenly became spirited, alright. I will show you right now. After saying that, he pretended to circle around Han Lingxi, his eyes scanning back and forth on her. In reality, he was eavesdropping on Han Lingxi's thoughts. When Shen Jingting stopped behind Han Lingxi, she inexplicably felt a bit nervous. At the same time, she felt uncomfortable under his gaze, her heartbeat involuntarily quickening a few beats. This scoundrel is putting on an act, he won't really figure it out, right? Impossible, he must be pretending. In just a minute, Han Lingxi poured out many thoughts from her heart. Shen Jingting found the answer he wanted from her words, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. But he didn't say it right away, instead, he circled around Han Lingxi 2 more times. When he returned to his original position, he propped his chin up and a wicked smile crept onto his face. Ghost King's sister, you have a red mole on your left shoulder. Han Lingxi's eyes widened in disbelief, covering her left shoulder instinctively, shock flooding her heart. The scoundrel really guessed it right. It must be a coincidence. Scoundrel, you must be lucky, say it again. Okay. You also have a red mole right here on your chest. As Shen Jingting said this, he gestured at his own chest. By the way, there's one on your. Don't say it. Don't say it. As soon as he spoke halfway, Han Lingxi quickly covered Shen Jingting's mouth, her eyes filled with panic and shyness. At this moment, she felt her face burning hot, and was filled with regret, wondering why she engaged in a bet with him. Wasn't this just asking for trouble? This guy really can see it. Doesn't that mean she's exposed in front of him? Mm. Shin Jingting struggled to make muffled sounds. Ghost King's sister, are you trying to murder your husband? You almost suffocated me. Finally breaking free, he gasped for air, nearly choking to death. Han Lingxi shot him a fierce glare, then turned her head away, unable to meet his eyes. Who told you to hum? After a moment, she turned back and asked, are your eyes really that magical? Or did you peek at me while I was bathing? Look at what you're saying. Am I that kind of pervert? If you don't believe me, just come closer and see. Shin Jingting's eyes rolled, a sly glint flashing across. Han Lingxi hesitated but stepped forward, staring seriously into his eyes for a while, not discovering anything different. There's nothing different. Ghost King's sister, my eyes are very strange, if you get closer, you'll notice. Shin Jingting said, taking a deliberate step forward. Han Lingxi paused, wondering if he was tricking her. But her curiosity was piqued, so she slowly moved forward a little. Yet, she felt it was too close and awkwardly stopped. Are you sure you're not lying to me? Absolutely certain. Hearing this, Han Lingxi lightly bit her lip, ultimately leaning in a bit closer. She bent down, facing Shin Jingting, their faces only an inch apart. Both could feel each other's faint breaths and warm presence. Han Lingxi tilted her head, seriously gazing into Shin Jingting's eyes. Still nothing. Before she could finish the 3 words, the same, Shin Jingting saw his scheme succeed, quickly lifted her chin, and kissed her bright cherry lips. Like a dragonfly skimming the water, it was a fleeting touch. Afterward, he ran away with a wicked grin. Ghost King's sister, your lips are too soft and sweet, I want to kiss you again next time. Han Lingxi stood frozen, her mind blank. In an instant, her cheeks turned bright red, and her heart raced like a drum. She reached out to lightly touch her lips, where it seemed Shin Jingting's warmth lingered. After a while, she came back to her senses, watching Shin Jingting's retreating figure, stomping her feet in anger. Scoundrel, you kissed me again. Chapter 16, teased again. After interrogating 6 traitors, Han Lingxi, as promised, handed them all over to Shin Jingting to be executed. Ding! 180,000 strange points received. Hearing the system's prompt, Shin Jingting couldn't stop smiling. Now he had a total of 320,000 strange points, and his wallet suddenly felt full again. Seeing him grin from ear to ear, Han Lingxi curiously wondered. Scoundrel, what makes you so happy? Queen of Ghosts, didn't you say you would change your way of calling me to husband? Why are you still calling me scoundrel? When did I ever say that? Do you have evidence? Han Lingxi slightly raised her chin, looking very pleased, refusing to admit it. Shin Jingting saw this and immediately understood her little trick. Okay, so you want to play this way? His lips curled into a wicked smile as he stepped closer to Han Lingxi. Han Lingxi watched him getting closer, her heart slightly panicked, but she still pretended to be calm. Stop. If you take one more step, I'll hit you. But Shin Jingting didn't care and pushed her to the corner. With nowhere to retreat, Han Lingxi raised her hand, pretending to be about to hit him. Shin Jingting was quick and firmly grabbed Han Lingxi's wrist, one hand supporting the wall, slightly leaning forward, his lips curving in a teasing smile. Scoundrel, let go of my hand. Queen of Ghosts, you are not keeping your word. If you don't call me husband, don't blame me for being rude. Shin Jingting not only did not let go, but also leaned in closer, their bodies almost touching. Would this king be afraid of you? Go ahead, use whatever tricks you have. Facing Shin Jingting getting closer, Han Lingxi released her aura as the Queen of Ghosts. 1,000-year-old ghost king, would she be controlled by this little evil ghost? Hearing this, Shin Jingting's lips curled into a wicked smile, and then he quickly slapped Han Lingxi's perky bottom. The crisp smack echoed in the air, and Han Lingxi's eyes widened in shock and embarrassment. Did he actually dare to hit me? And it was my bottom. What happened just a moment ago, when he kissed me, could be ignored, but now he dares to be so bold and slap my bottom. She quickly reacted, fire shooting from her eyes. I'll kill you. As she spoke, she formed a seal with her hands, a black light gathering in her palms, swirling like dark clouds, then shot towards Shin Jingting. Seeing her murderous intent rise, Shin Jingting hurriedly used his strange points to defend. Weird points minus 100. Damn, this girl is ruthless, losing 100 weird points in one move. Han Lingxi saw Shin Jingting blocking her attack with his body, and her heart skipped a beat. She just wanted to scare him, she didn't intend to kill him. Are you alright? Just as she was about to rush over to check his injury, she found that he was completely fine, and at that moment, Han Lingxi's worried heart finally settled. As long as he is okay. Shin Jingting pretended to wipe sweat from his face. Queen of Ghosts, you actually took it seriously. Who told you to hit me? I had already warned you, and you didn't listen, so who can you blame? Han Lingxi turned her head, not wanting to bother with the shameless Shin Jingting at all. 3 times and 5 times challenging her bottom line. Did he really think she had no temper? If it weren't for recovering her strength, she really didn't want to swallow her anger, it was just too suffocating. Then I helped you find the traitor and extracted important information. You can't treat me this way, right? But you kissed me without my consent. How do you explain that? Of course, that's just flirting between a husband and wife. Shin Jingting continued to tease Han Lingxi playfully. Get lost. Han Lingxi rolled her eyes at him in frustration, then angrily returned to her room. Shin Jingting's lips held a hint of a smile as he casually followed her. As she rushed into the room, Han Lingxi turned to glare at Shin Jingting, following her closely, fiercely glaring at him. Don't follow me. Go back to your room. Queen of Ghosts, I have something very important to discuss with you. Trying to trick me again? I won't fall for your tricks this time. After speaking, she slammed the door shut with a bang. She could no longer tell if what Shin Jingting said was true or false. Every time she thought Shin Jingting was going to be serious, he always ended up playing his usual tricks. Shin Jingting smiled helplessly. This Han Lingxi is even more interesting than before. She turns red just from a little teasing. No wonder the system data said, deep inside, she's just a little girl. After a while, Shin Jingting gently knocked on the door. Ghost Queen says, I'm not tricking you this time. Do you want to kill Xiaoyu? I have a way to help you. Han Lingxi, still sitting on the bed angry, heard this and chose to ignore it. Humph, scoundrel, big liar, always bullying me every day. Trying to trick me again this time? No way. When I'm healed, I definitely won't let you run away so easily. I must catch you and torment you hard. Not only make you serve me every day, but also make you clean the house. If you make me unhappy, I'll whip you hard with a whip. Outside the door, Shin Jingting heard Han Lingxi's thoughts, and instantly broke into a cold sweat. Good grief, she really holds grudges, huh? Just made her call me husband a few times, kissed her a bit, spanked her once, that's not some great sin, right? Does she really need to hate me this much? Ghost Queen sis, I'm going back now. If you want to kill Xiaoyu, come find me in my room later. Shin Jingting left these words and went back to his room. Han Lingxi still didn't go out, lying on the bed staring blankly at the ceiling. Could what the scoundrel said be true? But where did he get such power? Thinking and thinking, she still couldn't understand where Shin Jingting got the confidence to kill Xiaoyu, a moon-rank ghost king. Should I go see? If he really can kill Xiaoyu, then I'll have one less enemy. But she quickly denied this decision. No, the scoundrel must be lying to me. Even if it's true, he must want something in return. After struggling for almost half an hour, Han Lingxi still couldn't convince herself, and finally got up and went to Shin Jingting's room. At that moment, Shin Jingting was playing a game on his phone, not noticing Han Lingxi had already entered the room. Scoundrel, do you really have a way to kill Xiaoyu? As the word sounded, Shin Jingting snapped out of it, quickly put away his phone, and sat down at the table. Of course I do. It just depends on whether you want to kill him or not. Right now I want to kill everyone, including you. Han Lingxi snorted lightly. Why kill me? I think about you in every way, and you still want to kill me? That really breaks my heart. Shin Jingting clutched his chest, pretending to be heartbroken. Han Lingxi saw through his little act and didn't respond. Think for me? You just want to take advantage of me. Suddenly, she paused, then blushed and said softly, but if you really can help me kill Xiaoyu, I can show you my leg. Chapter 17 Barrett. Seeing Han Lingxi looking 3 parts shy and 7 parts charming, Shin Jingting swallowed secretly. Oh god, how can she be so dominant yet so cute? This shy look is just too easy to commit crimes over. But then he thought again, no, she's a ghost, maybe it's not a crime. Thank you, nature, for the gift. Han Lingxi saw Shin Jingting staring at her in silence, so she waved a hand in front of his face. Hey, scoundrel, are you even listening to me? I'm listening. Shin Jingting came back to himself and nodded repeatedly. If you really can help me kill Xiaoyu, I can show you. Han Lingxi repeated again, her face now red to the base of her neck. If not for her injury not healed yet, and fear of Xiaoyu taking revenge, she wouldn't cheapen this shameless scoundrel like this. Unexpectedly, this time Shin Jingting actually refused. I don't want to see. Han Lingxi? The sun must be rising from the west, he actually became a gentleman. Why? Weren't you always wanting to see my leg? Or do you want to kiss me? Shin Jingting glanced at her and said calmly, because you don't keep your word. Even if you agree now. I turned around and regretted it. As soon as these words came out, Han Lingxi immediately recalled the previous bet that if the rogue could name the places on her body where there were moles, she would change her title to call him husband. This time I mean what I say. Han Lingxi said in a soft voice with a flushed face, I can also let you take a look first. I don't believe it, unless you call me husband a couple of times for me to hear. Shin Jingting raised his eyebrows, looking at her with a mischievous smile. Han Lingxi bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, and then squeaked out, "Husband." "Too soft, I can't hear." Shen Jingting pretended not to hear, leaning closer, "Call again." Han Lingxi glared at him fiercely, raising her voice, "Husband." "Ah." Shen Jingting responded with a beaming smile, a cunning grin on his face, "Ghost Queen sister, I believe you now, but you have to call me this from now on, don't keep calling me rogue." Han Lingxi turned her head away, not wanting to pay attention to the arrogant Shen Jingting. She was afraid she wouldn't be able to help slapping him. Shen Jingting didn't mind, grinning, "Let's stick to our old ways, let's put forth a slightly excessive request." Han Lingxi thought to herself, as expected, but she was already used to it. "Go ahead. If I help you kill Yiyu and take over Yiyu City as a subsidiary city of Lingxi City, you let me hold you while sleeping for one night, without doing anything." After all, she would be his future wife, he just wanted to tease her a bit. Han Lingxi didn't refuse immediately, she lowered her head, slightly furrowing her brows in thought. Setting aside whether the rogue could truly accomplish it, just the condition he proposed stirred up waves in her heart. Han Lingxi's cheeks unconsciously turned a shade of red, her hands gently twisting the hem of her clothes in front of her. Yiyu and Yiyu City had always been her hidden trouble. If the rogue really could eradicate them and reclaim it, it would undoubtedly be a huge boost for Lingxi City. Her prestige and influence in the soul-devouring ghost domain would also rise to a new level. But letting him hold her while sleeping? That was too embarrassing. Even though he promised to do nothing, there were distinctions between men and women, plus they weren't married, it was rather inappropriate. Han Lingxi gently bit her lip, constantly weighing the pros and cons in her mind. Meanwhile, Shen Jingting was quietly observing the subtle expressions on Han Lingxi's face. His request had a betting element to it. If he succeeded, his progress in winning her over would greatly increase. After a long while, Han Lingxi took a deep breath and slowly said, "If you can really kill Yiyu and reclaim Yiyu City, and promise me you will never overstep any boundaries, then I will agree to this request." After all, she wasn't planning to marry anyone, it was fine even if she lost a little. Shen Jingting's lips curled into a smile as he confidently patted his chest, "Deal." Han Lingxi looked at him making a guarantee, her heart still a bit uneasy, but for herself and Lingxi City, she was willing to take the chance. "When will you make a move? How many ghost soldiers do you want?" "We can move right now, I can kill Yiyu without a single soldier," Shen Jingting said with a mysterious smile. Han Lingxi felt incredulous upon hearing this. He could kill Yiyu without any soldiers? Could he really do it, or was he just boasting? Seeing Han Lingxi's expression, Shen Jingting knew she didn't believe him, but he didn't explain too much. He then proceeded to purchase a Barrett sniper rifle from the system. Buy 1 Barrett sniper rifle, 2 ice explosive grenades, and 3 fire explosive grenades. Remember to give me a discount. Ding. Purchase successful. 12,000 eerie values deducted. Hearing that he spent a total of 12,000 eerie values, Shen Jingting let out a breath of relief. New. Han Lingxi looked at the grenade in her hand, stunned for a while before gradually coming back to her senses. "You're giving this to me for free?" "Of course. But if you're willing to kiss me 5 times, I wouldn't mind." "I don't want that." Han Lingxi quickly shook her head in refusal. "Since you're giving it to me, I won't be polite." She then put all 5 grenades into her bag, looking like a little money lover. However, she didn't notice at all that she had switched from calling him my king to just I. Meanwhile, Shen Jingting stared at the alluring Han Lingxi, momentarily lost in thought. Upon closer inspection, she was actually quite cute. It was just unclear why she needed to disguise herself. Forget it, he thought. He would slowly get to know her later. For now, he had to deal with Xiaoyu. He then took out the Barrett sniper rifle. Han Lingxi saw Shen Jingting take out something unfamiliar from his pants, and couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. What on earth does he have in his pants? Sister Ghost King, this thing can kill Xiaoyu. Shen Jingting lovingly caressed the Barrett, unable to take his hands off it. Han Lingxi curiously reached out to touch the Barrett. It was very hard. It seemed like another strange hunk of metal. What is this? This thing is called the Ghost King Terminator. Can it kill Xiaoyu? Yes. Can I see it? Han Lingxi's eyes were full of anticipation. Shen Jingting generously handed the Barrett to her. Han Lingxi took the Barrett and could clearly feel a slight chill spreading from her palm, accompanied by a sense of death and destruction. Now, she believed Shen Jingting's words. Just the death and destruction power emanating from this thing was enough to make her feel fear. Killing Xiaoyu would be no problem. She then looked up at Shen Jingting, her eyes filled with pleading. Can you teach me how to use it? I want to kill Xiaoyu myself. Chapter 18, Why are you writing on me? Of course. Shen Jingting immediately agreed without thinking much. Such a small request, he would definitely fulfill it. Sister Ghost King, let's go to a higher place, and I'll teach you how to use it. Han Lingxi thought for a moment after hearing they needed a higher place, and quickly thought of a place. Follow me. With that, she quickly grabbed Shin Jingting's hand and flew toward the east side of the city. In a short while, they arrived at a tall building. Standing at the top of the building, they could overlook the entire Lingxi city. What is this building? This is the Mooncatcher platform I had built by death row inmates over 200 years. Whenever I'm in a bad mood, Can we use it here? Before she could finish her sentence, Han Lingxi quickly realized she had said too much and quickly changed the subject. Shin Jingting gave her a deep glance but didn't ask more questions. Since she wasn't willing to talk, he wouldn't press her. He then glanced around the Mooncatcher platform and nodded. It's fine. So, what should we do next? You lie down. What? Lie down? Han Lingxi was confused and didn't understand. Yes, lie down. Oh, okay then. Han Lingxi obediently obeyed and lay down, holding the barret. Shin Jingting walked over and took the barret from her to begin assembling it. Han Lingxi lay by the side, her heart full of doubt and curiosity. Pervert, do I really have to lie down for you to assemble it? What did you just call me? Shin Jingting laughed and asked while assembling the barret. I didn't say anything. Han Lingxi realized she had said something wrong and immediately turned her head to the side. Seeing her shy, Shin Jingting stopped teasing her and focused on assembling the barret. In a moment, he had assembled the barret and handed it to Han Lingxi. Sister Ghost King, now I'll teach you how to use it. However, the next second, before Han Lingxi could react, Shin Jingting did something completely unexpected. He mounted Han Lingxi. Han Lingxi immediately widened her eyes. She turned her head and glared at him. Why are you sitting on me? I'm doing this to conveniently teach you how to use the barret. Shin Jingting said without turning red or missing a heartbeat, putting on a particularly serious expression. Just talk to me, don't sit on me, hurry up and get off. Han Lingxi said, twisting her delicate body in an attempt to escape his hold. Shin Jingting felt her struggle but still showed no intention of getting up. Sister Ghost King, I'll say it once, if you can do it, I'll get up right away. After saying that, he began to explain how to use the barret. First, do this, then that, then the next thing, and finally do this, understood? If you don't want to teach me, just say so. Do you have to deceive me? Or do I look like a fool? Han Lingxi turned her head to look at Shin Jingting and rolled her eyes. No, I'm teaching you right now. Shin Jingting smiled awkwardly, then lowered his body to teach her how to use the barret while lying on her back. But Han Lingxi thought Shin Jingting was trying to take advantage of her again, twisting her body to escape his hold. Shin Jingting, however, stayed firmly on her back, his tone suddenly serious. Don't move, listen to me. After being scolded by him, Han Lingxi instantly stopped moving and lay still obediently. Sister Ghost King, let's load the bullets first. Shin Jingting spoke while gripping Han Lingxi's hand, adjusting her gun-holding posture. Han Lingxi felt the warmth and strength of his hand, her shyness gradually fading away, replaced by a different kind of emotion. During Shin Jingting's explanation, with his intimate contact, Han Lingxi's heart raced like a startled deer. Her mind was completely taken over by the suddenly close distance and the warm touch, making it hard to focus on his explanations. Shin Jingting spoke for quite a while, but she hadn't caught a single word. Did you hear me clearly this time? Maybe, probably understood. Han Lingxi stammered, her confidence clearly lacking. Shin Jingting smiled helplessly, unable to stop himself from tapping her head. Listen carefully, I'll explain again. Oh. Han Lingxi covered the spot where he tapped her, mumbling softly. Then, Shin Jingting patiently began explaining again. After finishing, he added, Sister Ghost King, before you pull the trigger, you need to think of Xiaoyu's true appearance and silently chant his real name. When you see his appearance through the scope, just silently say lock on in your heart. Do you understand now? Han Lingxi nodded heavily, understood. That's good. Now you show me. But can you please stop sitting on me? It's really uncomfortable. Only then did Shin Jingting realize he was still in the same position, feeling a bit awkward as he quickly got up, scratching his head. Sorry, I forgot. Han Lingxi blushed as she adjusted her clothes, took a deep breath, and began using the barret according to Shin Jingting's instructions. After everything was ready, she pictured Xiaoyu's image in her mind, mumbling, Li Gangdan. In an instant, through the scope, she saw Xiaoyu, who was over 1,000 miles away. Lock on. The moment she said lock on, Xiaoyu, who was hiding and healing in Xiaoyu City, seemed to sense something, and as the barret aimed at him, he broke out in a cold sweat. He cautiously looked around, but the suffocating feeling of being watched by death didn't fade away. What's going on? I've never felt like this before. Han Lingxi saw Xiaoyu's tension and fear through the scope, a cold smile creeping onto her lips. Li Gangdan, dare to provoke this king? I'll send you back to the afterlife right now. She murmured, decisively pulling the trigger. Bang! With the gunshot, the once invincible figure of Xiaoyu, over 1,000 miles. Shin Jingting also received the system's prompt sound. Weird value received, 15,000. Great. Another 15,000 weird values, now there are over 30,000 weird values in total. Ghost King's sister, Xiaoyu is dead. His subordinates probably still don't know. Let's take this opportunity to catch them off guard and capture Xiaoyu City in one strike. Xin Jingting walked up to Han Lingxi and made the suggestion. Okay, I will gather the ghost guards right now. As she spoke, Han Lingxi returned the barret to Xin Jingting and quickly flew towards the residence. She was a decisive person, and faced with such a perfect opportunity to reclaim Xiaoyu City, she didn't hesitate. With an army attacking the city now, there was a 10 out of 10 chance of capturing it. After flying a distance, Han Lingxi suddenly turned around and looked at Xin Jingting, who was still standing on the Manhwa platform, smiling back at him. Hubby, thanks. Chapter 19, Attack on Xiaoyu City. This call of hubby made Xin Jingting's heart bloom with joy. This was also the only time Han Lingxi willingly called him that. Ding. Joy value exceeded 200%. The host's task has made a significant breakthrough, rewarding 2 chances to unpack mystery boxes. The system's prompt sound rang again, but Xin Jingting was not particularly happy. His gaze remained on Han Lingxi's gradually disappearing figure. Only after she completely vanished did he regain his senses. System, I find your suggestion very good. What? Marry Han Lingxi. She is really fun and interesting. From now on, I will officially pursue her. At this moment, Xin Jingting truly made up his mind to marry Han Lingxi. From these days of contact with her, he discovered that she was not as indifferent as she appeared. Once you understood her, you'd see she was just like everyone else, enjoying disguising herself. He had flirted with her before just to gain system rewards, but at this moment, Xin Jingting realized he seemed to have genuinely started to like Han Lingxi. The system, after hearing this, showed no reaction and simply responded with 5 words. Wish the host good luck. Wait and see, I believe she will like me. Xin Jingting murmured before hurrying towards Han Lingxi's residence. By the time he arrived, Han Lingxi had already gathered a ghost guard of 10,000, all of whom were stronger than fierce ghosts. Xin Jingting quickly walked to Han Lingxi's side and voiced his request. Ghost King's sister, let me go with you. What are you going to do? It's dangerous to fight, you should stay in Lingxi City. At this moment, Han Lingxi felt a little shy facing Xin Jingting. Earlier, she didn't know what had happened, her mind seemed to have gone haywire, and she had called him hubby out of the blue. Now she couldn't even bring herself to look at Xin Jingting. Don't forget, I still have this, and at worst, I have you to protect me. Xin Jingting took out a flame-explosive grenade and shook it, indicating that with it, he didn't need to worry about his safety. Moreover, he was going to hunt the ghost guards for weird values, not just for fun. After thinking for a moment, Han Lingxi agreed to him. Besides, with a robe like him carrying a flame-explosive grenade, fierce ghosts couldn't hurt him at all. And with her protecting him, other ghosts would have even less chance to approach him. Alright, you come with us now. With that, Han Lingxi signaled the 10,000 ghost guards. In an instant, they flew into the air, rushing towards the direction of Xiaoyu City. Han Lingxi turned back to Xin Jingting and said, Stay close to me, don't get lost. Just as she was about to take off, Xin Jingting suddenly hugged her waist tightly from behind. Ghost King's sister, I'm ready. You can fly. At the moment he embraced her waist, he felt how slim it was, truly a delicate and slender waist. Tonight, he would be able to hold her soft body to sleep. Just thinking about it made him excited. This sudden intimate action left Han Lingxi stunned in place, her body became rigid. The heart started to beat uncontrollably. Her mind went blank, not knowing how to cope with this sudden situation. After several seconds, she finally reacted, her cheeks quickly turning a shade of red, twisting her delicate body trying to escape Xin Jingting's embrace. Why are you hugging my waist? Let go quickly. Sister Ghost King, did you forget? I only have the strength of a low-level ghost and can't fly yet. Hearing this, Han Lingxi belatedly realized that she indeed overlooked this fact. Only ghosts at the level of fierce ghosts could fly in the air for a long time. Xin Jingting was still just a day-level low-level ghost and couldn't fly for long. After hesitating several times, she allowed Xin Jingting to hold her and then took him flying into the sky. During the flight, Xin Jingting's hands were not honest, occasionally giving Han Lingxi's belly a light pinch. Keep your hands to yourself, no pinching my belly. Han Lingxi's voice trembled slightly but was strangely gentle. Sister Ghost King, I didn't pinch you, I'm afraid of heights, so I accidentally pinched you in my panic. Xin Jingting looked innocent, but a sly smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Hearing this, Han Lingxi felt both shy and angry, but she had no way to deal with Xin Jingting, so she coldly warned him and accelerated towards Evil Feather City. Seeing she wasn't angry, Xin Jingting secretly rejoiced in his heart. This was good progress, indicating she no longer rejected him that much and he needed to keep at it. Before long, the two arrived at the territory of Evil Feather City. Han Lingxi immediately ordered, kill all resistors without mercy. Enslave those who surrender. Yes, sir. A large number of ghost soldiers, ghost generals, and 10,000 fierce ghosts charged towards Evil Feather City. The city guards of Evil Feather City, upon noticing, immediately sounded the horn. Woo! 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 The loud horn echoed throughout Evil Feather City. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Receiving the news, the city guards quickly began to fight back. But without prior preparation, they were caught off guard by Han Lingxi's ghost soldiers, and the city guards were quickly beheaded. Sister Ghost King, you take me flying, let me also have some fun. Seeing the city guards continuing to stream out of Evil Feather City, Shen Jingting felt as if the strange value was waving at him. Han Lingxi did not refuse, placing her hand on Shen Jingting's shoulder, she took him into the sky. Flying above Evil Feather City, Shen Jingting looked at the gathered city guards and immediately bought 10 grenades from the system. System, 5 firebomb grenades, 5 ice bomb grenades, remember to give a discount. Purchase successful. 80,000 strange values deducted. Ghost children, let me show you the taste of ice and fire. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Jingting started throwing down the grenades one by one. Accompanied by continuous explosions, the cries of the city guards were instantly drowned out, leaving only scattered remains and destroyed buildings. Listening to the sound of strange values being credited, Shen Jingting felt very pleased and casually handed 2 grenades to Han Lingxi. Sister Ghost King, do you want to play a little too? Didn't you say these things are very precious? Why did you throw away 6 in one go? One must give to receive. Shen Jingting smiled, these 2 are a gift for you. Han Lingxi took the grenades, hesitated several times but ultimately did not throw them. These grenades still held great value for her at the moment, she decided to save them for later. Shen. Now she leads the army to attack the city, perhaps only the Evil Feather Ghost King can match her in combat. We resist here, you hurry to summon the Ghost King to come out. Han Lingxi is attacking the city. Yes. After receiving the order, the soldier turned and dashed towards the closed-off area of the Evil Feather. Chapter 20, The God-Slaying Crossbow. Lingxi Ghost King, what do you mean by this? A ghost killer flew out from Evil Feather City and bravely approached Han Lingxi to ask the reason. Han Lingxi glanced at him and calmly replied, did the Evil Feather not say something about a practical drill? I have brought the ghost guards. But the Ghost King is in close training, why do you sneak attack? And you are causing a massacre. Seeing Han Lingxi's stance, the ghost killer felt she was not there for a drill but rather seeking revenge. Han Lingxi's lips curled up slightly, I am playing for real, since it is a practical drill, there must be ghosts dying. Otherwise, how can we show the truth of war? Without the threat of Evil Feather, she is fearless, especially with Shen Jingting's help, capturing Evil Feather City is a sure thing. The ghost killer was left speechless by Han Lingxi's retort, now, he could only silently pray for Evil Feather to arrive quickly, or else the ghost guards in the city would be wiped out. Ghost King's sister, stop arguing with him, just kill him. Shen Jingting encouraged Han Lingxi to eliminate the ghost killer, at this moment, his eyes only held the value of the strange. One ghost killer is worth 100,000 strange values, even if he doesn't kill him personally, he could still earn 50,000 points. Hearing this, Han Lingxi secretly rolled her eyes at Shen Jingting, she did want to kill the ghost killer, but due to her injuries, she felt incapable. The ghost killer shot a fierce glare at Shen Jingting, a flash of killing intent crossing his eyes. The latter feigned fear, taking the chance to hide behind Han Lingxi and hugging her waist, Ghost King's sister, he glared at me, you help me kill him. Let go. Han Lingxi felt a blush rise to her cheeks involuntarily with Shen Jingting's embrace and slapped his hand away. This bad guy is becoming bolder, he dares to wrap his arms around my waist in front of others. If this continues, who knows what more outrageous actions he might dare to take. Shen Jingting chuckled awkwardly and quickly let go. At the same time, he secretly communicated with the system in his heart. System, buy a God-Slaying crossbow. Ding. Purchase successful. Subtracting 50,000 strange values. Shen Jingting quietly took out the God-Slaying crossbow and aimed it at the ghost killer. The ghost killer sensed a crisis and immediately turned to run, causing a chilling wind to swirl around him, glancing back in terror and resentment. Shen Jingting smirked coldly, want to run? It's too late. Lock on. As the words fell, a black beam of light shot towards the ghost killer like lightning, carrying endless killing intent and power. The ghost killer turned to see the black arrow rushing towards him, he widened his eyes in horror, wanting to dodge but it was too late. The arrow from the God-Slaying crossbow instantly pierced through his body, and the powerful force rampaged within him. With a loud bang, the ghost killer evaporated into ashes in an instant. Strange values credited, 100,000. Shen Jingting nodded in satisfaction, not bad, he earned 50,000 and didn't lose out. Han Lingxi personally witnessed Shen Jingting slay a star-level ghost killer and looked down at the God-Slaying crossbow in his hands. What kind of crossbow is this? It's so powerful. Ghost King's sister, this is the God-Slaying crossbow, specifically for killing ghost killers. Shen Jingting introduced it to her while holding the crossbow. Upon hearing about its power, Han Lingxi immediately focused on the god-slaying crossbow. Do you have more? Can you sell me some? She paused, her face flushing. I can let you kiss me. She knows Shen Jingting too well. Previously he asked for one grenade and had to be called husband. Now that he possessed such a mighty god-slaying crossbow, he would surely demand something much more outrageous than a kiss. It's better to bring it up myself and take control. Shen Jingting was slightly stunned upon hearing this, and then a mischievous smile appeared on his lips. Are you serious? Han Lingxi softly replied, quickly turning her head away, too shy to meet Shen Jingting's gaze. Since the god-slaying crossbow can kill the ghosts of killing, it can also slay beneath them. If I can wholesale them, then each city guard should be equipped with one, greatly improving the defenses of Lingxi City. Sister Ghost King, I currently only have one god-slaying crossbow. I will have more in the future, but if you want it, I will give it to you. Shen Jingting spent another 1,000 points of strange value to buy an arrow and sent it along with the god-slaying crossbow to Han Lingxi. The materials for the crossbow and arrows are very special. Pairing one alone with other crossbows or arrows won't produce the effect to hunt the ghosts of killing. Only when the two are used together can they work. Han Lingxi received the god-slaying crossbow from Shen Jingting, as if she had acquired a treasure. Her face beamed with a happy smile. Seeing the smile on her face, Shen Jingting couldn't help but smile back. You look really good when you smile. You should smile more and not always have a cold face. Poof. Han Lingxi turned her head away proudly and huffed softly. Seeing her proud look, Shen Jingting couldn't help but want to pinch her face, but he thought it too presumptuous and dismissed the idea. Han Lingxi glanced at Shen Jingting, noticing his attention was not on her, so she seized the opportunity, closed her eyes, quickly kissed his face, and then shyly turned and ran away. Shen Jingting was left stunned in place by the fleeting warm touch. He mechanically reached out to touch the spot where Han Lingxi had kissed him, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. That little girl actually pulled a sneak attack. Joy value breaks 90%. There's even an unexpected harvest. Nice, keep it up. Shen Jingting was very satisfied. He hadn't expected that a simple kiss would raise the joy value to over 90%. If he could hold her to sleep tonight, would it break into 3 digits? Just thinking about it was exciting. Meanwhile, Han Lingxi ran to the side, covering her flushed, hot face, constantly scolding herself in her heart. Han Lingxi, oh Han Lingxi, you've fallen. For a god-slaying crossbow, you actually took the initiative to kiss a lecher. At that moment, a ghost of killing flew over to report on the battle situation. Lord Ghost King, all the resisting city guards have been killed, and we have captured a total of 30,000 prisoners. Ah. So fast? Han Lingxi gasped in surprise but quickly realized her tone was inappropriate, immediately returning to her previous cold demeanor. Continue to kill. Yes, my lord. The ghost of killing immediately flew away. But in his heart, he recalled how Han Lingxi had looked just now as a little girl. That flustered girl just now must be Lord Ghost King, but when did she become like this? In his impression, Han Lingxi was as cold as ice, decisive in her actions, striking like thunder. In short, there were no words to describe her as a little girl. The only proof was her feminine features. In every other aspect, she showed no sign of being a young girl at all. Chapter 21 Recovering Evil Feather City. Without Evil Feather in command, Evil Feather City quickly fell. Under Han Lingxi's leadership, all the combat-capable city guards were slaughtered or captured. 5 ghosts of killing were captured, 11 ghost generals, 22 fierce ghosts, over 2,000 evil ghosts, and various other types of ghosts. Surrender, or die. Han Lingxi looked down from above at the stronger ghosts of killing, ghost generals, and fierce ghosts. If they could be reclaimed, it would be a significant combat force. As for loyalty, she had many ways to handle that. If they couldn't be used for her, they would only have a dead end. Of the 38 ghosts, 4 fell into deep thought, while the other 34 immediately smiled obsequiously. King of Lingxi, I am willing to submit. Lord Ghost King, we are all willing. Yes, we are willing to follow your lead. To be alive, naturally no ghost wishes to die, even if it means living in humiliation. Otherwise, they would only wait to have their soul source pearls extracted, becoming stepping stones in others' paths to power. To live on, there is still a faint chance to turn things around. If dead, there is nothing left. Seeing this, Han Lingxi immediately marked those 34 ghosts with ghost slave seals. From now on, they could only live as slaves. Life and death were in Han Lingxi's thoughts. As for the 4 silent ghosts, Han Lingxi gave them no second chances, directly extracting the soul source pearls from their bodies, preparing to refine them to recover their wounds. Soul source pearls, born from ghosts after cultivation, are containers for storing soul sources. Once damaged, only a dead end remains. Generally, ghosts of the same rank kill each other for soul source pearls. Refining them can restore wounds or break through barriers. Although the effect is not as good as that of recovery herbs, soul spirit mushrooms, and daytime purple soul water, it is the most convenient way to obtain power. After calming all the chaos, Shin Jingting received a system notification. Ding! Total Eerie value 56,000. So refreshing, a one-time harvest of more than 30,000 Eerie values. At this moment, lost in the joy of gaining a large amount of Eerie value, Han Lingxi's voice rang in his ear, "This is for you." Shin Jingting looked at the soul jade Han Lingxi handed over, utterly puzzled. "Sister Ghost King, what is this?" "The ghost slave seal that controls them. From now on, they will be your ghost slaves, their lives and deaths in your hands." After hearing Han Lingxi's explanation, Shin Jingting did not reach out to take it, instead resting his chin on his hand, looking at them with interest. "I don't need ghost slaves, but I am quite interested in killing them." Upon hearing this, the ghosts trembled in fear. This was a god of death, killing ghosts at the slightest disagreement. "Every day, all you do is kill, kill, kill. These 4 ghost killers, 16 ghost generals, and 14 fierce ghosts can be considered a great fighting force." Hearing Shin Jingting wanted to kill them, Han Lingxi rolled her eyes, immediately retracting the ghost slave mark. If he didn't want them, she would keep them for herself. Then, she led her people to begin purging the remaining forces in Xiaoyu City. Since they were reclaiming it as a subordinate city, it needed a complete overhaul. All key positions. Shin Jingting looked at Han Lingxi, who acted swiftly and decisively. A smile unconsciously appeared on his face, and his admiration for her grew stronger. He finally understood why those ghost guards were willing to swear loyalty to Han Lingxi at the cost of their lives. From gold and silver treasures to daily necessities, she had everything, only to make the families of the dead ghost guards feel her care and importance. For corrupt officials, she directly implicated their entire families to ensure that the pensions could be delivered without a single penny missing to each family of the fallen ghost guards. This move allowed her ghost guards to feel her care and importance while making them clearly understand the severe consequences of disobeying orders. As Shin Jingting quietly admired Han Lingxi, she suddenly waved her hand in front of him. "What are you staring at me for? You're beautiful." After regaining his composure, Shin Jingting teased. Han Lingxi ignored his playful words and asked, "You helped me kill Xiaoyu and took Xiaoyu City. What reward do you want? Money, power, women, or something else?" "As long as I have enough money, I'm fine. I don't care about power." "As for women..." Shin Jingting deliberately paused, then carefully looked Han Lingxi up and down, snapping his fingers with a smile. "I only want you." Although this result was within Han Lingxi's expectations, she truly couldn't understand why Shin Jingting kept staring at her. "Why do you keep clinging to me? There are plenty of prettier ghost girls, and with your skills, you could marry several. Why are you so fixated on me? Also, my heart is very small. If you really marry me in the future, I will never allow you to take concubines." Hearing this, Shin Jingting smiled. "I just enjoy teasing you. Whether you agree to marry me or not, I will never take a concubine. I'm stuck with you now." Having been shaped by modern thoughts, he had always scorned the idea of taking concubines since he was young. Even if Han Lingxi allowed it, Shin Jingting would never agree. In his heart, love should be pure and unique, not tainted in the slightest. After hearing Shin Jingting's words, Han Lingxi remained skeptical. She could not believe there were men in this world who could truly love only one person for a lifetime. Even if there were, they would be rare and absolutely impossible to appear beside her. Chapter 22, The Armory. Seeing her expression, Shin Jingting knew she didn't believe him, but he didn't explain further. Han Lingxi's thoughts should still be stuck a millennium ago, her mindset rooted deeply in the patriarchal system of one husband with many concubines, and she wouldn't believe his words anytime soon. But time would prove everything. "Rogue, you. Ghost King's sister, why call me a rogue again? Call me hubby." Upon hearing Han Lingxi call him a rogue again, Shin Jingting quickly interrupted her, correcting her mistake. Han Lingxi rolled her eyes at him and huffed lightly. "I can't bring myself to say it." "If you can't say it, how could you bet with me?" I just can't say it now. I won't call you hubby in the future." Han Lingxi fell momentarily speechless, crossing her arms over her chest, proudly turning her head aside. "Fine, if you want to call me a rogue, then that's what it is." Shin Jingting didn't care, it was just a title, nothing serious. He had already gotten used to her calling him a rogue anyway. "Wait here for me, I still need to patrol," Han Lingxi instructed before leaving. "I'll take you home later." With that, she flew straight toward the residence in Xiaoyu City. Leaving Shin Jingting alone, he muttered softly as he watched her disappearing back, "I'm not a 3-year-old who needs you to take me home." Then, he began communicating with the system. "System, start the lottery." As soon as he finished speaking, an invisible panel appeared in front of him and began spinning rapidly. As the spinning slowed down, Shin Jingting's mood became increasingly excited, and his anticipation grew stronger. Ding! "Congratulations, host, you have drawn a small arms depot." "Wow! An arms depot. Gosh, this is going to lead me to the peak of my life." Shin Jingtong suppressed his excitement and used his last draw. "System, draw again." The panel updated quickly, and the pointer started to spin faster. Shin Jingtong's heart involuntarily raced, and he silently prayed for something that would help him survive and fight. Ancestors bless, draw a strange value or strength. As the pointer gradually slowed down, his breathing became more rapid, and his eyes remained fixed on the panel, waiting for the final result. Finally, the pointer stopped at the 8 o'clock position. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn the purple gold soft armor. Purple gold soft armor, woven from special silk, can be shrunk or enlarged. It will able to withstand 2 full force attacks from a sun-level ghost lord. Upon learning the function of the purple gold soft armor, Shin Jingtong didn't care anymore. He eagerly opened his small arms depot. No man could resist the temptation of guns and cannons, right? At the moment the arms depot opened, Shin Jingtong was completely stunned. All good stuff. 12 mortars, 40 shells, 80 fire explosion grenades, 80 ice explosion grenades, 30 god-slaying crossbows, 300 arrows. 15 submachine guns and rifles, 6,000 bullets, 4 heavy machine guns, 3,200 bullets. 10 firebombs, with a maximum coverage radius of 8 kilometers. Normally, these things were unattainable without over 1 million strange values. Now he actually drew them. It was simply too awesome. Moreover, the lethality and range of these weapons were even more powerful than those in the human world. But thinking that they all came from the system, Shin Jingtong didn't dwell on it too much. My future wife is really supportive. She contributed 2 drawing chances at once. Shin Jingtong looked at the vast array of arms, his eyes shining, and his mood soared. He couldn't help but sing. Then he found a comfortable place to lie down. 2 hours later, Han Lingxi returned. Perv, home again. As soon as Shin Jingtong heard it, he immediately jumped up, coming. He still subconsciously wanted to wrap his arms around Han Lingxi's waist, but she pushed his hands away. No hugging my waist. Sister Ghost King, I'm afraid of heights. If I don't hug you, I'm scared. Shin Jingtong pretended to be afraid. Han Lingxi didn't listen at all. She waved her hand back, and a ghost soldier immediately walked over. What does the Ghost King need? Take him safely back to Lingxi City. If anything happens to him, you don't need to come back. Han Lingxi left that sentence and flew back alone. Shin Jingtong initially wanted to go back with her, but now it seemed unrealistic. I couldn't take advantage of it. But I can still hug her to sleep at night. Just thinking about it excites me. Life is getting better and better. Shin Jingtong placed his hands behind his head, whistling, and followed the ghost soldier back to Lingxi City. 3 hours later, everyone returned to Lingxi City. Shin Jingtong didn't stop at all and headed straight for Han Lingxi's room. Sister Ghost King. He pushed the door open but found no one in the room, searching around and not seeing anyone. Where did she run off to? Forget it, I'll wait for her to come back. Then, he walked over to Han Lingxi's bed, lay down, and took out his phone to start playing games. After nearly 2 hours of gaming, Han Lingxi finally returned to her room, looking tired. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Shin Jingtong lying on her bed. Seeing this, she didn't know what to say. Perv, why are you back in my room again? Saying this, she walked to the table and sat down, resting her arms and gently placing her head on them. Shin Jingtong put away his phone, slowly walked to Han Lingxi's back, placed his hands on her shoulders, wanting to give her a massage. Han Lingxi raised her head. Her body fell backward, and she looked at him with a face full of caution. What do you want to do? If you dare take advantage of me, I'll hit you. I won't take advantage of you. Seeing how tired you are, I'll give you a massage to help you relax. Han Lingxi saw the sincere look on Shin Jingtian's face. After hesitating for a moment, she nodded and agreed. The massage felt really good, even better than the maid's massage earlier. It helped her body relax. But to prevent him from trying something, Han Lingxi still warned him in advance, a normal massage, or I'll hit you. Okay. Shin Jingtian readily agreed. Then, Han Lingxi lay down on the bed. By now, she wasn't as cautious as before. It was unclear whether it was because she trusted Shin Jingtian or because she was simply too tired. And this time, Shin Jingtian really behaved, without any inappropriate actions, focusing on massaging Han Lingxi's body. Sister Ghost King, does it feel good? It's okay. Although Han Lingxi said this, her slightly closed eyes and relaxed expression betrayed her true feelings. Seeing her like this, Shin Jingtian couldn't help but smile slightly. You're quite proud. Soon, the room became quiet, with only Shin Jingtian's soft breathing and the faint sounds of his hands massaging Han Lingxi. Feeling his gentleness and care, Han Lingxi unknowingly fell asleep. After confirming that she was truly asleep, Shin Jingtian stopped massaging and gently pulled the blanket from the side to cover her. Once done, Shin Jingtian looked at Han Lingxi's serene sleeping face and softly stroked her cheek. Sister Ghost King, sleep well. From now on, I'm here. I won't let you face those wolves and tigers alone. Chapter 23, Broken Eagle. The City of Lust, one of the cities of the soul-devouring ghost realm. Its ghost guards are all women, and it is the only city made up entirely of women. At the Lord's mansion, a seductive woman lazily leaned on a soft couch. On the nearby table, there were pastries and tea. She picked up a piece of pastry, gently took a bite, and her red lips parted slightly, revealing her white teeth. The sweet taste of the pastry spread in her mouth, and she slightly squinted her eyes, seemingly enjoying this moment of pleasure. In front of her, a maid was kneeling, waiting for her orders. After a long while, Mayu slowly asked, "Has the spy sent any news?" Replying to the mistress, "The spy lost contact 2 days ago, and we can't get in touch." The maid trembled as she knelt on the floor, answering respectfully. "What happened?" Mayu continued eating the pastry without looking at the maid once. Her voice was very calm, making it impossible to tell what she was feeling. The maid hurriedly replied, "Han Lingxi suddenly purged Lingxi City. I suspect the spy was eliminated. Has any news been passed back?" Recently, Han Lingxi has had a male ghost by her side, walking closely with her. Their relationship is very ambiguous. Other information is still unknown. Hearing this, Mayu's lips curled up slightly, revealing an extremely seductive smile. "Heh, are you lonely and restless?" Then, she waved her hand, signaling the maid to leave. The maid breathed a sigh of relief and then quietly left the room. In Lingxi City, the Lord's mansion. Han Lingxi woke up from her sleep. Seeing the blanket covering her, she recalled how Shen Jingtian had massaged her, and her mouth unconsciously curved into a slight smile. She got out of bed and walked out of the room, in a very good mood. Having removed the greatest threat, Evil Feather, once she recovered from her injuries, she would go after Han Feng for revenge. I wonder what that scoundrel is doing, whether he has. No, why should I care about him? Han Lingxi suddenly slapped her head, trying to drive that image out of her mind. Her top priority right now was to heal and then seek revenge on Han Feng to clear her shame. But for some reason, in the past 2 days, whenever I have some free time, the face of that lecherous man surfaces in my mind. Sigh, I must be too tired lately, I need to rest properly. Han Lingxi sighed softly, comforting herself in her heart, and then walked to the courtyard, taking a seat on the swing chair. But her gaze uncontrollably fell on Shen Jingting's room. At that moment, the door to the room opened, and Shen Jingting walked out. He yawned and stretched, instantly captivated by Han Lingxi's presence. She was wearing a purple gauze dress that wrapped around her graceful body, the hem fluttering gently with her movements, exuding charm. From the side, her eyes held a hint of lazy allure, and the slight upward curve of her lips, half smiling, left one guessing what she was thinking. So beautiful. Shen Jingting sighed inwardly and walked over to sit next to Han Lingxi on the swing chair. "Sister Ghost King, are you feeling down?" Han Lingxi slightly shook her head, her red lips parted. "No, just a bit tired these days." "Do you still need me to give you a massage?" Han Lingxi turned to look into Shen Jingting's eyes, only to find them clear, showing no other intentions. "No need, this is fine as it is." "All right then." The two of them didn't say anything more, quietly swinging on the swing chair, enjoying this moment of peaceful life. After a long while, Han Lingxi got off the swing chair and said to Shen Jingting, "Lecher, come with me." Shen Jingting was puzzled but still followed her. Soon, Han Lingxi led him to the edge of a cliff. Looking at the bottomless abyss, Shen Jingting felt a surge of fear and stepped back several times. "Sister Ghost King, even if I often tease you, you wouldn't throw me down from here, right?" Han Lingxi saw his appearance and covered her mouth with a light laugh. "Are you scared?" This was the first time she saw Shen Jingting so frightened, and a mischievous desire to tease him arose in her heart. Seeing Han Lingxi smile so broadly, Shen Jingting also revealed a smile. "Sister Ghost King, you finally smiled." This was his real purpose, wanting to make Han Lingxi happy, but he had never parleyed with a woman before, unsure of how to cheer her up, so he resorted to these exaggerated actions to amuse her. Fortunately, it worked well, and she finally smiled. Han Lingxi was slightly taken aback, her smile slowly fading. Looking at Shen Jingting's sincere face, she found herself at a loss for words. After a while, she shook her head and denied, "You saw wrong, I wasn't smiling." Then she turned her head away, but her lips couldn't help but rise again. This lecher, although somewhat annoying and this little thought is quite delicate. Moreover, this guy occasionally pulls out all sorts of strange things, either killing the Ghost King or exterminating the ghostly evils, so why does he even need to protect himself? Everything he does is just to take advantage of himself. I really don't know what he is thinking. Shen Jingting listened and pretended to cough lightly. "Ahem, it seems pretty good to raise a little pet." Han Lingxi saw this and just wanted to say, "I don't want to expose you. Sister Ghost King, in the spirit of reciprocity, you give me a hawk, then I will give you my heartfelt kiss." Shen Jingting said as he slightly leaned closer to Han Lingxi, his eyes fixed on her, a naughty smile appearing on his face. Han Lingxi took the opportunity to pinch his ear and said with a half smile, "If you dare to kiss me, I will slap you." Chapter 24, Go Sleep in Your Room. Shen Jingting looked at Han Lingxi, who didn't seem to be joking, and obediently nodded. Han Lingxi saw that he was so well behaved and slowly released her grip on his ear. Just remember, next time without me, Han Lingxi had just begun to speak when Shen Jingting quickly hugged her head and heavily kissed her on the lips. After kissing, he directly turned and ran away without any hesitation. Sister Ghost King, your lips are still so fragrant. Han Lingxi stood frozen, her cheeks suddenly flushed without her knowing. She touched the place where Shen Jingting had kissed her, and her mind was filled with one thought: did I just get forcibly kissed by a lecher? After quite a while, she finally reacted, stomping her feet in both shame and anger. She shouted, "Lecher, I want to kill you." Falling for it again and again, this is getting ridiculous. If this continues, how can I maintain my authority as the Ghost King? In the end, Han Lingxi chased Shen Jingting but only lightly kicked his butt, not saying anything else to reprimand him. Shen Jingting rubbed his butt hard, pretending it hurt badly. Sister Ghost King, I just kissed you once, why are you so harsh? My butt is going to be kicked to shreds by you. Moreover, I still want to kick you. Han Lingxi glared at him fiercely and raised her foot as if to kick him. No more talking. Shen Jingting quickly dodged to the side, looking at Han Lingxi pretending to be angry and smiled. Not to mention, even when she's angry, she still looks so good. Han Lingxi noticed Shen Jingting's admiring gaze, her cheeks involuntarily blushing slightly, and her anger unknowingly dissipating a bit. She bit her lip, trying hard to maintain her angry look, but her eyes couldn't help but reveal a trace of shyness. In the end, she could only use harsh words to maintain her authority. If you look at me again, I'll gouge out your eyeballs. Looking this good, you still don't let ghosts look? Smooth talker. Han Lingxi snorted lightly and turned to leave. Shen Jingting watched her departing figure and loudly reminded her, Sister Ghost King, don't forget you still owe me 2 requests. Tonight I will sleep in your room. Remember not to lock the door. Han Lingxi heard this and paused, quickly recalling her bet with Shen Jingting. As long as she could kill the evil feather, she directly agreed to let him hold her while sleeping. Han Lingxi bit her lip, not responding to Shen Jingting, and continued to walk quickly forward. On the surface, she seemed calm and collected, not revealing what she was thinking, but in her heart, she was secretly pondering how to deal with this thick-skinned guy tonight. At this moment, Han Lingxi's heart was a complete mess. If the lecher really comes to sleep in her room tonight, what should she do? Reject him or agree with him? So annoying. Knowing that this guy plays by his own rules, he will definitely do it. Why did I agree to him in the first place? At this moment, various thoughts intertwined in Han Lingxi's mind, making her feel distressed. Shen Jingting watched Han Lingxi leave, his heart growing more eager for the night to come quickly. So he could sleep holding the fragrant and soft Han Lingxi. At this moment, he suddenly asked, by the way, system, can ghosts and ghosts have children? After these observations, he found that the bizarre world seemed to be its own separate world, where there were ghost babies and ghost children. If there is no reproductive isolation, why can't they reproduce? It's just that the union of ghosts is more complicated, and usually, it is difficult to give birth to offspring like humans. The chance of giving birth to a ghost child is 1 in 10 million, and the stronger the power, the harder it is to conceive. Host, just focus on winning over Han Lingxi first, having children is still a long way off for you. Am I not allowed to think about it? That's not thinking, that's daydreaming. Shen Jingting ignored the system's complaints and turned to think about how to spend the 560,000 bizarre points. These bizarre points could completely be exchanged for the strength of a day-level ghost general, but he had no intention of exchanging them. It would be too much of a loss. Exchanging for a day-level ghost general would completely eliminate the ghostly attacks against him. Better to save them up and spend them slowly later. Moreover, there were too many good things in the system shop, he needed to save more bizarre points for emergencies. Night fell. Han Lingxi's heart raced as she looked outside the door, pacing back and forth in her room, trying to calm herself down. But each time she heard a sound from outside, her heart would leap. Breathe, Han Lingxi, calm down. Han Lingxi took several deep breaths and finally managed to calm herself down. Just then, a knock came at the door. The heart that had just settled down began to race again. Come in. Han Lingxi's voice trembled, a mix of unease and tension. As the door slowly opened, her gaze fixed tightly on the entrance. However, standing at the door was not Shen Jingting, but another one of her maids, Qingling. Lord Ghost King, this is a letter from the Lust Ghost King for you. Han Lingxi took the letter with confusion, wondering what the Lust Ghost King wanted to write to her about. Her relationship with her was neither bad nor good. But she didn't think much of it, letting the maid Qingling leave the letter before waving her hand. Qingling understood and immediately took her leave. Han Lingxi glanced at the letter in her hand but did not open it immediately. She put it away and looked back towards the door. Yet she still did not see Shen Jingting appear. Is he not coming? Han Lingxi whispered to herself, then stepped forward to close the door and rest. Just then, Shen Jingting suddenly appeared in front of her, and out of instinct, Han Lingxi threw a punch. Shin Jingting was caught off guard by this sudden attack and took the blow, stepping back a few paces. He covered his chest, gritting his teeth in pain. Sister Ghost King, why did you hit me? Han Lingxi was stunned for a moment. She hadn't expected Shin Jingting to jump out so suddenly. Couldn't you just walk in nicely? Why did you appear out of nowhere? If you want to blame someone, blame yourself. So, was my punch wasted? Do you want to hit me back? Forget it, I can't beat you. Shin Jingting rubbed his chest, walked around Han Lingxi, and went straight into her room, then flopped onto the bed. He then hugged her pillow and blanket, sniffing, Sister Ghost King, your bed is definitely more fragrant and comfortable than mine. Han Lingxi shot a glance at Shin Jingting lying on the bed. You sleep here, I'm leaving. Are you playing tricks again? Shin Jingting sat up, looking dissatisfied. Didn't we say that if I helped you kill Evil Feather, you'd let me hold you and take a nap? You believe in ghost tales too? Besides, I'm still a 1,000-year-old ghost. Han Lingxi looked at Shin Jingting with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Moreover, do you have any evidence? Seeing this, Shin Jingting knew she wanted to pull the same trick as last time, but unfortunately, he was not falling for it this time. Shin Jingting slowly took out his phone. Suddenly, the recording was turned on. Chapter 25, One of the Things Men Should Never Be Trusted With. The recording played back words that Han Lingxi had said before. If you can really kill Xiaoyu, reclaim Xiaoyu City, and promise me that you will never overstep any boundaries, then I will agree to your request. As the recording played, a mischievous smirk emerged on Shin Jingting's face, and he quietly watched Han Lingxi without saying a word. Han Lingxi felt her cheeks instantly burn like fire, the blush spread from her cheeks to her ears. She shot Shin Jingting a fierce glare but had no way to argue back. She calculated everything, but in the end, she never expected that he would have left a trick behind, capturing her words with a strange device. I didn't say that, I never said those words. Han Lingxi shrank her neck, her voice trembling slightly, clearly lacking confidence. Sister Ghost King, the evidence is here, do you still want to deny it? Shin Jingting was unconcerned, his smile growing more brazen as he waved his phone in front of Han Lingxi. Then, he slowly leaned closer to her, his warm breath brushing against her ear. We can fulfill the bet tonight, right? After saying this, Shin Jingting opened his arms as if to embrace her, his eyes filled with expectation and desire. Han Lingxi felt both shy and angry, biting her lower lip. At that moment, her heart was in turmoil, her gaze wavering, and her hands tightly twisted the hem of her clothes. After hesitating for a long time, she slowly moved her feet, gently leaning into Shin Jingting's embrace. At first, her body was a bit stiff, she wasn't used to such intimate contact, and her heart raced like a frightened deer. But gradually, in Shin Jingting's warm embrace, she began to relax. Listening to his strong heartbeat, she felt an inexplicable sense of security that had never appeared before. Shin Jingting sensed the softness and warmth of Han Lingxi's body, inhaling the fragrance that emanated from her, he was intoxicated. First, let's make it clear, you are not allowed to touch me, otherwise, I won't let you off. Han Lingxi's voice carried a clear tension and a hint of soft warmth that was hard to detect. Shin Jingting nodded with a smile, don't worry. Then, the two lay down on the bed, holding each other as they slept. Han Lingxi leaned against Shin Jingting, curling up like a frightened little cat. Her heartbeat quickened uncontrollably, feeling Shin Jingting's breath behind her, a mix of nervousness and an indescribable sense of safety in her heart. Shin Jingting looked at Han Lingxi's back, feeling a bit distant. Sister Ghost King, why keep such a distance? Come closer. Without giving her a chance to respond, he slowly reached out to wrap his arms around her slender waist, pulling her into his embrace. Han Lingxi's body stiffened slightly, but she did not resist. Shin Jingting felt her body tremble violently and whispered softly in her ear, don't be nervous, relax, I'm just holding you, not doing anything else. However, Han Lingxi was not easily convinced. She huffed, one of the things men should never be trusted with is that they say they will do nothing but hold you. Sister Ghost King, you have to believe me, I keep my word. Shin Jingting smiled helplessly, this Han Lingxi was quite cute. I don't believe in your lies. Han Lingxi remained vigilant, not lowering her guard just because of Shin Jingting's words. In her heart, men's promises were often unreliable. She had seen too many lies and betrayals from others, those once heartfelt words had ultimately turned into bubbles. You men all have the same trick to fool women. First, you call her sister, then little sister, and finally baby, one after another, sweet-talking until you get them to bed. As she spoke, she moved slightly, trying to keep some distance from Shin Jingting. However, Shin Jingting held her tightly, not letting her escape. The words of Han Lingxi left Shin Jingting speechless. He didn't know how people were before, but it seemed like it was about the same in the human world. Sister Ghost King, you can't make blanket statements, I am different from them. Han Lingxi suddenly turned around, dismissively saying, you really are different from them. Exactly, I am. Before he could finish, Han Lingxi interrupted him. You directly skipped the two middle steps, after calling me sister, you went straight to the last step. Hearing this, Shin Jingting's mouth twitched several times. He opened his mouth, wanting to explain, but didn't know where to start. In the end, he could only bring up the bet. How could I trick you? We are just betting. Anyway, I don't care, you are tricking me. At this moment, Han Lingxi no longer had the authority and arrogance of a ghost king. She slightly pouted, her eyes somewhat aggrieved, looking like a willful little girl. Especially with her exquisite features, the blush on her cheeks had not fully faded, adding a little bit of charming allure to her. Shen Jingting stared at her, no longer explaining too much, following her words saying, "Alright, I was tricking you. No more talking, let's sleep." Han Lingxi's voice was full of fatigue. She turned over, facing away from Shen Jingting, preparing to sleep. Shen Jingting tightened his arms, holding Han Lingxi's waist tightly, gently resting his head on her shoulder. At that moment, Han Lingxi suddenly asked, "What poked me?" Shen Jingting was caught off guard by her question, falling into a moment of shock. A hint of embarrassment appeared on his face as his body slightly shifted, trying to adjust his position to ease the awkward situation. "It's nothing?" Han Lingxi turned around, looking at Shen Jingting with a suspicious expression, then she gently reached for the spot that had just poked her. Her fingers touched a hard object, increasing her curiosity. "What is this?" Shen Jingting's body shook slightly, feeling utterly embarrassed, not knowing how to respond. But then Han Lingxi thought of something, teasingly said, "Why are you sleeping with a gun? Afraid I'll have bad intentions towards you?" Just when Shen Jingting was worried about how to explain, Han Lingxi's words undoubtedly provided him with a way out. He coughed slightly, trying to appear calm, then pulled out a pistol from the system space, pretending to take it out from his pants. "I was once assassinated by a ghost, so I habitually carry a gun for self-defense." Han Lingxi, hearing this, had no suspicion. "With me around, no ghost would dare to be reckless, just sleep peacefully." After softly saying this, she turned over and fell into a deep sleep. Shen Jingting wiped the cold sweat from his brow. That was close, he almost couldn't hold back. He never expected Han Lingxi would boldly reach out to touch. Luckily, her thoughts were simple, and she didn't sense anything unusual, otherwise, he would really die on the spot from embarrassment. However, what Shen Jingting didn't know was that Han Lingxi's face had turned as red as her neck. Chapter 26, A Whole Night of Talk. In the middle of the night, Han Lingxi had not fallen asleep. A man was lying beside her, making it impossible for her to calm down. "Lecher, are you asleep?" "Not yet, Sister Ghost King, what's up?" Hearing Han Lingxi's words, Shen Jingting immediately propped himself up on his arm and looked at her. Han Lingxi shook her head. "It's nothing, you can keep sleeping." Seeing this, Shen Jingting didn't ask more and lay back down to continue sleeping. About half an hour later, Han Lingxi quietly asked again, "Are you asleep?" "No." "Then you should sleep." "Oh." About another hour later, Han Lingxi gently turned over, realizing Shen Jingting had closed his eyes. Seeing this, she softly asked, "Lecher, you should be asleep this time, right?" As soon as she spoke, Shen Jingting opened his eyes, turned to look at her, and asked, "Not yet, what's wrong, Sister Ghost King?" Seeing that Shen Jingting still hadn't fallen asleep. Suddenly, she was filled with anger, and then commanded him in a commanding tone, "Why aren't you sleeping? Hurry up and go to sleep." Her voice sounded especially clear in the quiet night, but it also held a hint of annoyance. "I can't sleep, with such a beautiful ghost queen sister lying next to me, I simply can't fall asleep." Shen Jingting's lips curved slightly upwards, showing a somewhat mischievous smile, his eyes fixed directly on Han Lingxi. Though his words were tinged with teasing, they also revealed a glimpse of his true thoughts inside. After all, Han Lingxi was already beautiful, and as the ghost queen, she had a unique aura. This cold and proud temperament combined with her beauty was truly hard to ignore. "Don't play tricks with me." Han Lingxi glared at Shen Jingting and covered his eyes with her hand. "Hurry up and sleep." "Ghost queen sister, are you trying to sneak away when I fall asleep?" Shen Jingting pulled Han Lingxi's hand away and looked straight at her, his eyes filled with a hint of doubt and inquiry as he voiced his guess. Han Lingxi seemed to be struck by his words, pausing slightly, her gaze flickering as she avoided his eyes. "No. Since I promised you, I will definitely keep my promise." Her tone was somewhat unnatural as she attempted to conceal her inner thoughts. But at this moment, her heart was secretly complaining, "Why does this guy always guess so accurately?" She indeed had such a thought, wanting to sneak back to her own room after Shen Jingting fell asleep, and then return the next day. Unexpectedly, this guy just wouldn't go to sleep, seemingly watching her on purpose. Shen Jingting faced Han Lingxi, smiling slightly. "Ghost queen sister, since we can't sleep anyway, let's chat. What is there to talk about?" Han Lingxi pouted but still asked, "Go ahead, what do you want to talk about? How did you get hurt?" Upon hearing this question, Han Lingxi fell silent, twisting her hair around her fingers, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. Seeing she didn't want to discuss this topic, Shen Jingting quickly said, "If you don't want to say, you don't have to. Han Feng, that guy likes me, but I don't like him at all. When I broke through to the Sun-level Ghost King, he sneak attacked me from behind, trying to kill me. Fortunately, I noticed in time and dodged the fatal blow, but I was still backfired, my soul source was damaged, and my strength fell to Ghost General. When Han Lingxi said this, she looked at Shen Jingting with a look full of resentment. Then I don't know how I fainted, and when I woke up, my purity was ruined by you, you scoundrel. After listening to her story, a wave of guilt rose in Shen Jingting's heart, and he awkwardly touched his nose. Ghost Queen sister, that time was truly unintentional, but don't worry, I will take responsibility for you. How do you want to take responsibility? Marry me? Han Lingxi rolled her eyes at him, snorted coldly, and when she said this, the tips of her ears slightly reddened. Clearly her heart was not as calm as it appeared. Naturally. I must marry you. Forget it, you are so weak, you can't protect me. If you really want to marry me, let's talk again when your strength exceeds mine. After saying this, Han Lingxi herself was slightly stunned, suddenly feeling a bit shy and flustered. She herself did not know why she suddenly said such things. Usually, she was cold and proud, never easily mentioning matters of the heart. At this moment, her cheeks flushed slightly, and her eyes showed a trace of unnoticeable awkwardness. Then, she cleared her throat, trying to conceal her embarrassment, and feigned calmness as she said, I just spoke casually, don't take it seriously. I will never marry in this lifetime. Shen Jingting looked at Han Lingxi's somewhat adorable appearance, and his heart couldn't help but stir. He smiled and teased, Ghost Queen sister, I believe you won't get married, but you will marry a ghost, and it's me, this handsome ghost. Get lost. Han Lingxi was speechless, she couldn't find words to refute Shen Jingting, so she could only fiddle with her hair to cover the turmoil in her heart. This guy had one trick after another, like a tight loop, and one careless moment could lead her into his trap. Shen Jingting smiled gently. He knew that to win Han Lingxi's heart, he needed more than just words, he had to show real strength and a sincere heart. He wanted her to feel that he was someone she could rely on. At that moment, Shen Jingting suddenly remembered he had over 500,000 mysterious points, enough to buy a Barrett bullet. By the way, Ghost King's sister, the Barrett has bullets, do you want to just kill Han Feng directly? Not for now. I want to wait until my strength recovers and personally torment him to death. Han Lingxi shook her head in refusal. A Barrett would let Han Feng die without a bit of pain. That kind of death was too easy for him, he must suffer before he dies to relieve her hatred. Shen Jingting nodded, alright, I'll listen to you. As long as you want to kill him, the bullets are ready for you anytime. Shen Jingting, thank you for your company and treatment during this time. Otherwise, when Evil Feather attacked, I might have already died. Han Lingxi's eyes revealed genuine gratitude as she looked at Shen Jingting, her gaze tangled with some other indescribable feelings. Ghost King's sister, you are too polite. Just then, Han Lingxi suddenly kissed his face. This unexpected action stunned Shen Jingting, his heart began to race uncontrollably. Good night. Han Lingxi's voice carried a hint of shyness and tenderness. After speaking, she quickly turned around, her cheeks flushed with a light blush. From that moment on, the relationship between the two seemed to have undergone some subtle changes, a different kind of affection quietly blooming in their hearts. And so, they continued chatting under the night sky, unknowingly drawing closer to each other. Chapter 27, The Internet-Addicted Girl. The next morning, Shen Jingting was sound asleep when he suddenly felt like he couldn't catch his breath. He abruptly opened his eyes and saw Han Lingxi wrapped around him like an octopus. One of her arms was pressing on Shen Jingting's chest, and one leg was over his, her whole body almost glued to him, sleeping very soundly, not even noticing Shen Jingting waking up. Shen Jingting looked at her helplessly, but his lips couldn't help but lift slightly. This Ghost King's sister doesn't sleep peacefully, but I find this side of her quite cute. He gently pushed Han Lingxi, wanting her to change her position so he could move a bit. But Han Lingxi only hummed a couple of times, not loosening her grip, but instead snuggling deeper, burying her face further into him. Now Shen Jingting had no choice but to let her be, gazing at her peaceful sleeping face, his heart fluttered, so he quietly took out his phone and snapped a few more pictures. After taking over 10 ugly photos of Han Lingxi, just as Shen Jingting was about to capture the last shot and put his phone away, Han Lingxi woke up. She saw her image on Shen Jingting's phone, looked up at him and said, "Scoundrel, what is this? Why is there a picture of me inside? And it looks so much like me." At this moment, she completely ignored that she was lying in Shen Jingting's arms, still sprawled on top of him while looking at his phone. Meanwhile, her mind was recalling last night's events. Last night, the scoundrel had recorded her previous words with this device. Now he was using it to draw her image. What the heck was this thing? Shen Jingting stood there awkwardly, his hand still holding the phone up. It's neither advance nor retreat. He thought it was bad news, originally planning to take a few funny photos for memories, but unexpectedly, she woke up at that moment. Sister Ghost King, this is called a phone, a product from my time. It can capture the people and things you want, turning them into what you see now. It's very convenient. I thought you looked quite cute when you were sleeping, so I took a few photos. As Shen Jingtang explained to Han Lingxi, he personally opened the front camera and handed the phone to her. Take a look at yourself inside, and then press this red button in the middle to try. Han Lingxi took the phone, hesitantly following Shen Jingtang's instructions to operate it. She saw the red button at the bottom of the phone and gently pressed it. With a click, Han Lingxi's first selfie was born. Sister Ghost King, how is it? Interesting, right? Shen Jingtang intentionally moved closer to her, trying to get nearer. Han Lingxi didn't notice his intention and carefully examined the phone. It has more functions than just taking pictures. As Shen Jingtang spoke, he swiped his hand on the phone and found the map, pointing to an icon on it. Look, here is our location, Lingxi City. If you want to check other places, click the top bar and then say the name, tap on this navigation, and you're good to go. A red icon will pop up on top, indicating your destination. As he spoke, he even demonstrated by entering Xiaoyu City. Soon, the map displayed the location of Xiaoyu City with a prominent red icon flashing on the screen. However, this was not an ordinary map, it was the kind that could show real scenery. When Shen Jingtang gently tapped the red icon, a magical scene occurred, and the real view of Xiaoyu City appeared on the screen. So amazing! What kind of magical tool is this? Han Lingxi covered her mouth in surprise upon seeing the scene of Xiaoyu City, her eyes fixed on the screen, afraid to miss any detail. Seeing her excited and curious look, Shen Jingtang smiled and said, Sister Ghost King, it's not a magical tool, it's just an electronic product. And its functions go far beyond this, there's a lot more. I'm not going anywhere today, I'll slowly teach you in the room. No need, what's the point of learning? You should only have one of these. It must be very precious. Han Lingxi shook her head, refusing Shen Jingtang's kindness. She really wanted the phone, but deep down she knew how valuable it was. Without a second thought, Shen Jingtang spent some strange value to buy a purple phone for Han Lingxi. Here you go. Han Lingxi looked at the phone in front of her, a flash of surprise and gratitude quickly crossing her eyes. She bit her lower lip lightly, hesitating whether to accept it, when Shen Jingtang grabbed her hand and forcefully gave her the phone. Don't be polite with me, it's a gift for you. Of course, if you're willing to kiss me, I wouldn't mind. Shen Jingtang said with a smile, a hint of expectation and teasing on his face. Han Lingxi's face instantly turned bright red, and she glared at him, always trying to take advantage of me. Her words were scolding, yet there was not a hint of anger, but rather a touch of sweetness. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Shall I teach you how to use it? Let's aim to learn the basic functions today. Shen Jingtang moved closer to Han Lingxi, seriously explaining some functions of the phone, even changing the font to traditional characters for her ease of learning. Time flew by, and the morning passed in a blink. Han Lingxi was immersed in the joy of learning how to use the phone, resembling a girl addicted to the internet. Lecture, what is this square? Shen Jingtang turned his head to look, it turned out to be a game. Sister Ghost King, this is a game called Block Eliminator. You align 3 identical ones in a row or column to eliminate them. Complete the tasks given to you to pass, it's quite suitable for you to play. Han Lingxi nodded after hearing this and then began to try playing. She was a bit flustered at first, her gaze fixed tightly on the phone screen, her fingers clumsily tapping on the screen. Several times, she missed the combinations that could be eliminated, causing her to frown slightly in frustration. Shen Jingting watched her play the game with full concentration and shook his head with a smile, then bought 2 cups of milk tea, picking one up and bringing it to her lips. Sister Ghost King, have a drink and take a break. Wait, let me clear this level first. Han Lingxi's eyes never left the phone screen, but she instinctively leaned over to drink. She slightly opened her mouth, took the straw in, and sipped a big gulp of milk tea. Just as she swallowed, she quickly realized something was off. She put down her phone and turned to look at the milk tea in Shen Jingting's hand. What is this? It feels rich and smooth. This is mango coconut milk, if you ever want to drink it, just come find me. Shen Jingting smiled as he handed the milk tea to her. Han Lingxi took the milk tea, sipped another big gulp, and a satisfied smile appeared on her face. It's really delicious. Chapter 28, The Ghost Spirit Realm. Seeing Han Lingxi with the milk tea looked lovely, Shen Jingting quietly took a snapshot, planning to use it as wallpaper. Do you like it? Han Lingxi looked at the mango coconut milk she was about to finish and nodded with a smile. I like it. Here, let me give you another cup. Shen Jingting smiled, then spent 10 strange points to buy her another cup of mango coconut milk. Thank you. Han Lingxi felt a bit shy but still accepted the milk tea and began to drink. This flavor of milk tea was rich, she liked it very much. The tea she usually drank had some yin energy and death energy in them, so she couldn't taste the tea's real flavor. But this milk tea was completely free of yin energy and death energy, retaining its purest flavor, making it exceptionally good. Don't mention it, if you want to drink it in the future, just come find me. It's all free. Hearing Shen Jingting's words, Han Lingxi nodded gently, indicating she understood. After finishing the milk tea, Han Lingxi suddenly remembered that Meiyu had written her a letter, but it seemed she had casually thrown it somewhere. Thinking of this, she began to search all over the room. Shen Jingting, seeing this, curiously asked, Sister Ghost King, what are you looking for? A letter. Han Lingxi continued searching without lifting her head. As she spoke, she found the letter written by Meiyu under the bed. Han Lingxi quickly opened it and saw strange symbols and words written on it, like some ancient secret language. The more she looked at the end, the more her expression turned ugly. Shen Jingting leaned closer, looking at the symbols with a confused face. Is this really writing? Are you sure it's not just pieced together randomly? At that moment, he turned to Han Lingxi and saw her face was somewhat serious. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? No, Han Lingxi shook her head and voiced her concern. The ghost spirit realm is about to open, and the 36 ghost kings can send 10 fierce ghost level and below ghost attendants to compete for what's inside. So what's in this ghost spirit realm? Is it really worth your time to fight for? I've been in twice, there are countless good things inside, and the ghost spirit realm opens once every 50 years, lasting for 3 days. After hearing this, Shen Jingting nodded. The ghost spirit realm was similar to a secret realm where all kinds of precious materials could emerge. As long as one entered, there would be a high chance of obtaining various rare treasures. But seeing Han Lingxi's frown, it seemed she was worried about something. Sister Ghost King, that sounds like good news, why do you look unhappy? Han Lingxi furrowed her delicate brow. This time isn't considered good news. What's wrong? Shen Jingting showed a puzzled expression. The other 4 ghost kings from the soul-eating ghost domain have already learned that Evil Feather City has been incorporated as a subsidiary city of Lingxi City. According to reason, the quota for Xiaoyu City should belong to Lingxi City, and I could send 20 ghost guards into the ghostly spirit realm. But the 4 ghost kings of Meiyu disagree. They want to have a match with Lingxi City. If they win, the 10 quotas will still belong to Lingxi City. If they lose, they will have to give up the quota. After hearing Han Lingxi's words, Shen Jingting thought it was a big deal. It was just a match. What was the big deal? Just fighting would solve it. As the leader of the 6 major ghost king cities, Lingxi City naturally has its foundation. It's impossible to lose even a match. Take those ghost guards who destroyed Xiaoyu City. Each of them killed their way out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Dealing with the subordinates of the other ghost kings should be easy, right? Therefore, regarding this matter, Shen Jingting firmly believed in Han Lingxi. Then let's fight them. A punch to start, to avoid 100 punches coming later. Han Lingxi saw Shen Jingting speaking so lightly and couldn't help but scold him. It's easy to dodge a direct attack, but hard to guard against a hidden arrow. Those 4 ghost kings are not good folks. They will surely use all sorts of tricks behind the scenes. If they behaved properly, it would be okay, but when have those 4 ever played by the rules? Every time there is a conflict of interest, they always use any means necessary. The last time during the competition for the Blood Soul Stone Veins, they secretly sent people to sabotage Lingxi City's excavation work. If it weren't for early preparations, the losses would have been terrible. This time, to fight over another 10 quotas for the ghostly spirit realm, they would be even more insane. Then let's counter their moves as they come. Shen Jingting still didn't take it seriously. He had the system, so what was there to fear? If it really came to it, he could use various cold weapons and hot weapons on them all at once. He didn't believe they could withstand it. We can only wait until the day after tomorrow to see. Han Lingxi couldn't think of any good plan for the time being, so she simply decided not to think about it for now. She walked to the table, her whole body seeming to lose strength, her hands folded and resting on the table, looking quite cute. The normally dignified Ghost King showed such a childlike side, making people feel a pang of pity. Shen Jingting looked at her, his lips curling up slightly, wanting to ease this heavy atmosphere. Sister Ghost King, just lie down on the bed. Why? You want to sleep with me? I've already fulfilled your request. I let you sleep once. Han Lingxi immediately sat up straight, crossing her arms in front of her chest, looking at him warily, a flash of embarrassment and anger in her eyes. Her originally cute and childlike appearance instantly vanished, as dignity returned to her. Shen Jingting was stunned for a moment and then helplessly waved his hand. What are you thinking? You should be healing today, you've played on your phone all day. This girl was quite addicted to the internet, she even forgot such an important thing as healing. Oh right, I haven't healed yet today. Han Lingxi coughed lightly, trying to cover her embarrassment, then walked to the bed and lay down, naturally lifting her clothes to reveal a small section of her belly. Shen Jingting sat down next to the bed and began to heal her wounds. During the treatment, the two chatted occasionally. Sister Ghost King, how is it? I didn't lie to you, did I? Your strength has been restored to the level of day-level Ghost Sha. It won't be long before you fully recover. Thank you. Besides thanking Shen Jingting, Han Lingxi really couldn't find another way to express her gratitude. He wasn't interested in money or power. As for women, he happened to fixate on her, but he doesn't even care about other women. She couldn't understand why he was so persistent. Han Lingxi turned her head to look at Shen Jingting, who was treating her, her expression somewhat complex. Noticing her gaze, Shen Jingting looked up and smiled. Sister Ghost King, do you think I'm particularly handsome? Humph. You look rather haphazard. Han Lingxi snorted lightly. I don't know what exactly you see in me. My temper is so violent, I don't have even a hint of the gentleness a woman should have. I don't care whether others like me or not, I just like you. Chapter 29 I like women. Don't waste your time on me, I just want to cultivate to become a ghost emperor, love is impossible for me. Han Lingxi earnestly persuaded Shen Jingtong to give up his pursuit of her. But the other side seemed not to hear at all, showing no reaction, still treating her. Seeing this, Han Lingxi continued to advise, Shen Jingtong, what you see is just my appearance, I am very untidy, I never shower, and I have a smell. What a coincidence, I also don't like to shower, we are a match made in stink. Shen Jingtong didn't stop his movements, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted, revealing a teasing smile. Seeing this, Han Lingxi became a bit anxious, she continued to make things up, I have a bad temper, I like to randomly hit and scold those around me over minor matters. It's fine, I have thick skin, I can't be killed. Shen Jingtong replied with a smile. I like women. Han Lingxi gritted her teeth and threw out this bombshell, thinking this would surely make him retreat. When Shen Jingtong heard this, he stared blankly at Han Lingxi for a long time, the smile gradually fading from his face. Han Lingxi felt a glimmer of hope rising in her heart, her mouth unconsciously curling up, thinking she could finally shake him off. Yet before this hope could spread, Shen Jingtong laughed again. What a coincidence, you like women, I also like women. We have a common interest, which can lead to more topics. Shen Jingtong curved his lips into a smirk, responding cleverly, deliberately misinterpreting her meaning. He took her liking women as appreciation of a certain woman, just like him. Han Lingxi felt she was about to be driven crazy by Shen Jingtong. How could this scoundrel not understand? Well, now I like men, so we have no common interests, right? That is indeed the case, but... Shen Jingtong deliberately elongated his tone, revealing a mischievous smile. You like men, I like women, we can like each other and make a couple. Han Lingxi could hardly believe her ears, her eyes widened, and just as she was about to retort, Shen Jingtong suddenly leaned closer, leaving her speechless. Before she could react, Shen Jingtong pressed down on her, his hands on either side, trapping her between the bed. The distance between them suddenly closed, close enough to feel each other's breath. Han Lingxi's heart raced, her face flushed, and she said in a flustered manner, What do you want? Get off quickly. Otherwise, I'll beat you. Ghost King's sister, don't move. Shen Jingtong's voice had a hint of seduction, and before Han Lingxi could react, he leaned forward and gently kissed her forehead. The moment his lips touched Han Lingxi, her mind went blank, her eyes wide, and her body became stiff. After a brief shock, Han Lingxi came to her senses, pushing Shen Jingtong hard, with a glimmer of shame and anger in her eyes. Scoundrel, you are too much. She looked at Shen Jingtong, her eyes flashing with a hint of panic, not understanding why she didn't push him away at the first moment he kissed her. Why at this moment did her heart feel like it was struck by something, becoming soft and chaotic? Ghost King's sister, today's treatment is over. Shen Jingtong sat up with satisfaction, a smug smile on his lips. Han Lingxi covered her flushed face, quickly picked up her phone, and ran back to her room. As she passed by Shen Jingtong, Han Lingxi bit his shoulder hard, seemingly trying to vent her inner panic and anger in this way. Shen Jingtong not only didn't dodge. She laughed even more heartily. Ghost Queen's sister, see you tomorrow. Han Lingxi did not respond, rushing into the room without looking back, slamming the door with a bang. She leaned against the door, her heart pounding like a drum, her mind endlessly replaying the ambiguous moment just now, along with Shen Jingtong's mischievous smile. You shameless rogue, daring to kiss me. Once I'm healed, I will definitely make you pay. Her face was flushed as she gritted her teeth, muttering darkly, but her slightly trembling voice betrayed no strength, sounding more like a pout. Joy value exceeded 184%, reward, a day-level Ghost Lord experience card, valid for 20 minutes. Please continue to work hard, host. In his own room, Shen Jingtong heard the system's prompt sound, gently stroking the spot on his shoulder that Han Lingxi had bitten, a smile still dancing on his lips. Just wait, I will capture you sooner or later. In the room, after a long time, Han Lingxi's flustered heart finally began to calm down. She picked up her phone and lay down on the bed, then opened a matching game, trying to distract herself with this method. While playing, suddenly a message popped up on her phone. It was a voice message from Shen Jingtong. Curiously, Han Lingxi clicked to open it. Ghost Queen's sister, sweet dreams, good night. Han Lingxi stared at this message, her heart, which had just settled, leaped again. She fiercely threw her phone aside and buried her head under the blanket. You shameless rogue. After a while, she poked her head out from under the blanket, hesitating repeatedly, still picked up her phone and sent a voice message back. If you dare to tease me again, I will definitely make you pay. As for why she didn't type, it was because she couldn't. Shen Jingtong had taught her to send messages using voice. After sending, she continued playing on her phone. Later, Shen Jingtong did not send her any more messages. The next morning, Han Lingxi hurried out of her room, forcefully waking up the still sleeping Shen Jingtong. You shameless rogue, quick, look at this phone, why is it black? Is it broken? Shin Jingting was a bit confused by this sudden situation, rubbing his sleepy eyes, trying to wake himself up. He reached out to take the phone, pressed the power button a few times, but the phone remained unresponsive. Ghost Queen's sister, the phone is out of battery. You didn't stay up all night playing with it, did you? No, I went to bed early. Han Lingxi's demeanor changed as if touched by a secret. She crossed her arms and turned her head away, unwilling to admit anything. Shin Jingting smiled and did not push the issue. Don't worry, the phone isn't broken, just charge it, and you can use it again. Then please help me charge it. You can charge it yourself. How do I charge it? Han Lingxi looked doubtful. She didn't understand much about the phone. How could she charge it? Easy. Shin Jingting mischievously snapped his fingers and pointed to his own face. Generate love energy. Just give me a kiss, and that will give it 1% charge. 100 kisses will fully charge it. I won't kiss. You can't trick me. Han Lingxi glared at Shin Jingting. I'll just stop playing and go back to cultivate. Then, Han Lingxi took her phone and went back to her room. Chapter 30, I was kissed again. Shin Jingting watched Han Lingxi angrily leave, unable to help but smile. The more I spend time with you, the more I find you cute and spoiled. After half a month of close interaction, their relationship underwent subtle changes. In front of Shin Jingting, Han Lingxi no longer spoke coldly, she was gradually revealing her true self to him. Beneath that icy exterior, there was actually a softness unknown to others. And Shin Jingting, too, had become more deeply infatuated over this month. He loved to see Han Lingxi's cheeks turn slightly red from shyness, loved her most genuine smile, and loved her occasional little tantrums. This Ghost Queen sister is too innocent. In terms of feelings, she is completely a blank slate. Every time I tease her, I almost feel guilty. Every time Han Lingxi is left stunned by his words, Shin Jingting always feels like a bad guy. This so-called Ghost King Lingxi, who strikes fear into others, is so naive in love, like a helpless little dove. Host, don't be infatuated, you and Han Lingxi are two peas in a pod, you're also a single dog, the unwanted kind. The system couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark. Shin Jingting immediately retorted sharply, no one wants me? I once dated 5 girlfriends at once, and every one of them slept with me, and they never fought. This system knows, their names are thumb, index, middle, ring, and little finger, commonly known as the 5-fingered girl, right? The system let out a cold laugh, tinged with mockery and malice. Hearing this, Shin Jingting's face turned red, his secrets were ruthlessly stripped bare by the system. Get lost. Shin Jingting rolled his eyes at the system, regardless of whether it could sense it. If looks could kill, the system would probably have been sliced to shreds. Once I win Han Lingxi over, I'll say goodbye to the 5-fingered girl. After saying this, Shin Jingting ignored the system, took out his phone, and began searching for the location of the ghostly spirit realm that Han Lingxi mentioned. The system also stopped mocking Shin Jingting and logged off automatically. From looking at the map, the ghostly spirit realm isn't too big, similar to Qiangzhou in the human world. Its location lies at the junction of the soul-devouring ghost realm and the fiery ghost realm, a place jointly ruled by the 2 major ghost realms. But to show their strength, the soul-devouring ghost king and the fiery ghost king allow spirits from the other 7 ghost realms to enter, but the entry fee is 100,000 blood soul stones. Blood soul stones are the universal currency in the eerie world, and can be used to buy whatever one desires. To obtain things in the ghostly spirit realm, it is 7 parts luck, 3 parts strength. After understanding the ghostly spirit realm, Shin Jingting put away his phone and muttered to himself, looks like I can go in and have some fun, and maybe snag some good stuff. He had just signed on to a small arms cache, a walking thug. If he disliked someone, he could just give them a burst of gunfire. With the truth in hand, the world is mine. Who dares to oppose? Let the guns serve them. Having made up his mind, Shin Jingting picked up his phone and started playing a game, completely unaware of the wisps of white smoke drifting in the room. What is that smell? So fragrant. Sensing a fragrance he had never encountered, he instinctively took a few deeper breaths. With that inhale, Shin Jingting's gaze began to blur, and the movements of his hands gradually slowed. At that moment, he felt his head growing heavier, as if countless sleep bugs were gnawing at his consciousness. He tried to struggle, wanting to stand up, but his legs felt as heavy as lead, and with a thud, he fell back into his seat, completely falling into a deep sleep. Seeing that Shin Jingting had finally fallen asleep, Han Lingxi slowly emerged from the shadows. Then she walked to Shin Jingting's side, crouched down, and poked his face with her slender fingers. You rogue, not only did you not recharge me, but you also dared to tease me. I'll remember this debt and look for you to settle it later. At this moment, Han Lingxi recalled what Shin Jingting had said earlier, and she was very curious if what he said was true. At this moment, her heart was in fierce turmoil. On one hand, she felt this action was too ridiculous, but her curiosity kept driving her forward. Finally, she gritted her teeth and slowly leaned closer to Shin Jingting's face. The proximity made her heart race suddenly, as if it were about to leap out of her throat. At last, Han Lingxi gently pressed her lips against Shen Jingting's cheek. Then, she quickly sat up, her face flushed, but her eyes were fixed tightly on her phone, hoping for some miracle to happen. 1 second, 2 seconds. Time seemed to freeze. At that moment, the phone screen suddenly lit up, displaying the charging symbol. Han Lingxi was both surprised and happy, not expecting that the rogue actually told the truth. Thinking that a kiss would charge her phone by 1%, she bit her lip and a hint of determination flashed in her eyes. Her face grew redder, but she still slowly leaned closer to Shen Jingting, gently planting a kiss on his cheek. Once, twice. She seemed to be bewitched, kissing him again and again. With each kiss, she felt her heart racing faster, that nervous and shy feeling made her hands tremble non-stop. When she reached the 84th kiss, Han Lingxi's lips began to feel slightly numb. Just as she was about to hurry and run after charging her phone, Shen Jingting suddenly opened his eyes. He quickly sat up, pulling Han Lingxi toward him, and then kissed her deeply. This sudden intense kiss made Han Lingxi widen her eyes, her mind going blank. She didn't notice her phone screen flashing wildly, the battery charging up rapidly, filling up in the blink of an eye. After a long time, Shen Jingting finally released Han Lingxi, looking at her blushing face and flustered eyes, the corner of his mouth curving into a mischievous smile. Ghost King sister, if you want to kiss me, just kiss me directly. Why play tricks? You didn't fall asleep? I did, but I was awakened by the love of Ghost King's sister. Seeing the teasing smile on Shen Jingting's face, Han Lingxi knew she had been played. He hadn't been affected by any trick, pretending to be asleep was all a show. Big liar. Thinking of this, Han Lingxi felt utterly embarrassed. She didn't want to face the awkward and ambiguous situation any longer, so she grabbed her phone and turned to run. Back in her room, she slammed the door shut with a bang and threw herself onto the bed. She buried her face deep in her pillow, both angry and annoyed, touching her slightly swollen lips, muttering continuously. How did I get kissed by that rogue again? And how could that trick have no effect? As she spoke, she felt more and more humiliated and furious, her feet kicking wildly on the bed as if to vent the shameful anger inside her. Chapter 31 Discussion begins. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. And soon it was time for the competition. Early in the morning, the Temptation Ghost King, Bloodied Ghost King, Corpse Spirit Ghost King, and Skull Ghost King each brought 10 fierce ghosts into Lingxi City. Although Han Lingxi was unhappy to see them, as the host, she still pretended to welcome their arrival with the ghosts. When the Temptation Ghost saw Han Lingxi, she swayed her slender waist and walked over, her red silk dress fluttering in the wind, exuding an alluring fragrance. She gently parted her red lips, her voice soft yet playful. Sister Lingxi, I haven't come to see you in over 20 years, and you have become even more enchanting. Your beautiful face makes me feel moved. The seats and tea are all prepared, please take a seat. Han Lingxi remained unaffected by Temptation's teasing, her expression calm as water, and she gave them a distant, indifferent glance before leaving first. Today she wore a white dress, her dark hair cascading behind her. Though she wore no makeup, she possessed a cold and ethereal grace, in stark contrast to Temptation's charming beauty. Temptation's hand froze in midair, her face flashing a hint of embarrassment and displeasure, but soon she regained her delicate demeanor, lightly covering her mouth and laughing. Sister Lingxi, don't be so cold. Enough, Temptation, stop posing, we have serious matters to discuss today, so don't mess it up. As Bloodied, who came along, saw Temptation still flirting with Han Lingxi, a displeased expression appeared on his face. This woman acts like she's in heat, sweet-talking every day, I wonder if she ever gets tired. I like to pose and flaunt, do you have a problem with that? It's better than you always having a long face, as if someone owes you $800, it's just annoying to look at. Mei rolled her eyes at the remark, twisting her waist and strutting away, leaving a strong fragrance in the air. The corpse spirit and the skeleton saw that the two were about to fight and quickly intervened. All right, let's hurry up and head into the city. After a cold snort from the bleeding heart, he entered the city along with them. The 4 ghosts followed behind Han Lingxi, heading towards the training grounds together. Before long, they arrived at the training grounds, which were vast enough to hold 100,000 people. The ground was paved with hard black iron stone, worn by countless battles and training, now filled with scratches and pits of varying depths, testament to the passage of time. At the viewing platform in the east of the training grounds, there were tables, chairs, and tea sets arranged. Han Lingxi was the first to sit down in the main seat, then invited them to take their seats. After everyone settled down, the corpse spirit could not wait to ask, Lingxi Ghost King, in 5 days the time for the ghost spirit realm to open will arrive. And then? Han Lingxi calmly picked up her teacup and took a sip. For some reason, although she usually drank this tea, it suddenly tasted bad. After savoring it a bit, she still thought Shen Jingting's milk tea was better. So after a sip of tea, she put down the cup and stopped drinking. But involuntarily, she started to miss Shen Jingting's milk tea. At that moment, she wished he was here. Lingxi Ghost King, so we'll follow. Ghost King's sister. Shen Jingting suddenly appeared, interrupting the skeleton's words. Everyone's gaze was instantly drawn to him as he strolled leisurely towards Han Lingxi, holding a cup of milk tea. Ignoring the surprised looks around him, he walked straight to Han Lingxi and sat down beside her, then bought her another cup of milk tea. Want a drink? Han Lingxi's originally cold gaze softened slightly when it fell on Shen Jingting and the cup of milk tea in his hand. After hesitating for a moment, she reached out to take the milk tea. What she wished for came true. Thank you. Han Lingxi took a small sip, the familiar taste spreading on her tongue, a hint of comfort and nostalgia unconsciously flashing in her eyes. Seeing her reaction, Shen Jingting's lips curled slightly, revealing a faint smile. Why so polite? Just give me a kiss, it's an easy thing. Upon hearing this, Han Lingxi's face flushed bright red, nearly spitting out the milk tea in her mouth. She glared at Shen Jingting indignantly. Scoundrel, if you tease me again, do you believe I will kick you to death? Of course I. Shen Jingting was about to respond when he was interrupted by the cough of the skeleton nearby. This made his brow furrow slightly, a flicker of displeasure in his eyes as he turned to the skeleton. If you have asthma, go treat it, don't act like you're coughing here and disturb others from flirting. You. The skeleton trembled with anger at Shen Jingting's words, pointing at him furiously. Kid, do you want to die? Ghost King's sister, I'm so scared, he wants to kill me. Please protect me. Shen Jingting pretended to be afraid, instinctively hiding behind Han Lingxi and tightly wrapping his arms around her slim waist. Han Lingxi's body slightly stiffened, a faint blush surfacing on her face. She cleared her throat, trying to make her voice sound steady, then reached out to slap Shen Jingting's hand off her waist. Scoundrel, don't push your luck, I'm discussing serious matters here. Oh. Hearing this, Shen Jingting reluctantly released his hands. Beside them, Mei Yu's gaze kept sweeping back and forth between Han Lingxi and Shen Jingting, silently muttering, is this the male pet you raised? He is quite handsome, but unfortunately, his strength is lacking. Her fingers gently twirled around the ends of her hair, and the corner of her mouth lifted into a meaningful curve. The corpse spirit and the bleeding ghost were astonished to see someone daring to get close to Han Lingxi. You see, Han Lingxi is famous in the soul-eating ghost domain, always presenting herself as cold and aloof. Ordinary people, let alone getting close, would be trembling in fear just being a few steps near her. No one expected that someone would dare to be so intimate with her. And looking at Han Lingxi, it seemed she did not mind at all. The corpse spirit was the first to wake up from his daze. He gently nudged the bleeding ghost's arm and whispered, Hey, do you think Han Feng would tear this guy apart if he found out? Not just tear him apart, he probably wouldn't leave a single scrap behind. Both ghosts seemed to envision the tragic scene of Shen Jingting being ruthlessly torn apart by Han Feng. Han Lingxi took the opportunity to drop her earlier youthful demeanor, clearing her throat. Everyone, let's discuss serious matters. Her words pulled them back from their astonishment and shock. The five ghosts formally began to discuss the allocation of slots to the ghost spirit realm. Shen Jingting did not disturb them any further, sitting quietly to listen. Seeing that he had not left, the skull frowned, believing that this evil ghost did not deserve to participate in such an important matter, and scolded, What are you still doing here? Is this the kind of important matter you can listen to? Skull, when did it become your turn to criticize my people? Han Lingxi's eyebrows shot up, and the dominating aura of a ruler was released without reserve, causing the temperature in the martial arts arena to drop several degrees. Han Lingxi's words left the skull momentarily speechless. Though he was unwilling, he did not dare to say more. After all, this was her territory, he had no advantages in any aspect. If he continued to argue, provoking Han Lingxi's complete wrath would bring consequences he couldn't bear. The remaining ghosts, seeing this situation, tacitly acted as if nothing had happened and continued to express their views on the allocation of slots to the ghost spirit realm. But they all confirmed one thing, this evil ghost before them was undoubtedly Han Lingxi's male pet. Chapter 32, Han Lingxi dominantly protects her husband. Sister Lingxi, we don't know what your purpose was in killing Xiaoyu, but the 10 slots belonging to Xiaoyu City must be redistributed fairly. As soon as Mei Yu finished speaking, Shen Jingting burst out laughing. I thought my face was already thick enough, but I didn't expect there would be a ghost more shameless than me, really eye-opening. What do you mean by that? Mei Yu narrowed her eyes, her entire demeanor suggesting hostility. The skull saw this situation and secretly smiled. This kid seemed like an arrogant fool, relying on Han Lingxi's protection while making enemies everywhere. This time, even if Han Lingxi showed him love, it would be hard to quell Mei Yu's anger. Shen Jingting, however, was not afraid at all. He reached out and wrapped his arm around Han Lingxi's shoulders, coldly laughing. My Ghost King sister worked hard to conquer Xiaoyu City. What did you offer? Why should you claim the slots? Where's your face? Thrown away? You really think my Ghost King sister is a woman and can be bullied? I'll put it plainly today, I want to see who dares to demand slots. Just watch me not kill him. His words resonated loudly in the air. Everyone present, except Han Lingxi, looked astonished, but more were mocking and disdainful. The tone of the speech should match the strength, otherwise, it would only become a joke in others' eyes. Han Lingxi paused slightly, turning her head to look at Shen Jingting, feeling a warm surge of emotion and gratitude. This boudoir robe usually seemed frivolous, but at this moment, he defended her so fiercely. Kill me? Do you have that ability? Or do you want to use it to kill me? Meiyu laughed instead of getting angry, but her eyes involuntarily glanced toward a certain part of Shin Jingting. Kid, your strength is weak, but your tone is quite big. At this moment, the skull did not forget to mock coldly, wearing that annoying sneer on his face, his eyes filled with disdain. Slap. Slap. This king has given you face. Are my people someone you can laugh at? Han Lingxi instantly flashed to Meiyu in the skull's front, her jade hand swung out, delivering 2 crisp and loud slaps. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The two had no time to react before being struck by Han Lingxi, their heads spinning, clear handprints appearing on their faces, their eyes wide with fear and disbelief. Han Lingxi actually dared to become enemies with the 4 great ghost kings for the sake of a male pet? Even Shin Jingting was taken aback. He never expected Han Lingxi would stand up to the 4 great ghost kings for him. At this moment, the air around seemed to freeze, leaving only the powerful pressure emanating from Han Lingxi, crushing the surroundings like a solid force. Han Lingxi, do you really think I, Meiyu, am easy to bully? Meiyu covered her red and swollen face, her eyes filled with resentment, her voice sharp and piercing due to rage. She had lived for over 2,000 years, how could she endure such humiliation, being slapped in the face like this? Han Lingxi, do you really want to start a war among the ghost kings? Although the skull felt shocked, he still forced himself to remain calm, gritting his teeth as he spoke. The corpse spirit and blood remnants, who had been silent on the side, also began to show signs of moving, their auras growing colder, as if they were preparing to join this tense situation and put more pressure on Han Lingxi. Shin Jingting also quickly loaded bullets into Barrett and chambered one. As long as anyone dared to move, a headshot would follow. Han Lingxi's phoenix eyes twinkled, taking in all their little movements. She snorted coldly, and a Ghost King order appeared in her hand. As this order was issued, the defense array of Lingxi City instantly activated, and countless ghostly shadow guards rushed out from various places in the city. They lined up neatly behind Han Lingxi, emitting powerful soul energy fluctuations, standing in stark contrast to the few people across from them. If you want to fight, feel free to try. After saying this, she waved her hand lightly again, and the palace gates behind her slowly opened, revealing a group of well-trained ghost soldiers, all with cold eyes, standing ready. If you wish to continue entangling, this king doesn't mind ensuring there's no return for you. Meiyu's heart tightened. She had dealt with Han Lingxi before and knew well the formidable defensive power of Lingxi City. And since Han Lingxi dared to be this tough, she must have more tricks up her sleeve. But not wanting to be face-slapped so easily, she looked at the corpse spirit and blood remnants, signaling them not to act rashly for now. Han Lingxi, if you hand over 10 slots from Evil Feather City, I can let this matter go. What if I don't? Han Lingxi smiled coldly. Seeing the other party's tough attitude, Meiyu's brows furrowed tightly, feeling something was off. Wasn't it said that she had been heavily injured by Han Feng? But in this state, she looked nothing like someone seriously hurt. Was the intelligence wrong? Or was she intentionally pretending to be weak to lure her into asking for slots, then using the opportunity to establish her power? Meiyu's thoughts became a chaotic mess, and the originally certain plan was now filled with variables. The skull beside her also sensed something was off in the atmosphere and secretly transmitted to Meiyu. Meiyu, today you may not get a good deal, let's retreat and think this over. Meiyu gritted her teeth, though extremely unwilling, she understood that forcing a battle now lacked a guarantee of victory. Han Lingxi, remember this account today, we will settle this later. After saying this, she turned to leave with an angry look. The corpse spirit and blood remnants followed silently behind her. Watching Meiyu and the others' retreating figures, Han Lingxi let out a long sigh of relief. She had just gambled that Meiyu and the others would not dare to retaliate. Fortunately, the bet was right, otherwise there would really be a fierce battle today. At the same time, a bit of worry arose in my heart. Today's events are just the beginning, and the upcoming days will likely not be easy. Sister Ghost King, were you just protecting me? Shin Jingting put away the barret and leaned closer to Han Lingxi, asking her about the flirtation and slap from the skeleton. You think too much, how could I possibly protect you, a lecher? You tease me every day, and still take advantage of me. Han Lingxi turned her face away, trying hard to make her tone sound cold and stiff, but her slightly flushed ears quietly betrayed a hint of panic in her heart. Shin Jingting grinned and leaned in closer, his nose almost touching Han Lingxi's cheek. Sister Ghost King, you're really cute when you lie. Cute my foot. Keep your distance from me. Han Lingxi said with disdain, stepping back 2 paces to widen the gap between her and Shin Jingting, making herself seem more aloof and distant. But Shin Jingting was unfazed, still grinning, inconsistent woman. Han Lingxi ignored him and turned to glare. You quickly go raise your pitiful strength, don't expect me to save you every time we meet such situations again. Training is so boring, teasing you is more fun. Shin Jingting replied with a cheeky smile, completely disregarding Han Lingxi's words. His carefree demeanor made Han Lingxi even more furious. Fuming, she reached out and tugged Shin Jingting's ear, applying a little force as she twisted it. Lecher, I'll make you pay for teasing me. I'll twist you to death. Chapter 33. I continue to hold you while you sleep. Sister Ghost King, I was wrong. Shin Jingting pleaded for mercy while trying to escape from Han Lingxi's clutches. But Han Lingxi was not willing to let him go easily, still holding on tightly. Is it fun to tease me? I ask you. Hee, it's fun. Shin Jingting still grinned cheekily, feeling no pain at all, instead allowing Han Lingxi to pinch his ear. Hearing this, Han Lingxi grew even angrier. She let go of his ear and kicked him in the butt. Lecher, hurry back to your training. Shin Jingting stumbled forward a few steps from the kick but was not annoyed. Instead, he turned around, arms crossed, grinning at Han Lingxi. Alright, Sister Ghost King, I won't tease you anymore, let's talk serious matters. His playful expression faded a bit as he took on a serious look. Why didn't you let me kill those 4? Keeping them is bound to bring trouble. If they secretly cause trouble later on, we might find ourselves in an irreversible situation. Han Lingxi sighed lightly, a hint of helplessness flashing in her eyes. Do you think I don't want to remove them swiftly? Once those 4 are killed in Lingxi City, the 80,000 troops from the 4 cities will surely fall into complete chaos. By then, the surrounding Ghost Domain armies will take advantage of the situation, rapidly pressing in, and it's impossible for me alone to suppress them. Unless I advance to Ghost Sovereign, I cannot act against them for now. After hearing this, Shin Jingting understood Han Lingxi's concerns. As long as those 4 Ghost Kings remain, the surrounding Ghost Domains can be stabilized. This allows those restless evil forces to think twice before easily invading the surrounding area, thus maintaining a delicate and fragile order. As the two chatted, they unknowingly returned to the courtyard. Han Lingxi quickly walked towards the swing in the corner of the courtyard, gently sitting on it, her white clothes dancing lightly in the wind, serene and pure. Shin Jingting stood beside her, quietly watching Han Lingxi, his gaze holding a hint of intoxication and affection. Sister Ghost King, are you feeling unhappy? Meichem, Han Lingxi replied softly, May you and the others will definitely not let it go after I slap them. Next, they might send troops to attack Lingxi City. But my injuries haven't healed yet, sigh. She gently held the swing's ropes with both hands, occasionally kicking the ground beneath her feet to keep the swing moving. Shin Jingting sat down beside her, swinging together. Do you regret hitting them? Not really, they dared to run wild on my territory, so I naturally had to show them a bit of color. Han Lingxi spoke this with less confidence, her thoughts swirling in her mind. If Mei Yu hadn't mocked Shin Jingting, would she have swallowed her anger when facing their provocation? She actually held no answer in her heart. In the past, she always prioritized the big picture, avoiding conflict when possible. But now, just because Mei Yu had mocked Shin Jingting, she impulsively broke this restraint. No matter what, you helped me vent my anger, so I must help you. Han Lingxi slightly turned her head, her gaze meeting Shin Jingting's for a moment before quickly looking away, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. When this guy is serious, he can be quite good, but most of the time he is too shameless. Feeling both angry and helpless, she found there was nothing she could do against him. Han Lingxi secretly cursed in her heart, but her thoughts involuntarily drifted far away. What is wrong with me? Since when did the Lecher have such a heavy weight in my heart? Is it because he is the only one who can heal my injuries? Out of the corner of her eye, Han Lingxi unconsciously glanced at Shin Jingting, then hurriedly looked down at the ground, unable to meet his eyes. Shin Jingting waved his hand in front of her. Ghost King's sister, are you listening to me? You speak, I'm listening. I want to enter the ghost spirit realm. Why do you want to go there? Han Lingxi looked at Shin Jingting, her face full of confusion. It's very dangerous inside, you really shouldn't go, and what? And you still need to heal my injuries, I don't want you to go. Han Lingxi deeply understood the terrors of the ghost spirit realm, filled with unknown evils and unpredictable illusions. A slight mistake could lead to no return. Moreover, Shin Jingting's recovery of her injuries was crucial, she truly didn't want him to take risks. Additionally, Shin Jingting had already occupied a place in her heart. There will certainly be dangers, but I have this, so I'm not afraid. Shin Jingting smiled and took out an explosive grenade, a handgun, and a divine-slaying crossbow from the system space. Han Lingxi glanced at the hot weapons in his hands and gently shook her head. That ghost spirit realm is quite strange, these things may not be useful, you really shouldn't go. It's fine, if the grenade doesn't work, the divine-slaying crossbow, as a cold weapon, will definitely be useful. Han Lingxi bit her lip, showing hesitation, but after seeing Shin Jingting's determined eyes, she hesitated for a long time and finally nodded in agreement. Alright then, you must stay close to the people who enter with you, I will make sure they protect you well. Ghost King's sister, just relax, as long as I don't want to die, nothing can kill me. Shin Jingting confidently patted his chest and laughed. Han Lingxi said nothing more, treating it as his way of comforting her. Little did she know that with the system as his advantage, Shin Jingting was completely unafraid of the dangers in the ghost spirit realm. Shin Jingting, why don't you just leave? Han Lingxi remained silent for a long time, but still said the words that had been lingering in her heart for a long time. She knew that Mayu, Corpse Spirit, Blood Remnant, and Skull would definitely team up to attack Lingxi City when they returned. Once war broke out, it would surely be a scene of bloody carnage. She didn't want Shen Jingting to get caught up in this mess. Even if he had some ability, facing such a powerful coalition, she truly couldn't afford to have any hope. Leave? That's impossible. I said I would marry you, and I will definitely do it. Moreover, since I haven't married you, how could I possibly leave alone? Shen Jingting smiled slightly, putting away his usual nonchalant attitude, becoming a bit more steady. Sister Ghost King, I still have trump cards to withstand the combined forces of the skeletons, allowing Lingxi City to remain invincible. What other methods do you have? Hearing Shen Jingting say this, Han Lingxi's heart rose with a glimmer of hope. This playful man always appeared carefree, but his words were quite reliable. Shen Jingting, however, smiled mysteriously. I will keep it a secret for now. Stop keeping secrets. If you don't tell me, I won't sleep tonight. Han Lingxi frowned, looking at Shen Jingting with urgency. She really wanted to know what confidence he had to face this severe crisis so calmly. If you can't sleep, then I'll just hold you while you sleep. Shen Jingting's lips curled into a wicked smile as he leaned in closer, his warm breath brushing against Han Lingxi's ear. With me holding you, I guarantee you will sleep more soundly. Chapter 34, Showcase of the Armory. Han Lingxi's face instantly turned red. She lightly pushed Shen Jingting, pouting, "What time is it, and you still are not serious?" "Ah, well, Sister Ghost King, since you are so curious, I will show you my treasure." Shen Jingting laughed heartily as he pulled out a box the size of a Rubik's Cube from his pocket. Han Lingxi looked at the box in confusion, then at Shen Jingting. What is this? Can it really stop the combined attack of the four Ghost Kings? Seeing the small box in Shen Jingting's hand, she couldn't understand what its purpose could be. Could it be an upgraded version of the firebomb grenade? Even more powerful than before? Han Lingxi curiously reached out to poke it gently, but found it didn't react at all. Seeing her curiosity, Shen Jingting didn't hide anything and directly demonstrated the box's function for her. Sister Ghost King, look closely, don't blink. Shen Jingting threw the box into the air. As it fell to the ground, it quickly grew larger until it stopped growing at the size of 2 rooms. Come on, let's go inside and take a look. Saying this, he smiled and took Han Lingxi's hand as they walked toward the enlarged box. The hand-holding felt as natural as flowing water. Han Lingxi instinctively wanted to pull back her hand, but Shen Jingting's grip was like an iron clamp, holding her firmly, not allowing her to break free. A hint of panic and helplessness flashed across Han Lingxi's face, but she could only harden her resolve and follow him closer to the box. Standing in front of the box, Shen Jingting gently pushed the door, and it creaked softly as it slowly opened. Before them was a row of neatly arranged guns, from small pistols to long rifles, with a variety of ammunition piled nearby, and several cold weapons. This was Shen Jingting's mini-arms depot. Even though he had seen these weapons several times before, he couldn't help but feel excited when he finally held them in his hands. He walked up to the mortar, gently caressing the cold and solid metal casing. Meanwhile, Han Lingxi stood nearby, staring in shock at everything before her. Although she had never seen these things, she had seen and used firebomb and ice bomb grenades. Being alongside these items indicated that their power was not to be underestimated, even possibly stronger. Scoundrel, where did you get these things? Shen Jingting turned back, looking at Han Lingxi with a mischievous smile. Want to know? Seeing his mischievous grin again, Han Lingxi immediately shook her head. I don't want to know, and you can forget about kissing me or seeing my legs. As she spoke, she cautiously distanced herself from Shen Jingting to prevent him from sneaking a kiss while she wasn't paying attention. This was something she had learned from a previous lesson. Sister Ghost King, don't be so stingy. I just want a kiss and a look. It's not a big deal, right? Shen Jingting walked slowly towards Han Lingxi, still wearing a mischievous smile on his face. Besides, didn't you secretly kiss me more than 80 times a few days ago? Hearing this, Han Lingxi's face immediately turned crimson, filled with both shyness and anger. She raised her hand and began to gather soul power, causing the air around her to ripple as her power condensed, weaving in strands of soul energy in her palm. If you mention that again, don't blame me for being rude. Seeing that Han Lingxi was truly annoyed, Shen Jingting quickly wiped away his smile and put on a serious face. Okay, I won't mention it again. He turned back to focus on the guns and ammunition, but in his heart, he was still figuring out when he could break through Han Lingxi's defense and steal a kiss. Seeing this, Han Lingxi felt her anger somewhat fade, and the soul power in her hand gradually dissipated, the air slowly returning to calm. She huffed and said, somewhat annoyed, remember, don't bring that up again. Okay. I won't bring it up. Shen Jingting replied with a cheerful nod, then he picked up a heavy machine gun and walked in front of Han Lingxi. Sister Ghost King, the killing power of these weapons is even better than grenades. They should be more than enough to deal with the skulls, right? How powerful are they? Han Lingxi casually picked up a mortar shell and asked. Shin Jingting wiped the heavy machine gun and casually replied, "Their power is definitely stronger than two types of grenades, you could say they crush them." So powerful. Han Lingxi was surprised. She initially thought these things wouldn't be much stronger than grenades, but she didn't expect them to far surpass them. Shin Jingting smiled, of course. These weapons might not take down the entire army of skulls, but they can definitely make them rout. As soon as Han Lingxi heard this, her heart raced. She had been worried about how to break the alliance formed by Mei Yu, and Shin Jingting just delivered a large batch of powerful weapons. With these weapons, combined with a large number of ghost guards, dealing with the alliance wouldn't be a problem. But she suddenly thought that these might have cost him a lot of effort, and felt a bit guilty. "You scoundrel, did you spend a huge price to get these?" After all, Shin Jingting had previously mentioned that a flaming explosive grenade was very precious, so how could getting so many more powerful weapons be anything but unimaginably difficult? Shin Jingting wore a playful smile, leaning slightly forward, closing the distance between them, the atmosphere suddenly becoming ambiguous. "Sister Ghost King, are you feeling sorry for me? Or are you planning to compensate me? If it's compensation, do you intend to kiss me or offer yourself? Stop joking, I'm asking you seriously." Han Lingxi was both angry and amused by his rogue manner. She reached out and gently pushed him. Only then did Shin Jingting straighten up and pretended to clear his throat. "It's indeed quite difficult, but helping you is worth it." The chances of drawing from this armory were minuscule. It could indeed be said that he was incredibly lucky to have obtained them. Moreover, if it weren't for Han Lingxi providing the drawing opportunities, they wouldn't have this fully stocked armory today. So in the end, they still had to thank her. But he also contributed. If he hadn't teased her, how would she have offered the two drawing opportunities? "Thank you, after this is over, I'll repay you well. No need to be so polite, just let me kiss you a few more times or hold you while we sleep." Shin Jingting's shameless demeanor instantly extinguished any feelings of gratitude Han Lingxi had begun to feel, and she pretended to raise her hand to hit him, making Shin Jingting hurriedly laugh and dodge. The atmosphere between the two people became uniquely intimate amidst the playful banter and teasing. Chapter 35, The Teleportation Array. After the playful antics, Shin Jingting patiently introduced the functions and power of each weapon to Han Lingxi. Han Lingxi listened carefully to Shin Jingting's explanations and occasionally added a few comments. "Scoundrel, if all these things are placed in Lingxi City, then Stinky Fish City will become the first target for the Lust Brigade to attack, and I will find it difficult to command battles on both sides." Han Lingxi frowned slightly, looking at Shin Jingting with a face full of worry. Shin Jingting had renamed Evil Feather City to Stinky Fish City, and she wondered what he was thinking. However, Han Lingxi didn't say anything. She respected Shin Jingting's decision to rename Evil Feather City to Stinky Fish City. After all, it was Shin Jingting who had captured it. That being said, the two cities were too far apart, making mutual support inherently difficult. If the Lust Brigade attacked simultaneously, Han Lingxi would find it hard to manage both sides. Upon hearing this, Shin Jingting realized that Han Lingxi's concerns were indeed a tricky problem. He rubbed his chin, deep in thought. After a while, he thought of an excellent solution and immediately snapped his fingers, saying, "Sister Ghost King, I have thought of a way." "What way?" Han Lingxi quickly asked, her eyes looking at Shin Jingting with a hint of expectation. Unknowingly, she had developed a slight dependence on him. "Follow me." Shin Jingting smiled mysteriously, deliberately keeping her in suspense, then led Han Lingxi to the center of the city. Han Lingxi looked at him suspiciously. "What are you bringing me here for?" She truly could not fathom what Shin Jingting was up to. The city center was usually unremarkable. Besides being lively during military drills, it was closed off at other times, and this wasn't a time for leisurely wandering. Her heart was filled with doubt, yet her feet continued to follow Shin Jingting step by step. "You will know very soon." Shin Jingting smiled, then began to communicate with the system in his mind. "System, purchase a teleportation array disk. Mysterious value deducted, 200,000. Hiss. System, you are too greedy. A teleportation array disk costs me 200,000. Shin Jingting gasped, realizing he had encountered a swindler. Being cheated by someone in the mortal realm was one thing, but now he was being taken for a ride by the system, the capitalist. However, Shin Jingting's complaints were met with the system's disdain. "Host, it's not that this system is greedy, but you are too poor. You are harsh." Shin Jingting replied through gritted teeth. Although it hurt his wallet, he was glad that what the system provided was worth the price. Then he took out two discs, one black and one white, from the system space. They were etched with complex patterns, each area radiating mystery. With these, the distance between Lingxi City and Stinky Fish City would be shortened, giving them more confidence in facing the Lust Brigade's attack. Han Lingxi saw the two black and white discs appear out of thin air in Shin Jingting's hands and asked in confusion, "What are these?" She was now particularly curious about the items Shin Jingting produced. Everything he brought out seemed to have unexpected effects. Shin Jingting, holding the two discs, looked at Han Lingxi and smiled. Sister Ghost King, these things are very important. They allow us to travel between Lingxi City and Stinky Fish City in just 10 seconds. What? 10 seconds? You're not lying to me, are you? Han Lingxi's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. From Lingxi City to Stinky Fish City is over 80,000 kilometers. Even without resting and flying at full speed, it would take 20 minutes to arrive. These two seemingly ordinary discs could solve this distance problem in just 10 seconds. This completely shattered her previous understanding. Unable to resist, Han Lingxi leaned closer. Taking another careful look at the two discs, she reached out and gently touched the runes on them, feeling the faint wave of soul power coming from them. She kept murmuring, so magical. Shin Jingting smiled gently. Of course, I'm not lying to you. I will show you now. Han Lingxi listened and slowly withdrew her hand, her eyes still filled with shock, but more joy was evident. She couldn't wait to take a few steps back, creating space for Shin Jingting, her gaze locked tightly on the array disc, eagerly prompting him, okay, hurry and show me. Shin Jingting held the white array disc and explained, Sister Ghost King, this white teleportation array disc needs to connect with the black array disc to activate and achieve teleportation. As he spoke, he squatted down and placed the white array disc steadily in the predetermined position at the center of the city. Then, he stood up and activated the array disc following the usage method of the teleportation array. As his movements continued to change, the runes on the disc began to glow with dazzling golden light, the radiance growing brighter until it formed a large circular gate. After a short while, the gate began to gradually shrink until it disappeared. Now we just need to place this array disc in Salted Fish City and we will have succeeded. Then let's set off now. Han Lingxi was eager to test the effect of the teleportation array. She was particularly curious if the result was as Shin Jingting said. More than 80,000 kilometers away, it could be reached in just 10 seconds. Sister Ghost King, don't rush. Shin Jingting comforted Han Lingxi's excited emotions. This teleportation array is so powerful, we can't let others know. We will secretly go to Salted Fish City, just the two of us. Han Lingxi thought carefully and agreed, feeling that what Shin Jingting said made sense. Okay, then let's fly to Salted Fish City. As soon as the words fell, Shin Jingting hugged Han Lingxi's slim waist from behind, his hands instinctively tightening a little. The warm breath brushed against Han Lingxi's ear, causing her earlobes to turn instantly red. Han Lingxi stiffened, her cheeks flushed with a faint pink, her heart racing suddenly, and she scolded, what are you doing? Sister Ghost King, I can't fly. You have to take me with you. Shin Jingting chuckled, leaning his head against Han Lingxi's shoulder, his hands still tightly hugging her slim waist, showing no sign of letting go. Are you doing this on purpose? Han Lingxi had already understood Shin Jingting's little scheme, knowing well it was true he didn't want others to know, but taking advantage of her was his real goal. But curiosity soon took its place. The moment the two stepped into the teleportation array, light flickered around them, and soul power surged. Shin Jingting tightly held Han Lingxi's hand and walked along the channel opened by the teleportation array. After a moment, the light dimmed, and the teleportation array stopped operating. The two walked out of the teleportation array, looking at the familiar surroundings, both revealing smiles. Sister Ghost King, it seems we have succeeded. How amazing! Han Lingxi still found it hard to believe that over 80,000 kilometers had really only taken 10 seconds to teleport. The rake really didn't lie to her, he had kept his promise to himself. Suddenly, Han Lingxi remembered something, so if I want to go to Salted Fish City now, what should I do? Simple, just infuse your soul power into the teleportation disc to activate it. Han Lingxi immediately tried it, and at the moment she infused her soul power into the disc, the teleportation gate reappeared. As her finger touched the edge of the teleportation gate, a weak current flowed back into her body through the soul power. She couldn't help but exclaim, this teleportation array is such a great thing. Shin Jingting chuckled, spent 200,000 strange values to buy it, so it must be useful. Can it be used continuously, or is there a limit? It can be used continuously, without limit. Shin Jingting said, taking out the arms depot again, Sister Ghost King, the weapons inside will be split equally between Lingxi City and Salted Fish City. If Skull and his gang dare to attack, we'll definitely catch them off guard. Though Shin Jingting said this, the fighting spirit in his eyes showed no signs of hiding. The four great ghost kings joined forces to send troops, and the number of soldiers would not be less than 100,000. If all these ghost soldiers could be killed, 50,000 strange values were guaranteed. Therefore, Shin Jingting was especially looking forward to Skull and his gang sending troops soon, so he could wildly gain strange values. Then I won't be polite with you. Han Lingxi smiled slightly, then she and Shin Jingting placed various weapons on the high points of the two cities. Then she personally matched some trusted subordinates and taught them how to use the weapons. The trusted subordinates listened intently, their eyes full of respect and determination. They knew how important these weapons were for guarding the cities and dared not show any negligence. Under Shin Jingting's patient guidance, the trusted subordinates gradually mastered the techniques of using the weapons. Once everything was ready, it was already night. The two, exhausted, returned to their rooms to prepare for rest. Shin Jingting took out his phone to continue learning about this strange world. After a detailed search, he had a rough understanding of this world. The strange world is also called the other world. It was born so long ago that it could not be verified, and it is vast and boundless, not counting the uncharted territories. Its area is roughly several trillion square kilometers. Here, over 100 billion ghosts have been born, and it has been continuously increasing in recent years, but there is only one supreme ghost emperor, and more than two-thirds of the ghosts are basically powerless lonely souls. After grasping the rough situation, Shin Jingting fell into deep thought. This means that breaking through to become a ghost emperor is like ants shaking a tree. It is as hard as reaching the sky. Just as Shin Jingting was contemplating his next plan, the room door suddenly swung open. He turned to look and saw Han Lingxi walking in, holding a bowl of steaming soup. Before Shin Jingting could say anything, Han Lingxi quickly walked to him and placed the bowl on the table. "Rake, I don't have an appetite. You eat this meal. It would be a waste to throw it away." Shin Jingting looked at the soup on the table, then raised his eyes to Han Lingxi, an involuntary smile curling his lips. He grabbed the spoon, took a mouthful, and the next second, he spat it all out. Seeing this, Han Lingxi's expression, which had carried a hint of expectation, froze instantly. Her gaze was tightly locked onto Shin Jingting. A wave of panic and embarrassment surged in her heart. "What's wrong? Sister Ghost King, you fired the cook, didn't you? He must be the Prince of Salt. It's so salty it's killing me." Shin Jingting frowned, grinned, and said, while hurriedly gulping down a few mouthfuls of tea beside him, trying to wash away the heavy salty taste in his mouth. Han Lingxi's face instantly flushed red, her eyes flashed with a mix of shame and embarrassment. She bit her lower lip and forced herself to say, "There is no cook, I made this soup myself." After speaking, she slightly turned her head away, not daring to look directly into Shin Jingting's eyes. Because of the matters regarding the armory and the teleportation array, she had returned to her room to think carefully and felt more and more that Shin Jingting was sincerely devoted to her, while she seemed too cold and distant towards him. Thus, today she specially cooked, wanting to reward Shin Jingting with a meal. But since her death, she hadn't touched these pots and pans, and her cooking skills had long gone rusty. However, for Shin Jingting, Han Lingxi put in a lot of thought and time, from selecting the ingredients to mastering the cooking time. She was meticulous about everything. Due to a moment of distraction, she accidentally added too much salt, wishing she had tasted it beforehand to check the saltiness after it was done. Shin Jingting looked at Han Lingxi, whose cheeks seldom flushed, set aside the soup, and teased with a smile, "Oh. So it was made by Sister Ghost King, but your cooking skills are worrying. If I marry you in the future, I'm afraid I'll be eating salt every day." Han Lingxi's heart skipped a beat when she heard Shin Jingting say he wanted to marry her. The blush on her face quickly spread to her ears. "You don't have any ideas about me. I won't marry. Also, my cooking is not bad, it's just that I haven't cooked in over 1,000 years, so I'm a bit rusty." She hurriedly added, as if seizing the last shred of face-saving reason, her chest gently heaving, trying to calm the quickened heartbeat caused by her panic. "Ha ha ha." Shin Jingting, however, was completely unconcerned with her rejection and laughed heartily. "Let's not discuss your cooking skills for now. You say you won't marry, but who knows, you might change your mind one day." Han Lingxi glared at him playfully. "Impossible. I have made up my mind, and I will not change it. You can eat slowly, I'm going back to my room." "Don't. Sister Ghost King, I'm so bored alone, just stay and chat with me a little longer. Staying here just makes it easier for you to take advantage of me." Han Lingxi raised her eyebrows, crossed her arms, and looked at him with a half-smile, as if saying, "I've seen through your tricks, don't think you can fool me." Shin Jingting was taken aback, awkwardly scratching his nose. This is called building feelings. Chapter 37, The Conspiracy. In the City of Enchantment, the conference hall. The four great ghost kings, Meiyu, Qin Shiling, and Gulu, gathered once again. Gulu's face was dark, his eyes almost bursting with rage as he said, "You three, Han Lingxi slapped me, this absolutely cannot be let go like this, I must take revenge. I won't let Han Lingxi off easily either. I want her to know that offending me comes with consequences." Meiyu slowly clenched her fists, her nails digging deeply into her flesh, but she felt no pain at all. At this moment, she only wanted to rip Han Lingxi into pieces to relieve the resentment in her heart. "Meiyu, Gulu, I completely understand how you feel right now." Shiling, with a serious expression, tried to calm his two furious companions with words. However, before Shiling could finish speaking, he ran straight into the muzzle of a gun. "Do you understand anything?" Meiyu instantly exploded. Still, a hint of reason remained in Meiyu's heart. She gradually calmed down, her chest rising and falling violently, her fists tightly clenched, nails digging deep into her palms. "Humph." Meiyu snorted coldly, turned around, and sat back down, picking up the strong liquor on the table and taking a big gulp, seemingly wanting to vent her anger. But as the liquor went down her throat, it felt like adding fuel to the fire, causing her anger to blaze even more fiercely. And the corpse spirit knew that Meiyu was upset at the moment, so he did not bring it up with her. Skull took a sip of the liquor, his tone very certain, "I can guarantee that Han Lingxi is definitely injured. How can you tell? Bloodstain frowned, confused, and asked. He had observed Han Lingxi for a long time and had never seen any signs of injury, yet Skull was so sure that she was 100% hurt. Could it be that he had some special method? Skull lowered his head, hesitating to speak, as if he had something difficult to say. Seeing this, Mei Yu and the corpse spirit quickly asked, Skull, it's already this time, don't hide it anymore. How did you come to this conclusion? Hurry and tell us. She doesn't hit as hard as she used to, so I deduced that she must be injured. Skull stammered for a long time before finally stating his reasoning. Instantly, Bloodstain and the others were speechless. So, you figured it out after getting hit yourself. Mei Yu rolled her eyes, her mouth twitching slightly, her words full of sarcasm. This Skull was probably hit so hard that he was confused and came up with such a ridiculous reason. Skull pouted, what else? Do you think I got slapped for nothing? Bloodstain shook his head helplessly, arms crossed, wearing a bemused expression, thinking to himself that this Skull was really a character, gaining experience from getting hit. However, after a round of laughter, they calmed down and thought about it, realizing that Skull's feeling was not entirely impossible. After all, this kid often got hit by Han Lingxi because of his big mouth. After being beaten so many times, he might really notice some subtle differences. What do you all think? Should we immediately send troops to attack Lingxi City? The corpse spirit looked up at the three ghosts and asked. Skull slammed his hand on the table, let's do it decisively, take her life while she's ill. Skull, you rough man, be gentle. When Skull heard this, he thought Mei Yu was concerned about him, smiling and saying, Mei Yu, you don't have to worry about me. Worry about what? I'm afraid you will break my table. Mei Yu looked at the table affectionately, relieved that it had not been damaged at all, otherwise, she would definitely fight Skull. Skull showed an awkward expression, realizing that he had misunderstood her kindness. Alright, let's get back to business. Bloodstain sat back down, tell us your thoughts. I definitely want to attack Han Lingxi, I cannot let this slap go to waste. Skull immediately expressed his thought. In the past, he was weak, and Han Lingxi was too strong for him to handle at all. But now, Han Lingxi's strength had been greatly weakened, and it was the best time to attack Lingxi City. Skull did not want to miss it. Mei Yu, how about you? Bloodstain asked Mei Yu again. Mei Yu remained silent for a moment and said, we must attack, but not now. Continue. Although Han Lingxi's strength has decreased, taking Lingxi City in 5 days is like dreaming. Even if we launch a surprise attack, there might not be a chance of success. Han Lingxi may have already set up her forces. Also, we cannot guarantee that other ghost kings won't take advantage at this time. And the mysterious spirit realm is about to open, there's no need for us to clash with Han Lingxi at this critical moment. The corpse spirit nodded in agreement with Mei Yu, I share the same view as Mei Yu, let's find Han Lingxi after the mysterious spirit realm. By then, not only can we decisively capture Lingxi City, he could also obtain what she got in the ghostly realm, which is truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The Skull, upon hearing this, disdainfully curled his lip, the way you say it makes me seem like a brute. Isn't that right? The 3 ghosts looked at the Skull and spoke in unison. Alright, only you guys have a brain. The Skull crossed his arms over his chest and leaned back, but don't blame me for not reminding you that Han Lingxi must have some means to become the head of the 6 great ghost kings. Also, that strange companion of hers, my suggestion is, if he enters the ghostly realm, let our people kill him first, to avoid prolonged troubles. The corpse spirit stroked his chin and said after pondering for a moment, indeed, that kid is too bizarre, giving me an elusive feeling. Then while preparing these days, let's also investigate that kid. Bloodstain nodded, agreeing with the Skull and corpse spirit's reasoning. At this moment, Mei Yu spoke up, let me handle that kid, I have a way to make him my spy. Okay, then he will be handed over to you. Bloodstain knew that Mei Yu would definitely use that trick again. Once that trick was out, it wouldn't just be a low-level evil ghost like Xin Jingtian that would fall for it, even ghost kings would be ensnared. So he felt no worry that Mei Yu would mess this up. Since the plan is decided, let's just wait for the right moment. The Skull finished the last bit of wine in his cup and got up to leave. Bloodstained and corpse spirit didn't linger, bidding farewell to Mei Yu before quickly returning to their own cities. After they left, a captivating smile crept onto Mei Yu's lips. Han Lingxi, your male pet, is reserved by me. That night, Xin Jingtian was bored and planned to go into Han Lingxi's room to chat with her, but upon entering, he found that she was not in the room. Strange, she should usually be in her room cultivating at this time, where could she have gone today? Suddenly, he felt that life was lacking a bit of fun without the back-and-forth banter with Han Lingxi, and he seemed a little unaccustomed. Every time he could make Han Lingxi blush, he would be overjoyed. But today, Han Lingxi was acting a bit abnormal and wasn't in her room cultivating. Could it be that she knows I'm coming to find her tonight and ran away early? Xin Jingtian thought while stroking his chin, feeling that such a situation wasn't impossible. Forget it, no need to think too much, I'll head back for now. Xin Jingtian walked out of Han Lingxi's room and wandered around the empty courtyard for a while before slowly returning to his own room. Pushing the door open, he walked to the table and sat down, taking out the purple golden soft armor from the system space that he had drawn earlier. Looking at the palm-sized armor, Shin Jingtian was stunned for a long time before beginning to communicate with the system. System, are you sure this is armor and not a rag? This system said that as long as you inject soul power, you can change the size of the armor at will. Hearing the system say this, Shin Jingtian finally remembered it did say so, but he had forgotten over time. However, since he had a large amount of bazaar points to nullify damage, this purple golden soft armor didn't hold much use for him. It would be better to give it to Han Lingxi, since her strength had not yet recovered to its peak. Giving it to her for protection was just right. System, can I give the purple golden soft armor to Han Lingxi? Shin Jingtian silently asked in his heart. Although he had already made up his mind to gift this treasure to Han Lingxi, after all, the item came from the system, so ownership had to be confirmed. The host's things can be distributed as they wish. The system's emotionless electronic voice rang in Shin Jingtian's mind, giving him a sense of reassurance. Shin Jingtian carefully folded the purple golden soft armor and placed it in a specially crafted brocade box, preparing to find a suitable time to give it to Han Lingxi. This way, her safety would also be ensured. In this more than half a month of interaction, Han Lingxi's attitude toward Shin Jingting also underwent a significant change. Previously, she was as cold as ice, not allowing anyone to offend her authority. Now, facing Shin Jingting, she unconsciously let down all her defenses, her brows and eyes holding a bit more gentleness and a smile. System, purchase a bailing pill. Shin Jingting was communicating with the system in his mind. The bailing pill is one of the best healing pills, and it is also a pill that treats damaged soul sources. It contains a rare spiritual liquid called daytime purple soul water, a drop of which can bring a dying soul body back to life. The other materials required to refine the bailing pill all grow in extremely harsh environments. Collecting them is extremely difficult, and only the system can gather all of them at once. Now, in order to quickly restore Han Lingxi's injuries, Shin Jingting did not think twice and immediately bought a bailing pill for her. Earlier, he hadn't bought one because he had too little bazaar value and wanted to save it for emergencies. Now that he had extra bazaar value, it was time to buy her one. Deducting 100,000 bazaar value, the bailing pill has been placed in the system space. Please check it yourself, host. Upon hearing this, Shin Jingting immediately took out the bailing pill from the system space. A pill with a purple halo, emitting a soothing fragrance, appeared in his palm. Not bad. After the Ghost King's sister takes this, she should be able to recover to star-level Ghost King. Just as Shin Jingting was staring at the bailing pill in a daze, a sudden knock came at the door. Who is it? He suddenly snapped back to reality, his alertness spiking, and almost instinctively, he quickly put the bailing pill back into the system space. Young Master Shin, it's me, I'm Qingling, the maid of the Ghost King. A gentle and somewhat respectful female voice came from outside the door. Shin Jingting frowned slightly, thinking to himself why Qingling would come looking for him at this time. He organized his thoughts, stood up, and opened the door. I'm not hungry and don't want to eat. If you have something to say, just say it quickly. After the previous danger of being poisoned, he was on high alert with all ghosts except Han Lingxi. Especially when it came to food being delivered, he was even more cautious. Outside the door, Qingling wore a light blue gauze dress, her hair falling softly on her shoulders, but her hands were empty. Facing Shin Jingting's coldness, she showed no sign of embarrassment. Instead, she smiled and elegantly handed over a letter. Young Master Shin, this is a letter from the Temptation Ghost King. Hearing this, Shin Jingting did not reach out to take it, his gaze drifting between Qingling and the letter. The Temptation Ghost King, this woman is known for her charm in the bizarre world. She sending him a letter likely meant trouble. Young Master Shin, the person sent by the Temptation Ghost King said that the contents inside concern the Lingxi Ghost King, so please be sure to read it carefully. After Qingling finished speaking, she placed the letter aside, slightly bowed, and turned to leave. Shin Jingting watched her leaving figure until she vanished from sight before closing the door. The paper of the letter felt cold to the touch, carrying a faint fragrance, as if it had a beguiling scent. He carefully tore open the envelope and unfolded the letter, only to see elegantly written characters. Young Master Shin, I apologize in my heart for the previous matter. Shin Jingting quickly skimmed over the earlier content, automatically ignoring the Temptation Ghost King's flirtatious words. Seeing the end of the letter, she revealed her true purpose. I have a 1,000-year-old soul spirit herb. If young Master Shin is willing to come and have a drink with me tonight, I will gladly present it to you. After reading the letter, Shin Jingting's eyebrows furrowed. A 1,000-year-old soul spirit herb, if the Ghost King's sister took it, she would be able to fully recover from her injuries. The system shop does have soul spirit herbs, but their age starts at 10,000 years, and the price is extraordinarily high, requiring 1 million bazaar value. He painstakingly gathered strange values, but now he had only accumulated 560,000. 1 million strange values was an astronomical number for him, impossible to gather in the short term. In comparison, the temptation mentioned in the letter from the Succumb King, saying she would give him a 1,000-year soul spirit herb just for a drink, was simply too great. This Succumb King is probably testing me, or perhaps trying to buy me off. Then I will play along, get the soul spirit herb first and talk later. Shin Jingting made up his mind and immediately bought a Barrett bullet, then went off to meet her alone. However, just as he left, Han Lingxi walked in holding a piece of clothing. "Rogue, I have prepared an outfit for you, hurry up and try it on to see if it fits." She walked into the room, looking around, but found Shin Jingting had already vanished, her expression shifting from anticipation to confusion and disappointment. Where did he run off to? Chapter 39, Armed Robbery. Han Lingxi searched Shin Jingting's room but found no one, then went out to look in the yard. This rogue. I worked so hard to sew this clothing for self-defense, and he's nowhere to be found. Han Lingxi mumbled quietly, her pretty face full of discontent toward Shin Jingting. Forget it, I'll go back first and give it to him when he returns. Saying that, she took the carefully sewn clothing and walked out of the yard. By coincidence, she ran into the maid Qingling coming towards her. Upon seeing Han Lingxi slightly bow and salute, Qingling respectfully said, "Your Excellency, the Ghost King, it's time for dinner." "Qingling, do you know where Shin Jingting went?" Han Lingxi ignored the meal and anxiously grabbed Qingling's arm, asking. Startled by her sudden action, Qingling quickly composed herself and, after bowing again, replied. "Reporting to Your Excellency, after young Master Shin read the Succumb King's letter, he hurriedly left. It seemed he went to a rendezvous." Han Lingxi's heart suddenly surged with an inexplicable jealousy. That despicable liar. He said he only liked me, yet turned around and was deceived by someone else. Humph. Good riddance. Don't come back again. In a huff, she tossed that remark and turned back. Along the way, the flowers and plants by the roadside suffered, beaten into disarray by her soul power. Qingling stood dumbfounded. The woman in front of her, sulking and stamping her feet, was a complete contrast to the strong Ghost King she remembered. In her heart, Qingling sighed to herself, even the strongest can become so soft, so insecure when facing love. Han Lingxi returned to her room, slammed the door with a bang, threw herself onto the bed, covering her head with the blanket, just like a little cat with its fur bristled. After a while, she suddenly threw off the blanket, sat up, and stared intensely at the clothing she had prepared for Shin Jingting, growing angrier the more she looked, grabbing it to tear it apart. "Not giving it to you." But as soon as her hand touched the clothing, her fingertips felt as if they had been burned, freezing her movement. "No way, I worked hard to sew this, it would be too wasteful to destroy it like this." Her eyes were filled with conflict, biting her teeth, her hands clenched tightly, but in the end, she couldn't bear to, carefully folded the clothing, placed it beside her pillow, and went to sleep. At this moment, in the Lord's residence of Succumb City, Shin Jingting sat facing the Succumb King. The Succumb King wore a red dress, her figure graceful, her eyes filled with enticing charm. She raised her wine glass and took a gentle sip, her lips curling into a meaningful smile. "Young Master Shin, you truly came as promised, I've been waiting for you." "Speak directly," Shin Jingting said coldly. The Succumb King lightly parted her red lips, her voice like a silky thread entwining. "Young Master Shin, this wine is specially brewed for you, would you like to try?" Her jade hand lightly raised, offering a glass of wine to Shin Jingting, the edge of the glass bearing her faint lip print, her eyes filled with tempting hints. Shin Jingting looked at the wine being offered. She didn't reach out to take it, instead showing a face of disgust. "I have a cleanliness obsession." Hearing Shin Jingtian's words, the smile on Meiyu's face instantly froze, a hint of embarrassment flashing in her eyes, but she quickly regained her delicate and charming demeanor. She chuckled, her voice crisp like a silver bell, yet with a hint of intentionality. "Young Master Shin truly loves to joke. Just a cup of wine, and you can resist so much. Do you dislike my hands for not being clean enough?" As she spoke, she deliberately raised her jade hand, gently brushing her hair aside, her movements full of flirtation. Shin Jingtian looked at her appearance with a growing annoyance, his face barely hiding his thoughts. "Meiyu, I don't have time to waste with you. My Ghost King sister is still waiting for me to return and warm her bed." As soon as these words escaped his lips, Meiyu's movements abruptly froze, the smile on her face instantly stiffening, her theatrically posed hand awkwardly lingering in midair. Seeing that Shin Jingtian remained unmoved, a flash of displeasure crossed her eyes, but she quickly returned to her delicate facade. "Since that's the case, then this wine, I shall drink it myself." As she said this, she slowly brought the cup closer to her lips, taking a delicate sip, the wine slipping down the corner of her mouth and dripping onto her chest, adding to her allure. "Young Master Shin, why must you be so reserved? Here with me, just relax." After finishing her words, she slowly stood up and walked around to Shin Jingtian's back, wanting to gently rest her hand on his shoulder. Then, Meiyu slightly leaned forward, exhaling like orchids, and continued speaking. "This moonlight, fine wine, beautiful girl, doesn't the young master want to enjoy it thoroughly? I can also show you a pleasure that you cannot experience with Han Lingxi." As she spoke, a peculiar fragrance wafted from her body, invading Shin Jingtian's nostrils, attempting to disturb his mind. However, Shin Jingtian remained unaware, only glancing up at the bright moonlight, slightly nodding. "The moon is quite beautiful, just the person is not so much." As for the pleasure you mentioned, I'm not interested. A hint of anger flashed across Meiyu's face, but it quickly reverted to a pitiful look, gently scolding, "Young Master Shin, your words hurt my heart too much. I have sincere feelings for you, only wanting to spend a wonderful night together. Why must you be so cruel?" She stepped forward once again, her jade hand reaching out as if to pull Shin Jingtian's sleeve. Shin Jingtian swiftly dodged, retreating several steps to distance himself from Meiyu. "You can talk, but don't touch me, or I'll let my Ghost King sister know, and she'll come after you. Since you have no sincerity, then I have no reason to stay. We shall not meet again." With that, he turned and quickly left without looking back. "Young Master Shin, why rush to leave? I haven't even taken out the 1,000-year soul spirit mushroom yet." As she spoke, she gently raised her hand, and a soul spirit mushroom emitting a soft glow appeared in her palm, its fragrance instantly spreading. This 1,000-year soul spirit mushroom is one of the sacred medicines that can heal the soul source. As long as you are willing to stay and spend tonight with me, then it will be yours. While speaking, Meiyu slowly approached Shin Jingtian, with each step her alluring power increasing. Hearing the words soul spirit mushroom, Shin Jingtian paused, quickly turning back, his gaze falling on the mushroom. Whispering softly, "It's indeed genuine." Just then, Meiyu suddenly tugged lightly, her shoulders garment sliding off slowly, revealing her snow-white skin. Her eyes filled with enticing smiles, her voice growing even softer. "Young Master Shin, with this soul spirit mushroom, plus me, such sincerity, can it move you?" Meiyu cooed softly, continuing to slowly shed the last bit of her clothing. Her eyes were full of seduction, seemingly certain that Shin Jingtian would fall at her feet. However, her calculations were off. Shin Jingtian's eyes darkened, and he... In the next second, a Barrett sniper rifle inexplicably appeared in his hands, the dark muzzle pressing steadily against the forehead of the Lust Demon King. Shin Jingtian's eyes were as cold as frost, lacking any warmth. "One word: either you surrender willingly, or I will kill you and take it." Chapter 40, Han Lingxi caught in emotion. After waiting for so long, she finally waited for the Lust Demon to bring out the Soul Spirit Herb. If he didn't know the exact location of the Soul Spirit Herb, Shin Jingtian wouldn't have spent so long talking to the Lust Demon. The presence of the Barrett sniper rifle seemed to drop the temperature of the entire space by several degrees, the shadow of death instantly hovering over the Lust Demon's head. The intense killing intent radiating from Shin Jingtian, along with the death and destruction that the Barrett signified, made the Lust Demon shudder. Although she didn't know exactly what Shin Jingtian was holding, she understood that this thing could put her in grave danger. At that moment, it seemed the Lust Demon realized how Xiaoyu had died. "Give me the Soul Spirit Herb." Shin Jingtian's icy voice echoed in her ear like a soul-chilling messenger, that frosty tone instilling terror. "Shin. Young Master, what do you mean? We can talk this out, why resort to violence?" The voice of the Lust Demon King trembled intensely, laced with a hint of tears, her previous charm completely vanished at this moment, she only wanted to survive. "I won't repeat myself." Shin Jingtian's voice was as cold as ice, devoid of any emotion. The Barrett remained firmly pressed against her forehead, not budging an inch. Meanwhile, he was also communicating with the system in his mind. "System, purchase a soul-piercing needle." The soul-piercing needle was a terrifying entity, once stabbed into the heart, no one could escape. Even the lofty Ghost Emperor could not break this strange curse or deadly threat. The person pierced by the soul-piercing needle must obey the commands of the one who wields it for life. Purchase successful, deducting 10,000 eerie points. The system's voice echoed in Shin Jingtian's mind, and immediately, a thin needle shimmering with a strange ghostly light appeared in his palm. Under the threat of the Barrett, the Lust Demon had no choice but to obediently hand over the Soul Spirit Herb. She slowly raised her hand, revealing the Millennium Soul Spirit Herb glowing softly in her palm once more. "Young Master Shin, take this Soul Spirit Herb. I hope you will keep your promise and spare my life." Shin Jingtian took the Soul Spirit Herb with his other hand, inspected it carefully, and only after confirming it was correct did he slowly move the gun away. "It would have been so much better if you had done this from the start instead of forcing me to use means." Just as the Lust Demon King breathed a sigh of relief, thinking Shin Jingtian would leave, he suddenly moved like a black specter and rushed up. The Lust Demon's pupils suddenly contracted. Just as she wanted to react, it was already too late. The soul-piercing needle in Shin Jingtian's hand pierced her heart with the precision of black lightning. "Ah! What did you do to me?" The Lust Demon King let out a chilling scream, her body convulsing violently. "Relax, I'm just testing the effects of the soul-piercing needle. Moreover, you think you know my secret, so I would. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone." The Lust Demon hastily interrupted Shin Jingtian, quickly assuring him. In that moment, she was no longer the lofty Lust Demon King, instead, she was just a lonely ghost struggling to survive. Upon realizing Shin Jingtian had such powerful life-saving means, the Lust Demon finally understood why he could act so arrogantly with only his ghost-level strength. Recalling that day when they discussed the allocation of the 10 spots in Xiaoyu City, he had said anyone who dared to threaten Han Lingxi would be killed. He wasn't boasting, he truly had that strength. Lust demon, you should be glad that the Demon King sister still needs you to restrain the other Demon Kings, otherwise I would kill you. Shin Jingtian's eyes were as cold as frost. The voice carried an unabashed killing intent. He looked down from above at the seductive Ghost King, who lay collapsed on the ground, her eyes still filled with fear and unwillingness. Your life and death are in my hands, obeying me will let you live, otherwise I will make you wish you were dead. Master, I understand. The seductive Ghost King lowered her head, her voice trembling slightly. The pride and charm she once had vanished without a trace, and now her heart was only filled with fear and submission towards Shin Jingting. Besides the Ghost King's sister, don't let anyone know about our relationship. After I leave, you are still the seductive Ghost King, carry on as you wish? Unless necessary, do not expose it actively. Shin Jingting continued coldly instructing. Master, rest assured, I will be careful. The seductive Ghost King responded obediently. Yet in her heart, she secretly plotted, hoping to find an opportunity to escape this controlled fate. Shin Jingting nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave. Just a few steps away, he stopped and turned back to add, from now on, don't call me master, I'm afraid the Ghost King's sister might misunderstand. Just call me young master. Young master, I understand. The seductive Ghost King quickly replied. Watching Shin Jingting's figure grow distant, she felt mixed emotions in her heart. Han Lingxi, I envy you so much, having such a devoted man. If he had treated me like this back then, how could I have ended up like this now? The seductive Ghost King murmured, gazing in the direction Shin Jingting had left. Once, she too had someone she deeply cared for, believing joyfully that they would be together for life. But who knew that man, tempted by power and desire, betrayed her, leaving her utterly broken. Since then, the heart that once craved seduction gradually turned cold, she began to struggle to survive in this cruel world, transforming into someone charming yet ruthless, trying to cover her inner pain. And now, watching Shin Jingting's deep feelings for Han Lingxi, a ripple unexpectedly stirred in the long-frozen corner of her heart. She recalled how Shin Jingting stood against the four great Ghost Kings for Han Lingxi, facing her seductive temptations. Shin Jingting showed no signs of being moved at all. His steadfastness and determination toward Han Lingxi were something the seductive ghost never felt from that man. Once Shin Jingting completely vanished, the seductive ghost slowly straightened her body, and her face quickly returned to its previous form. As if nothing had happened, she continued to play her role. Lingxi City. In Han Lingxi's boudoir. The candlelight flickered dimly, casting a warm glow. Han Lingxi's eyes were red, her swollen eyes still glistening with tears, her whole body weakly leaning against the bed. Her face buried in the soft bedding, her body slightly trembled, and muffled sobs escaped her lips intermittently. Master, you were right, a man's words are not worth trusting. You once told me that when a person can control their emotions, they should kill him. But I have sunk deeper and deeper, what should I do now? I think I have really fallen for a scoundrel. Han Lingxi croaked, raising her hand to wipe away her tears, but she could not stop her heart's sorrow. Recalling her master's solemn teachings and seeing her current lovesick state, she was filled with regret. Chapter 41, Misunderstanding. Shin Jingting was filled with joy as he held the precious thousand-year soul spirit fungus, walking lightly towards Han Lingxi's boudoir, a smile he could hardly suppress on his face. Thinking about the surprise he would bring to Han Lingxi, he believed she would be incredibly happy. With the 100 spirit pill and the 1000-year soul spirit fungus, the Ghost King's sister's injury should recover to a moon-level Ghost King. As Shin Jingting thought of this, his steps unconsciously quickened. His original plan was to keep it hidden for now. Thinking of using the excuse of giving Han Lingxi a relaxing massage to get closer to her and take advantage of the opportunity. After all, opportunities for such close contact with Lingxi are rare when spending time together on ordinary days. Then, he thought, soon he would enter the ghost spirit realm, and there would be no reliable person by Lingxi's side to protect her at all times. What if she encounters danger during this time, or falls ill, with no treasure around to help her in urgent need? What would he do then? Thinking about the possibility of Han Lingxi in trouble, Shin Jingting's previous little thoughts instantly vanished into thin air. At this moment, ensuring Han Lingxi has the ability to protect herself and take care of her health was of utmost importance. Meanwhile, in her room, Han Lingxi had just adjusted her state, although the tear stains were wiped away, her swollen eyes still showed traces of having cried. Forget it, he and I are ultimately not on the same path. When he returns, I will let him go. Han Lingxi murmured to herself, a hint of determination flashing in her eyes, with tears swirling in her eyes but ultimately not falling. She took a deep breath, trying hard to calm the turbulent emotions inside, attempting to suppress that longing and reluctance. Thinking of making this decision, her chest couldn't help but hurt with a sharp sting. The bits and pieces of time spent with Shin Jingting flashed through her mind like a lantern, those sweet moments and gentle words now felt like sharp blades, cutting her heart. Han Lingxi slowly stood up, straightened her back, her gaze gradually becoming firm and cold, regaining the former majesty and dominance of the Ghost King. She raised her hand and waved gently, and the surrounding soul power surged accordingly, restoring the room's arrangement instantly, as if the woman who had just been troubled by feelings and was weeping had never existed. From now on, I, Han Lingxi, will no longer be trapped by love. Just as Han Lingxi regained her kingly demeanor and prepared to face the upcoming matters, she heard a knock on the door. Sister Ghost King, are you resting? Can I come in? Hearing Shen Jingting calling from outside the door, Han Lingxi bit her lip and did not respond. The decision she had just made seemed to waver at the moment she heard Shen Jingting's voice. But she still endured the waves in her heart and coldly said, "Go away, this king doesn't want to see you." Shen Jingting outside the door was stunned upon hearing this, his smile disappearing instantly, a wave of unease rising in his heart. He understood Han Lingxi too well. If something hadn't happened to make her extremely sad, she would never be so cold. After calling out a few more times without receiving a response, he frowned tightly, feeling that something was wrong. He knocked on the door again, raising his voice, "Sister Ghost King, what happened? Tell me." However, the room remained silent. "System, what's wrong with Lingxi?" Shen Jingting asked anxiously in his mind, hoping to get some clues from the system. "Your own wife, go comfort her yourself." The system's emotionless voice echoed in Shen Jingting's mind. After saying this, it fell silent, as if purposely not wanting to help him. Shen Jingting gritted his teeth in frustration, secretly cursing the system for being unreliable, but the most important thing now was to figure out why Han Lingxi had suddenly changed. So he no longer hesitated, forcefully pushed, and with a loud bang, the door was knocked open by him. The scene in the room came into view. Han Lingxi was sitting by the bed, her gaze somewhat evasive, not daring to meet his eyes. Seeing her red eyes, Shen Jingting's heart tightened, and he quickly walked to her side, squatting down, anxious to ask. "Sister Ghost King, what's wrong? Did someone bully you?" Han Lingxi turned her head away, responding coldly like ice, "No, you should go back quickly. This king wants to rest." She didn't want Shen Jingting to see her in such a weak state. She didn't want him to know that she had hurt herself over him. However, Shen Jingting didn't leave as she wished. Instead, he stepped forward and forcibly hugged her. He could feel Han Lingxi trembling slightly in his arms, and the unease in his heart grew stronger. "You're crying." "No." Han Lingxi struggled hard, trying to break free from his embrace, but her voice unconsciously carried a hint of tears. "You're lying, what on earth happened?" Shen Jingting held her even tighter, not allowing her to escape. Han Lingxi finally stopped struggling, her grievances and anger bursting forth like a flood breaking a dam. She raised her head, her eyes red as she looked at Shen Jingting, and loudly spoke the truth. "You were the one who flirted with me first, but just when I started to like you, you fell in love with another woman." At first, she found Shen Jingting's concern and teasing interesting and bold, different from those who had always respected her. Outwardly, she pretended to be indifferent, but inside, she felt happy, thinking this was just a little spice in life, merely a momentary joke from Shen Jingting. However, learning that Shen Jingting had gone to Meiyu City tonight, her heart sank suddenly, as if struck hard by a heavy hammer. An unprecedented panic and unease surged in her heart. At that moment, she realized that Shen Jingting had unknowingly walked into her heart, occupying a place she once thought would never be stirred by anyone. Shen Jingting was stunned by her words. What was this all about? But he also received an important piece of information from her words. Han Lingxi liked him, which both surprised and delighted him. All the doubts and unease in his heart were now diluted by this sudden joy. "Sister Ghost King, can you explain a little more clearly?" Han Lingxi simply stopped hiding her feelings, pouring out her jealousy and grievances. "You keep saying you only like me, but you went straight to her house the moment you received a letter from Meiyu. What else could I think in this hour?" Upon hearing this, Shen Jingting couldn't help but laugh. "Sister Ghost King, so this is what you meant." Saying this, he took out the precious 1,000-year soul spirit fungus and the letter from Meiyu, handing them to Han Lingxi. "Once you read this letter, you'll understand why I went to Meiyu City." Han Lingxi looked at the 1,000-year soul spirit fungus and the letter, hesitating before taking them, then opened the envelope to read. Chapter 42, Misunderstanding Resolved. Han Lingxi's heart opens. After reading the letter, Han Lingxi looked at the 1,000-year soul spirit fungus in her hand, pouting her red lips, feeling very jealous. Meiyu said in the letter that you must accompany her before she'll give you the soul spirit fungus. Now that you have it, you too. She didn't continue her sentence, but her hesitant expression made it clear to anyone that she was feeling jealous. Shen Jingting gently scratched Han Lingxi's nose, smiling as he explained, "Sheer, I snatched the soul spirit fungus from her." When Han Lingxi heard Shen Jingting call her Sheer for the first time, her heart trembled, as if an electric current had passed through her. Her cheeks instantly flushed, and her heartbeat involuntarily quickened. Usually, Shen Jingting always called her Sister Ghost King. Hearing the affectionate Sheer for the first time relaxed her previously tense emotions caused by jealousy and suspicion. You're lying. Meiyu is a moon-level late ghost king, and you're just a day-level evil ghost. How could you possibly snatch it from her?" Han Lingxi turned her head away, not wanting Shen Jingting to see her shyness at that moment. Her fingers lightly touched the spot on her nose where Shin Jingting had just scratched her, and that gentle touch seemed to linger on her skin, sending ripples through her heart. This scoundrel, why is he calling me again and touching me? Sheer, have you forgotten that I still have the beret? With it, Mei Yu wouldn't dare to refuse me. Shin Jingting smiled slightly and took out the beret once again. Han Lingxi was momentarily stunned, then remembered that Shin Jingting's powerful beret was specifically meant to kill the Ghost King. Shin Jingting, fearing Han Lingxi might not believe him, hurriedly took out his phone and said, "Sheer, look." He skillfully operated his phone and started playing a video. This was a recording he had prepared in advance, worried that a confusing situation might arise. Han Lingxi turned around and, half convinced, took the phone to watch. The video clearly showed that from the moment Shin Jingting received the message from Mei Yu, his expression was serious. In the footage, he quickly prepared his gear and headed towards Mei Yu City. Upon arriving in Mei Yu City, Shin Jingting went straight to the meeting place to confront Mei Yu. In the video, Mei Yu twisted her body, trying to tempt Shin Jingting with words and actions. But Shin Jingting was unmoved, his face remained cold and distant. When Mei Yu proposed that he stay with her in exchange for the 1,000-year soul Lingji, Shin Jingting's expression darkened instantly. Without hesitation, he pulled out the beret and aimed it at Mei Yu. The smug look on Mei Yu's face instantly turned to terror, her body trembling uncontrollably. Under Shin Jingting's powerful intimidation, Mei Yu had no choice but to obediently hand over the 1,000-year soul Lingji. Shin Jingting snatched it away and enslaved it, then turned to leave. Throughout this process, there was no physical contact between him and Mei Yu. After leaving Mei Yu City, Shin Jingting hurried back without stopping. The video ended, and Han Lingxi returned the phone to Shin Jingting. She lowered her gaze slightly, her long eyelashes fluttering gently. "So, the only one you have ever liked is me?" "Of course. I said long ago that in this life, I have chosen you." Shin Jingting nodded and smiled. "Then you really don't like Mei Yu?" "Compared to her, I am not as charming and captivating." Han Lingxi's voice gradually lowered, a hint of insecurity flashing across her flushed face. She bit her lip, seemingly hesitating about whether to fully express her feelings. "Ghost King's sister, stop overthinking. If I like you, it means I like all of you. Including your occasional little temper, the tenderness you show unknowingly, your strength. In short, in my heart, other women are not worthy of comparison with you. You are my only one." Shin Jingting gazed intensely at Han Lingxi, gently holding her hand, his thumb lightly rubbing her hands back. Han Lingxi raised her eyes to meet his deep, affectionate gaze, and the last trace of doubt in her heart vanished completely. She bit her lip, her face flushed with shyness and a hint of guilt. "Jingting, I'm sorry. You have always been thinking of me, looking for the soul Lingji to heal your injuries. You went through so much to get the soul Lingji from Mei Yu City. Just returned, and I spoke coldly to you and got mad. Please don't be angry with me, okay? I won't be like this again." Shin Jingting smiled slightly, not caring at all. "What silly thing are you saying? Seeing you jealous makes me happy. This shows that you have me in your heart, that you care for me, so of course, you would be jealous. But I still feel a bit guilty. You treat me so well, and I got mad at you. How about you scold me instead?" Han Lingxi bit her lip, lowering her eyes, unable to look at Shin Jingting. Shin Jingting let out a gentle sigh, reaching out to tuck a stray lock of her hair behind her ear, softly saying, "Ghost King's sister, how could I bear to scold you? I already said I wouldn't blame you, so stop feeling guilty. I know you care too much about me, and it makes me happy." He chattered on, wanting to completely dispel the guilt in Han Lingxi's heart. But as Han Lingxi listened to his words, her feelings surged like a tide, and before Shin Jingting could finish, she suddenly used force to push him down onto the bed. Shin Jingting was startled by this sudden action, and before he could react, Han Lingxi directly covered his mouth with hers. Soft lips touched, carrying a hint of sweetness and a deep longing. Shin Jingting was taken aback at first, then slowly closed his eyes, reaching out to embrace Han Lingxi, responding to this kiss filled with apology and love. Time seemed to freeze at this moment, and the room was filled with an ambiguous yet sweet atmosphere. After a long while, Han Lingxi slowly pulled away from Shin Jingting's lips, still lying on him, her cheeks flushed. "I won't say those words that make you happy, but every time you kiss me, I see you happy, so. I want to kiss you once, to make you happy." Han Lingxi lowered her head, her voice growing softer, her hands unconsciously tugging at the hem of her clothes. That shy yet adorable look nearly melted Shin Jingting's heart. Shin Jingting couldn't help but laugh. This is hardly the cold-blooded, bloodthirsty demon queen in the eyes of the ghosts, she's clearly the soft and adorable ghost queen sister. He gently lifted Han Lingxi's chin with his hand, making her look at him, his eyes full of tenderness and love. "If I get angry in the future, will you use this method to make me happy?" Shin Jingting smirked, looking at Han Lingxi with great interest. Han Lingxi lightly bit her lip, appearing shy and somewhat embarrassed. "As long as you don't dislike it, I'll use this method." Chapter 43, You Are a Good Person. Shin Jingting looked at her cute appearance and couldn't help but laugh, gently pinching her cheek. Okay, we've got a deal. Hmm. Han Lingxi let out a soft, red-faced sound. Seeing this, Shen Jingting smiled, teasingly said, I say, Ghost Queen's sister, don't be so shy, I tease you a bit, and you get all red. Do you think I'm as thick-skinned as you? Han Lingxi glared at Shen Jingting in mock anger, lightly swatting his hand away, but accidentally brushed against his fingertips, quickly pulling back as if burned. This rogue really can't stay serious for long. But this side of him is quite interesting. Shen Jingting looked at Han Lingxi with his eyes full of affection, his tone full of intimacy. You need to be a bit thicker-skinned, otherwise how could I have such a fun and cute wife? I'm not cute. I'm the Ghost Queen. If you tease me again, I'll bite you. Han Lingxi pretended to be angry as she glared at Shen Jingting, but her slightly pouting red lips betrayed her current charm. She wanted to regain her former coldness, but found that in front of Shen Jingting, she no longer had that frosty aura. Now, she just wanted to snuggle in Shen Jingting's arms, enjoying the feeling of being cherished by him. Shen Jingting was not intimidated but instead leaned forward, placing a soft kiss on Han Lingxi's nose. Here, you can be just my beloved Sheer, not the Ghost Queen. You don't need to pretend to be strong, or put on airs, just be yourself. Han Lingxi listened to Shen Jingting's words, gently resting her head on his shoulder. Rogue, do you know? Before, I thought I didn't need to rely on anyone. But now, I find that with you around, I actually want to be a little woman, to be pampered and protected by you. But, you are clearly lecherous, annoying, and a bit perverted. But I still like. Shen Jingting heard these comments, his head full of black lines, the corners of his mouth twitching several times, quickly interrupting Han Lingxi's words. Stop, 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 Ghost Queen's sister, do I have no good points in your heart? And can you change the way you address me? Don't always call me Lecher, call me hubby instead. No, I want to call you Lecher, it's my special name for you. Han Lingxi rolled her eyes and said with a smile, as for your strengths, of course, you have some. What is it? Shen Jingting eagerly asked. Han Lingxi pretended to ponder for a moment, then seriously said, you are a good person. Great, I've been given a good person card by the Ghost King's sister. I don't need a good person card. Shen Jingting pouted, don't I have anything in your heart that deserves your praise? Alright, I was just teasing you. Han Lingxi lightly poked his chest, her gaze turning gentle, although you are a bit lecherous, I still like you. Shen Jingting smirked mischievously, just saying you like me? Are we not going to have some actual actions? What actual actions do you want? Han Lingxi raised an eyebrow, still wearing a light smile. Actually, she had already guessed Shen Jingting's little thoughts but still pretended to ask. Shen Jingting maliciously moved closer again, let me hug you. Aren't you already hugging me? I mean hugging you to sleep tonight. Shen Jingting's lips curled into a sly smile, his words full of anticipation. Since that last time he hugged Han Lingxi to sleep, he had become especially fond of that feeling. Han Lingxi's body was soft, and when he held her close, he could smell the faint fragrance on her, making him feel incredibly safe and satisfied. Han Lingxi heard what he said, her cheeks slightly blushing, but since they had already been through it once, she wasn't too shy. She raised her eyes to look at Shen Jingting, her gaze holding a hint of playful reproach, you think too highly of yourself. We just got together, and you propose such a request. Does that mean you will get more and more demanding in the future? Seeing she didn't clearly refuse, Shen Jingting felt secretly happy and tightened his hold a little more. I won't. I just really miss that feeling we had before. When it came to this, Han Lingxi suddenly recalled the night Shen Jingting held her tightly. Although she was nervous, she slept very soundly in his arms. Jingting, let's talk about this later, I still feel a bit. But if you want to hug me, you can, and if you want to kiss me, you can too, but it has to be when no one is around. After expressing her feelings to Shen Jingting, Han Lingxi changed completely. In the past, as the Ghost King, she radiated a cold aura that kept others at a distance. But now, in front of Shen Jingting, it was as if all her toughness had been stripped away, leaving only warmth and shyness. Ghost King's sister, I'll remember that. Shen Jingting wrapped his arms around Han Lingxi's waist, resting his head in her shoulder. They lingered in their warmth for a moment, as if time itself had become tender and beautiful. Suddenly, Han Lingxi seemed to remember something, her expression stiffening. By the way, dang. Jingting, after all the trouble you went to get this soul spirit grass, you should have guessed that my soul source is damaged. From what I know of her, she will surely summon the 3 skeleton kings to attack Lingxi City. Shen Jingting chuckled, don't worry, Yu has already been struck by my soul loss needle and has become my slave. From now on, you'll have an extra death servant, which adds a guarantee of safety. Hearing this, Han Lingxi was slightly surprised, but she didn't doubt Shen Jingting's words. Because Shen Jingting always managed to pull out all sorts of strange things from his pants, he could produce all kinds of bizarre treasures. Although she had never heard of this soul loss needle, considering his abilities, it didn't seem like he was bragging. Shen Jingting raised his brows proudly, reached into his pocket and fished out a small jade bottle, pouring out a glossy pill, which was the 100 spirit pill. Sister Ghost King, this is the 100 spirit pill, it can speed up your injury recovery. Han Lingxi reached out to take it, her fingers unintentionally brushing against Shen Jingting's palm. Both were taken aback, a subtle emotion spreading in the air. Shen Jingting suddenly returned to his sly demeanor. Open your mouth, I will feed you myself. Saying that, he eagerly took the jade bottle from Han Lingxi's hand, poured out the 100 spirit pill, and gently brought it to her lips. Han Lingxi paused slightly, looking at Shen Jingting's sincere eyes. Warmth blossomed in her heart, and her lips unconsciously curled up. You worry too much, I'm not a child anymore. Though she said so, she still slightly parted her lips, allowing Shen Jingting to feed the pill into her mouth. The pill melted instantly, a gentle healing force swiftly spread within her body. Han Lingxi gently closed her eyes, feeling her injuries slowly recovering. Chapter 44, Han Lingxi's Gift. In less than 10 minutes, Han Lingxi's strength recovered to the star-level Ghost King. She slowly opened her eyes, just in time to meet Shen Jingting's affectionate gaze. Both felt a little shy when their eyes met. Shen Jingting was the first to break the silence, smiling as he asked, Sister Ghost King, how do you feel? Are you better? It's not just a little better, I have already recovered to the star-level Ghost King. Once I finish absorbing this 1000-year soul spirit herb, I will soon recover to the peak of the moon level, only one step away from the sun-level Ghost King. Han Lingxi nodded with a smile. On her face, still tainted with a hint of blush, was pure joy from the recovery of her strength. Several times, she thought she couldn't hold on any longer, but Shen Jingting's sudden appearance was like a beam of light, giving her hope again. Honey, it's so good to have you. Han Lingxi suddenly leaned in and kissed Shen Jingting gently on the cheek. Shen Jingting was first stunned, then realized what happened. A proud smile curved on his lips as he wrapped his arms around Han Lingxi's waist, pulling her closer. Why are you suddenly so proactive? I must savor this moment. Han Lingxi slightly tilted her head to meet his gaze, her expression calm yet a bit playful. What, are you the only one allowed to tease me? Can't I express my fondness? Shen Jingting shook his head with a smile. Of course not, I want it. As he spoke, he gently scratched Han Lingxi's nose. If you want a kiss in the future, just go ahead, I'm always welcome. Han Lingxi lightly swatted his hand away. You're so talkative. Despite this, she couldn't hide the smile on her face. Sister Ghost King, by the way, how did you know I went to Meiyu's place? Shen Jingting asked as he held Han Lingxi tightly. He was puzzled. If he remembered correctly, Han Lingxi wasn't in the room at that time, and he hadn't revealed his whereabouts before leaving. How did she know? I ran into Qingling while delivering clothes to you, she told me. No wonder. Shen Jingting nodded slightly, then a curious look appeared on his face. What kind of clothes did you prepare for me? Let me see. Han Lingxi smiled gently and took out a piece of clothing from the bedside, handing it to Shen Jingting. It was an exquisitely crafted outer shirt, made of soft and smooth fabric, with delicate embroidery and tight stitching, clearly made with much thought. Is this specially embroidered for me? Yes. Han Lingxi said while adjusting the collar for Shen Jingting. Aren't you going to enter the ghost spirit domain? I'm worried about your safety. So this clothing I made can withstand the attacks of star-level ghost generals. I used special spirit thread to sew this. At a critical moment, it will protect your safety. You should try it on and see if it fits. Shen Jingting immediately took the clothes and changed right on the spot. The clothing was soft and fitted, as if tailored just for him. The size was perfect. He moved his arms and turned around, feeling no sense of restraint at all. Sister Ghost King, it fits perfectly. As he spoke, he took out a palm-sized purple gold soft armor from the system space. You gave me a piece of clothing, so I will give you one too. Is this a piece of clothing? Han Lingxi looked puzzled, taking this small and tiny thing and examining it from every angle. Yes, inject your soul power, and it can change size as you wish. Shen Jingting explained with a smile. In fact, this purple gold soft armor was made of particularly precious material. It could not only change size according to the owner's will but could also defend against Ghost Lord level attacks. It was one of his most treasured items in the system space. But he didn't tell Han Lingxi these details, fearing she might refuse to accept it if she knew how valuable this clothing was. Han Lingxi looked at him with doubt. Is it really as magical as you say? Despite her skepticism, seeing Shen Jingting's eager expression, she still tried to inject her soul power into the armor. In an instant, the palm-sized armor began to slowly grow larger, and before long, it transformed into a perfectly fitting outfit that felt light and almost weightless. Sister Ghost King, hurry and put it on. Shen Jingting urged with excitement on his face. Han Lingxi's cheeks flushed slightly as she playfully glared at him. You go out first, I need to change clothes. Shen Jingting didn't want to leave and quickly replied, I promise not to look. I'll just stand here. If you need help, I can assist right away. I'm just changing clothes, what help do I need? Han Lingxi rolled her eyes at him, annoyed, and how can I change with you here? Hurry up and go out. Shen Jingting mumbled in a slightly aggrieved tone, sigh fine, I'll step out now. Saying this, he slowly walked towards the door. Just as he was about to step over the threshold, Han Lingxi's voice came from behind. Jingting, after we get married, not only can I let you see, but I can also have you help me wear it. Shin Jingting instantly perked up, turned around to look at Han Lingxi, and a radiant smile spread across his face. Sister Ghost King, are you serious? Han Lingxi was amused by his expression and gently nodded. Of course it's true, when have I ever lied to you? Now go out, and come back in after I change. Only then did Shin Jingting step outside, feeling satisfied, and he kindly helped her close the door. Outside the door, he paced back and forth, eagerly anticipating how Han Lingxi would look after changing her clothes. After some time, Han Lingxi changed her clothes and stood in front of the bronze mirror, looking at her graceful self dressed in the purple gold soft armor, her thoughts drifting far away. Master, I see all the good that Jingting does for me, I truly like him very much. She whispered softly, as if confessing her feelings to her late master. The three great ghost kings, Skeleton, Bloodshed, and Corpse Spirit, immediately gathered in the City of Lust. They learned that Han Lingxi's male pet had come to Lust's mansion at midnight, and malicious smiles spread across their faces. There was no need to think too much. With Lust's practiced seductive arts, even the Ghost Kings would be caught off guard, let alone Shin Jingting, who was merely at the level of a wicked ghost. In their eyes, Shin Jingting had undoubtedly become Lust's slave. I never expected that Han Lingxi would come to this, the Corpse Spirit King said with a cruel expression. He had always been envious of Han Lingxi's strength and status, and now that he had a chance, he would not easily let it go. The Skeleton King laughed eerily, a laugh that sent chills down the spine. Now we have a good show to watch. Han Lingxi has always been proud. If she finds out her man was taken by lust, she would surely go mad. Should we take this opportunity to jointly attack Lingxi City? Han Lingxi might be in distress now, making it a perfect opportunity for us. The Bloodshed King licked his lips, greed unmistakable in his eyes. He had long coveted the resources and territory of Lingxi City. Now that such a good opportunity had arisen, he would certainly not want to miss it. Moreover, capturing Lingxi City would mean taking down Evil Feather City as well, which was a tremendous temptation for Bloodshed. Do not act recklessly, let's see how things are on Lust's side first. If she truly has Shin Jingting under her control, perhaps she can extract some of Han Lingxi's weaknesses from him, and we can move then. The Corpse Spirit was always meticulous, knowing that reckless actions could bring unexpected troubles. Furthermore, they had to deal with the leading Ghost King among the six, Lingxi Ghost King. They could not afford to be careless. It was better to be cautious, they didn't want to trip and fall later. Alright then, we will wait and see what tricks that woman Lust can come up with. The Skeleton and Bloodshed Kings felt a bit impatient but agreed that the Corpse Spirit King made a valid point, so they suppressed their impulses. Upon entering Lust City, the three immediately sent a message to her. Before long, they received Lust's reply, instructing them to meet in the backyard. The three hurriedly arrived at the backyard, where Lust was already waiting. Before Lust could speak, Bloodshed impatiently asked, "What happened? What is Han Lingxi's condition now?" Lust's expression was calm, her tone steady. Han Lingxi's male pet has become my informant. Han Lingxi is indeed severely injured and has not yet recovered. As she spoke, she lightly waved her sleeve, seemingly shooing away non-existent mosquitoes, but in reality, she was hiding her inner unease. Only she knew that although Shin Jingting was merely at the level of a wicked ghost, he possessed a powerful iron lump that could kill a Ghost King. She had personally experienced the power of this iron lump, and the memory still made her tremble. Moreover, Lust concealed the fact that Shin Jingting had turned her into a slave. It was a tremendous humiliation that could not be known by others. Additionally, it was Shin Jingting's instruction that no one besides Han Lingxi should know about this matter. The Corpse Spirit King slightly nodded, pondering that if Han Lingxi was severely injured and had not recovered, it was indeed a prime opportunity to attack Lingxi City. However, he felt an unease about how smoothly everything was going and kept his guard up. But when he thought of Lust's seductive arts being so difficult to resist, his doubts eased somewhat. After all, in these 9 ghost realms, Lust's seductive arts were famously powerful. Anyone who came into contact with them found it hard to escape. The Skeleton King, however, did not care so much. Grinning widely, he laughed strangely. Han Lingxi has finally fallen. Let's quickly gather our forces and directly strike Lingxi City. Bloodshed King echoed, exactly, if we don't attack now, when will we? Seeing this, Lust's mouth curled into an almost imperceptible cold smile. These 3 fools are about to pay for their arrogance. By then, there will only be 2 Ghost Kings left in the soul-eating ghost domain. Since Han Lingxi's injuries have not healed, as soon as the Ghost Spirit realm ends, we will immediately dispatch troops to attack Lingxi City. As for Han Lingxi's male pet, if he enters the Ghost Spirit realm, let my subordinates kill him to eliminate future troubles. Corpse Spirit stood with his hands behind his back, exuding a chilling aura. His position as one of the 6 Ghost Kings in the soul-eating ghost domain relied on his ruthlessness and caution. No matter what world it is, there are no absolute friends, only eternal benefits. Blood Shadow pondered for a moment before voicing his plan. 3. I think it's better to let Mei Yu control that guy to kill Han Lingxi's people. This way, we can weaken Han Lingxi's power and use a knife to kill, reaping the profits. That sounds good. No problem. Corpse Spirit and Skull both expressed their agreement. After they spoke, they turned to look at Mei Yu. Mei Yu was a key part of this plan to use a knife to kill. Whether Shin Jingting could be controlled successfully depended on her cooperation. Mei Yu quietly nodded, all right. At this moment, Skull had a strange expression and handed Mei Yu an invitation. By the way, Mei Yu, this is from your former lover that he asked me to deliver to you. I heard he's about to marry the daughter of Nightmare Ghost Sovereign and wanted you to attend. Mei Yu's hand trembled suddenly, almost dropping the invitation. Her thoughts drifted far away, recalling all the past moments with that man. Back then, they often secretly met in the dark, sharing their hearts. She thought she had found support and even confronted other suitors for him. But now, he was to marry the daughter of Nightmare Ghost Sovereign and grandly sent an invitation. Was this not showing off? Mei Yu knew clearly that he was mocking her, trying to make her look foolish in front of everyone. After all, who in the Ghost King world didn't know about their past relationship? So, Mei Yu, are you reluctant? Blood Shadow Ghost King said sarcastically from the side, his face filled with anticipation for the show. Mei Yu, I believe Poison Fog just wants to humiliate you. Corpse Spirit Ghost King snorted coldly. Everyone knows that the daughter of Nightmare Ghost Sovereign is a promiscuous one. Privately, her male pets are over 400 or 500. Poison Fog, in order to climb higher, is willing to eat such dirt. SK. You trample on my heart. Mei Yu bit her lip tightly, her nails almost digging into her palm, feeling both shame and anger inside. Once, she thought she and the poisonous mist were sincere to each other, but she never expected him to be so shallow. Recalling the past, those once sweet promises now became a great irony. At your wedding, I will give you a scene you will never forget. Soon, the time came for the ghostly realm to open. Han Lingxi selected 19 daytime level evil spirits to accompany Shin Jingting into the ghostly realm to compete for heavenly materials and treasures. In the boudoir, Han Lingxi carefully arranged Shin Jingting's clothes like a considerate wife. Jingting, I know you have many means, but the ghostly realm is very tricky. Those grenades of yours might not work fully inside. These 19 daytime level evil spirits may not be the strongest, but they can surely assist you in critical moments. You must make good use of them. While speaking, Han Lingxi fastened the jade pendant around Shin Jingting's waist with care. It was made by her own hands. The jade pendant contained a thread of her soul power, which could summon 5 daytime level evil spirit clones in a critical moment if shattered. Shin Jingting held Han Lingxi's hand, applying slight pressure to comfort her. Sister Ghost King, don't worry, I value my life. I haven't married you home yet, so it's impossible for you to die. You're so glib. Han Lingxi pouted, covering his mouth. Come back to me safe and sound. Sheer, I promise you, I will definitely come back without losing a single hair. Han Lingxi nodded gently, then the two walked out of the room together and arrived at the training ground. The 19 daytime level evil spirits were already lined up neatly, each surrounded by a swirling aura of darkness and malevolence. When the 19 evil spirits saw Shin Jingting and Han Lingxi holding hands, they couldn't help but whisper to each other. The Ghost King is coming out. Hey, look at who is beside the Ghost King. A tall and thin evil spirit asked softly, confusion written all over his face. Another evil spirit lowered his voice in response, his eyes sizing up Shin Jingting. I heard he is the Ghost King's male pet, but he doesn't seem like a simple character. Male pet? Him? How could he catch the Ghost King's eye? Another evil spirit snorted disdainfully, but he is quite handsome. It was the first time they saw Han Lingxi so close with a man. In the eyes of others, Han Lingxi was always the imposing and aloof Ghost King, commanding respect and fear, hard to approach. Now that they saw her so affectionate with Shin Jingting, their curiosity and speculation surged endlessly. A sinister-looking evil spirit said in a low voice, usually, the Ghost King is cold and unapproachable. I never expected her to be so different with this guy. Yeah, I wonder what kind of charm this guy has cast on the Ghost King. Another male evil spirit echoed, a hint of jealousy flashing in his eyes. I never thought the Ghost King would have such a girl-like side. A female evil spirit couldn't help but say softly, her voice laced with a touch of emotion. In their impression, aside from her unpredictable temper, Han Lingxi was flawless in every other aspect. In terms of appearance, she was not just beautiful but definitely one of the most stunning beings in the strange world, with a cold yet charming demeanor that left a deep impression. In terms of strength, as the Ghost King, Han Lingxi was ruthless, carving out her own territory in this brutal world, causing many to tremble in fear. When it came to how she treated her subordinates and citizens, Han Lingxi was beyond reproach. She was clear in rewards and punishments. For those with achievements, she never stinted on rewards, and because of this, many ghost guards were willing to fight and die for her. Stop talking, the Ghost King is here, an evil spirit suddenly whispered, nervously alerting everyone. The fierce ghosts, who had been whispering quietly, instantly fell silent, each one tensed up, their eyes filled with awe. Han Lingxi and Shin Jingting walked forward slowly, radiating a powerful aura that made the surrounding yin energy tremble. Her gaze swept over everyone, finally landing on Shin Jingting, the coldness in her eyes instantly turning into a hint of tenderness. Jingting, be careful. Shin Jingting nodded slightly. Don't worry, Ghost King's sister, I will return safely. Han Lingxi gently nodded, then turned to look at the 19 fierce ghosts, her voice cold yet full of authority. Listen carefully, when entering the ghost spirit realm, fully assist young Master Shin, and obey all his commands. Yes, ma'am. The 19 fierce ghosts replied in unison. Then, Han Lingxi led Shin Jingting and the others to the entrance of the ghost spirit realm. The 33 ghost kings and their 10 fierce ghost subordinates had long been waiting here. Seeing Han Lingxi, everyone was taken aback. In the past, when Han Lingxi was aloof, she always wore her hair up high, secured with a sharp jade hairpin. Each strand was neat and tidy, her aura so powerful that no one dared to look directly at her, as if she kept everyone at a distance. But now, her hair was loosely gathered, a few strands naturally falling on either side of her face, with a gentle peach blossom hairpin adorning it, adding a touch of softness. The whole person exuded a gentle vibe, completely shedding her past aloofness and authority, appearing like an ideal wife and mother. Especially when looking at Shin Jingting, the love in her eyes was almost overflowing. Ghost King Lingxi, what brings such happiness? The Illusion Ghost King asked Han Lingxi. Han Lingxi cast a light glance at the Illusion Ghost King, the smile on her lips lingering. It's nothing, just thought of some happy things, it's none of your business. Although her tone still held some distance, it lacked the previous chilling coldness. The Illusion Ghost King raised an eyebrow, not angry, as her gaze swept over Shin Jingting. Ghost King Lingxi, who is this? Before Han Lingxi could respond, the 100 Souls Ghost King leaned over from the side, a mischievous smile on his face. Oh, Illusion, you don't know? This is Ghost King Lingxi's male pet. I heard he has some skills, but I wonder if he can handle himself in the ghost spirit realm. Han Lingxi's expression darkened, coldly looking at the 100 Souls Ghost King. 100 Souls, watch your mouth. My people are not for you to criticize. The 100 Souls Ghost King flinched under Han Lingxi's gaze, feeling a bit scared, involuntarily taking a step back. Chapter 47, Rivals Meet. Seeing the atmosphere tense, the Illusion Ghost King quickly eased the situation. Alright, everyone is here to enter the ghost spirit realm for treasures, why cause conflict? Saying this, she looked at Shin Jingting, her lively eyes revealing a hint of curiosity. This young master, since you have won Ghost King Lingxi's favor, you must be someone special. But be careful once you enter the ghost spirit realm, the dangers inside are not to be taken lightly. The Illusion Ghost King's words seemed to remind Shin Jingting to deal cautiously with the dangers in the ghost spirit realm, but also carried an underlying threat. Implying that if Shin Jingting did anything unfavorable to her subordinates in the ghost spirit realm, even if he had Han Lingxi protecting him, he would not have good outcomes. Seeing the hint of provocation in the Illusion Ghost King's words, Han Lingxi felt displeased and coldly said, Illusion, my man's abilities are not for you to question. If you have the time to spare, you might as well take care of your own subordinates. The Illusion Ghost King heard Han Lingxi's words but was not angry, she just smiled lightly. Ghost King Lingxi, I was just saying that casually, why are you being so protective? Fine, let's see in the end who can return loaded with treasures from the ghost spirit realm. As the Ghost Kings discussed the situation in the ghost spirit realm, the late-coming Cold Maple Ghost King saw at a glance Han Lingxi and Shin Jingting being so intimate. His face instantly darkened, a hint of jealousy and anger flashing in his eyes. He had always liked Han Lingxi, and in the Ghost King circle, no Ghost King was unaware of this. In Cold Maple's heart, Han Lingxi was the most dazzling existence in this eerie world, and she should belong to him. But now, looking at Han Lingxi snuggled up to Shin Jingting, his heart was filled with unwillingness. Thinking back not long ago, at the critical moment when Han Lingxi was about to break through to the Sun-level Ghost King, he, consumed by love turned to hate, chose to launch a sneak attack. At that time, he thought that if Han Lingxi failed, she would be weak and helpless, and he could take advantage of the situation to gain control over her firmly. But he did not expect that Han Lingxi, with her strong will and powerful strength, successfully escaped disaster, and now they had become life and death enemies. Ha, Han Lingxi, I never expected you would fall for such a man. The Cold Maple Ghost King stepped forward, his tone filled with sarcasm. What can he give you? Just a weak and incompetent pretty boy. Han Lingxi's face darkened, and she coldly looked at the Cold Maple Ghost King. Cold Maple, my affairs are not something you should meddle in. I haven't settled the score for your sneak attack on me back then, so you'd better be sensible today. Shin Jingting wrapped his arm around Han Lingxi's slim waist, his gaze fiercely fixed on Cold Maple. He emitted a chilling killing intent, staring directly at the Cold Maple Ghost King, speaking word by word. Cold Maple, you hurt my woman, this debt, I Shin Jingting will always remember. If it weren't for Han Lingxi wanting to personally torture Cold Maple to death, Shin Jingting would have directly wanted to use the barret hidden in the system space to make this disgusting guy's head explode. The Cold Maple Ghost King looked at Shin Jingting, his eyes flashing with disdain. Just you? What can you do to me? Today I will see just how capable you are. As he spoke, the dark energy around him surged, and his soul power was running wildly, clearly preparing to attack. Han Lingxi did not show weakness either, her soul power erupted instantly, standing shoulder to shoulder with Shin Jingting. Cold Maple, if you want to fight, I will accompany you to the end. But think carefully, if battle breaks out here today, you won't come out unscathed. Even if her injuries were not fully healed, Cold Maple could not expect to gain any advantage over her. And even if they were both left severely wounded in the end, she would not hesitate. Moreover, with 33 Ghost Kings watching around, once a fight started, the situation would only become more chaotic, and Cold Maple would find it hard to escape unscathed. Seeing this scene, the surrounding Ghost Kings gathered around, eager to watch the drama. At this tense moment, Mayu stepped out from the crowd, standing beside Han Lingxi. She slightly raised her chin, playing with a strand of hair beside her temples, her lips curving with a faint smile. Cold Maple Ghost King, are you trying to bully our woman? The Illusion Spirit Ghost King stepped forward, advising, we are all here for the treasures in the Ghost Spirit realm, why harm the harmony? The Cold Maple Ghost King looked at the powerful aura emanating from Han Lingxi, feeling a bit wary in his heart. He was not afraid of Han Lingxi, but of the many backup plans and resources left to her by her master. Besides, although he was deeply obsessed with Han Lingxi, he was not without reason, knowing that fighting Han Lingxi now was not a wise move. With Illusion Spirit persuading and Mayu supporting, he then followed the steps given by Illusion Spirit. Han Lingxi, pretty boy, today you count yourselves lucky. This debt, I will settle with you sooner or later. The Cold Maple Ghost King gritted his teeth and said fiercely. Then he flipped his sleeve, taking his subordinates to a side to wait quietly for the Ghost Spirit realm to open. Han Lingxi watched the Cold Maple Ghost King's departing figure, snorting coldly, her vigilance in her heart, however, still unrelenting. She knew that the Cold Maple Ghost King would never give up easily. After entering the Ghost Spirit realm, she had to constantly guard against his schemes. Jingting, after you enter the Ghost Spirit realm, you must be extra careful. If necessary, kill Cold Maple's subordinates. Don't worry, Ghost King's sister. As long as they don't provoke me, it's fine. But once they do, they won't live to leave the Ghost Spirit realm. Shin Jingting chuckled lightly. He wasn't someone to be trifled with. Once someone touched his bottom line, they would surely pay a painful price. However, Cold Maple was a hidden danger that had to be dealt with. His obsession with Han Lingxi had reached a crazy level. If he wasn't eliminated, he would always be a threat. Upon entering the Ghost Spirit realm, the first thing was to deal with Cold Maple's people. At this moment, Cold Maple stood at the entrance of the Ghost Spirit realm, conversing with a woman. Cold Maple, do you like Han Lingxi? The woman asked with a smile that seemed ambiguous. Cold Maple glanced at her, his tone a bit impatient. Shuangling, what do you want to say? I think that pretty boy of Han Lingxi looks quite good. I want him. Shuangling licked her lips, her eyes filled with greed. As for Han Lingxi, I'll just call my father Nightmare Ghost Lord to force her to submit. Maybe she'll even throw herself into your arms. What do you think? Isn't this a good idea? Cold Maple was momentarily startled, a touch of unease rising in his heart. You need to think it through. Han Lingxi is under the Silver Spirit Ghost Lord. If the Silver Spirit Ghost Lord finds out, he might not let it go. Shuangling disdainfully curled her lips. What are you afraid of? My father, Nightmare Ghost Lord, is no weaker than Silver Spirit Ghost Lord. Even if Silver Spirit Ghost Lord finds out, he can only eat silent bitterness. If not, we can just give him some compensation. Chapter 48, My Wife, Give Me Some Motivation. Cold Maple looked at Shuangling. Though he was wary of this plan, his obsession with Han Lingxi made it hard for him to control himself. He spoke directly, Shuangling, since you want to call your father, Nightmare Ghost Lord, to force Han Lingxi, I won't beat around the bush. Speak. What are your conditions? I don't believe there are free lunches in the world. Shuangling's lips curled into a smug smile, her eyes sparkling with greed. Cold Maple, you're indeed a smart person. I like dealing with smart people like you. So I'll be direct. I want 10 million blood soul stones, plus travel expenses for my father. As long as you can meet my conditions, I guarantee my father will help you deal with Han Lingxi. Cold Maple's expression slightly changed. 10 million blood soul stones was no small amount. Even for him, it would take some effort to gather that many. Moreover, the travel expenses for Nightmare Ghost Lord would likely be astronomical. Shuangling, your conditions are too harsh. 10 million blood soul stones? Where am I supposed to get so many right now? 10 million blood soul stones, let alone a Ghost King, even ordinary Ghost Lords might not be able to produce them all at once. Blood soul stones are incredibly difficult to come by, often occupied by powerful forces, and mining them is hard. Each stone is worth its weight in gold. Lingxi City does have a blood soul stone mine, but that was left to Han Lingxi by her master before he passed. Only her trusted subordinates can enter, no one else could come within 100 kilometers. Seeing Cold Maple silent, Shuangling grew impatient. Cold Maple, are you capable or not? If you can't, just say it early and don't waste my time. Don't try to play the pity card with me. You've been in this world for so long, can't you get 10 million blood soul stones? I think you're just unwilling. If you can't part with those blood soul stones, then forget it. I won't meddle in your business. Cold Maple gritted his teeth, weighing the pros and cons in his heart. He wanted Han Lingxi too much. For this goal, he felt it was worth taking a risk. Alright, Shu Angling, I agree. But you have to give me some time. I will gather the 10 million blood soul stones and the travel expenses for Nightmare Ghost Lord as soon as possible. But you have to give me a clear answer. Will your father really help me with all his strength? Xuanling smiled proudly. You can rest assured, my father has always loved me. As long as I ask him, he will definitely help me. And with my father taking action, what resistance does Han Lingxi have? By then, she will have no choice but to obediently fall into your arms. Han Feng nodded. Although he still had some worries in his heart, he could only choose to trust Xuanling. Alright, then it's settled. Xuanling waved her hand. Okay, let's go. However, I must say this up front, if you can't gather the blood soul stones and the fees later, don't blame me for turning against you. Han Feng didn't say anything, just led his subordinates to one side to wait. After a quarter of an hour, the entrance to the ghost spirit realm trembled, and the space rippled layer by layer, slowly opening up. Seeing this scene, a group of ghost kings began to organize their subordinates to enter the ghost spirit realm one by one. At that moment, figures surged at the entrance, each ghost carrying their own thoughts and different purposes, entering this mysterious and dangerous secret realm in an endless stream. Han Lingxi looked at this and smiled brightly at Qin Jingting. Jingting, I won't say too much, I'll wait for you to come back. Sister Ghost King, here are some snacks for you. Qin Jingting took out many small snacks he bought from the system mall and handed them to Han Lingxi. Milk tea, sunflower seeds, chocolate, all kinds of delicious snacks were laid out before Han Lingxi. Moreover, he also solemnly handed over the Barrett, along with 5 bullets and 3 incendiary grenades. These are for your self-defense. I've also charged the phone. If you miss me, just video call me. Han Lingxi took the Barrett, and as soon as she held it, she noticed her image actually engraved on the stock. Jingting, did you draw this? Of course, does it look good? It looks good. Han Lingxi smiled and nodded. I didn't expect you to be so talented. Absolutely. Qin Jingting held his chin high with pride, then suddenly changed the subject. Sister Ghost King, keep this Barrett safe. Once the ghost spirit realm opens, those wolves and tigers will definitely bully you. Don't save bullets and grenades. If they dare to bully you, just eliminate them. You've given me the gun, but what about you? Han Lingxi frowned and asked. Don't worry, I have a talisman, no one can kill me. With the system, he was not afraid of any threats that might appear in the ghost spirit realm. Although Han Lingxi was still somewhat uneasy, she could only nod upon seeing Qin Jingting's determined gaze. Then you should hurry in. The entrance to the ghost spirit realm is only open for 15 minutes, if you miss it, you'll have to wait another 50 years. Han Lingxi's voice carried a hint of urgency, urging Qin Jingting to enter the ghost spirit realm quickly. If they missed this time, they would have to wait another 50 years. Hearing this, Qin Jingting's lips curled up slightly, and he suddenly said, Dear, give me some motivation before I go in. Han Lingxi was taken aback, unsure how to respond, so she asked, how should I give it? Just give me a kiss. Qin Jingting suddenly leaned in closer. The distance between them instantly closed, and Han Lingxi could clearly feel the warm breath coming from Qin Jingting. However, seeing that there were ghosts all around, she felt a little shy. Jingting, how about we wait until you come out of the ghost spirit realm, then we can go home, and I'll let you kiss me? Han Lingxi lowered her head, appearing a bit bashful. After all, with so many ghosts watching, kissing Qin Jingting on the spot was a challenge for her, who had never been so bold. Sister Ghost King, motivation needs to be given now to be effective. Qin Jingting continued to smile as he coaxed Han Lingxi. Han Lingxi bit her lip, secretly looked around, and saw that the others were busy preparing to enter the ghost spirit realm, seemingly not paying much attention to them. After hesitating for a moment, she finally gathered her courage, gently wrapped her arms around Qin Jingting's neck, and softly kissed him on the lips. Qin Jingting was slightly taken aback, then he embraced Han Lingxi again, his heart filled with sweetness. Alright, let's go in. Han Lingxi gently pushed Qin Jingting, just to prevent him from making any more outrageous requests. With the motivational reward, Qin Jingting instantly became lively. He looked at Han Lingxi with blazing eyes and softly said, Sheer, wait for me to come back. After saying this, he reluctantly glanced at Han Lingxi and turned around, leading 19 fierce ghosts towards the entrance of the eerie spirit realm. Han Lingxi stood still, her gaze tightly following Qin Jingting's figure until he disappeared into the swirling black mist. Jingting, I will be here waiting for you to come home. Chapter 49, Doubt. Qin Jingting led 19 fierce ghosts into the eerie spirit realm, expecting to be enveloped by a decaying and rotten atmosphere, but the scene before him greatly exceeded his expectations. This place wasn't as decayed and miserable as he imagined, filled with the stench of death and silence. As soon as he entered, Qin Jingting felt the air thick with dense and mixed soul power, like a tangible mist swirling and intertwining in the air. What rich soul power! Indeed, this eerie spirit realm is truly a secret place that even ghost kings covet. Next, we can really show our skills. The 19 fierce ghosts spoke one after another, their excitement evident in every word. Those who could enter the eerie spirit realm and survive almost all became famous ghost kings, or even ghost lords, in the strange world. Take the 36 ghost kings for example. Except for Frost Spirit and Cold Maple, the other 34 ghost kings had all entered the eerie spirit realm and survived to earn their titles. If they could survive this brutal contest, their chances of becoming ghost kings in the future would at least be 20%. Don't underestimate just 20%, it is a huge opportunity on the path of cultivation. In this world, if one only cultivates step by step without guidance, their chances of becoming a ghost king are less than 10%. Take Cold Maple and Frost Spirit, for instance. Their innate talents are not outstanding, and among cultivators, they could be considered ordinary, yet they just happen to have a ghost lord father. Relying on their father's protection, Cold Maple and Frost Spirit could easily acquire precious cultivation resources. Those coveted treasures and rare materials were merely at their fingertips. The connections and power of their parents further ensured their smooth cultivation journey, allowing them to sail through without obstacles. Even if they made mistakes, their ghost lord father would always step in to smooth things over. In contrast, the 19 fierce ghosts led by Shinjingting came from ordinary backgrounds, lacking strong support, and had to rely entirely on themselves to fight for survival in the perilous eerie spirit realm. Lord, you assign the tasks, we will follow your orders. The leading fierce ghost spoke. Although his words were respectful, the tone was filled with a hint of perfunctory arrogance. Deep down, they all believed Shinjingting was living off someone else, merely enjoying the favors of Han Lingxi to reach his current status. If it weren't for Han Lingxi specifically instructing them to obey Shinjingting, they wouldn't have bothered with this backgroundless person. Shinjingting naturally heard the reluctance in Shueyu's voice, but his expression remained calm and indifferent. He knew that in this survival of the fittest eerie spirit realm, strength was the only thing people respected. Moreover, the only person he cared about was Han Lingxi. As for the others, they weren't worth his attention. However, since Shueyu said they would listen to his orders, Shinjingting didn't hold back. Now we have become the targets in the eyes of others. No matter what, it's best not to disperse, or we could easily be picked off one by one. My lord, we understand that the eerie spirit realm is dangerous, but splitting up to seek treasures is more efficient. The harvest will be even greater. Shueyu couldn't help but speak out, his words full of confusion. Shinjingting smiled mysteriously. We don't need to find them, they will come to us on their own. This answer left everyone looking at each other in bewilderment. Lord, what do you mean by that? Another tall, thin female evil spirit couldn't help but ask. But Shinjingting did not hurry to explain. He simply raised his eyes to look at the valley ahead, shrouded in eerie mist, and said slowly. Don't ask too many questions. Just rest well these next couple of days to gather your energy. On the last day, I will lead you to riches. After saying that, Shinjingting casually found a tree, climbed up, and began to sleep, as if this perilous ghost realm was his own backyard. Shueyu and the other evil spirits exchanged glances, momentarily bewildered by Shinjingting's actions. Before they entered the ghost realm, the Ghost King had repeatedly emphasized that they must strive to find more heavenly treasures. These treasures could not only enhance their strength but also affect the rise and fall of the entire Lingxi city. But Shinjingting, after entering, didn't seem anxious at all about finding treasure. First, he told everyone not to scatter, and now he wanted to rest, which was truly puzzling. However, the Ghost King had specifically stressed to obey Shinjingting's orders, so they dared not disobey. For a moment, Shueyu and the evil spirits were at a loss, not wanting to watch the heavenly treasures be taken away by other Ghost King factions, but unable to go against Shinjingting's commands. What's going on? If we just sit here and wait, those treasures will surely slip away from us. An impatient evil spirit couldn't help but whisper in complaint. Shueyu frowned and said softly, Wang Tai, the Ghost King told us to listen to him, we can't go against the Ghost King's orders. But what if he's just giving us useless orders? We can't put all our hopes on him. Another evil spirit replied with concern. They spoke in low voices, exchanging words, occasionally glancing at Shinjingting, who was sleeping soundly up in the tree, filled with helplessness and conflict. But they didn't dare to act on their own, they could only pace anxiously under the tree, waiting. Why don't we just listen to Lord? After all, the Ghost King values him so much, he must have some extraordinary qualities that we just haven't seen yet. An evil spirit suggested quietly, with a hint of self-persuasion in his tone. A stout evil spirit scoffed, showing disdain, I think he got to be Lord just because of his looks and his ability to please the Ghost King. When it comes to strength and strategy, I certainly don't agree. Shinjingting's strength was not hidden, even the Ghost Guard stronger than him could tell he was only a day-level evil spirit. Thus, none of the 19 evil spirits held any hope for Shinjingting. After all, in this strange world, strength was fundamental. But whatever the case, the Ghost King told us to obey Shinjingting, we should just do it. If something goes wrong, we can just blame him later. The Ghost King likes him so much, it's obvious he'll scold him then. Shueyu's eyes flickered as he weighed the pros and cons and said. Mentioning Han Lingxi brought the cold and majestic figure of her to the minds of the evil spirits. Recalling the scene where she kissed Shen Jingting in front of all the spirits left their hearts mixed with emotions. On one hand, they were utterly loyal to Han Lingxi and dared not defy her in the slightest, and on the other hand, they felt some jealousy towards Shen Jingting, who was inexplicably favored. Shen Jingting had only been here a few days, and he had already won over their revered and untouchable Ghost King. While they were filled with conflicting emotions, a slender evil spirit whispered a suggestion. Why don't we secretly go look for some treasures? As long as we act quickly, Lord probably won't notice. Shueyu immediately shot him a glare. Don't be foolish. The Ghost King told us to listen to Shen Jingting. If we act recklessly and things go wrong, we won't have anyone to blame. In the end, it will still be us who suffers. Just be patient. Sigh, I really don't understand what the Ghost King sees in him. That fierce ghost still didn't give up, mumbling softly. Shueyu snorted coldly. No matter what the Ghost King sees in him, we can only listen to him now. Let's rest well these days, conserve our energy, and see how he will make us rich on the last day. If he really has the skills, following him might just let us enjoy a great life. If he's useless, we can find another way later. The fierce ghosts listened and, though unwilling, felt that Shueyu made sense. So they could only find places to sit and force down their inner desire for treasures, beginning to rest. Above in the tree, Shen Jingting breathed steadily, seemingly truly lost in sweet dreams. He was completely unaware of the discussions below. Occasionally the corners of his mouth would slightly rise, as if dreaming sweet dreams. However, just as he dreamed of entering the bridal chamber with Han Lingxi, an untimely voice from the system interrupted his beautiful dream. Task released. Do not let Shueyu and the fierce ghosts do nothing, let them find something to do. Task reward, a low-level spell card for slaughter. Special note, the low-level card can only be used on ghosts ranked below the Ghost King. Only high-level cards can be used on oneself. Because the host just died, his soul level is very weak. To enhance the soul level, he can spend 500,000 Eerie points to purchase purple soul water to boost the soul level. One bottle can enhance to Ghost Sovereign. At first, Shen Jingting ignored the task released by the system, grinding his teeth while communicating with the system in his mind. System, I am about to enter the bridal chamber with the Ghost King's sister, can't you let me finish the stream before releasing the task? He had been happily imagining, soon to see Han Lingxi take off that gorgeous wedding dress and spend a wonderful night together. Suddenly, the system's untimely notification interrupted his happy thoughts, making Shen Jingting feel incredibly depressed, like a duck that flew away just as it reached his mouth. Host, it is daytime now, stop daydreaming. The system poured a bucket of cold water over Shen Jingting. Shen Jingting pouted, just about to continue complaining, when he suddenly remembered that there was a reward for pursuing Han Lingxi, which the system seemed to have never mentioned. His eyes widened, he questioned unhappily, by the way system, what about my pursuit reward? The Ghost King's sister has already been pursued by me, the reward should be given now. Were you planning to skip out on giving it if I didn't mention it? Ahem, how could that be? This system never does such things. The system seemed a bit guilty, its voice lowered a few notches. Hearing its tone, it was clear it didn't plan to give it. Hurry up, stop dragging your feet. Shen Jingting didn't delve into the system's little thoughts, simply hurried it to release the reward quickly. Task reward, a dual cultivation card, 2 yin-yang source pills. Note, the dual cultivation card is only valid for 7 days. As soon as the system's words fell, details of these 2 items appeared in Shen Jingting's mind. Seeing this note, Shen Jingting was momentarily stunned, then the corners of his mouth lifted, revealing a smile. This dual cultivation card and yin-yang source pills were both rare treasures. Taking the yin-yang source pill first, then using the dual cultivation card to cultivate with Han Lingxi, would not only quickly enhance his power but also cultivate feelings, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After receiving the reward, Shen Jingting happily flipped off the tree. After landing, he brushed off the dust on his clothes and walked toward the fierce ghosts who were softly mumbling under the tree. Stop discussing, I'm assigning you tasks now. As soon as the fierce ghosts heard this, they immediately perked up. Finally, they could show their skills. However, what Shen Jingting said next left them dumbfounded again. Shueyu, you take 4 people to go fishing. Wang Tai, you also take 4 people to go hunting. Huang Yingying, you take the rest to gather firewood and pick some fruit. Alright, the tasks are assigned, let's get moving. After saying this, he prepared to go back up the tree to continue sleeping. Shueyu couldn't help but ask, Lord, we are all powerful ghosts who do not need food to sustain our lives, why do we still have to do these things? The other powerful ghosts also nodded, puzzled expressions on their faces. Shen Jingting turned around and said seriously and solemnly, because I'm hungry. As soon as he said this, the powerful ghosts were dumbfounded, looking at each other in confusion, not knowing how to react for a moment. As powerful ghosts, they had long since transcended the stage of relying on food for survival. In this eerie and strange spirit realm, they only thought about acquiring treasures and improving their strength, never considering the idea of finding food for Shen Jingting just because he said hungry. Shuiyu was the first to snap back to reality, his mouth twitching as he silently complained. But on the surface, he still respectfully nodded, "Lord, we will go now." Then, Shuiyu led the 4 powerful ghosts, dejectedly walking towards the creek. The rest of the powerful ghosts mumbled quietly, "What is this all about?" Finding food for someone in this spirit realm. Wang Tai and the others also had sad expressions as they went into the mountains to hunt, while Huang Yingying took the remaining people to find firewood and fruit. All along the way, they whispered complaints, but they dared not disobey Shen Jingting's orders. Reward has been issued. After receiving the system reward, Shen Jingting happily returned to the tree to chat with Han Lingxi. Outside the eerie spirit realm, Han Lingxi was enjoying her milk tea. When she saw a message from Shen Jingting, she immediately opened her phone to check. Knowing he was not in danger, a gentle smile appeared on Han Lingxi's face. Beside her, the phantom spirit saw Han Lingxi smiling at her phone and curiously leaned closer. "Lingxi Ghost King, what is this in your hand? Why does it make you so happy?" Han Lingxi raised her phone, her eyes filled with sweetness. "It's a token of love given to me by my husband." As she spoke, she switched to the game screen and continued playing. In fact, Shen Jingting hadn't figured out what to give her as a formal token of love. He just thought this phone, which allowed them to communicate, was important, so he gave it to Han Lingxi. But for Han Lingxi, this small phone carried all her longing and missing for Shen Jingting and also represented Shen Jingting's feelings for her. So she regarded the phone as a token of love given to her by Shen Jingting. The phantom spirit nodded slightly after hearing this. She looked at the interesting game on the phone and felt a strong desire to play it surging within her. "Lingxi Ghost King, this you are playing seems very interesting, it looks fun. Would it be okay if I paid to play once? 100 blood soul stones, oh no, 1000 blood soul stones. Just let me try this game." The phantom spirit stared eagerly at the phone, filled with anticipation. Han Lingxi glanced at the phantom spirit, her face showing a faint smile, and said lightly, "My family has a mine, so I don't lack these blood soul stones." Chapter 51, The First Battle. The phantom spirit was momentarily taken aback, quickly recalling that there was a high-quality blood soul stone vein in Lingxi City. That was left to Han Lingxi by her master before passing away. As the Ghost King of Lingxi City, Han Lingxi really didn't lack blood soul stones. Moreover, every year, she would give 20% of the extracted blood soul stones to the Silver Spirit Ghost Sovereign. Because of this, ghosts from other realms dared not covet the blood soul stone vein of Lingxi City. Seeing Han Lingxi as cold as ever, the phantom spirit decided not to continue making a fool of herself and left disappointedly. She could see that even though Han Lingxi was no longer as proud and distant as before, she still maintained her aloofness. The whole person softened a lot, and there was a bit more tenderness in her eyebrows and eyes. But when facing other ghosts, she still maintained the majesty and distance of a ghost king. Some things are carved into the bone and will not change easily. At this moment, the phone vibrated again. Han Lingxi hurriedly picked it up. It was a message from Shen Jingting. Seeing his message, Han Lingxi immediately showed a smile on her face, and the faint melancholy from earlier instantly disappeared. "Sister Ghost King, do you miss me?" After hearing this, Han Lingxi's lips slightly curled up as she gently tapped on the screen and sent a voice message back. "No, not at all." Her voice was gentle but carried a hint of playfulness. Soon, Shen Jingting's message popped up again. "I miss you so much, yet you don't miss me, it hurts my heart." Listening to the slightly aggrieved tone in Shen Jingting's voice message, Han Lingxi couldn't help but smile a little more. Her fingers tapped quickly on the screen, sending another voice message back. "You're just being cheeky, pretending to be pitiful, I won't fall for it." After some playful banter, Shen Jingting became serious and sent a message asking. "Sheer, let's talk seriously, they didn't bully you, right?" A gentle smile arose at the corners of Han Lingxi's mouth, and her fingers swiftly slid on the screen, sending a voice message. "Don't worry, with Barrett around, they wouldn't dare to cause trouble. As for you all, be careful of Frost Spirit, Cold Maple, Skull, Blood Residue, and Corpse Spirit subordinates. Cold Maple and Frost Spirit are close, I suspect they will plot against you all in the ghostly realm, you must be careful. Plus." Listening to Han Lingxi's concerned voice message, Shen Jingting's smile didn't fade away at all. At that moment, Shuiyu and other vicious ghosts returned from hunting, and upon seeing Shen Jingting fiddling with a piece of iron, they felt dissatisfied. They worked hard to hunt, yet he was leisurely playing with this unknown object. However, out of respect for Han Lingxi, they didn't show any of their feelings, acting as if nothing had happened. Huang Yingying and the 8 female vicious ghosts immediately began to cook. "My lord, please wait a moment, the food will be ready soon." Shen Jingting put away his phone, jumped off the tree, his gaze swept around, and asked, "Where are Wang Tai and the others? Didn't they go hunting? Maybe they haven't caught anything, they might be delayed on the way." Shuiyu said casually as he continued with his work. He knew Wang Tai well, apart from being a bit temperamental, his strength was pretty decent. In this ghostly realm, ordinary evils were not really his opponents, so Shuiyu thought Shen Jingting's worries were a bit unnecessary. At this time, Huang Yingying stopped what she was doing and stood up, showing a bit of unease on her face. "My lord, should we go look for them?" Shen Jingting glanced toward the direction where Wang Tai was hunting and decisively gave the order. "Let's go, let's check it out together." Based on the time calculation, Wang Tai and the others should have returned by now, but they had not shown up. Even if they hadn't caught anything, it was impossible for them to take this long to return. The only remaining possibility was that something had happened to them. Shuiyu and the other vicious ghosts, seeing this, quickly set aside their tasks and hurriedly followed behind Shen Jingting toward where Wang Tai was. While rushing, a flurry of hurried footsteps approached. A bloodied vicious ghost stumbled over. Huang Yingying focused her gaze and saw that it was a ghost from Wang Tai's team. "My lord, it's Chun Monkey. What happened? Where are Wang Tai and the others?" Shuiyu quickly approached, asking anxiously. Chun Monkey gasped for breath, his face filled with terror. "We found a 3,000-year-old 7-leaf ghost flower while hunting, but halfway we encountered Li Xingyang and the others. Brother Wang's team protected me and told me to return first to report. They are still over there fighting Li Xingyang. Shuiyu, Huang Yingying, you two take people and follow me." Shuiyu also realized the seriousness of the situation and called 3 fierce ghosts to take care of Chun Monkey. He and Huang Yingying took the remaining fierce ghosts and rushed towards the scene with Shen Jingting. Soon, they arrived at the battlefield. They saw Wang Tai and the other 3 fierce ghosts standing back to back, their bodies covered in wounds. Surrounding them were 10 other fierce ghosts. "Lord, Wang Tai and the others are about to hold on no longer, please let us go rescue them." Shuiyu, burning with anxiety, turned to Shen Jingting for help. Shen Jingting knew Shuiyu's strength, at the peak of the day-level fierce ghost, also an expert in the eerie spirit realm, so he didn't stop him. "You all go help, but remember, don't kill these 10 fierce ghosts, leave them for me to kill." Shuiyu received the order, immediately charging into the battlefield with Huang Yingying and all the fierce ghosts. With their addition, the situation instantly changed. Originally at a disadvantage, Wang Tai and the others received support, and the pressure was greatly relieved. Shuiyu's strength was remarkable, and every strike hit its target accurately, forcing the fierce ghosts to retreat step by step. "Li Xingyang, dare to bully my brother? I will cut you down." Seeing Wang Tai covered in wounds, Shuiyu's eyes turned red, and he roared. Li Xingyang felt a bit intimidated by Shuiyu and the others' fierce momentum, but still forced himself to act calm. "Shuiyu, don't think we're afraid of you just because there are more of you. If you provoke us, you won't have it easy either." Li Xingyang spoke harsh words, but his legs were already starting to tremble. After all, Shuiyu had 9 day-level fierce ghosts, while they only had 3 left. "Li Xingyang, this is your burial ground," Huang Yingying said, leading the female fierce ghosts to surround and kill Li Xingyang and his 10 ghosts. The disparity in strength was too great, and the battle quickly approached its end. Li Xingyang and his 9 companions lay on the ground in a defeated heap, heavily injured but still breathing. Seeing this, Shen Jingting stepped forward to deliver the finishing blow. Those 10 fierce ghosts were worth 100,000 eerie values. For Han Lingxi, he had spent all the remaining eerie values on buying Barrett bullets and grenades. Now he was left with only 20,000 eerie values for self-preservation. With 100,000 eerie values at hand now, Shen Jingting certainly wouldn't let them slip away easily. Chapter 52, Frost Spirit Provocation. However, Shuiyu, Wang Tai, and the other fierce ghosts saw Shen Jingting's action and couldn't help but think less of him, looking down on him even more. They felt that Shen Jingting was just waiting to take advantage, only stepping in after they had beaten the enemy to the point of no resistance. Wang Tai couldn't help but snort coldly, muttering, "Humph, where were you earlier? Now you come out." "Exactly, if it weren't for us, could he be so relaxed?" Chun Monkey echoed beside them, a look of disdain on his face. Shuiyu frowned, coldly interrupting their chatter. "Enough. Stop talking. If it weren't for Lord's vigilance, you all might not be alive right now. Shuiyu is right, if you keep whining, watch out for bad outcomes." Huang Yingying was treating Wang Tai's wounds while speaking angrily, and she lightly smacked him afterwards. "Ouch. Shuiyu, control your woman. She's too rough." Wang Tai yelped in pain, looking at Shuiyu with dissatisfaction. Shuiyu glanced at Wang Tai, saying irritably, "I told you to cause less trouble. Now look, you almost lost your life, and you're still complaining about the pain? Just be grateful that Yingying is treating your wounds." Wang Tai grumbled, "How was I supposed to know that Li Xingyang guy would sneak attack us when we were alone? If we weren't a little capable, we would have been done for long ago." Huang Yingying finished tending to their wounds, stood up, and walked over to Shuiyu, glancing at Wang Tai and Chun Monkey. "Alright, stop your complaints, just surviving this time is already a miracle. Take a good rest in these 2 days and don't move around carelessly." As soon as Wang Tai heard this, he immediately became displeased. "Huang Yingying, this ghostly realm only opens for 3 days, and we will all be forcibly sent out then. Now that time is so tight, how can we afford to rest? We need to hurry and complete our tasks and gather more resources. Wang Tai anxiously sat up from the ground, but due to the strain on his wounds, his face turned pale with pain, and he fell back down again. Huang Yingying saw this and shot him an annoyed glare. Look at you, injured like this and still not being honest. Is the task more important or your life? If you don't take care of your injuries, and your condition worsens, don't say completing the task, even making it out alive will be a problem. Shuiyu also persuaded from the side, Wang Tai, Yingying is right, don't act tough in your current condition. The Ghost King has said that this ghostly realm is very dangerous, we should be careful in everything. First, heal your wounds, and then we can think about the next steps. While Shuiyu was speaking, Shen Jingtong walked over to Wang Tai, tossing him 2 green pills. Take these, we will need your help on the last day, so don't become a burden. After saying this, he stepped over the corpses of the fierce ghosts scattered all over the ground and walked toward the camp. Wang Tai looked at the strange gleaming pills in his hand, filled with surprise. These pills must be extraordinary, ordinary pills don't have such a fresh herbal fragrance and unique color. Shuiyu and Huang Yingying also leaned over, carefully scrutinizing the pills. These pills don't look simple, the Lord actually spared them for you. Shuiyu raised an eyebrow, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. Wang Tai swallowed hard, no matter what, let's eat them and recover first. Saying this, he put the pills into his mouth. The pills dissolved instantly, a warm current spread throughout his body, and the severe pain from his injuries eased significantly as if new vitality was injected into his severely wounded body. He instinctively looked up at Shen Jingtong's departing back, and it seemed that his view of him had subtly changed. Outside the ghostly realm, a group of Ghost Kings patiently guarded the entrance, waiting for their subordinates to return. Some of the Ghost Kings had unusually solemn expressions, staring at the entrance of the ghostly realm with furrowed brows. The ghostly realm is very dangerous, those who survive are scarce, and they were filled with worry, not knowing if the people they sent in would return safely. In stark contrast to their anxiousness, Han Lingxi was quite leisurely and comfortable. She was sitting in a chair, playing a game, sipping milk tea, and wearing a relaxed smile on her face. Because Shen Jingtong would report safety every half hour, she wasn't worried at all about his safety. Frost Spirit Ghost King looked at the relaxed Han Lingxi and couldn't help but speak. Lingxi Ghost King, you are quite at ease, aren't you worried about your lover facing any accidents? This ghostly realm is no joke. Han Lingxi didn't even look up, continuing to operate her phone as she replied, just take care of your own people, why worry so much? Frost Spirit just smiled and didn't say much more. However, she silently scoffed, pondering, wait until my father arrives, you will regret being so arrogant. Then, her gaze shifted from Han Lingxi to Meiyu behind her, her eyes filled with provocation. Meiyu Ghost King, your man is quite obedient, I really like it. The surrounding Ghost Kings, who were previously engaged in their own conversations, gathered around to watch the fiery dialogue between Frost Spirit and Meiyu. Oh, now there's a good show to watch. TSK, fighting over a man, how interesting. Both are moon-level Ghost Kings, I really don't know who will come out on top. Skeleton stroked his chin, eyes darting back and forth between Frost Spirit and Meiyu. Bloodless said firmly, in my opinion, it must be Meiyu. Oh? What do you mean by that? Think about it, Shuangling is with her male pet every day, how could she have time to cultivate? The Skull King suddenly realized, nodding repeatedly, now that you mention it, that's true. But Shuangling is not to be underestimated, her father supports her. If things get serious, it's uncertain who will win. So what if it's her father? Can he protect her in everything? Bloodless snorted lightly, besides, this is between the two of them. If others interfere, what are they afraid of being laughed at by other ghost lords? The man in the poisonous fog abandoned Meiyu for power and climbed into Shuangling's bed. This was supposed to be a past that made Meiyu a laughingstock, but Meiyu did not get angry, her expression was calm, like a bottomless cold pond. Just trash, if you like it, keep it. Shuangling was taken aback, not expecting Meiyu to be so indifferent. This was completely different from the scolding scene she had envisioned. Instead, it made her feel as if she had punched a cotton pillow, making her feel awkward all over. What's wrong? Aren't you angry about being abandoned? Shuangling continued to provoke, trying to incite Meiyu's anger. A man who can easily abandon his feelings for power isn't worth my emotions. Meiyu slightly lifted her head, her eyes revealing a trace of disdain. I'm curious, did you really think you grabbed a treasure, or do you want to use it to humiliate me? If it's the latter, you think too highly of him and too little of me. At this moment, Han Lingxi finally put down her phone, watching the drama with keen interest, secretly laughing. This Shuangling really looked for trouble, usually, she loved to stir up conflict, and today she had hit a hard wall. Chapter 53, Miss Me? After 2 days of rest, Shen Jingtian jumped down from the tree after chatting with Han Lingxi, ready to pull off a big job. Shuiyu and the other fierce ghosts had waited for 2 days, finally receiving the action order and gathering around. Their eyes sparkled with excitement, and the suppressed desire to fight was instantly ignited. Master, we have rested for 2 days, what do we do on the last day? Shui Yu asked eagerly. Today was the last day the eerie spirit realm was opened, and if they didn't gather some cultivation resources, they wouldn't have a good explanation to Han Lingxi upon returning. With 20 fierce ghosts coming in, if they returned empty-handed, they would inevitably be scolded. Who knows, Han Lingxi might even be disappointed in them. Shen Jingtian stretched lazily, yawned toward the sky, then pulled out 19 maps from his pocket and handed them over. The maps were marked with dense red dots, around 300 of them. Master, what is this? Shui Yu asked in confusion, taking the map and examining it carefully. These red dots mark the positions of the subordinates of 34 Ghost Kings, Shen Jingtian said with a wicked smile, a trace of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Your next task is to find them and take all the resources they find in the eerie spirit realm. In these 2 days, aside from enjoying ambiguous moments with Han Lingxi, he had immersed himself in a deep study of the eerie spirit realm. He researched day and night, not only pinpointing the exact locations where rare treasures were born in the eerie spirit realm but also understanding the movements and power distribution of each Ghost King's subordinates comprehensively. When Huang Yingying and the other fierce ghosts heard this, they suddenly recalled what Shen Jingtian had said when he first entered the eerie spirit realm. It turned out he planned to have the fierce ghosts fight for resources and kill each other while he and his group conserved their strength to reap the benefits. But there was also a problem. The surviving fierce ghosts were all strong, having endured cruel battles, each formidable and ruthless. It would not be an easy task to catch them all at once. Huang Yingying thought of this, showing a worried expression. Master, since those fierce ghosts can survive in mutual slaughter, their power must not be underestimated. Although our strength is not weak, it can be tricky to face off against a group of powerful ghosts working together. The situation in Lingxi City is different from other Ghost King cities. It has always remained independent and never participated in any battles, with a unique style of operation. Moreover, Han Lingxi's master had many enemies in his lifetime, and now, these resentful forces are likely to unite against them. It's okay, I have my own ways to deal with them. Shen Jingtian teased, revealing little information. Lord, should we kill them? Wang Tai quickly noted the location of the red dot, put away the map, and asked. After 2 days of waiting, he was finally able to unleash his abilities and fight fiercely. Since entering the ghost spirit realm, he had long been unable to contain his excitement and bloodlust. Of course we must kill them, leave not one alive. Shen Jingtian's eyes gleamed coldly as he spoke word by word. However, I still hope you will hand over those captured terrifying ghosts to me to kill. Yes. Although Shui Yu and the other powerful ghosts were puzzled by Shen Jingtian's actions, they did not continue to question. Then, everyone quickly acted according to Shen Jingtian's arrangements. To the west of the ghost spirit realm, 21 powerful ghosts gathered together, and from the frowns on their faces, it was clear this trip to the ghost spirit realm had not been easy. Yang Jun, we have collected a lot of resources in the last 2 days. Should we ambush the people from Lingxi City on the final day? A lean, sinister-looking ghost spoke up. Before entering the ghost spirit realm, the blood remains, corpse spirit, and skull had instructed them that on the last day, they absolutely could not let the people of Lingxi City leave alive. Now, they had lost 9 mid-level powerful ghosts while searching for resources, greatly diminishing their strength. But they still had confidence in dealing with the people from Lingxi City. Zhao Feng, have you found the whereabouts of Shui Yu and the others? Yang Jun asked slowly. No, since entering the ghost spirit realm, I have encountered all the subordinates of the Ghost Kings, but not a single one from Lingxi City. Zhao Feng frowned, looking frustrated. I don't know where they have hidden, it's as if they vanished from the world. Beside them, Sun Meng scratched his head and muttered, damn, the ghost spirit realm is so big, where are we supposed to find them? What? Are you missing me? A mocking voice came from behind. Sun Meng froze, suddenly turning around to see Shui Yu standing not far away, arms crossed, sporting a mocking smile. Next to him stood 18 other powerful ghosts, creating an impenetrable encirclement around Yang Jun and the 21 powerful ghosts. Zhao Feng's face changed drastically, quickly drawing his weapon and glaring angrily. Shui Yu, I didn't expect to find you here, today is your death day. Shui Yu remained calm, a slight smile on his lips, and teased, oh, not much strength but quite a big mouth. I see who dies today is still a question. Do you think with just a few of you, you can take on the people from Lingxi City? Huang Yingying stepped forward, her pretty face carrying a trace of coldness. Brother Yu, why waste words with them? Just kill them all. As soon as she finished. Even though they fought hard, new wounds kept appearing on them, and blood dyed his clothes red. Damn it, these guys are too ruthless. He cursed while struggling to dodge the attacks. Not far away, on a stone, Shen Jingting held a cup of milk tea, watching the battlefield as if it were a show. He turned to the monkey next to him and casually asked, Monkey, how many years have you followed the Ghost King's sister? The monkey thought for a moment and replied, about 400 years. Back then, the Ghost King hadn't yet taken over Lingxi City, and we ghosts were just wandering souls. Thanks to the Ghost King's kindness, she gathered us under her command, not only teaching us cultivation methods to enhance our strength but also providing us protection, giving us a place to live. Since then, we vowed to follow her for life, to fight fire for her. Chapter 54, Shattered Bow. Lord, I have something to say, but I'm not sure if I should, the monkey said, looking intently at Qin Jingting. Qin Jingting smiled and nodded, go ahead. He actually already guessed what the monkey wanted to say. Ever since the Ghost King's master passed away, the Ghost King hasn't been this happy since. Recently, too many Ghost Kings have been coveting the Blood Soul Stone mine of Lingxi City, they all want a piece of the pie. However, because the Silver Spirit Ghost is protecting, Lingxi City has remained peaceful. But recently, the soul-devouring ghost domain is stirring, and some Ghost Kings can no longer sit still, wanting to profit from it. The Ghost King can't spare too much energy to deal with this, and as her husband, you should help her solve problems, not tease her all day. After the monkey finished speaking, he looked earnestly at Qin Jingting, hoping he would take it to heart. All 19 of them, the fierce ghosts, had received Han Lingxi's grace, and their respect and gratitude for her had long been ingrained in their bones. It is no exaggeration to say that they were Han Lingxi's loyal warriors. Monkey, no matter what I say now, you won't believe it, but soon you will know. Qin Jingting didn't explain much because his first impression on them was of a pretty boy who only knew how to talk big. The more he explained, the more powerless it seemed. Soon, he would use actions to let them recognize a brand new him. While Qin Jingting chatted with the monkey, Shuiyu and the others were nearing the end of their battle. Now, only Yang Jun, Zhao Feng, and Sun Meng, the 3-day-level fierce ghosts, were barely holding on, while the others had been severely injured and could no longer fight. Shuiyu, it's been years since we've met, and your strength has improved a lot. Yang Jun, severely injured, struggled to speak. At this moment, he was kneeling on one knee, forcing himself not to fall. Holding a long knife, Shuiyu sneered and stepped forward, I've been training hard for years to completely eliminate you here. Saying this, he suddenly kicked Yang Jun in the chest, sending him flying backward several meters, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Zhao Feng, with bloodshot eyes, roared as he rushed over, Shuiyu, don't be too arrogant. With ghost claws howling, he targeted Shuiyu's throat directly. Shuiyu dodged easily and countered with a knife that slashed down on Zhao Feng's arm, causing Zhao Feng to cry out in pain as his ghost claws fell to the ground. Seeing the situation was bad, Sun Meng turned to flee. Huang Yingying wouldn't give him the chance, fiercely shouting, want to run? Not so easy. Surging with soul power, a blade made of condensed soul power shot out instantly, glimmering coldly as it slashed toward Sun Meng's legs. Ah! Sun Meng let out a piercing scream, his whole body lunging forward to the ground. His legs were precisely severed from the knees by the soul power blade, in an instant, the ground around them was stained jet black. Sun Meng rolled wildly on the ground in pain, his hands futilely clawing at the earth, his face full of agony and fear. Huang Yingying, you are so cruel. Sun Meng gritted his teeth and shouted, his ghostly green eyes filled with resentment. Huang Yingying's eyebrows shot up, her expression icy as she stepped forward, putting one foot on Sun Meng's back, and coldly sneered, cruel? This is the law of survival. Sun Meng lay on the ground, his eyes filled with bitterness, seizing the moment Huang Yingying let her guard down as his ghostly energy erupted instantaneously. Dense black evil energy gathered on his ghostly claws, swiftly reaching for Huang Yingying's throat, moving with such speed that it created a chill in the air. Huang Yingying's pupils constricted, realizing danger was imminent, her body instinctively wanted to dodge, but it was too close, and she couldn't escape in time. At the critical moment, a flash of cold light pierced through the air, and a crossbow bolt shot at an incredible speed, penetrating Sun Meng's ghostly claws. With a crack, Sun Meng's ghostly claws shattered like fragile glass, instantly breaking apart into countless dissipating wraiths in the air. The powerful impact forced a painful scream from him as his body flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Huang Yingying gasped for breath, still shaken, turning to look in the direction from which the bolt had come, where she saw Qin Jingting standing not far away, holding an ancient ghost crossbow, his expression icy. Lord Prefect. Thank you for saving me. Huang Yingying was both shocked and delighted, quickly kneeling on one knee to pay her respects. Qin Jingting nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on Sun Meng, his eyes filled with icy killing intent. Pretty boy, what kind of weapon is this? Sun Meng looked at Qin Jingting in terror, his body constantly shrinking back, trying to escape. But his legs were broken, and with his ghostly claws shot through, he had no strength to escape. Qin Jingting stroked his chin and turned to Shuiyu and Huang Yingying, asking, do I really look like a pretty boy? Shuiyu, Huang Yingying, and the others were momentarily stunned, then exchanged glances and nodded one after another. The atmosphere became a bit awkward, but Qin Jingting didn't get angry, merely chuckling softly. Seeing Qin Jingting not in a rage, Huang Yingying gathered her courage to speak, Lord Prefect, at first when I saw you with the Ghost King, I really thought you. She paused, seeming to choose her words carefully, I thought you didn't seem like someone capable of handling big matters, and I just thought you relied on your looks to win favor with the Ghost King. Qin Jingting waved his hand, still wearing a faint smile, forget it, let me be just a pretty boy. As he spoke, he raised the broken crossbow, aiming at Sun Meng. The crossbow emitted a cold metallic sheen, the flowing runes giving off a hint of chill. This broken crossbow, like the firebomb and ice bomb grenades, was a deadly weapon specially designed to slay fierce ghosts. With a whoosh, the crossbow bolt, carrying a surge of evil energy, shot out like a black lightning bolt, instantly piercing through Sun Meng's ghostly body. Sun Meng didn't even have time to scream before his ghostly form began to rapidly disintegrate, turning into thin strands of ghostly energy that gradually faded into the wind. The very one who had just been clawing and wanting to kill Huang Yingying was now nothing but ash. Having killed Sun Meng, Shen Jingting continued hunting other fierce ghosts. Shuiyu, what level of weapon is that crossbow in Lord Prefect's hand? I can feel a strong sense of destruction from it. Wang Tai, seeing Shen Jingting effortlessly take down Sun Meng with one shot, turned to Shuiyu beside him and asked. Shuiyu frowned slightly, pondering for a moment before replying. It can kill fierce ghosts, so it must at least be of fierce ghost level. The Ghost King treats Lord Prefect so well, even giving him such a weapon. Huang Yingying shook her head, her eyes showing a hint of calm analysis. It shouldn't be. If this crossbow was made by the Ghost King, it would be mass-produced, not just given to the Prefect. And I've never seen the Ghost King use it. Chun Hozi scratched his head, looking confused as he asked, then where did this crossbow come from? Could it be the Prefect got it himself? But he didn't seem like someone who could get such powerful weapons before. Chapter 55, Surprising All the Evil Spirits. While they were chatting, Shen Jingting had already harvested all the remaining evil spirits. After spending 10,000 strange values to buy a broken crossbow, he still had 320,000 strange values left. He didn't think much, and immediately spent 100,000 strange values to exchange for evil spirit level power. In an instant, a vast and eerie power erupted within him. The surrounding air trembled, and the soul power surged and gathered crazily, forming visible black ripples. Shuiyu, Huang Yingying, and the others all felt this powerful aura, and their expressions changed greatly, shocked as they looked toward Shen Jingting. This aura of an evil spirit of the sun level was much stronger and thicker than their own, like a heavy pressure that made it hard for them to breathe. All the evil spirits were filled with confusion and shock, as they clearly remembered that Shen Jingting was only of the sun level evil spirit before. How could he suddenly release such terrifying aura, and this aura clearly reached the level of a half-step stellar ghost general? How is this possible? Wang Tai's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. Wasn't the Lord just a sun-level evil spirit? How did he become so strong all of a sudden? Huang Yingying also looked astonished, her beautiful eyes filled with complex emotions. Could it be that the Lord has been hiding his strength? But this increase is too drastic. The leap from sun-level evil spirit to sun-level fierce spirit was a whole big realm difference, like a chasm. Let alone breaking through in a short time, even taking years, decades, or even hundreds of years, was extremely difficult for most spirits. But Shen Jingting completed this seemingly impossible leap in an instant, which left Shuiyu, Huang Yingying, and others dumbfounded. They stood there, unable to recover from the shock for a long time. Especially Chun Monkey, who not long ago had said for Shen Jingting to quickly improve his strength to protect Han Lingxi. Unexpectedly, Shen Jingting instantly broke through from a sun-level evil spirit to a sun-level fierce spirit, achieving such an amazing leap. Chun Monkey opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. He had originally doubted Shen Jingting, thinking he only knew how to joke and play with Han Lingxi, not taking on his responsibilities. But now, Shen Jingting's sudden increase in strength completely changed his view. It wasn't that he didn't want to improve, he just didn't know why he hadn't improved. Yugu, do you think the Lord has hidden his strength? Huang Yingying whispered to Shuiyu. Doesn't seem like it. Shuiyu frowned and shook his head. The aura released from hiding strength is obviously different from a natural breakthrough. But this Lord's aura doesn't seem hidden, it instead feels like a real breakthrough all of a sudden. But leaping a whole big realm, how can it be so easy? While the evil spirits were whispering about the reasons for Shen Jingting's strength increase, Shen Jingting had already walked up to them. He looked at the shocked expressions of the crowd and smiled slightly. Don't just stand there, the strange spirit realm ends in 9 hours. Quickly solve the remaining evil spirits, and then use the last 2 hours to find the heavenly materials and earthly treasures I marked out. As he spoke, Shen Jingting took out a newly marked map and handed it to them, along with 5 broken crossbows and 20 crossbow bolts. In total, he spent 60,000 strange values. The price of a broken crossbow was only 10,000 strange values, while the crossbow bolts were half the price of the Slaying God crossbow, needing only 500 strange values. The highest strength of the spirits in the strange spirit realm was only sun-level fierce spirit, so the broken crossbow was enough to deal with them. Lord, what about you? The Ghost King had specifically instructed us to ensure your safety before we entered the Phantom Realm. Shuiyu said this, suddenly realizing that his concern seemed somewhat unnecessary. Shen Jingting had just demonstrated the powerful strength of a day-class ghost, far exceeding that of his subordinates, and now to mention ensuring his safety was indeed a bit ridiculous. Shuiyu's face showed a hint of embarrassment as he scratched his head. Lord, I'm not questioning your strength, it's just the Ghost King's orders, I really cannot be careless. Shen Jingting slightly nodded, his face showing no displeasure, instead carrying a hint of gentle smile. Just do as I say, all the fierce ghosts are for me to kill. Let's start moving now. Shuiyu, Huang Yingying, Wang Tai, and Chun Monkey all answered in unison, then quickly acted according to their respective tasks. After assigning the tasks, Shin Jingting had nothing to do, so he took out his phone to video call Han Lingxi. Outside the Phantom Realm, Han Lingxi was playing a game when suddenly she received the video call request from Shin Jingting. Without hesitation, she immediately put down her game, tidied her hair, and answered the video call. As soon as the call connected, Shin Jingting's smiling face appeared on the screen. Wife, do you miss me? Who is your wife? I am not. I am your Ghost King's sister. Han Lingxi replied playfully, but she was not as shy as before. The corners of her mouth slightly turned up, and there was a hint of subtle warmth in her eyes. Seeing Han Lingxi's expression, Shin Jingting felt warmth in his heart and smiled. Yes, you are not my wife now, but you will be in the future. However, you are my girlfriend now, that is never wrong. Han Lingxi was taken aback and then asked, what is a girlfriend? A girlfriend yes, it is someone who helps me solve problems when I have needs, and you can't refuse me. Shin Jingting said seriously without logic. Then I will pamper you, won't let you suffer, and care for you in every way. Han Lingxi slightly tilted her head, her face showing a thoughtful expression, so it seems that being your girlfriend is quite nice. Of course, if you become my girlfriend, I will definitely hold you in the palm of my hand. Shin Jingting smiled, his eyes full of affection. He paused, then mysteriously leaned closer to the phone screen, lowering his voice, but if you become my wife, that would be even better. A wife is much closer than a girlfriend. I don't want that, I only reluctantly agreed to be your girlfriend. Han Lingxi huffed proudly, turning her head away, unable to meet Shin Jingting's fiery gaze. Shin Jingting looked at the adorable Han Lingxi on the screen and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Okay, then I will work harder, aiming to make the Ghost King's sister my wife soon. Han Lingxi shot him a glare, but her gaze held no menace. Instead, it contained a hint of playfulness. You are always full of nonsense. You tease me every day, bully me, I don't even know what I like about you. Chapter 56, The Sensation of a Kiss. Ghost King's sister, need I say more? Of course, it's because I am handsome that you like me. Shin Jingting wore a playful smile, deliberately winking, looking smugly at Han Lingxi before him. Smooth talker. Han Lingxi lightly snorted, yet her eyes betrayed an undeniable smile, feigning anger as she glared at him. This king is not that shallow. Shin Jingting touched his nose, cheerfully asking, then, Ghost King's sister, tell me, what exactly do you like about me? I don't know, I just like you. Han Lingxi tilted her head, gently tapping her chin with her finger, thinking for a moment before speaking. Recalling the scene when she first met Shin Jingting, Han Lingxi still felt as if it were just yesterday. At that time, Shin Jingting was just a slightly cunning-looking person from Lingxi City. The guy who always loved to joke, high and mighty as the Ghost King, never expected to one day fall for her. During that time, because of serious injuries, Lingxi City was surrounded by various crises, the situation was unstable. But with Shin Jingting by her side, everything became different. He always found ways to tease Han Lingxi amid the dull daily life. In the continuous laughter and playful banter, Han Lingxi found herself growing more accustomed to Shin Jingting's presence. Even though he always jokingly teased her, those seemingly playful words inadvertently warmed her heart. Jingting, are Ying and the others okay? At this moment, Han Lingxi suddenly thought of the others still in the ghostly spirit realm, her expression filled with concern. Shin Jingting pretended to pout. Ghost Queen sister, you don't care about your boyfriend but instead worry about other women, this makes me very sad. I'm just making sure you're fine. Seeing Shin Jingting start to joke again, Han Lingxi couldn't help but laugh. However, when she noticed him leisurely wandering through the ghostly spirit realm as if it were his own backyard, she felt completely at ease. On the surface, it seems fine, but inside I'm suffering greatly. Every time it's me who actively chats or video calls you. Don't you miss me at all? Shin Jingting continued his playful teasing. Since he had nothing else to do, he might as well keep flirting with Han Lingxi. This deepened the bond between them. Han Lingxi proudly lifted her head. I am determined to become the Ghost Emperor, how could I be tied down by love? My heart was once directed at the bright moon, yet sadly the moon casts its light into the gutter. Shin Jingting feigned unbearable sorrow, one hand pressed to his chest, his face filled with exaggerated disappointment, as if Han Lingxi's words had truly broken his heart. Han Lingxi found his appearance both amusing and vexing, and she took the initiative to ask. Alright, enough joking. How do you want me to make it up to you? Upon hearing this, a sly glint flashed in Shin Jingting's eyes, and a mischievous smile tugged at his lips as he tentatively asked. Then I need to think carefully, how about a kiss? Han Lingxi's cheeks flushed slightly at his words. Just as she was about to refuse, she realized they were separated by a screen and felt less shy. With a soft snort, she replied, Is that all? Fine. Saying this, she leaned closer to the phone screen and gently planted a kiss. In that moment, Shin Jingting was prepared. He had previously spent 1,000 eerie points in the system shop to exchange for an item called Kiss Sensor. This item could break the limitations of space, transmitting one person's kiss to the other in reality. Shin Jingting looked at Han Lingxi's soft and delicate lips, the corners of his mouth rising as he also kissed the phone screen. In an instant, Han Lingxi distinctly felt as if her lips truly touched Shin Jingting's, the soft and warm sensation flooding her. She widened her eyes in surprise, her face filled with confusion, instinctively touching her lips, her gaze filled with disbelief. What is happening? It feels so real. Just a moment before, when she kissed the phone screen, she didn't feel the cold sensation, but truly felt Shin Jingting's warm lips. Shin Jingting was about to speak as he looked at Han Lingxi's adorable expression when a system notification sounded in his mind. Joy value exceeded 158%, the host gains a lottery opportunity. Shin Jingting was stunned. Shin Jingting's lips spread wide with a smile, his heart blooming with joy. This was just perfect for him. Han Lingxi saw Shin Jingting's foolishly happy face on the screen and couldn't help but softly ask, "Look at you, what are you so happy about?" Ghost King's sister, I. Before Shin Jingting could finish, a chilling wolf howl suddenly pierced the silence. He looked down and saw, under the moonlight, a giant demon wolf baring its teeth, surrounded by eerie black mist, with a pack of little ghost-level wolf cubs behind it. Han Lingxi heard the wolf howl from the other side of the screen, and her expression instantly turned serious. "Jingting, listening to that sound, it's a demon wolf. They usually move in packs, you need to be extra careful." "Don't worry, I'll kill them first and then chat with you." Shin Jingting hung up the video call, jumped down from the tree, and faced off against the demon wolf king. The black wolf seemed to sense Shin Jingting's hostility, its front paws dug into the ground, letting out a dull roar, then it suddenly leaped forward like black lightning towards Shin Jingting. Shin Jingting sidestepped and simultaneously pulled the trigger, shooting a crossbow arrow with a whistling sound at the black wolf. The black wolf twisted its body nimbly in mid-air, dodging the crossbow arrow, and built up strength again after landing. "Not bad, you're already half a ghost general." Shin Jingting praised, realizing the strength of this demon wolf was already on par with his own current self. But that's all there is to it. Shin Jingting was too lazy to engage in more entanglement with this demon wolf and decisively resolved to kill it. It had just been lucky to dodge his last arrow, but this time, it wouldn't escape. Shin Jingting's eyes sharpened, and his soul power surged within him, flowing down his arm into the crossbow in his hand. He gently raised his wrist as the crossbow body trembled slightly, as if the crossbow arrow had gained life, automatically locking onto the heart position of the demon wolf king. The demon wolf king seemed to sense danger, just about to react, but it was already too late. "Baiyu." Shin Jingting flashed a charming smile and then unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. With a whoosh, the crossbow arrow, carrying a fierce momentum, cut through the air with a whistling sound, rushing directly toward the demon wolf king. The wolf king let out an unwilling roar just before the crossbow arrow accurately pierced its heart. Its massive body shook violently, and the fierce light in its eyes dimmed instantly. With its limbs going limp, it crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, and finally went quiet, its life extinguished. Chapter 57, Space Ceiling Symbol. After dealing with the demon wolf king, Shin Jingting turned his gaze to the 20 ghost-level wolf cubs behind it. 200,000 eerie points, I'll take them. Saying this, he put away the broken crossbow, and his right hand reached out into the air, watching as countless black threads gathered out of nowhere. In the blink of an eye, these black threads intertwined and twisted together, gradually solidifying. In just a moment, a ghostly knife, 3 feet 9 inches long, appeared in his hand. The blade was pitch black, swirling with an eerie dark light, its edge sharp enough to seem to cut through space, with strange runes carved on the handle, emanating waves of chill. Shin Jingting's lips curled into a ruthless arc, holding the ghostly knife and leaping into the pack of wolves like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. The demon wolf pack, having lost the guidance of their king, instantly fell into chaos. Their originally orderly attacking formation became disorganized, although they still bared their teeth and lunged at Shin Jingting, their momentum was greatly diminished. Shin Jingting's eyes were calm and sharp, the ghostly knife danced in his hand, each swing carrying a fierce knife wind. He moved nimbly among the wolves, skillfully evading their claw attacks while also seizing opportunities to deliver fatal blows to the wolf pack. A larger demon wolf roared as it lunged at Shin Jingting, who sidestepped and thrust the ghostly knife into its neck, then twisted fiercely. The wolf let out a shriek and collapsed to the ground. Followed by. He turned swiftly, the light of the knife flashed, and 2 more wolves were struck in their vital spots, blood splattering everywhere. In less than 3 minutes, the originally fierce demon wolves lay dead on the ground, all fallen under Shin Jingting's fierce attack. Shin Jingting looked at the scattered wolf corpses on the ground, his eyes showing not a hint of pity. The survival rule of the weak being prey to the strong, an unchanging truth since ancient times. At that moment, the system's notification sound rang in his mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the demon wolf pack, gaining 200,000 strange values. Receiving 200,000 strange values, Shin Jingting hummed a tune cheerfully. Remembering there was another chance for a lottery, he didn't think much and immediately used it. System, lottery. As soon as he spoke, a panel appeared in front of Shin Jingting that only he could see. In the middle of the panel, a pointer was spinning rapidly, making a whoosh-whoosh sound. Xinjingting stared intently at the pointer, his eyes filled with tension and expectation. With the passing of time, the speed of the pointer gradually slowed down, starting to hover between different reward sections. Finally, the pointer slowly stopped on a gift box at the 9 o'clock position. The gift box was entirely golden, carved with exquisite patterns, and emitted a soft glow. Congratulations to the host, you have drawn a space-blocking talisman. Space-blocking talisman, once used, the space within 1,000 kilometers will be blocked, and no creatures can enter or leave. Note, in the blocked space, the host is invincible. The time limit is half an hour. Seeing the detailed introduction from the system, Xinjingting's eyes instantly brightened with surprise. Wow, this space-blocking talisman is truly a treasure. I didn't expect such good luck in this draw, this thing will definitely be useful at a critical moment. He mumbled to himself, excitedly rubbing his hands together. Thinking about the powerful effect of this space-blocking talisman, Xinjingting began to plan in his heart. With this thing, whenever he encounters danger in the future, he can entirely trap enemies in the blocked space and then easily deal with them. Or when searching for rare items, he can use this talisman to block off an area and search slowly, without worrying about being disturbed by others. At this moment, Xinjingting received a message from Shuiyu. Lord, we have captured the subordinates of the 100 Ghost King, Frost Spirit King, and Phantom Spirit King. A total of 27 fierce ghosts were caught, and we are currently at Crescent Lake, please hurry. Upon receiving Shuiyu's message, Xinjingting immediately set off for Crescent Lake. Outside the Ghost Spirit realm, Han Lingxi was still playing games, her fingers nimbly sliding across the screen, occasionally letting out a soft laugh. On the surface, she seemed relaxed and carefree, but in reality, her mind was secretly on alert. Her gaze appeared focused on the game scene, yet the corner of her eye was always watching the surrounding movements. Han Lingxi was well aware that Han Feng and Frost Spirit harbored ill intentions towards her. Now, with 4 hours left before the Ghost Spirit realm ended, she knew that if they planned to deal with her, it would likely be at this crucial moment. However, Han Lingxi had long prepared fire explosion grenades and ice explosion grenades, and her barret was also loaded with bullets. If Han Feng, Frost Spirit, and the 5 Ghost Kings dared to make a move, today's Ghost Spirit realm would be their burial ground. Just as Han Lingxi was thinking, Mei Yu suddenly transmitted a message to her, saying, Lingxi, pay attention, the Corpse Spirit and others might very well make a move on you today. Her tone held a hint of urgency and seriousness. Now that she had become Xinjingting's servant, she had to obey his orders without question. Besides, Xinjingting had given a strict order before entering the Ghost Spirit realm: if Han Lingxi were to be harmed in any way, he would definitely make Mei Yu wish she were dead. Thus, Mei Yu could only do her utmost to protect Han Lingxi, even if it meant offending the Corpse Spirit and other Ghost Kings. She really didn't want to cause any trouble for Han Lingxi because of her own carelessness, otherwise, she couldn't bear Xinjingting's punishment. Han Lingxi heard Mei Yu's reminder and gently nodded, as a form of acknowledgement. On the other side, Han Feng and Xuangling were secretly communicating and plotting. Xuangling, when is your father coming? Han Feng furrowed his brows tightly, his face showing great anxiety, and couldn't help but urge. For this operation against Han Lingxi, he had invested heavily. He had prepared 1,000,000 blood soul stones and the travel expenses for the Nightmare Ghost Lord, just waiting for the Nightmare Ghost Lord to arrive and take down Han Lingxi in one fell swoop. Xuangling also had an impatient expression, a hint of irritation flashing in her eyes. How would I know? I've already sent word to my father, he should be arriving soon. Perhaps he ran into some unexpected delay on the way. Han Feng gritted his teeth, feeling a bit regretful. If he had known, he wouldn't have put all his hopes on the Nightmare Ghost Lord. Although Han Lingxi had suffered from his sneak attack and her power was somewhat diminished, she was still deeply rooted and sufficiently strong. Moreover, she still held many hidden cards left behind by the Clear Ripple Ghost Lord. That Clear Ripple Ghost Lord was not only a renowned powerhouse but also the leader among the 18 Ghost Lords. The methods he left behind would make even ordinary Ghost Lords wary. Han Feng and Xuangling knew in their hearts that without calling upon a powerful figure like the Nightmare Ghost Lord, they truly had no confidence in dealing with Han Lingxi. Just as they were speaking, Xuangling suddenly laughed. Han Feng was about to ask, but Xuangling quietly transmitted a message to him: my father has arrived and is currently observing in secret. Getting the exact news, Han Feng's restless heart gradually calmed down. As long as he was here. Otherwise, that 1,000,000 blood soul stones and expenses would be wasted. As for why Han Feng didn't invite his father, it's because his father only cared about his life and resource issues. He wouldn't bother with anything else. In his father's eyes, as long as Han Feng could ensure his own safety and not deplete the family resources, other grievances and disputes were none of his concern. Moreover, as a Ghost Lord striking against a Ghost King, it wouldn't look good for him. In this strange world, the strong had their own dignity and rules. Bullying the weak and using strength to intimidate often led to disdain and ridicule from other strong beings. Han Feng's father, the Demon Spirit Ghost Lord, didn't want to tarnish his reputation over such a matter, nor affect his standing and prestige in the strange world. Xuangling, when will your father make a move? The spirit realm is about to close. Han Feng couldn't wait any longer. If they didn't take action soon, once the spirit realm ended, Han Lingxi would immediately return to Lingxi City with her people, and then it would be nearly impossible to deal with her. All the Ghost Kings knew that Han Lingxi valued loyalty and righteousness. She would never abandon her subordinates and leave alone. She would definitely reunite with her subordinates before the spirit realm closed and return together. This moment was the only opportunity for Han Feng and Xuanling to act. If they missed it, all their preparations and enormous costs would go to waste. Xuanling was also anxious. I don't know either, my father hasn't made any move. I'll try to contact him again. Saying this, Xuanling quickly took out a communication jade slip, her fingers rapidly tracing over it, sending out urgent messages. Han Feng paced back and forth, clenching and unclenching his fists, his inner irritation burning like fire. From time to time, he glanced at Han Lingxi in the distance, but she remained calm, seemingly unaware of the impending danger. Han Feng gritted his teeth, secretly resenting. If the Nightmare Ghost Lord didn't act soon, he wanted to rush in without regard for the consequences. Even if it meant a bitter struggle, he was ready to fight to the bitter end. It cannot be that Han Lingxi leaves so easily. At the entrance to the ghostly realm, the atmosphere was as heavy as the eerie silence before a storm. Han Lingxi, dressed in a white dress, had a cold expression, with an aura around her that seemed to warn others to stay away. The three great ghost kings, Corpse Spirit, Blood Remnants, and Skull, began to communicate secretly, sensing the opportunity. Corpse Spirit, Blood Remnants, should we strike now? This chance is rare. Skull urgently sent a message, his bones creaking with excitement. Strike! Corpse Spirit acted first, a hoarse roar breaking the silence. In an instant, Blood Remnants waved both hands, sending blood-red sword energy slicing in all directions, forming a dense web of swords aimed at Han Lingxi. Skull swung his skeletal claws, and blackbone spears shot up from the ground, as numerous as raindrops. Corpse Spirit then opened his mouth, releasing a dark green corpse aura that surged forth, corrupting the land wherever it touched and emitting a nauseating stench. At that moment, a figure suddenly flashed out from behind Han Lingxi and stood in front of her. It was Mei Yu. Mei Yu, what do you mean by this? Skull roared angrily when he saw Mei Yu standing with Han Lingxi. We agreed to deal with Han Lingxi together, but you're switching sides. I mean nothing, I just can't stand you guys bullying the weak. Mei Yu glanced indifferently at the three great ghost kings. Mei Yu, step back. Mei Yu, though confused, did as told. Han Lingxi's eyes narrowed, calm and unhurried. She reached into her chest, swiftly pulling out 2 flame explosion grenades and 1 ice explosion grenade, throwing them with pinpoint accuracy at the 3 ghost kings who were approaching. Corpse Spirit, Blood Remnants, and Skull sneered at the sight, easily catching the grenades with a wave of their hands. Is this all? Blood Remnants sneered, his voice dripping with disdain. Han Lingxi, you really have been heavily wounded. Your little metal gadgets are nothing special. However, before they could finish speaking, the grenades exploded without warning. First, the flame explosion grenade, its searing flames instantly engulfing the 3 ghost kings, followed by the ice explosion grenade, which burst open, releasing a torrent of extreme cold, and the 2 forces of fire and ice clashing violently. Even more deadly, the cold and fire toxins spread with the explosion shockwave, like millions of tiny insects crawling into their bodies through their pores. Ah! The 3 ghost kings let out screams of pain, their bodies uncontrollably convulsing. Corpse Spirit's once dark skin turned patchy, purple and red, with black pus oozing from his pores. Blood Remnant's sword energy dissipated in an instant, and he clutched his head, writhing in agony on the ground, his blood-red eyes filled with fear. Skull's ghost claws were blasted off the ground, and his bones made cracking sounds. Han Feng and Xuanling observed from behind, quickly realizing the trick behind it. Although the explosion was massive and impressive, its power was not enough to kill the ghost kings. The explosion's duration was brief, lasting only a split second. Xuanling frowned secretly, calculating in her mind, this Han Lingxi has many tricks, but unfortunately, they cannot kill the ghost kings. If this is all she has, today will be her end. Thinking of this, she quietly nudged Han Feng and whispered, the explosion won't kill the ghost kings, we just need to be cautious. Other ghost kings, hearing the movement, turned their attention toward them. Huan Ling and Bai Pu stood some distance away, muttering to each other. TSK, 3 big men, bullying a woman, they really have no shame. Huan Ling clicked her tongue, a look of disdain on her face as she lightly shook her head. Bai Pu nodded in agreement, indeed, it's shameless. At that moment, Skull, enduring the pain from the cold toxins, gritted his teeth and struggled to stand. He suddenly conjured a skeletal staff, charging towards Han Lingxi. Ah! I'll fight you to the end. Han Lingxi remained calm, unhurried, and took out her Barrett sniper rifle. Steadying the rifle with both hands, she squinted slightly, aiming the barrel at the crazed Skull charging towards her. Lock onto the Skull. Han Lingxi lowered her voice and commanded. As her words fell, the Barrett scope quickly locked onto the Skull's figure, a red laser precisely landing on the center of its forehead. The skull seemed to sense the deadly danger, its steps paused instinctively, but the madness in its emotion pushed it not to retreat, but to accelerate, attempting to reach Han Lingxi before the shot could be fired. However, no matter how fast it was, it couldn't outrun the bullet. Han Lingxi gently squeezed the trigger, bang! A loud sound echoed at the entrance of the Phantom Realm, a specially made sniper bullet rapidly shot out, instantly penetrating the skull's forehead. The skull's body suddenly stiffened, its previously frantic eyes instantly turning vacant. Then, its body began to rapidly dissipate, turning into spots of black light, gradually disappearing into the air, leaving not even a trace. For a moment, the entire battlefield fell quiet. The Corpse Spirit, Blood Remnant, Han Feng, and Frost Spirit were all stunned by this sudden scene. They couldn't believe that the skull, who had just been so ferocious, had just been directly shot to nothingness by Han Lingxi. Han Lingxi calmly lowered the barret, her cold gaze sweeping over the other Ghost Kings. Who else? Chapter 59, Nightmare Ghost King. The soul power around her surged slightly. That powerful aura made the Ghost Kings present feel a tightness in their hearts, their previous arrogance instantly suppressed. Only the expression of Mei Yu was particularly complex. She looked at the barret in Han Lingxi's hands, fear and palpitations flashing in her eyes. Back then, Shen Jingtong had pointed this thing at her forehead. That cold touch and the deadly power that could erupt at any moment left her with lingering fears. At that time, under Shen Jingtong's coercion, she had to submit and became his servant. Every time she recalled that moment, Mei Yu felt as if she had returned to that life and death situation. Now, seeing Han Lingxi use that gun so skillfully and easily kill the skull, she felt both envy towards Han Lingxi and a wave of dread from the threat she had once endured. He treats you very well. Mei Yu whispered softly, her body trembling slightly, her gaze instinctively avoiding that barret. Recalling how Shen Jingtong had coldly aimed the barret at her head, and looking at how Han Lingxi was so protected by Shen Jingtong now. He even set a death order for her to ensure Han Lingxi's safety. Compared between the two, a sourness surged in Mei Yu's heart. At this moment, Han Lingxi exuded a powerful aura, forming a stark contrast to her trembling self before Shen Jingtong. A complex emotion surged in Mei Yu's heart, both envy and a hint of relief. Envy for Han Lingxi's strength, relief for having chosen to stand by Han Lingxi at the critical moment. Otherwise, she might also have turned to nothing under this gun like the skull. Frost Spirit, hurry and call your father for help. Han Feng urgently transmitted to Frost Spirit, his voice carrying an unmistakable panic. At this moment, the skull had been killed by Han Lingxi, the Corpse Spirit and Blood Remnant were still holding on, but were clearly shaken by Han Lingxi's power. Han Feng knew deeply that with their current powers, they were no match for Han Lingxi. At this time, he placed all his hopes on the Nightmare Ghost King. Frost Spirit's face turned pale, her hands trembling uncontrollably. She also knew that the situation was urgent. If she didn't summon her father soon, they might very well return defeated, even at the cost of their lives. She hurriedly took out the communication jade slip, her fingers hurriedly moving over it, chanting, "Father, please act quickly, if you delay any longer, we won't hold on." Just after sending the message, a chilling laughter suddenly echoed in the sky. Then, a black figure slowly emerged from the clouds, exactly the nightmarish Ghost Lord. "Father! Pay respects to the nightmarish Ghost Lord." Except for Han Lingxi and Mei Yu, Han Feng, Xuanling, Shiling, and the remaining bloodless kings all knelt on one knee, their voices filled with awe and flattery. A bunch of useless fools, unable to handle a little girl. The nightmarish Ghost Lord's voice was deep and cold, filled with endless pressure, yet it brought a hint of joy to Han Feng and the other Ghost Kings. He looked down at the group of Ghost Kings, a disdainful curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. His gaze unconsciously landed on Han Lingxi, narrowing his eyes slightly, a glimmer of interest flashing in them. "Why do you not kneel before me?" As his words fell, a powerful pressure surged toward Han Lingxi and Mei Yu like a tidal wave. The air around them instantly became heavy, as if gripped tightly by an invisible giant hand. Han Feng and the other Ghost Kings next to them wore expressions of glee, as if they could already see the scene of Han Lingxi and Mei Yu being forced to kneel and beg for mercy under this pressure. However, Han Lingxi and Mei Yu remained standing firmly in place. She too released a pressure, her soul power spreading out like ripples, countering that wave of force. She held the barret tightly, the gun's muzzle slightly shaking, as if gathering strength for an impending strike. "Kneel? I, Han Lingxi, kneel for no one. You, nightmarish Ghost Lord, are not worthy." Mei Yu's body trembled slightly, a look of pain on her face, but she gritted her teeth, suppressing the discomfort brought by the pressure. A trace of surprise flashed across the nightmarish Ghost Lord's face, quickly turning into fury. "Humph, you have some spirit, but spirit cannot save your lives." He continued to unleash a powerful pressure, swirling black mist around him as if he wanted to swallow the entire space. He aimed to crush Han Lingxi and Mei Yu entirely with his absolute strength, making them realize that any resistance was futile before overwhelming power. The black mist surged toward Han Lingxi and Mei Yu once more, hissing through the air as it passed. At the same time, the ground began to tremble, cracking black fissures spreading from beneath, as if intending to tear apart the land beneath their feet. Meanwhile, Shin Jingting had just killed the evil spirit captured by Shuiyu and the others, ready to take a breath and rest, when an intense anxiety suddenly gripped his heart. What's happening? Why do I feel such a strong sense of panic? Shin Jingting clutched his chest, his expression unusually heavy. He rarely felt such turmoil, an ominous premonition rising in his mind. At this moment, his face suddenly changed, a hint of panic flashing in his eyes. No! It's the Heartlock, the Ghost King's sister is in trouble. Shin Jingting immediately realized that there must be great danger lurking near Han Lingxi for the Heartlock to react so intensely. Coupled with the strange 15,000 value he just received, he was even more certain of his guess. System, open the entrance to the Ghost Spirit Realm. Shin Jingting commanded loudly without hesitation. The system's electronic voice echoed in his mind. Warning, opening the entrance to the Ghost Spirit Realm carelessly may cause spatial disturbances, posing unknown risks. Please proceed with caution. Less nonsense, I don't care about the risks, open it now. Shin Jingting was in no mood to listen to the system's warnings, his mind was filled with thoughts of Han Lingxi's safety. The system sensed Shin Jingting's determination, and a beam of light slowly appeared in front of him, gradually forming an entrance exuding a mysterious aura. Without a second thought, Shin Jingting stepped into the entrance, his figure disappearing in an instant. Outside the Ghost Spirit Realm, the nightmarish Ghost Lord saw Han Lingxi still struggling, a cruel smile spreading across his face. He suddenly grabbed fiercely with his right hand. A black soul force shot out like a rope, wrapping tightly around the barret in Han Lingxi's hands, and with a strong pull, the barret flew into his hands. Nightmare Ghost Lord gripped the barret, feeling the aura of destruction and death coming from it, a trace of greed flashing through his eyes. What a fine thing! Now it's mine! He praised in a low voice, then pointed the barret at Han Lingxi, imitating her previous movement and pulled the trigger. At the moment he pulled the trigger, the image on the gunstock suddenly flashed, bursting with blinding light. This is not good. Nightmare Ghost Lord was shocked in his heart, trying to throw away the barret, but found his hand stuck tightly, unable to let go. Chapter 60, Anyone who touches my woman, Shin Jingting, must die. Just as the Nightmare Ghost Lord reacted, the barret exploded with a thunderous boom. A world-destroying force spread out madly from the explosion point, the shockwave roaring like a tsunami, sending sand and rocks flying, even the space around twisted and deformed. At that critical moment, Shin Jingting arrived just in time. His figure was like a bolt of black lightning, instantly appearing beside Han Lingxi, wrapping an arm around her slender waist. Right after, his body flashed again, quickly escaping the range of the explosion. At the same time, he waved a soul force, sending Meiyu flying, helping her avoid the impact of the blast as well. Boom! The deafening sound of the explosion made the ears of all the Ghost Kings ring painfully. When the smoke cleared slightly, the once mighty Nightmare Ghost Lord had already been blown to pieces. The place where he had just stood was now only a scorched land with scattered limbs and torn clothes. The 5 Ghost Kings, Han Feng, Xuanling, Corpse Spirit, and Qin Shui, were all caught in the aftermath of the explosion, each looking miserable. Half of Han Feng's body was bloody and mangled, Xuanling collapsed on the ground with a faint breath, Corpse Spirit and Qin Shui were also seriously injured and near death, their eyes full of fear and despair. Shin Jingting gently put Han Lingxi down, looking her up and down, his hands gripping her shoulders tightly, and asked anxiously, Sister Ghost King, are you alright? Han Lingxi panted slightly, a trace of survival after disaster on her face. She subconsciously looked up at Shin Jingting, blurting out, Husband, why did you come out? As soon as the words left her mouth, her eyes widened in shock, quickly raising a hand to cover her mouth, inwardly panicking, oh no, I said what was in my heart out loud. She had been calling him husband repeatedly while playing a game just now. The more she said it, the more natural it became, and now she had called it out by instinct in this tense moment. But Shin Jingting was entirely focused on her safety at that moment, not noticing what she had said. Seeing this, Han Lingxi secretly breathed a sigh of relief, her tense nerves also relaxing, and she softly said, Jingting, don't worry, I'm fine. Only then did Shin Jingting relax a little, gently pulling her into his arms, patting her back lightly, it's good you're alright. He then softly brushed her hair, turning to look at the still struggling Han Feng and the other Ghost Kings. Anyone who touches my woman, Shin Jingting, you all must die. As he spoke, a chilling killing intent surged around him. Han Lingxi leaned against Shin Jingting's chest, her nose filled with his familiar scent. Suddenly, a powerful and unfamiliar aura rushed toward her, and upon sensing it carefully, it turned out to be the aura of a sun-level ghost. She raised her head slightly, eyes full of surprise, Jingting, you broke through again? Shin Jingting looked down at her, his eyes as gentle as water, nodded lightly with a confident smile at the corner of his mouth. Sister Ghost King, let me deal with them first, then I'll tell you everything. After speaking, he let go of Han Lingxi, turning to face Han Feng, Xuanling, Corpse Spirit, and Qin Shui, who were still barely alive. With each step he took forward, the ground trembled slightly. From afar, the Illusion Spirit Ghost King and Baipu Ghost King saw that the time limit of the Ghost Spirit realm had not yet expired, yet Shin Jingting had already stepped out first. The two glanced at each other, their faces full of shock. It must be known that the space barrier in the ghostly realm has always been strong, only the Ghost King has the power to break it. Yet, what Shin Jingting's released was clearly the aura of a first-rate evil ghost, which was simply hard to believe. Could it be that he used some forbidden technique? Or perhaps some secret treasure? The two secretly speculated, their eyes filled with caution. On the other side, although badly injured, Han Feng was still unwilling to give up. When he saw Shin Jingting's approaching, a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he sneered. "You pretty boy, what if we are seriously injured? With just you, a little evil ghost, you think you can kill us?" As soon as he finished speaking, a clear and authoritative voice abruptly rang out. "Oh? If my fiancé cannot kill you, then how about me?" Han Lingxi walked to Shin Jingting's side, her entire being radiating the aura of a Ghost King, her cold gaze sweeping over Han Feng and the 5 Ghost Kings. Her appearance made the already tense atmosphere even more oppressive. Han Feng's smile froze instantly, and a hint of panic flashed in his eyes. Oh no! He had celebrated too early. He had forgotten that Han Lingxi was still beside him. However, thinking of his father being a ghost venerable, Han Feng regained his confidence, forcing his weak body to laugh loudly. "Han Lingxi, even if you can kill me now, what does it matter? My father is a moon-level ghost venerable, do you dare to kill me?" Hearing this, Han Lingxi's brows furrowed slightly. If she truly killed Han Feng, it would certainly provoke his father's furious revenge. If she could break through to the ghost venerable realm, she wouldn't fear him, but she had just restored to the star-level Ghost King, facing a moon-level ghost venerable, she indeed had no absolute confidence. Seeing the hint of concern in Han Lingxi's eyes, Shin Jingting's reached out with his long arm, gently wrapping it around her waist and pulling her to his side. "Sister Ghost King, don't worry, leave this to me." "Jingtings, do you have a secret weapon to kill the ghost venerable?" Watching Shin Jingting so decisively and confidently wanting to deal with Han Feng, completely unafraid of the threat from the moon-level ghost venerable, Han Lingxi couldn't help but ask softly. "Yes, but I want to show you a performance." Shin Jingting smiled mysteriously, deliberately keeping her in suspense. Han Lingxi's curiosity was piqued as she tilted her head and asked, "Jingtings, what kind of performance? Tell me." Shin Jingtings leaned closer to Han Lingxi, lowering his voice and speaking word by word, "Let them kill each other." Once he finished, without letting Han Lingxi ask further, a powerful force of law surged out from his body. Shin Jingtings immediately used his words to control the situation. As his words fell, an invisible power instantly enveloped the corpse spirit, severely wounded, and frost spirit. The corpse spirit and severely wounded, once heavily injured and near death, suddenly seemed to be controlled by some mysterious force, their despair replaced by madness and hatred. They struggled to stand up, slowly moving towards Han Feng. Frost spirit was not spared, her gaze dazed, her body uncontrollably following them. Han Feng saw this scene and widened his eyes in terror, shouting, "What are you doing? Wake up, we are a team." But the corpse spirit, severely wounded, and frost spirit could not hear his call. At this moment, all that filled their minds was a single thought: torture Han Feng. The corpse spirit was the first to attack, suddenly lunging at Han Feng, opening its mouth full of fangs, and fiercely biting towards Han Feng's shoulder. Han Feng let out a miserable scream, desperately struggling to push the corpse spirit away. Severely wounded also charged up, his hands turning into sharp claws, scratching at Han Feng's back, instantly leaving several blood marks. Frost spirit waved her hands nearby, a series of soul spikes appearing out of thin air, shooting towards Han Feng. "No! Don't!" In despair, Han Feng tried to stop them, but all of it was in vain. Under Shin Jingting's control, this self-destructive slaughter became more and more intense. Han Lingxi looked at the crazy scene before her, her eyes filled with surprise. She had never thought that Shin Jingting had such capabilities. She gently tugged at Shin Jingting's sleeve and whispered, "Jingting, your skills are just amazing. Sister Ghost King, I want to be even more powerful, I'll show you later." Shin Jingting smiled proudly and lightly wrapped his arm around Han Lingxi's shoulders. Hearing this, Han Lingxi's mind instantly flashed back to that time when he held her tightly in his arms, and her face turned red to the roots of her ears. She subconsciously recalled those ambiguous moments and thought Shin Jingting was making another dirty joke, feeling both shy and angry at the same time. Unable to help it, she lightly exclaimed, "You bad guy, you're teasing me again." As she spoke, she gently tapped Shin Jingting's chest. Shin Jingting was caught off guard by her sudden reaction, and his smile froze. Looking at Han Lingxi's flushed cheeks, then at his own hands, he realized that she might have misunderstood. But Shin Jingting didn't rush to explain. Instead, he mischievously leaned closer to Han Lingxi and asked, "Sister Ghost King, are you thinking too much?" The distance between them suddenly shrank, and the atmosphere became slightly suggestive. I didn't think too much. Lecture, there are others here, you are not allowed to tease me." Han Lingxi gently pushed Shin Jingting, trying to create some space between them. But Shin Jingting showed no intention of backing away, still maintaining the close distance. The warm breath brushed lightly against Han Lingxi's face, and he asked with a teasing smile, "Did I tease you?" Han Lingxi glanced at the Ghost King of Illusions and the Ghost King of Baipu watching the show not far away, shot Shen Jingting a reproachful glare, and whispered, "If you keep this up, I might just bite you." Seeing Han Lingxi's shy and awkward appearance, Shen Jingtung found her irresistibly cute. The urge to tease her grew stronger in his heart, so he unrelentingly continued, "Sister Ghost King, just admit it, you must be thinking wrong." As he spoke, he leaned closer to her again. Han Lingxi felt both shy and angry, recalling her earlier warning to Shen Jingting. Suddenly feeling hot-headed, she stood on her tiptoes and bit him on the neck while saying angrily, "I'll bite you to death. I told you, my bites hurt." Though she said that, the strength of her bite was very light and didn't hurt Shen Jingting at all, after all, she couldn't truly bring herself to hurt him. Shen Jingting was taken aback by her sudden action, then he realized and smiled even more, gently wrapping his arms around her waist. It really does hurt, so I'll tease you again when I get back." Han Lingxi wanted to break free, but a twinge of affection inside her made her reluctant to reject Shen Jingting. She slightly raised her head, meeting Shen Jingting's eyes filled with laughter, and in her reproach was a hint of endearment, "You only bully me. But let's stop the nonsense for now, look at Xu Angling and the others still fighting amongst themselves, you should handle this matter first." Shen Jingting looked at her shy and helpless expression, feeling warmth in his heart, reached out, and lightly scratched her nose, nodding in agreement, listening to Sister Ghost King. After saying this, he turned around to face the still wildly fighting corpse spirit, blood remnants, and Xu Angling. The Ghost King of Illusions and the Ghost King of Baipu, along with the other Ghost Kings, felt extremely uncomfortable at this moment. They had just been shocked by Shen Jingting's powerful abilities, but now witnessing the intimate interaction between the two made them momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, not far away, the corpse spirit, blood remnants, and Xu Angling were still affected by Shen Jingting's commands, twisting, biting, and putting on a dog-eat-dog farce. In an instant, ghostly blood splattered, and the scene was chaotic and bloody. On one side, there was an ambiguous and flirtatious interaction, on the other, brutal and frenzied self-inflicted slaughter. The two sides formed a strong and bizarre contrast. The presence of the Ghost Kings created a sense of confusion about the night. Shen Jingting walked towards the three Ghost Kings, softly murmuring, "Killing 4 Ghost Kings, a total of 120,000 eerie points. Plus, the Nightmare Ghost Lord died from the secret pattern, which can indirectly count as being killed by my sister Ghost King, adding 25,000 eerie points, and another 15,000 from the skull. Lastly, after killing many vengeful spirits in the eerie spirit realm, the total adds up to almost 220,000 eerie points. This trip to the eerie spirit realm is simply worthwhile." With over 200,000 eerie points, it was enough to buy some weapons to kill Ghost Lords. Moreover, he had just drawn a space sealing talisman that lasted half an hour. With these two trump cards, Shen Jingting instantly felt confident. If he really encountered a Ghost Lord, he believed he could protect Han Lingxi completely. "Frost Spirit Ghost King, why can't you just be a good young lady? Why dive into this murky water? Now look, your life is left here." As Shen Jingting spoke, he promptly ended the lives of the 3 Ghost Kings. In the instant the 3 Ghost Kings vanished, the system's prompt tone appeared. Eerie points deposited, 120,000. Total, 224,000. Hearing this sound, Shen Jingting couldn't stop smiling. Suddenly, his eyes sharpened, and his piercing gaze swept towards the Illusion Spirit Ghost King, Baipu Ghost King, and other Ghost Kings. A surge of ruthless intent rose in his heart, thinking whether he should kill them all. This way, not only could he gain more eerie points, but he could also reduce potential threats. Just as he was about to act, Han Lingxi seemed to see through his thoughts, quickly walking to his side and softly asking, "Jingting, do you want to kill them all?" "Well, I do have that thought," Shen Jingting admitted, "but I thought about it again, these Ghost Kings haven't actually offended me, and there's no reason for me to kill them. What kind of reason should I find?" Shen Jingting stroked his chin, his gaze thoughtfully scanning over the group of Ghost Kings. Seeing this, the Illusion Spirit Ghost King, Baipu Ghost King, and others felt a chill down their spines, cold sweat pouring down. At that moment, when the atmosphere was tense, the entrance to the eerie spirit realm shone brightly, and Shuiyu, Huang Yingying, and other vengeful spirits were forcibly teleported out. Alongside them were 55 tightly bound vengeful spirits, all looking downcast, clearly subdued. "Lord Ghost King, Governor." Shuiyu spotted Shen Jingting and Han Lingxi at a glance, joyfully shouting as he dragged his weary body over quickly. Huang Yingying and the others followed closely behind, their faces filled with satisfied smiles. "Is this all the vengeful spirits? Where are the others?" Shen Jingting looked at the large group of vengeful spirits, temporarily setting aside his calculations against the Ghost Kings, asking with a puzzled expression. Hearing Shen Jingting's question, Shuiyu immediately stepped forward respectfully to respond. The other vengeful spirits were killed by the ghostly beings in the eerie spirit realm. These 55 vengeful spirits were all captured by us. Right after he spoke, Wang Tai and Chun Monkey eagerly squeezed forward to report the battle situation to Shen Jingting. "Governor, this broken crossbow you gave is incredibly useful," Wang Tai said, gesturing excitedly. Chun Monkey chimed in, "Yes, yes. 1 arrow, 1 vengeful spirit. It scared them so much they dared not act arrogant anymore. The two spoke excitedly, their exhilaration evident on their faces. The captured vengeful spirits, hearing their words, were filled with fear and desperation, all pleading for their master's help. Lord Ghost King, please save us. Shuiyu and Huang Yingying let that pretty boy kill all the other accompanying vengeful spirits. Lord Ghost King, please help us. Shuiyu and Huang Yingying not only killed our people, but they also robbed all our resources. The shrill shout echoed in the air, making people's hearts tremble. The faces of Ghost King Huanling and Ghost King Baipu darkened terrifyingly. They didn't expect things to suddenly take such a strange turn. Han Lingxi looked at Xin Jingting, Shuiyu, and the subordinates of various Ghost Kings with a face full of suspicion. Yingying, what happened in the ghostly realm? Didn't you go to look for resources? You look like you went to be bandits. Lord Ghost King, we indeed went in to find resources. Huang Yingying stepped forward, excitement in her voice. After entering the ghostly realm, the Lord took us to rest for 2 days. On the last day, with the broken crossbow the Lord gave us, we easily robbed all the powerful ghosts inside, stole their resources, and even killed some powerful ghosts. Han Lingxi felt a blush rise on her face when she heard Huang Yingying and the other powerful ghosts refer to Xin Jingting as the Lord. The term Lord represented in the weird world a subconscious belief by Huang Yingying and the others that Xin Jingting was like their husband. She stole a glance at Xin Jingting and saw him calm and collected, as if he were used to this title. Jingting, aren't you going to explain this to them? We haven't even married yet, calling you that feels too early. Han Lingxi lightly bit her lip, her cheeks flushed, her eyes carrying a hint of teasing and shyness. Explain what? You will always be mine. Xin Jingting said, quickly reaching out his strong arm, tightly hugging Han Lingxi's waist and pulling her into his embrace. Han Lingxi trembled at Xin Jingting's sudden action, and gently pushed him away, teasing, You, how can you be so shameless in front of so many people? Despite her words, her hands did not truly push him away, but instead instinctively grasped the sleeve of Xin Jingting's shirt. Huang Yingying and Shuiyu felt a bit embarrassed too, all lowering their heads pretending to check the bound powerful ghosts. Lord Ghost King, Lord, you two enjoy your intimacy, we'll go and settle these powerful ghosts, we won't disturb you. Huang Yingying carefully spoke, breaking the slightly ambiguous and awkward atmosphere. Hearing this, Xin Jingting finally released Han Lingxi. Han Lingxi adjusted her somewhat messy clothing and shot a reproachful glare at Xin Jingting. You big liar. Sister Ghost King, what have I lied to you about? Xin Jingting asked, feigning confusion. You promised that when there are people around, you wouldn't tease me. You not only teased me just now but also hugged my waist multiple times. I've lost all my dignity as a Ghost King. How will I establish my authority in front of the ghosts in the future? Han Lingxi became angrier as she spoke, her delicate lips slightly pouted, and she reached out to pinch Xin Jingting's arm. Though she used a bit of strength, she didn't truly want to hurt him. Xin Jingting pretended to wince in pain and still wore that mischievous smile on his face. But you are my girlfriend now, isn't it normal to hug you? Is this hug also a duty of being a girlfriend? Han Lingxi asked innocently. Xin Jingting looked at her innocent appearance and found her even cuter, unable to resist reaching out to gently pinch her cheek, laughing. Of course, being my girlfriend means I get to hug you, it's an important duty. You speak so convincingly, if I didn't know what kind of person you are, I would definitely be fooled. Han Lingxi became a bit shy from his affectionate gesture, slightly turning her head away and quietly muttering. If she hadn't seen the mischievous smile on Xin Jingting's face, she might have almost been deceived by his seemingly sincere words. After being teased so many times, she pretended to be annoyed and displeased on the outside, but in her heart, she slowly got used to Xin Jingting's intimate actions. Sometimes, she even secretly looked forward to those ambiguous jokes from him. Thinking of this, Han Lingxi couldn't help feeling a little upset, secretly blaming herself for having such thoughts. Ghost King's sister, if you don't believe me, you can search it on your phone. Xin Jingting spoke seriously, but that wicked smile still hung on his face. Han Lingxi rolled her eyes at him and said, Alright, let's not talk about this now. Whether hugging is a girlfriend's duty or not, let's talk about it after we get home. For now, think quickly about those fierce ghosts, stop teasing me here. Although she changed the topic, the slight curve at the corner of her lips betrayed her current mood. Seeing her no longer struggling with the question, Xin Jingting nodded, his expression turning serious. Since they are prisoners, then kill them all. No. Ghost King Lingxi, you absolutely must not. When the Ghost Kings heard this, their faces changed greatly one after another. Though a few fierce ghosts dying meant nothing, this concerned their dignity. If their subordinates were handled so easily by others, and word got out, how would they survive in the strange world in the future? Han Lingxi looked at the anxious Ghost Kings and didn't say anything, only used her eyes to signal Xin Jingting to handle it. Xin Jingting nodded slightly, his gaze shifting from the 55 fierce ghosts to the Ghost Kings. Indeed, it's not okay to kill them so rashly, that would be inappropriate. But they are prisoners. If we don't kill them, they are of no use. What do you think we should do? The Phantom Ghost King immediately spoke up with her suggestion, young Master Shin, how about you return them to us? No way. Shuiyu and Huang Yingying worked incredibly hard to catch them, using up both their energy and strength. Now, they all need to buy some supplements to recover their bodies. Shin Jingting crossed his arms, the meaning behind his words obvious. Shuiyu and Huang Yingying, along with the fierce ghosts, were stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted and started cooperating. Shuiyu deliberately put on a very tired look and said weakly, "Oh, Ghost King, Lord of the Mansion, after that battle, I feel like my body has been emptied." New chapter 63, Taking Advantage of the Fire. Huang Yingying also followed up, rubbing her shoulders and saying pitifully, "Isn't that right, we worked so hard to catch these fierce ghosts, now our whole bodies hurt. If we had some money to buy supplements, we could recover some strength." Ghost King, Shuiyu is absolutely right. Many of us suffered serious internal injuries, it's even hard to speak now. Wang Tai clutched his chest, pain written all over his face, speaking weakly. He bent over slightly, as if he might collapse at any moment. Ghost King Lingxi, your subordinates must have come out of a drama theater, right? The Ghost King Baipu saw Shuiyu and Huang Yingying acting so convincingly, he couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. When they came out of the spirit realm, they were all jumping with energy. In contrast, their own subordinates were not only captured, but the hard-won resources were also taken away. And now, they were being treated like goods, with clear price tags. Han Lingxi heard the sarcasm in Baipu's tone and was about to speak, but was interrupted by Phantom Spirit. Ghost King Lingxi, your family must have a mine, surely you're not short of this little money from us? The Ghost Kings present were no fools, they naturally heard the hidden meaning in Shin Jingting's words. They could save their subordinates, but they had to pay money. But none of them wanted to hand over money so easily. After all, money doesn't fall from the sky, and this was clearly Shin Jingting taking the chance to extort them. Before fighting with Han Lingxi, they had to first clash with her. Given their tempers and positions in the strange world, how could they endure such humiliation? But the death of Nightmare Ghost Sovereign and the 5 other Ghost Kings cast a shadow in their hearts. The brutal scene still seemed vivid in their minds. They clearly understood that the situation at the entrance of the spectral realm was complicated, and no one knew who the next unfortunate one would be. Under these circumstances, they were unwilling to easily provoke trouble, it was best to keep the peace. Han Lingxi smiled slightly at the words of Phantom Ghost King, this king indeed has a mine at home and is certainly not short of money. Phantom Ghost King originally thought Han Lingxi would relent, and a hint of expectation appeared on his face. But the very next second, her expression froze instantly. But you should have heard a saying, at home we listen to fathers, outside we listen to husbands. Shin Jingtai is this king's fiancé, so naturally, I must listen to him. As Han Lingxi spoke, she affectionately wrapped her arm around Shin Jingtai's. The smiles of the Phantom Ghost Kings group instantly stiffened on their faces, their expressions were so vivid, reflecting utter surprise at Han Lingxi's unexpected words. Lingxi Ghost King, you this. Phantom Ghost King opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but he didn't know how to start. Baipu Ghost King gritted his teeth, despite the overwhelming reluctance in his heart, he still managed to suppress his anger and asked, Young Master Shin, name your price. Now we're talking. Shin Jingtai's eyes lit up, a satisfied smile appearing on his face, I just love dealing with straightforward people like Baipu Ghost King. One fierce ghost, worth 100,000 blood soul stones cultivation resources, or else. Shin Jingtai deliberately prolonged his voice, then continued, otherwise, I'll have to kill them. 555,000 odd values compared to 5,550,000 cultivation resources, clearly, the latter was more advantageous. Baipu Ghost King's expression instantly darkened, 100,000 blood soul stones cultivation resources was not a small sum, and Shin Jingtai was simply being overly greedy. He secretly cursed Shin Jingtai's avarice, but looking at the captured fierce ghosts, he had no choice but to consider Shin Jingtai's conditions. Young Master Shin, this condition of yours is too harsh. Baipu Ghost King suppressed his anger and said, although these fierce ghosts have some value, they aren't worth this much cultivation resources, are they? He still had 4 subordinates held captive by Shin Jingtai, and to redeem them, at least 400,000 blood soul stones cultivation resources would be needed. Shin Jingtai shrugged, wearing a nonchalant expression, if you don't want to spend, that's fine too, I can just kill them. Simple as that. He was very certain that the Ghost Kings would not disregard their subordinates. A city with a population of millions had a fierce ghost count of at least 100,000. Being able to select 10 fierce ghosts to enter the spectral realm must mean they were somewhat related to the Ghost Kings or were capable and trusted confidants. Shin Jingtai saw this point clearly, which was why he dared to put forward such bold conditions. He understood that these fierce ghosts held critical status for all the Ghost Kings, and even if it cost a great price, they wouldn't easily give them up. But your people took our resources, how do you explain that? Phantom Ghost King took over the line, his face filled with displeasure, his eyes questioning. It's their bad luck. Shin Jingtai said coldly, a hint of disdain curling his lips, who told them they weren't capable of getting caught by my people. This spectral realm is all about the survival of the fittest. If they dared to come out and seize resources, they must be prepared to be robbed back. Moreover, they are still in the spectral realm, which means the resources don't truly belong to them yet. What's the problem if we seize them? If you have the ability, you can also seize them back now and grab your people while you're at it. The Phantom Spirit King heard Shin Jingting's assertive words, and her face instantly turned very ugly. She trembled all over with anger, pointing at Shin Jingting, and shouted loudly, "Shin Jingting, don't go too far. Do you think we're easy to bully?" Han Lingxi's eyes flashed fiercely, and a blade of soul power grazed the Phantom Spirit King's finger and flew past. With a whoosh, it struck into the nearby stone, causing fragments to fly. Fortunately, the Phantom Spirit King dodged quickly, otherwise, her whole finger would have been in serious trouble. "If you dare to point your finger at my fiancé again, it won't be as simple as just breaking the skin next time," Han Lingxi said coldly, her voice devoid of warmth, her eyes carrying a fierce killing intent. She stood tall next to Shin Jingting, exuding a powerful aura that made people hesitant to come close. The Phantom Spirit King turned pale, greatly frightened by Han Lingxi's sudden action. She looked at Han Lingxi, and a wave of fear surged in her heart, causing her finger to involuntarily retract. She never expected Han Lingxi would be so protective of Shin Jingting and strike so ruthlessly. Beside her, the Baipu Spirit King was equally astonished, quickly stepping forward with a forced smile and saying, "Lingxi Spirit King, let's talk properly and not create hostility. We surely will give it, but we can't produce it right away. Please give us some time to prepare." Shin Jingting glanced at Han Lingxi, she slightly nodded, indicating that he could negotiate. "Then come back to redeem your people when you're ready." Shin Jingting immediately spent 2,000 eerie points to buy a soul bag, then collected Baipu Spirit King's people into the soul bag. "I will give you 3 days. If you don't come to redeem them by then, I will kill them." Chapter 64, A Sweet and Peaceful Moment. Baipu Spirit King and Phantom Spirit King exchanged glances, both flashing a hint of hesitation. 100,000 blood soul stones for cultivating resources wasn't much for them, but capturing so many fierce spirits was not a small number. But they knew if they didn't agree now, there might not be another chance. Other Spirit Kings were also secretly communicating with each other. After brief contemplation, they ultimately reached a consensus to exchange resources for the lives of the fierce spirits. Just as Shin Jingting had guessed, some fierce spirits were actually their children and trusted subordinates. On the other hand, if these fierce spirits were really killed, they would have a hard time explaining within their own territory, possibly causing panic and discontent among their subordinates. If they were stingy with resources worth 100,000 blood soul stones, who would still be willing to serve them in the future? Who would believe they would protect their subordinates in critical moments? Baipu Spirit King gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, young Master Shin, we agree to your terms. However, we hope you can keep your promise. Once we deliver the cultivation resources, hand over the fierce spirits to us." Shin Jingting nodded and smiled, "Rest assured, I, Shin Jingting, keep my word. As long as you provide the cultivation resources, I will immediately hand over the fierce spirits to you." Seeing that the matters had been settled, Baipu Spirit King and the Phantom Spirit King, along with the other Spirit Kings, no longer lingered and quickly said their goodbyes. After they left, Shin Jingting looked at Han Lingxi and smiled, asking, "Spirit King's sister, what did you just say I am to you?" "Fierce Spirit Brother." Han Lingxi's expression was calm, but a hint of a smile lingered at the corner of her mouth, intentionally teasing him. She wouldn't mention that when Shin Jingting just came out of the eerie spirit realm, he had shyly called her wife with a hint of affection. Nor did she want to bring up when she confronted the Phantom Spirit King and others, calling him fiancé in order to protect him. Alas, the feelings have faded. The feelings have faded. I just came out of the eerie spirit realm, you called me husband, just now facing the Spirit Kings, you called me fiancé. Now they are gone, and you call me fierce spirit brother. In a few days, won't you just call me by my name? Shin Jingting exaggeratedly shook his head, his face full of feigned sorrow, and let out a gentle sigh. Han Lingxi looked at his expression and couldn't help but chuckle, her brows full of smiles. "Only you can talk back, stop pretending to be pitiful. I won't be fooled by you again." At that moment, she suddenly understood why Shin Jingting liked to tease her. Because seeing the person he likes react emotionally because of his words and actions, whether shy, angry, or laughing, brings a different kind of joy, and it is a unique intimate interaction between them. Thinking this, Han Lingxi's gaze fell on Shin Jingting's tall back, and an idea flashed through her mind, her lips curling into a mischievous arc. "Jingting, you are already a fierce ghost now, so from now on, you are responsible for carrying me. This is your duty as my boyfriend, right?" Han Lingxi blinked her eyes, putting her new idea into practice. Since a girlfriend is to be held, then it is not too much for a boyfriend to occasionally be a mount. "At your command, my Ghost King sister, I shall certainly serve." Shin Jingting deliberately lowered his voice, imitating the tone of a historical servant, making Han Lingxi laugh out loud. "Then from now on, you will be especially responsible for carrying me." After Han Lingxi finished speaking, without waiting for Shen Jingting to react, she went around behind him, lightly leaping, wrapping her arms around his neck, her legs steady against his waist. Shen Jingting's lips curled up, revealing a helpless yet indulgent smile. He slightly squatted down, adjusting his position, and steadily caught Han Lingxi, lifting her with his hands under her thighs. What is this situation? Is the Ghost King and the Lord just leaving like this? Shuiyu widened his eyes, looking incredulously at the two retreating figures. Huang Yingying also exclaimed in shock, it seems we have been abandoned. What are we waiting for? Hurry up and catch up with the Ghost King and the Lord. Wang Tai shouted, running forward with determination. The monkey beside him did not want to fall behind either, and the two rushed ahead in high spirits. All the while, Shen Jingting and Han Lingxi were chatting and laughing. Shen Jingting occasionally told a silly joke, while Han Lingxi would gently slap his shoulder, playfully scolding him for being inappropriate. The moonlight poured over them, painting a warm and beautiful picture. As they walked, Han Lingxi gradually spoke less, her head also starting to droop. Shen Jingting noticed her drowsiness and softly asked, Ghost King sister, are you sleepy? So sleepy. Han Lingxi replied vaguely, her voice thick with fatigue. Shen Jingting slowed his pace, trying to fly as smoothly as possible, wanting her to sleep more comfortably. Not long after, Han Lingxi completely lay down on Shen Jingting's back, breathing evenly and softly, her warm breath tickling Shen Jingting's neck. Shen Jingting slightly turned his head to glance at her sleeping face, a smile involuntarily curved his lips, his eyes full of tenderness. What have you been through before? But from now on, with me, I will never let you suffer again. He whispered softly, his voice low enough for only himself to hear, like making a serious promise. The beauty on his back seemed strong but also had moments of exhaustion and vulnerability. Now, snugly sleeping on him, filled Shen Jingting's heart with pity. Suddenly, a breeze blew by, and Shen Jingting gently shrugged his shoulders, lifting Han Lingxi slightly, making her lean in closer. Han Lingxi stirred slightly in her dreams, mumbling a vague sleep talk, then fell back into deep slumber. Listening to this subtle sound, Shen Jingting's smile deepened. Finally reaching their residence, Shen Jingting gently pushed open the door, carefully placing Han Lingxi on the bed, covering her with a blanket. The moonlight filtered through the window onto Han Lingxi's face, outlining her delicate features. Shen Jingting quietly sat by the bed, looking at her, not shifting his gaze for a long time. Gazing at Han Lingxi's serene sleeping face, he couldn't help but reach out, gently smoothing the crease between her brows, saying softly, sleep peacefully, I will fend off everything for you. Shen Jingting quietly stayed by the bedside, only sneakily leaving the room after confirming that Han Lingxi was sound asleep. Upon arriving in the yard, Shen Jingting communicated with the system in his mind. System, I want to exchange for the strength of a day-level ghost evil. As soon as he spoke, it felt like the air around him trembled, and a powerful force instantly enveloped him. Consuming 1 million eerie points, exchange for day-level ghost evil strength successful. The cold prompt sound of the system echoed in Shen Jingting's mind. In an instant, Shen Jingting felt his body infused with a vast power, every part of him rejoicing, the sense of strength filling his entire being. Chapter 65, Night Talk. Is this the power of ghost evil? Indeed extraordinary. Shen Jingting murmured softly, his aura suddenly transforming, his previously gentle eyes now flashing cold light. Ghostly energy swirled around him, his clothes moving without wind. With a lift of his hand, the air let out a sharp whistle, the temperature around him plummeting, and frost instantly formed on the ground. Once Sister Ghost King refines the soul spirit mushroom, I will cultivate with her, and in 7 days, I should be able to break through to Ghost King. Shen Jingting tightly clenched his fist. In less than a day, he had crossed 3 major realms, from day-level evil ghost to day-level ghost evil. At this moment, Han Lingxi inside the room slowly woke up. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, lazily stretching her body, and instinctively called out, Jingting? Her voice carried a unique softness and weariness of just waking up, the ending slightly rising, hinting at an unconscious charm. Seeing no response, she got up, draped on an outer robe, and strolled toward the door. Pushing open the door, she instantly saw Shen Jingting standing in the courtyard, his aura noticeably stronger than before. At the sight of Shen Jingting, a touch of warm color filled Han Lingxi's originally cool eyes as she softly called out, Jingting, what are you doing in the yard? Shen Jingting turned around, looking at Han Lingxi, a gentle smile unconsciously appearing on his face as he reached out to gently smooth her slightly messy hair. Why did you get up? Suddenly missed you. Han Lingxi gently lifted her head, her gaze lingering on Shen Jingting's eyes. Her voice was soft and sticky, filled with the laziness of just waking up, and her cheeks flushed slightly from this straightforward confession. As soon as she finished speaking, she took a gentle step forward, wrapping her arms around Shen Jingting's waist and resting her head against his chest. Shen Jingting's body slightly stiffened but then relaxed, wrapping his arms tightly around Han Lingxi, resting his chin lightly on the top of her head, taking a deep breath and catching the faint fragrance emanating from her. He never expected that the usually cool and composed. It was like discussing a completely ordinary matter. Hearing Shin Jingting's words, Han Lingxi was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh, gently punching his shoulder. You speak so lightly, yet for you, breaking through seems like a matter of course. Do you know how many people spend their whole lives unable to cross this hurdle, while you seem to stroll through it? Seeing that Han Lingxi was not curious at all about his breakthrough, Shin Jingting couldn't help but ask. Sister Ghost King, aren't you even a little curious why I could break through 3 realms in such a short time? And why I could leave the ghost spirit realm early? Han Lingxi gently raised her eyes, a faint smile curving her lips. Of course, I am curious, but if you want to share, you will tell me. Why should I be in a hurry for this moment? She reached out to tidy her hair, her movements elegant and calm. In her heart, a wife should stand by her partner's side, being his strongest support, rather than blindly demanding answers. If Shin Jingting wanted to express himself, she would surely listen wholeheartedly. If he remained silent for a time, she would not press him. This trust was her appreciation for Shin Jingting and her understanding of how couples should relate to each other. Though they were not truly husband and wife yet, in Han Lingxi's heart, the moment they confirmed their relationship meant they were destined to walk together forever. Shin Jingting looked at Han Lingxi before him, feeling warmth in his heart. This understanding and rapport moved him far more than any sweet words. Sister Ghost King, in this life, having you as my wife is my greatest blessing. Han Lingxi slightly shook her head, a smile in her eyes. We are each other's support, the road ahead is long, and whatever we face, honesty is all that matters. Sheer, there are some things I don't yet know how to tell you. Once I sort it all out, I will tell you everything. Shin Jingting looked at such an understanding Sister Ghost King, feeling deeply touched. How fortunate it was to encounter someone who understood and trusted him so well in his life. What Han Lingxi gave him was not only gentle companionship but also a rare sense of peace and solace in this perilous and strange world. Then I will wait for you. Han Lingxi was slightly taken aback, then broke into a smile that felt like a warm spring breeze. At this moment, she suddenly remembered the scene when that powerful sniper rifle exploded before the ghost spirit realm. Jingting, but what I want to know is, why did the barret explode suddenly? Sister Ghost King, do you remember I carved your portrait on the stock? Shin Jingting did not rush to answer but instead asked with a mysterious smile. Han Lingxi blinked, her curiosity fully piqued. I remember, but what's the connection to the explosion? The connection is huge. Your portrait was engraved by me using a secret pattern. It can precisely identify unfamiliar presences. Once the gun leaves your hand, the power from the secret pattern will tightly cling to whoever touches it, instantly releasing runes containing the power to destroy everything. Let alone the Ghost Lord, even the Ghost Emperor could fall if not careful. Shin Jingting patiently explained. Although Han Lingxi had the protection of the purple gold soft armor, he still felt uneasy and secretly kept a backup plan. This secret pattern used to create the portrait was not easy to detect. The secret pattern merged with the portrait and appeared completely normal, but once it identified an unfamiliar presence, it would instantly activate. After hearing this, Han Lingxi nodded in realization. So that's how it is. I wondered how the Nightmare Ghost Lord suddenly exploded. Then the clothes you gave me also have defensive functions, right? She was not foolish. Every time Shin Jingting gave her something, it seemed ordinary but actually concealed mysteries. Take the 2 types of grenades, for example. On the surface, they appeared to be just ordinary metal lumps. But who would have thought one could kill a fierce ghost? Chapter 66. A different Han Lingxi. Shin Jingtian looked at the lively Han Lingxi, a smile spreading from his eyes, nodding. You can't hide it from the Ghost King's sister. This dress is woven from special soul threads mixed with defense runes. It can withstand 2 full-force attacks from a sun-level Ghost Lord, and you can change its style as you wish. Han Lingxi's eyes flashed with surprise as she gently brushed the fabric, feeling the faint soul power within. I knew it. Wearing it always makes me feel warm, and there's a warm current flowing inside me. You are always so thoughtful, I don't know how to repay you. Shin Jingtian raised the corners of his mouth slightly, his eyes filled with tenderness and indulgence, gently wrapping her in his arms and whispering with a smile. Just this hug is enough, or shall I offer myself to you? Han Lingxi's heart trembled, her heartbeat suddenly quickening, but this time, she chose not to flee from this passionate feeling. Instead, she gathered her courage and looked directly into Shin Jingtian's eyes. All right, I'll marry you. Shin Jingtian's eyes flashed with surprise, seeming to find it hard to believe what he heard. Really? Han Lingxi didn't speak but tiptoed up and gently placed a kiss on the corner of Shin Jingtian's mouth, softly saying, Husband. This call of husband was soft and sweet, instantly enchanting Shin Jingtian. Do you believe now? Han Lingxi blinked, a playful smile on her lips. Shin Jingtian could no longer hold back his feelings, tightly embracing Han Lingxi and kissing her deeply. Han Lingxi was no longer shy, her hands gently wrapping around his neck, responding passionately. The moonlight in the sky was bright, silver rays spilled onto the earth, cloaking all things in a layer of dreamy gossamer. Under the trees, 2 figures nestled tightly together, immersed in this sweet love. After a long time, their lips parted. Shin Jingtian rested his forehead against Han Lingxi's, their noses touching, breaths mingling. He laughed softly. How I wish time would stop at this moment. We still have a long time ahead. I will always be yours, forever. In the future, I want to wake up with you in the morning and see you at sunset. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Han Lingxi wrapped her arms around Shin Jingtian's waist, her fingers gently drawing circles on his back, her tone filled with undisguised sweetness and anticipation. Shin Jingtian straightened up slightly, leaning back, his hands on Han Lingxi's shoulders, seriously studying her face as if he wanted to etch her into his heart. Sheer, in the future, with me, I will be your support. You don't have to be alone anymore. Han Lingxi couldn't help but giggle, lightly pushing him, pretending to be angry. Jingtian, use one title consistently. One moment you call me Ghost King's sister, the next moment you call me Sheer, and then there's that wife. Shin Jingtian released her embrace, looking at her innocently. Aren't I learning from you? Me? I never called you in such a mix-up. Han Lingxi haughtily raised her chin, arms folded across her chest, refusing to admit. Shin Jingtian turned her shoulder, counting on his fingers. What do you mean? You first called me a lecher, then husband, later fiancé, little ghost brother. Now it's husband again, you call it so naturally. Han Lingxi's cheeks flushed instantly, but this time she didn't shy away. Instead, she reached out to poke Shin Jingtian's chest gently, a sly smile spreading across her face. But you also like to hear it. Every time I call you this, you look so happy. Shin Jingtian was momentarily speechless at her words, but soon reacted, grabbing her mischievous hand and pulling her back into his embrace, his nose brushing against her cheek. Yes, 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 I love to hear you say it. From now on, you must call me husband every day. Alright, but from now on, husband must take good care of this little lady, or else I won't call you that. Han Lingxi laughed heartily, her arms wrapping around Shin Jingtian's neck as she leaned in to peck his lips gently. Little fairy. Shin Jingtian laughed softly, reaching out to pinch Han Lingxi's nose. And another kiss fell on her forehead. The faint fragrance lingering at the tip of his nose made Shin Jingting crave this sweetness even more. At that moment, Han Lingxi's eyes suddenly lit up, breaking free from Shin Jingting's embrace, looking at him playfully yet affectionately. Husband, you have never seen me dance, have you? Without waiting for his response, she twirled in place, and in the blink of an eye, a flowing white dress replaced her original purple gown. Her delicate hands lifted gracefully, her soul force surged, and the once peaceful flowers, grass, and trees seemed to be enchanted, their branches and leaves colliding, making a rustling sound. The stones by the roadside trembled slightly, intertwining with the rustling of leaves to create a unique rhythm. Han Lingxi moved to this rhythm, her steps light and quick, sometimes spinning, sometimes gracefully gliding, her arms dancing elegantly, the white dress flying wildly in the moonlight. As she danced, Han Lingxi gently tapped her feet and actually leapt into the air. She twirled in the air, her figure as light as an elf in the night sky. Every movement was full of charm, just like a singer fully displaying her allure on stage. Shin Jingting was mesmerized, unable to tear his eyes away from Han Lingxi for even a moment. How could there be such an enchanting woman in the world? What was even more fatal was that this girl, whom he longed for day and night, was still his fiancée. Thinking of this, Shin Jingting's mouth involuntarily curved upward, his face filled with happiness and pride. Just as he was lost in thought, Han Lingxi suddenly flew towards him, grabbing his hand and giggling, "Husband." Shin Jingting held her hand and soared up into the air with her. The two leaned against each other in mid-air, surrounded by the gentle moonlight. Shin Jingting looked at the lively Han Lingxi before him, love surging within him, and kissed her again. Han Lingxi closed her eyes, responding passionately, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck. After a long time, they slowly landed on a rooftop, sitting side by side. Han Lingxi leaned against Shin Jingting's shoulder, while he wrapped his arm around her waist, quietly watching the moonlight above. Husband, do you know? Since I died, you are the first one to enter my heart. Han Lingxi's voice was soft, carrying a hint of tenderness, breaking the night's tranquility, the warm breath lightly falling on Shin Jingting's neck. Shin Jingting's heart warmed, his arm gently tightening around her, holding her even closer. As she said this, Han Lingxi's lips curled upward, revealing a hint of a happy smile, her fingers lightly drawing circles on the back of Shin Jingting's hand. After my master passed away, I thought I would spend these long years alone, but unexpectedly, you came into my life during this time. Although you always tease me, making me blush every time, the true feelings that you unintentionally reveal always touch the softest part of my heart. Shin Jingting gently held Han Lingxi's hand, their fingers interlocking. It's good that I didn't make you wait too long. No matter what we face in the future, we'll walk together. Han Lingxi nuzzled into Shin Jingting's embrace, seeking a more comfortable position. We will walk together. The moonlight sprinkled down on the two of them, casting their shadows long and slender. Han Lingxi looked at the moon, suddenly asking, "Husband, should I tell you how I died?" Chapter 67, The Reason for Death. Upon hearing this, Shin Jingting instinctively tightened his embrace, pulling Han Lingxi even closer. He turned his head, looking at Han Lingxi gently, and softly said, "Sheer, if the memories are too painful, let's not talk about them. The past is already behind us, I only care about your present and future." Han Lingxi gently shook her head, a bitter smile appearing on her face. "Husband, I want to tell you, I've hidden these things in my heart for far too long. I want you to know everything about me." Then, Han Lingxi began to slowly recount her past. She was born into a dilapidated family, her father being a thorough gambler and drunkard, lounging around all day, either losing everything at the gambling house or getting drunk in the streets and alleys. And when her mother gave birth to her, she forever left this world due to complications. From that moment on, little Han Lingxi began her lonely and miserable life. In that home, Han Lingxi had never felt even the slightest warmth. She was always hungry and cold, living each day carefully, afraid of angering her father and provoking a beating. The family was already extremely poor, but her father's gambling addiction grew worse by the day, debts piling up like a rolling snowball. Days passed, and Han Lingxi slowly grew up, but her life showed no signs of improvement. When she turned 18, the nightmare finally arrived. The creditors came knocking, coldly throwing down an IOU, clearly written on it were 300 taels of silver. This amount was undoubtedly astronomical for this family, they were simply unable to repay it. Han Lingxi's father looked at the IOU, his face turning pale with fear, and in panic, an insane thought crossed his mind. Taking advantage of Han Lingxi's distraction, he slipped poison into her food. When Han Lingxi fell into a coma, he sold her to a brothel, just to exchange her for a meager ransom to pay off his debts. When Han Lingxi awakened in the room of the brothel, realizing she had been sold, despair instantly drowned her. She never imagined that her own father would be so cruel, pushing her into this irreversible abyss. Unwilling to be manipulated by fate, and not wanting to become someone else's plaything, she took a white silk and ended her young life that very day. After death, Han Lingxi became a wisp of lonely soul, starting her drifting days in a strange world. She had no powers at all, leaving her vulnerable to the bullying of other evil spirits. To escape their malice, she could only hide, often curling up in dark corners, licking her wounds alone. So, she spent 3 years in fear and loneliness. Until one day, a woman passed by, discovering this hiding, pitiful little soul. The woman felt pity and took her back to the city, carefully teaching her, imparting magical skills, granting her the ability to protect herself. And this woman was the head of the 18 ghost lords, Qingli and Guizuan. Her childhood experiences, the broken family and betrayal, carved deep scars in Han Lingxi's heart. The days of hunger and cold, being beaten by her father, chased by creditors, and the despair of being sold to a brothel, made her heart no longer easily open to others. She masked herself with indifference, concealing her inner fragility and pain. In front of others, Han Lingxi always wore a cold expression, her words brief. If someone spoke to her, she would only respond politely, never initiating conversation. Later, after her master passed away, her personality grew even more withdrawn, the loss of her master extinguished the last light in her life. Now, her heart seemed wrapped in a layer of frost, losing warmth for everything around her. Until the arrival of Shen Jingting opened the long-closed doors of Han Lingxi's heart once again. Shen Jingting quietly listened to Han Lingxi's story, filled with compassion and anger. He felt sorrow for the suffering Han Lingxi endured, angered by how unfair fate was, making such a good girl experience so much hardship. "Sheer, from now on, with me here, I will not let you live that lonely life anymore." Han Lingxi nodded heavily, wrapping her arms around Shen Jingting's waist, burying her head in his embrace. She knew that from this moment on, she was no longer that helpless, drifting soul. She had Shen Jingting, she had a harbor to rely on. The moonlight flowed like water, quietly spilling over them. It seemed to bless their love. Shen Jingting gently stroked Han Lingxi's hair, and the two snuggled together, enjoying this moment of tranquility and sweetness. On the surface, he appeared gentle, with a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. His fingers occasionally playfully pinched Han Lingxi's cheeks, but in his mind, he was secretly giving orders to the system. "System, lock onto that bastard's location. Host, Han has already been dragged into the strange world by the Qinglian ghost sovereign and eliminated." Hearing this, Shen Jingting nodded slightly, feeling a few more respects for the Qinglian ghost sovereign in his heart. If it weren't for her, Han Lingxi's hatred might never have dissipated. Thinking of Han Lingxi, Shen Jingting's gaze softened instantly, he could feel her past suffering. Now that he knew that the culprit had received the punishment he deserved, it would allow Han Lingxi to let go of some burdens. However, what surprised Shen Jingting was that the Qinglian ghost sovereign could actually interfere in the mortal world. In his understanding, the mortal world and the strange world were like two parallel lines that would never intersect, each operating under their own set of rules. Host, a ghost of the fierce level can influence some minor matters in the mortal world, but once a person dies and their soul returns to the strange world, it is almost impossible to return to the mortal world. However, reaching the fierce ghost level allows one to influence the mortal world through special means. But almost no ghosts are willing to do this, because once they violate the rules, they will be punished. Though the Qinglian ghost sovereign is a ghost sovereign with extraordinary power, forcibly dragging Han He into the strange world has severely violated the rules. The system quickly responded, explaining the reasons in detail. Shin Jingting was first taken aback, then a bad premonition surged in his heart. He hurriedly asked, what happened to the Qinglian Ghost Sovereign? Will she be punished? The Qinglian Ghost Sovereign has been sanctioned by the rules of the strange world for violating the rules, her soul scattered, and has completely fallen. The system's cold report struck Shin Jingting's heart like a heavy hammer. Shin Jingting stood there, knowing how important the Qinglian Ghost Sovereign was to Han Lingxi. She was not only Han Lingxi's savior, but also her teacher who guided her and gave her strength. Now that the Qinglian Ghost Sovereign had fallen because of her, how could Han Lingxi bear this heavy blow if she knew the true reason? Chapter 68, Network Delay. Shin Jingting looked at Han Lingxi lying on his thigh and still couldn't bring himself to tell her the real reason for the Qinglian Ghost Sovereign's fall. Seeing her content and peaceful expression, with moonlight spilling on her face, outlining a gentle contour, and a slight smile at the corner of her mouth, Shin Jingting couldn't bear to shatter this beauty. Those heavy and cruel words were swallowed back forcefully. The night deepened, and a chill crept in. Suddenly, Han Lingxi hooked her arms around Shin Jingting's neck, her voice soft and a bit tired. Husband, I'm a little tired, please carry me to rest. Shin Jingting came to his senses, looking at the lovely person before him, his heart filled with affection. He responded softly, one hand steadying Han Lingxi's back, while the other carefully picked her up by her knees. Han Lingxi nestled her head into his chest, finding a comfortable position and closing her eyes. Shin Jingting held Han Lingxi and walked gently toward the room. All the way, his gaze remained on Han Lingxi's face, his love growing deeper. Upon reaching the room, he lightly laid Han Lingxi on the bed, tucking her in snugly. Seeing that she was settled, Shin Jingting quietly prepared to leave, thinking to let her rest well. But just as he was about to turn around, Han Lingxi suddenly grabbed his arm. Husband, where are you going? Han Lingxi's voice carried a hint of sleepiness and laziness. Shin Jingting turned around, crouched down, and said softly, I will go back to my room. You rest well, I won't disturb you. Husband, I want you to stay with me tonight, okay? Han Lingxi said, pulling herself further into the bed, then patting the empty space beside her. I will sleep inside, and you sleep outside. Her eyes were full of reliance, making it impossible for Shin Jingting to refuse. Shin Jingting smiled helplessly and indulgently, and lay down by the bedside. This scene felt oddly familiar to him. Back then, he had playfully insisted on sharing a bed with Han Lingxi. Unfortunately, at that time, Han Lingxi was quite cold towards him, and despite his persistence, she still did not agree. Now, the tables had turned as Han Lingxi depended on him. Shin Jingting felt a sweetness in his heart. As soon as he lay down, Han Lingxi immediately snuggled closer, burying her head into his neck, and tightly grasped his arm as if afraid he would run away. Shin Jingting was softened by her series of actions, reaching out to gently hold her shoulder and pulling her closer to him. Sleep now, I won't go anywhere. I'll be right here with you. Shin Jingting kissed her forehead and said tenderly. Han Lingxi nuzzled against him, finding the most comfortable position, and satisfied, closed her eyes with a sweet smile on her lips. Before long, her even breathing could be heard, clearly already in dreamland. Shin Jingting looked at her peaceful sleeping face, filled with tenderness in his heart. Just as the two were immersed in a tranquil and warm atmosphere, an unexpected mechanical voice suddenly sounded in Shin Jingting's mind. Joy value has exceeded 1082%. The host has gained 5 chances to draw a lottery. Shin Jingting was startled by the sudden voice, and Han Lingxi lightly stirred in his arms, mumbling a few words. Shin Jingting quickly patted her back to soothe her, and once she settled back to sleep, he grumbled in his mind. System, were you not connected to the internet just now, or was there a delay? Why did this information come so late? System. The system paused for a moment, and then its emotionless voice rang out again. This system saw that you and Han Lingxi were having a warm and sweet time together, so I didn't want to disturb you, and went offline on my own. At that moment, it was not appropriate for this system to appear. Now that the time is right, I'm notifying the host in a timely manner. Shin Jingting raised an eyebrow, not expecting that this usual cheeky system would have such a thoughtful moment. He silently gave a thumbs up. Good job, system, I give you a like. However, thinking about having 5 chances to draw the lottery, he still felt a bit excited inside. He silently focused on the lottery, but his gaze unconsciously fell on Han Lingxi's face. Looking at her serene sleeping face, Shin Jingting's mouth curled up slightly, his heart filled with happiness. At this moment, he suddenly felt that no matter what he could win from the lottery, it was not as important as holding this gentle and lovely woman in his arms. But since there were chances for a lottery draw, wouldn't it be a pity not to try? Shin Jingting silently thought, System, start the lottery. With his command, the system interface appeared in his mind, and a huge roulette began to spin rapidly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the soul-devouring flower seed. Note, the seed needs to be watered with purple soul water during the seedling stage, and later can devour spirits to grow. In the later stages, it can even grow to a level that can confront a Ghost King. Shin Jingting did not have time to feel happy before the second lottery began, the pointer spinning rapidly again. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a spirit communication tattoo. Note, the tattoo allows the host and Han Lingxi to share thoughts, no matter how far apart, they can know each other's thoughts and resonate emotionally. Shin Jingting's mouth lifted, now he and Han Lingxi could become even closer together. When encountering danger, one can sense it in advance. The third lottery draw. Congratulations, host, you have won the invincible coin. Note, when the coin is face up, the host is invincible, when face down, the enemy is invincible. Duration, it disappears after killing the enemy. Warm reminder, this coin is a one-time use item, so throw it with caution. Shin Jingsheng picked up the coin that had appeared out of nowhere, carefully observing it. The coin was golden and had ancient, complex patterns etched on it. On one side was a sun pattern that emitted a faint glow, representing invincible power, while the other side featured a dark moon, as if hiding unfathomable dangers. TSK, a 50% probability, now it's all up to fate. Shin Jingsheng clicked his tongue in amazement. The seemingly simple coin held the power to reverse fate, but also brought great risk, making him both excited and apprehensive. The fourth lottery draw. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the World Ring. Note, the World Ring can hold living things, internal space, 3 blue planets. The final lottery draw. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Moon-level Ghost Lord Puppet, gender can be chosen freely. Note, one-time use item. After completing the 5 lottery draws, Shin Jingsheng looked at the World Ring, Spirit Tattoo, Invincible Coin, Soul-Devouring Flower Seed, and Moon-level Ghost Lord Puppet, feeling overjoyed. Especially the Spirit Tattoo and Invincible Coin, they were simply too practical. Shin Jingsheng smiled happily, suddenly remembering that the Spirit Tattoo needed to be arranged quickly, so he asked, by the way, system, how do I get the tattoo? Anywhere. You can tattoo wherever you want. Chapter 69, Pink Skeleton. System, tattoo it on my wrist. Shin Jingsheng silently recited the command in his heart. In an instant, a warm sensation spread from his wrist. He looked down and saw a pair of exquisite yin-yang fish tattoos slowly emerging on his left wrist, the line smooth, the colors ancient, faintly emitting a strange glow. He gently rotated his wrist, admiring this unique tattoo, imagining how he would connect with Han Lingxi in spirit, his lips curling up unconsciously. At this moment, Han Lingxi was still fast asleep, and Shin Jingsheng did not wake her, intending to let her wake naturally and then surprise her. Then, Shin Jingsheng began to look over the other prizes. He picked up the soul-devouring flower seed. The surface of the seed was rough, gleaming with an eerie black luster, and it felt icy to the touch. To make it grow, he would need at least 4 bottles of daytime purple soul water, and 1 bottle of daytime purple soul water was priced at 500,000 eerie points. Shin Jingsheng silently calculated in his mind and couldn't help but frown. 2 million eerie points was no small sum. But he also knew that once the soul-devouring flower matured, it would be an extremely powerful aid capable of devouring ghostly powers and transforming them into his own strength. Once it grew, it could match the Ghost King, so when calculating, this investment was worth it. Then Shin Jingsheng took out the World Ring. The ring had an ancient design, with secret patterns carved on its face, hiding an independent small world inside. Shin Jingsheng thought to himself that these 2 treasures should be prepared for Han Lingxi. He had the system space, making it very convenient to store items, and with the strength boosted by a large amount of eerie points, he could easily handle ordinary situations. As for Sierre, having a puppet to protect her at critical moments and a world ring for hiding and cultivating ensured her safety and strength improvements. Shin Jingsheng nodded in satisfaction and then instructed the system, set the puppet to female. Modification successful. A flash of light appeared, and a peculiar puppet emerged before him. Shin Jingsheng focused his gaze and was instantly stunned. This was actually a pink skeleton. Its skeleton emitted a faint pink glow, with dim light flickering in its hollow eye sockets, draped in a piece of pink gauze. System, are you sure this is female? I can't tell if it's male or female at all. Shin Jingting stroked his chin, carefully examining the pink skeleton puppet, a look of confusion on his face. However, although this skeleton looked a bit strange, the powerful aura it radiated could not be ignored. The pink skeleton, isn't it a female? The system retorted. Shin Jingting. Shin Jingting was momentarily speechless, opening his mouth but unsure how to respond. He could only helplessly pout, his face displaying a bewildered expression. After a long silence, he finally chuckled bitterly and said, "All right, you're the system, you make the rules." Shin Jingting looked at the pink skeleton puppet before him, feeling speechless in his heart, but also too lazy to argue with the system any longer. At that moment, a strange light suddenly appeared in front of him. Following that, a wedding scene gradually unfolded. Bright red wedding characters filled the surroundings, red satin fluttered in the wind, and joyous music faintly echoed. And the main characters in the scene were none other than him and Han Lingxi. In the scene, Shen Jingting immediately spotted Han Lingxi in her phoenix crown and elegant gown among the crowd. She was as beautiful as a heavenly fairy, sweetly smiling, shyly gazing at him. He saw himself holding Han Lingxi's hand, slowly walking into the hall, with guests around them casting loving glances. The two sincerely bowed to the heavens and earth, and during the husband and wife bow, Han Lingxi slightly raised her head, tears sparkling in her eyes. Those were tears of happiness. Watching this scene, Shen Jingting felt overwhelmed with emotion, realizing how much Han Lingxi looked forward to their future together. Sire, it turns out what you long for is so simple. He broke away from Han Lingxi's dream, looking tenderly at the still sleeping her, whispering softly. The wedding in the dream had no extravagant displays, no rare treasures, only each other's vows and the blessings of friends and family. That simple happiness stirred Shen Jingting's heart with mixed feelings. He raised his hand gently to caress Han Lingxi's cheek, his thumb stroking her skin. Don't worry, I will make you happy. His voice was soft, as if afraid to disturb the peace and beauty of the moment. He didn't know how long it had been when Han Lingxi slowly awakened, finding Shen Jingting sitting at the bed's edge, looking at her with deep affection. She blinked her eyes, her voice still laced with sleepiness. Husband, why aren't you sleeping? As she spoke, she instinctively leaned closer to Shen Jingting, continuing to hold him, cherishing the warmth he radiated. Shen Jingting chuckled lightly, wrapping his arms around her tighter. I'm not tired, just want to look at you. At that moment, a thought from Shen Jingting suddenly flashed in Han Lingxi's mind. She paused for a moment, then her face filled with surprise as she abruptly looked up at Shen Jingting. Wow, husband, I can actually tell what you are thinking. Shen Jingting, seeing her astonished look, couldn't help but chuckle, his eyes full of affection. Of course, with this yin yang fish, we can know each other's thoughts. As he spoke, he raised his wrist close to Han Lingxi. On his previously smooth wrist, a pair of intertwining yin-yang fish tattoos slowly emerged, radiating a soft glow. Han Lingxi curiously stared at the tattoo, gently reaching out to touch it. What is this? How does it have such a magical effect? She was filled with confusion, but felt that although this was strange, it didn't seem so hard to accept happening to Shen Jingting. After all, she was already used to Shen Jingting always doing odd and unimaginable things. Shen Jingting patiently explained, this is called a spiritual tattoo, and I just inked it on you. From now on, with it, we can share our hearts. No matter how far apart we are, we can know each other's thoughts and send messages. Hearing this, Han Lingxi's eyes were filled with joy as she carefully examined the tattoo again, mumbling, that's really amazing, it's my first time seeing such a wonderful thing. Shen Jingting saw Han Lingxi like a curious baby and immediately took out the soul-eating flower seeds and the world ring. Sire, stretch out your hand. Han Lingxi, though full of doubts, obediently stretched out her hand. Shen Jingting gently took her hand and slowly placed the world ring on her slender finger. Husband, what are you doing? Han Lingxi asked, her voice filled with confusion. This is the world ring, it contains a small independent world. It can store items, allow people to live and practice, and also hide one's aura. If you encounter danger in the future, just hide inside, it will ensure your safety. What do you mean by that? Do you not want me anymore? When Han Lingxi heard these words, her heart sank, and the smile on her face instantly disappeared. The playful motion with the ring also stopped. Chapter 70, The Demon Ming Ghost Lord. To her, Shen Jingting's words sounded like a parting farewell, inexplicably making her heart swell with panic. Shen Jingting then realized his words were somewhat inappropriate and quickly explained, Sire, you misunderstood. How could I ever not want you? It's just that the world is fraught with dangers, and I'm afraid that if I'm not around, this ring can provide you a way out. He gently patted Han Lingxi's hand, trying to calm her emotions. I won't let you leave me. Han Lingxi suddenly jumped into Shen Jingting's arms, tightly wrapping her arms around his waist, her voice slightly choked. No matter what danger we face, we must face it together. Don't think of bearing it alone. Shen Jingting embraced Han Lingxi back, gently patting her back. All right, I'll do as you wish. We will never be apart. Han Lingxi finally felt a bit reassured but still stubbornly murmured, in the future, don't say such frightening things. Shen Jingting nodded repeatedly. When Han Lingxi's emotions calmed down a bit, he picked up the soul-eating flower seeds from the side. Sire, these are the soul-eating flower seeds, they need the day purple soul water to grow. Shen Jingting handed the seeds to Han Lingxi. Moreover, it takes 4 bottles to break through the initial seedling stage. Let's plant these seeds in the yard. Han Lingxi agreed, and the two carefully went to the yard to plant the seeds. After planting, Shen Jingting silently thought, system, purchase 2 bottles of day purple soul water. Deducting 1 million odd values. Remaining 24,000. Hearing the system prompt, although Shen Jingting felt the pain in his heart, he thought about the potential of the soul-eating flower and felt it was worth it. He picked up the day purple soul water and slowly poured it into the soil. A miraculous thing happened, the soul-eating flower seeds began to sprout, grow branches, and extend vines at a visible speed. Once the soul-eating flower grows, it will be immensely powerful. An eerie spirit can cover a kilometer, a ghost general can cover 5 kilometers. A ghost evil can cover 10 kilometers, a ghost king can cover 20 kilometers, a ghost lord can cover 35 kilometers, a ghost emperor can cover 50 kilometers, and a ghost monarch can even reach 80 kilometers. But right now, the soul-eating flower needed 2 more bottles of day purple soul water to break through the seedling stage. At that moment, the soul-eating flower seemed to understand their words, gently swaying its branches and affectionately rubbing against Qin Jingting's leg. Seeing this, Han Lingxi laughed happily. "Husband, look. It seems like it can understand us and likes you so much. It's really interesting." Qin Jingting stroked the leaves of the soul-eating flower and said with a smile, "It seems to know we are helping it grow. We must take good care of it. Once it grows up, it will be a great help to us." The two looked at the soul-eating flower in the yard, filled with anticipation for the day it would grow. In the courtyard of the Demon Ming Ghost Lord, the atmosphere was oppressive enough to make it hard to breathe. The Demon Ming Ghost Lord sat high on the main seat, exuding a chilling aura, controlling 4 ghost kings beneath him, one of whom was the King Baipu. At this moment, the 4 ghost kings stood with their heads lowered, not daring to breathe. The Demon Ming Ghost Lord's gaze swept across the 4 ghost kings like a knife, coldly saying, "Do you all think this lord is easy to fool? That Han Lingxi is just an injured ghost king, and yet has the ability to kill the Nightmare Ghost Lord?" The 100 Poo Ghost King trembled slightly, steeling himself to take a step forward, his voice shaking as he spoke. "My lord, this matter is absolutely true." He secretly glanced at the increasingly sullen face of the Yao Ming Ghost Lord, then quickly lowered his head to continue speaking. Han Lingxi somehow got an iron lump, and it was that iron lump that killed the Nightmare Ghost Lord. The other 3 Ghost Kings, seeing this, also hurried forward to report. One Ghost King spoke urgently, with a hint of panic. Moreover, the Cold Maple Ghost King was tortured to death by the Corpse Spirit, Blood Remnants, and Frost Spirit. This matter seems to have something to do with Han Lingxi. As soon as these words left his mouth, the Yao Ming Ghost Lord instantly exploded with rage, his ghostly aura raging wildly, transforming into black blades that shattered the surrounding tables, chairs, and stone pillars. "What? Han Lingxi, a mere little ghost king, how does she have such courage and means?" His roar shook the entire Ghost Lord's mansion, causing ghostly flames to flicker ominously, horror looming. Cold Maple was a child he had spared no effort to obtain. In this strange world, the stronger the power, the lower the chance of having offspring. Thus, he cherished this father-son bond with Cold Maple even more. But now, Cold Maple had been brutally killed by others, filling the Yao Ming Ghost Lord's heart with endless anger and sorrow. That iron lump, could it be left by Qinglian? The Yao Ming Ghost Lord gritted his teeth, memories of past grievances with the Qinglian Ghost Lord flooding his mind. The more he thought, the more his hatred intensified, and another wave of ghostly energy erupted, blasting huge holes in the surrounding walls. "My lord, calm your anger." The 4 Ghost Kings knelt down with a thud, not daring to even breathe. "Investigate. No matter if it's Qing Lian's relics or those 3 thieves, not one can be spared." The Yao Ming Ghost Lord roared, "Alive, I want to see their bodies; dead, I want to see their souls. If you fail, your souls will accompany my son's burial." As soon as he finished, a wave of destructive ghostly energy swept towards the 4 Ghost Kings, exploding beside them, shattering stones that cut through their ghostly bodies, making them break out in cold sweat. The Yenyu Ghost King mustered his courage and stepped forward, saying, "My lord, the Corpse Spirit, Blood Remnants, and Frost Spirit were killed on the spot by Han Lingxi's lover." Hearing this, the Yao Ming Ghost Lord's eyes flashed cold, snorting, "Good Han Lingxi, good lover. Daring to be so rampant under my Yao Ming's nose, I will make them pay this blood debt double. Send down orders, spare no effort, and put a bounty on Han Lingxi and her lover's heads. I want them to know the consequences of offending me, the Yao Ming Ghost Lord." At this moment, the Qi Yin Ghost King, who had been silent, frowned slightly and clasped his hands, saying, "My lord, this matter may need to be considered further. Han Lingxi is a subordinate of the Silver Spirit Ghost Lord. If we rashly act against her, the Silver Spirit Ghost Lord will." The Yao Ming Ghost Lord's face darkened, impatiently interrupting, "Humph, what of the Silver Spirit Ghost Lord? Cold Maple is my heart's flesh. If his revenge is not avenged, my heart's hatred will remain." "My lord, what the Yin Yu Ghost King said is very true. The Silver Spirit Ghost Lord's strength is on par with yours. If this leads to a war, and punishment comes down from above, it will be hard to resolve." The 100 Poo Ghost King also echoed with concern. The Yin Yu Ghost King took over the conversation, expressing his worries. Moreover, since Han Lingxi can produce weapons that kill Ghost Lords, who can guarantee she won't have more left after using it? If we act directly against her, we may not end up well. Hearing this, the Yao Ming Ghost Lord's face grew darker and he glared fiercely at the Yin Yu Ghost King, almost scaring him to the ground. The Yin Yu Ghost King quickly steadied his nerves, mustering his courage to continue. "However, I have an idea. Since Han Lingxi cares so much about her lover, why not shift our target to her lover? That man is merely a powerful ghost, posing no real threat to us. Catch him. Are you afraid that Han Lingxi won't obediently submit? At that time, we can take revenge without directly confronting Silver Spirit Demon Lord." Chapter 71, Yan Yu's Plan. The Demon Lord of Yueming fell into deep thought after hearing this. After a moment, he slightly nodded and sneered, "Good. We shall do as you say. First, catch that brat for me. Remember, act fast and discreetly. Once you succeed, bring him back immediately. Do well, and you will be generously rewarded, otherwise, you can wait to become my food." The 4 demon kings acknowledged in unison and then quickly retreated to prepare for the kidnapping operation. Back in the conference hall, Demon King Baipu forcefully grabbed Yenyu, his face filled with anger as he whispered furiously, "Yenyu, what on earth are you thinking? We still have many subordinates in Shinjingting's hands. Are you not afraid for their lives with your ridiculous plan?" Yenyu stumbled back, feeling a bit displeased, but facing Baipu's fury, he could only suppress his temper to explain. "I'm doing this for our lord's worry, otherwise do you have a better plan?" At this moment, the other 2 demon kings also gathered around. Demon King Fomiing shook his head helplessly. "Yenyu, your idea of kidnapping Shinjingting is simply unrealistic." Demon King Yenyu nodded in agreement. "Exactly. Didn't you see how sweet Han Lingxi and Shinjingting are? The 2 are in a passionate romance, they must be together at all times. If we try to capture Shinjingting, Han Lingxi will definitely do everything to stop us. If a fight breaks out, who can guarantee we will all escape unscathed?" Baipu released Yenyu, crossed his arms, and snorted coldly. "Moreover, that Shinjingting is cunning. Who knows what other tricks he has up his sleeve? Because of him, we've already lost many subordinates in the ghostly spirit realm. This time, the risk is too great. So according to you, we just let it go?" Yenyu frowned and bit his lip. "How do we explain this to our lord? Or do you have a better plan?" Baipu, Fengying, and Yenyu were left speechless by the question. They looked at each other, unable to come up with a better idea for the moment. In this strange world, it has always been survival of the fittest. The demon lord of Yueming's beloved son died tragically, and if he does not take revenge, how can he swallow this anger? But directly confronting Han Lingxi and Shinjingting carries too great a risk, and if one is not careful, it could lead to utter destruction. After all, the gruesome deaths of Skull Demon King and Nightmare Demon Lord are still fresh in everyone's memory. Seeing them fall silent, Yenyu's eyes flashed with cunning. Before he spoke, however, "I have another method that does not require risky kidnapping and can throw them into chaos." These words immediately captured the attention of the other 3 demon kings. Baipu was the first to inquire, "What method?" "Stop playing games." Yenyu smiled mysteriously, lowering his voice as he slowly replied, "Think about it, the most taboo in relationships is a crisis of trust. If we can create discord between Shinjingting and Han Lingxi, making them doubt each other, they will collapse without us lifting a finger." "That makes some sense, but how do we do it specifically?" Fengying nodded thoughtfully after hearing this. Yenyu smiled with confidence. "I plan to send my best female subordinate to seduce Shinjingting. As long as Han Lingxi sees this scene, she will definitely misunderstand, and a rift will surely form between them." However, Yenyu still expressed concern. What if Shinjingting is not tempted? After all, he and Han Lingxi seem so close. Outside the ghostly spirit realm, the bond they shared in both life and death makes it hard to believe their feelings are anything but solid. Yenyu snorted disdainfully. No relationship is too strong to withstand a test. Though Shinjingting seems to have a good relationship with Han Lingxi, all men have a little bit of that deteriorating nature. Moreover, Shinjingting is just a little ghost. In the past, they probably hadn't seen much of the world. Our subordinate scent is enchanting and charming. As long as she uses all her wiles, Shinjingting definitely won't be able to resist. That's true. The 100 Blessings Ghost King nodded slightly. Even if Shinjingting can truly remain unshaken, as long as we create an ambiguous illusion for Han Lingxi to see, that will be enough. Women in relationships are naturally detail-oriented and sensitive. As long as there is a hint of doubt, the cracks in trust will be hard to fill. But I still worry about being detected. The Wind Shadow Ghost King frowned tightly. For some reason, he felt that this plan would fail. The Yenyu Ghost King waved his hand confidently and said, "So we need to prepare 2 plans. First, let the enchanting disguise herself as Han Lingxi to approach Shinjingting. Men tend to lower their guard when they see their beloved woman making the first move. If this tactic is discovered, we will immediately use beauty to entice him. As long as Shinjingting shows any sign of wavering and is discovered by Han Lingxi, a good show will unfold." The 100 Blessings Ghost King stroked his chin and pondered. Sounds like a plan, but the choice of person must be cautious. This female subordinate not only needs to look like Han Lingxi but also must have enough skill and acting ability to deceive Shinjingting. Yenyu Ghost King nodded. "I've already thought about this, the enchanting one is the most suitable. She is best at disguise and charm techniques, she has completed many similar tasks before, all with great success." "Alright, then let's have the enchanting one go." The 100 Blessings Ghost King made the decision, but you must explain the situation to her clearly. She absolutely must not reveal her identity. Once discovered, our efforts will be in vain. "Don't worry, I will personally explain it to her." The Yenyu Ghost King nodded with confidence. After discussing temporarily, 100 Blessings, Yenyu, and Wind Shadow returned to their own territories. Yenyu Ghost King then summoned the Enchanting One to his residence. The Enchanting One entered the room in a red long dress, her figure graceful, with a charming smile on her face, respectfully bowing. "My lord, did you summon me?" Yenyu Ghost King looked her over and nodded in satisfaction. "Enchanting, I have an important mission for you this time." Immediately, he detailed the plan to the Enchanting One. Finally, he seriously reminded her, "This mission is crucial. If you succeed, you will be our great contributor. But if there is any mistake, you know the consequences." A hint of excitement flashed in the Enchanting One's eyes as she confidently nodded. "You can rest assured, my lord, I will not fail. I will prepare the disguise materials right away, aiming to act quickly." Temptation is something she is especially good at. No man can resist her charms. This time, it will be a breeze. Remember, first disguise yourself as Han Lingxi. If you are discovered, immediately switch to your charm techniques. No matter what method, you must get Shen Jingting to take the bait. The Yenyu Ghost King emphasized again. After speaking, he took out a black rope from his pocket, exuding a strange aura. "This is the binding ghost rope. Under the ghost's curse, no matter how powerful he is, as long as he gets entangled, he will comply. If Shen Jingting can indeed resist your charm, wait for the right moment to stealthily attack him with this binding ghost rope." The Enchanting One took the binding ghost rope, examined it carefully, and a confident smile crept on her lips. "You can rest assured, with this treasure in my skills, Shen Jingting will have no escape." After finishing, she turned and left the room. Watching the Enchanting One leave, the Yenyu Ghost King revealed a proud smile. He seemed to already see Shen Jingting and Han Lingxi turn against each other because of his scheme, and he could also achieve great merit in front of the ghostly demon supreme. On the other side, Shen Jingting and Han Lingxi were still immersed in happiness, completely unaware of a plot quietly approaching them. Chapter 72, The Ghost Envoy. Silver Spirit Ghost Lord's Mansion. The Silver Spirit Ghost Lord sat on the main seat, her expression cold, radiating a chilling aura that made others tremble. She had just learned from other Ghost Kings about a series of events happening in the mysterious spirit realm. First, the Nightmare Ghost Lord died in a mysterious explosion, then the offspring of the Demon Ghost Lord, Hanfeng, was killed, and shortly after, 4 Ghost Kings from the Silver Spirit Mansion were also slaughtered. And all of this was related to Han Lingxi. "What is this Han Lingxi doing?" The Silver Spirit Ghost Lord murmured angrily, her heart filled with both worry and a faint sense of unease. She knew well the vengeful nature of the Demon Ghost Lord. This time, Han Lingxi and the others had stirred up a big mess. It was possible that this matter could escalate into a conflict between the Ghost Lords. If other Ghost Kings had died, they could simply pay some resources to downplay the incident. But it was precisely the only son of the Demon Ghost Lord who had died, which made things quite tricky. However, what troubled the Silver Spirit Ghost Lord even more was that weapon capable of killing the Nightmare Ghost Lord. If Han Lingxi had any ulterior motives, she would probably find it hard to resist. After pondering for a moment, the Silver Spirit Ghost Lord ordered the ghost attendant beside her, "Immediately summon Han Lingxi and her companion Shen Jingting to see me. Be sure to do it quickly, with no mistakes." "As you command." The ghost attendant accepted the order and transformed into a wisp of black smoke, quickly disappearing from the hall. 2 days later, in Lingxi City. Shen Jingting and Han Lingxi were busy distributing the resources brought back from the mysterious spirit realm. "Sheer, are you sure all these things will be distributed to the 19 fierce ghosts who came this time?" Shen Jingting organized the cultivation resources and asked. The resources before them were all seized from over 300 fierce ghosts who entered the mysterious spirit realm. More than half of the resources from those fierce ghosts had been gathered here, making the amount quite considerable. Of course, these were all taken back by Ying Ying and the others. It's only right to give them their share. While distributing the resources, Han Lingxi said, "These resources are enough for all of them to refine and absorb, advancing to star rank Ghost General." Hearing this, Shen Jingting's lips suddenly curled up slightly, filled with teasing intent. He leaned forward, close to Han Lingxi, and said, "Sheer, then I must be a great contributor, right? How do you plan to reward me?" At his words, Han Lingxi could not help but smile. Through her spiritual tattoo, she had already discerned Shen Jingting's thoughts. Now, she was no longer as shy as she had been at first. She slowly approached Shen Jingting, gently wrapping her arms around his neck, her fingers playfully scratching the back of his neck. Her eyes sparkled like water, gazing affectionately at Shen Jingting, and she softly said, "My great contributor, of course, deserves a proper reward." As she spoke, she slightly lifted her toes and planted a kiss on Shen Jingting's lips. Shen Jingting was momentarily stunned, but then he quickly reacted, wrapping his arms tightly around Han Lingxi's waist, pulling her closer and deepening the kiss. After a long time, they slowly parted. Shen Jingting's forehead rested against Han Lingxi's, their breaths intertwining. Shen Jingting chuckled softly, "I really like this reward." Han Lingxi's cheeks flushed slightly, but she pretended to be angry and gently pushed his shoulder, saying, "Humph, I knew you liked it." They worked busily for a while longer before finally categorizing and organizing all the resources. "Sheer, we killed the Nightmare Ghost Lord, temporarily intimidating the other Ghost Kings. They won't act rashly in the short term. Why don't you go into seclusion today and refine the Soul Spirit Herb? so you can restore your strength as soon as possible. Shin Jingting suddenly said. With 3,000 years of soul spirit herb assistance, Han Lingxi's strength should quickly recover to moon rank Ghost King. By then, taking the Yin Yang Source pill and using the dual cultivation card for 7 days of training should easily advance her to Sun rank Ghost King. Husband, I suddenly don't want to cultivate anymore. Why don't you do what you did before and massage me to heal? Han Lingxi looked up at Shin Jingting, her eyes seeming shrouded in mist. Misty and lingering. These days, accompanied by Shin Jingting day and night, she increasingly cherished this warmth, only wanting to indulge beside him, not willing to leave even a step. In Shin Jingting's eyes, the smile deepened as he reached out to lightly scratch her nose. Healing and cultivation do not conflict. When your strength recovers, there will be many days ahead, and I will accompany you. As he spoke, he gently held Han Lingxi's hand, his thumb rubbing on the back of her hand. Han Lingxi leaned into his embrace, wrapping her arms around his waist, and softly said, "But I just want you to be with me now. Cultivating is so bitter." In the past, she liked to pass the time with cultivation, but now, with Shin Jingting, her heart was completely occupied by him, and those long, dull hours of cultivation suddenly became unbearable. Shin Jingting sighed helplessly, holding her tighter, resting his chin lightly on her head. "Sierra, don't be willful. After your strength recovers, we will be husband and wife, unbeatable in the ghost realm." Han Lingxi mumbled without answering, her hands gently rubbing against Shin Jingting's back, cherishing the warmth of his embrace. After a long time, she finally murmured, "But I just want this moment, to do nothing, just to be with you. We have plenty of time, no need to rush." Shin Jingting smiled. Ghostly spirits are different from people in the living world. As long as they are not killed by other ghosts, they can live on forever. In the end, Han Lingxi lightly bit her lip and compromised, "Then promise me, after I finish this cultivation, no matter how busy you are, you must accompany me." Okay, I promise you." Shin Jingting gently stroked Han Lingxi's hair, his heart filled with countless emotions. He still remembered when he first met Han Lingxi, being shocked by her strength and cold elegance. At that time, every movement she made radiated the authority of a superior, being a presence that drew attention in the ghost realm. Who could have imagined that the red thread of fate would tightly entwine them, that the once unattainable Ghost King would now be indulging in his embrace? "Husband, then I will leave Lingxi City in your care while I go into seclusion for a few days. And also add Blood City, Skull City, and Corpse Spirit City as the subordinate cities of Lingxi City." Before leaving, Han Lingxi systematically arranged the intricate affairs of Lingxi City. The closeness and dependence she had before quietly faded, replaced by the aura of the Ghost King. After speaking, she left Shin Jingting's arms, reached out to tidy his collar, and softly said, "Husband, it's all up to you now. Go with peace of mind." Shin Jingting nodded, gently pinching Han Lingxi's nose. "With you here, I'm at ease." Han Lingxi smiled, then turned and walked into the cultivation room. As the door slowly closed, it cut off all the noise from the outside world. Shin Jingting stretched lazily, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. In 10 hours it will be the agreed time. Just as he was deep in thought, a ghostly envoy dressed in a blood-red robe materialized in the air, surrounded by a swirling aura of gloom. He looked down at Lingxi City, shouting loudly, his voice rolling like thunder, causing the surrounding air to tremble slightly. "The Silver Spirit Ghostmaster has issued an order. Han Lingxi and Shin Jingting are to return to the Ghostmaster's mansion immediately to accept judgment from the Master." Chapter 73, You Like Me, I'll Kill You. When Shin Jingting heard this, a wave of unnamed anger surged up in his heart. Goodness, dare to be so rampant on the territory of my Ghost King's sister? Immediately, he pushed off with his toes, instantly cracking the ground, countless black cracks spreading out like spider webs. His body, wrapped in rolling gloom, soared into the sky. With each inch he rose, the ghostly fire surrounding him flared up, in the blink of an eye hovering in midair, confronting the ghostly envoy. "Where did this dog come from? How dare you shout in Lingxi City?" Shin Jingting stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at the ghostly envoy. The surrounding gloom was stirred up chaotically by him, producing a series of sharp howls. The ghost envoy, dressed in a blood-red robe with eerie skull runes embroidered at the corners, shook slightly at Shin Jingting's shout. He stomped his foot fiercely, and instantly, several blood-red vines surged from the ground below, clawing towards Shin Jingting, shouting loudly. "You bold ones! How dare you disrespect the Ghost Lord's envoy? You have committed a great crime of rebellion, yet you still refuse to go with me to the Silver Spirit Ghost Hall to face punishment." Shin Jingting scoffed coldly, standing his ground without flinching. His right hand shot out swiftly, grabbing a vine and pulling it hard, causing it to snap instantly and turn into a puddle of blood. "Judgment? Trial? I see that it's you, the Silver Spirit Ghost Lord, who has ill intentions. My sister, the Ghost King, is in seclusion, and no one is allowed to disturb her." With a wave of his left hand, a ball of black ghost fire gathered in his palm, flickering with the faint illusion of roaring evil spirits within the flames. Seeing this, the ghost envoy was shocked and furious. He quickly formed seals with both hands, blood light surging around him, revealing a massive blood-colored skull phantom behind him. From the hollow eye sockets of the skull shot out two red beams of light, aimed directly at Shin Jingting. You do not know what death is. How dare you speak against the Ghost Lord's order? Today, you must come with me. Yet Shin Jingting showed no fear, as dark energy surged violently around him, forming a gigantic black vortex that swallowed all of the Ghost Envoy's attacks. Do you think you can take me with such tricks? Go back and tell the Silver Spirit Ghost Lord that if she has the ability, she should come to Lingxi City herself. Don't send weaklings like you, mere minions, to embarrass yourselves. After saying this, the black vortex suddenly pressed towards the Ghost Envoy. The Ghost Envoy's face changed dramatically, hurriedly retreating, frantically waving his hands trying to resist. You, just wait, the Ghost Lord will not let you go. The Ghost Envoy yelled in panic and, with a flash of bloodlight, broke through the vortex, escaping as a beam of bloodlight. Go back and report. I look forward to the coming slaughter. Shin Jingting watched the direction the Ghost Envoy fled, slowly descending. The moment his feet touched the ground, the cracks on the earth quietly healed. He turned to look at the hidden room where Han Lingxi was in seclusion. The tightly closed stone door exuded a mysterious aura in the night. Shin Jingting took a deep breath, silently thinking, Sierra, focus on your breakthrough. I will protect this Lingxi City. Then, he strode towards the outskirts of Lingxi City, preparing to inspect the issues that needed attention. Just as he stepped out of the city, he saw not far away a woman in disarray being attacked by a group of fierce ghosts. The woman was in tattered clothes, her hair messy, stumbling as she fled. Her eyes were filled with terror and despair, and with each step she took, the fierce ghosts closed in closer. Just as her strength was about to give out and she was about to be caught by the fierce ghosts, she saw Shin Jingting, and hope ignited in her eyes as she cried out hoarsely, Young master. Save me. Please, save me. Shin Jingting stood still, a faint, cold smile playing at the corner of his mouth, arms crossed over his chest, appearing nonchalant. I can save you, but first let's discuss the price, 100,000 blood soul stones. He spoke slowly, yet his gaze flickered between the woman and the fierce ghosts. The woman's figure froze, a hint of panic flashing across her face as she stammered, Young master, I don't have that much money. Then you can fend for yourself. Shin Jingting's expression remained unchanged, as if he had anticipated this response, his tone icy. After saying this, he decisively turned around, pretending to leave. In truth, all of this was Shin Jingting's intentional act. From the moment he saw the woman and the fierce ghosts, he sensed something was amiss. Though these fierce ghosts appeared ferocious and menacing, their attacking movements were somewhat deliberate. And the woman's dodging was too skilled, she had almost no heavy injuries on her, and each attack and evasion was cleverly avoiding the vital points, which was no accident. Yet the woman was oblivious, seeing Shin Jingting about to leave, she was terrified and scrambled after him. Young master, please show some mercy, save me. At that moment, the fierce ghosts caught up. The leading fierce ghost let out a shrill, eerie laugh, Kid, don't meddle in other people's business. This woman has something we need, if you know what's good for you, just get out of the way. Or I'll deal with you too. As it spoke, it lunged at Shin Jingting again, bringing along a group of fierce ghosts, the dark green miasma surged like a tide towards him. Wherever it went, the ground quickly corroded, rising up in wisps of green smoke. Shin Jingting remained calm, his soul power surged instantly, forming an invisible barrier in front of him to block the miasma. At the same time, he suddenly reached out his hand, his soul power turning into a black rope that accurately wrapped around the woman's waist, then he swung her hard. Here, the person you want, I return her to you. Shin Jingting shouted loudly, the woman's body shot like an arrow towards the group of fierce ghosts. After being thrown out by Shin Jingting, the woman steadied herself in midair and coldly snorted upon landing. You uncultured man, you know nothing of cherishing a woman. She completely did not expect Shin Jingting to be so ruthless, directly throwing her towards the group of fierce ghosts. With her rank as a ghost general, she had thought she could deceive Shin Jingting into pitying her with her soft facade, but she did not expect him to be so resolute, resulting in her first plan failing. The fierce ghosts all reached out to catch the woman, respectfully asking, My lady, are you all right? The woman slightly lifted her chin, her eyes flashing with a fierce glint as she disdainfully glanced at the fierce ghosts. A bunch of useless trash, you can't even handle such a small matter, almost falling for this kid's trick. Shin Jingting crossed his arms, his expression indifferent, a faint black mist swirling around him as he coldly regarded them. Don't play these tricks in front of me, if you have any intentions, just speak frankly. The woman's lips curled into an evil smile, her eyes sparkling with cunning as she spoke softly, Young master, I just find you so talented that I wish to be closer to you. As she spoke, she swayed her waist, trying to get closer to Shin Jingting, her face adorned with a seductive smile. Shin Jingting coldly snorted, his body flashing as he effortlessly avoided the woman's approach, his face showing great disdain. I also think I am quite talented, but unfortunately, I am already taken. If you set your sights on me, I will have no choice but to end your life. The woman was taken aback, her smile instantly frozen, revealing a look of disbelief. What kind of logic is this? If I admire you, you want to kill me? She stomped her foot, anger flashing in her eyes. Young master, you're too heartless. Chapter 74, Blazing Anger. Shin Jingting was too lazy to waste words with her. The ghostly power around him surged wildly, instantly turning into a black shadow that shot out. His speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in the midst of the fierce ghosts, his hands reaching out like a ghostly figure. Then, taking advantage of their failure to react, he grabbed one fierce ghost's head and twisted it violently. The ghost didn't even have time to scream before being obliterated. The remaining 4 fierce ghosts saw this and all howled as they lunged forward. But in the face of Shin Jingting's overwhelming ghostly power, their attacks were like ants shaking a tree. Shin Jingting flickered, and wherever he went, fierce ghosts fell down one after another, the dark green miasma diffusing in the air, but unable to halt his steps. Seeing the situation turn dire, the woman turned to flee, but how could Shin Jingting let her have her way? His body flickered, appearing in front of the woman, one hand gripping her neck like an iron claw, lifting her into the air. The woman struggled desperately, her hands clutching Shin Jingting's arm, fear filling her eyes. You can't kill me. I have a ghost king behind me. If you kill me, you won't live either. Shin Jingting coldly snorted, but did not relax the grip of his hand in the slightest. Of course, I won't kill you, because I still need to get your true intentions from you. Saying this, he suddenly threw the woman heavily to the ground. The woman struggled to get up, but Shin Jingting acted again, a wave of black soul power instantly sealing her movements. The woman gritted her teeth, glaring fiercely at Shin Jingting and said, "You can't get any information from me." Shin Jingting squatted down, locking eyes with the woman, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "I have many ways to make you speak." He silently chanted in his heart, "System, by a listening charm." Just as he finished speaking, a flash of faint light appeared, and a yellow charm radiating mysterious runes appeared in Shin Jingting's hand. Although the woman did not recognize the listening charm, she instinctively felt a wave of unease from the strange aura emanating from it. Her body instinctively wanted to shrink back, but she was bound by Shin Jingting's soul power, unable to move. What do you want?" The woman stared wide-eyed, fear showing on her face, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Shin Jingting's lips twisted into a cold smile as he waved the listening charm, saying coldly, "I don't want to do anything, I just want you to be obedient." The woman gritted her teeth, her eyes full of unwillingness. "Don't dream. Even if I die, I won't tell you the secret. No worries, once you speak, I will satisfy you." Shin Jingting snorted coldly, no longer wasting words, flicked his fingers, and the listening charm flew towards the woman like a streak of light. The moment the charm stuck to the woman's forehead, she felt a strange power surge into her body, as if countless tiny tendrils spread through her consciousness, trying to control her thoughts. The woman struggled desperately, dark lines appearing on her face, her lips trembling incessantly. But the power of the listening charm was too strong, and her resistance gradually weakened. "Speak, what is your name? What is your purpose? Who is the mastermind behind this?" Shin Jingting's gaze was piercing, closely watching the woman's eyes. The woman's body trembled, her mouth uncontrollably opened. "My name is Yao Rao, I came to Lingxi City under the order of King Yanyu to capture you." "Capture me for what?" Shin Jingting asked in confusion. The subordinates of these ghost kings were still in his hands, and he found it hard to understand why they would go to such lengths to target him. Yao Rao's face showed a look of pain. The power of the listening charm forced her to reveal the truth, and she could only continue. "The death of young Master Han Feng is related to you, so they want to capture you and use you to manipulate Han Lingxi. You pests dare to plot against Shi'er." Shin Jingting's body erupted with ghostly flames, the eerie green flames entwining with a strong killing intent, scorching the surrounding air to sizzle. With a light tap of his toes, he ghosted forward, his thin but immensely strong hand shooting out, tightly grasping Yao Rao's neck, lifting her off the ground. Yao Rao's eyes widened in terror, her eyeballs nearly bursting from their sockets, her hands futilely. As the ghostly power continuously surged in, the alluring spirit began to grow ethereal, gradually showing signs of fading away. "If you want to touch my woman, you aren't worthy." Shin Jingting suddenly waved his hand, and the ghostly power erupted, completely shattering the alluring spirit. In an instant, black mist scattered in all directions, quickly disappearing into the eerie world. Ding! Eerie points credited, 100,000. Upon hearing the system's notification, Shin Jingting's lips curved into a cold arc, still harboring the fierce killing intent from earlier. He slowly raised his head, looking in the direction of Yen Yuqing, his gaze piercing through layers of darkness and mist, as if he could see the Yen Yu Ghost King plotting in the city. "So it's Yen Yu, huh? Looks like I need to pay Yen Yu City a personal visit." After speaking, ghostly energy wildly surged around Shin Jingting, and dark green ghost flames instantly rose, swirling around him. He stomped his foot fiercely, and the ground instantly cracked, countless black fissures spreading like spider webs. In the next moment, his body turned into a black shadow and shot off at great speed towards Yen Yu City. Along the way, Shin Jingting traversed the chilling and terrifying eerie world. Those lonely souls and wild ghosts, who usually acted arrogantly, sensed the immense pressure exuding from him and hurriedly avoided him from afar, fearing to provoke this harbinger of death. Soon, the ominous silhouette of Yanyu City appeared before Shin Jingting's eyes. This city was shrouded in thick black mist, with ghostly figures looming on the city walls, sporadically emitting eerie laughter and roars. Shin Jingting hovered in midair, looking down at Yanyu City, and then shouted angrily, "Yanyu, come out and die." Chapter 75, Killing Yanyu. The ghost soldiers guarding the city heard Shin Jingting's killing intent-filled roar, looked up, and saw him enveloped in ghostly green flames. They were instantly taken aback and hurriedly raised their weapons, shouting loudly, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" However, before their cries could finish, Shin Jingting was already in front of them. A ghostly blade radiating ghostly green light suddenly appeared in Shin Jingting's hand. He flicked his wrist, and the blade gracefully arced through the air, instantly slicing several ghost soldiers into pieces. The bodies of those ghost soldiers exploded mid-air, turning into clouds of black mist. "Let Yanyu come out!" Shin Jingting roared, his voice echoing through the entire Yanyu city like thunder. His voice was filled with rage and killing intent, sending chills down spines. The ghost soldiers inside the city heard Shin Jingting's roar and hurriedly gathered around him. Unfazed, Shin Jingting brandished the ghostly blade, weaving through the crowd of ghost soldiers, knocking them down wherever he went. At that moment, a black figure shot out from the city, appearing before Shin Jingting in an instant. As Shin Jingting looked up, he saw a ghost king in a black robe wearing a black top hat standing before him. This person was none other than the Yanyu Ghost King. "Shin Jingting, you have such great audacity." Surrounded by swirling black mist, Yanyu's figure was both ethereal and real. With each step he took, he left behind a black footprint, and a chilling aura spread like a tide. His gaze continuously scanned behind Shin Jingting, seemingly searching for something. Especially upon sensing the aura being released from Shin Jingting, he was so surprised he couldn't speak. What is going on? Wasn't Yaluo sent to capture Shin Jingting? How did Shin Jingting end up here? Moreover, his aura seemed to have already reached the level of a daytime ghostly calamity. Wasn't he just a fierce ghost? How could he have advanced to daytime ghostly calamity in just 2 days? The Yanyu Ghost King secretly grew wary. I originally thought Shin Jingting was just a small character, but now it seems I underestimated him. Shin Jingting noticed Yanyu the Ghost King's subtle observing action, and couldn't help but sneer, his heart already guessing a little. "My Ghost Queen sister isn't here to deal with you, I alone am enough." Shin Jingting's tone was full of disdain, as the ghost blade in his hand gently swayed, emitting a shocking hum. "Humph, you speak too boldly. You had Han Lingxi protecting you before, and I truly didn't dare touch you. But now, there's no one to save you." Yanyu the Ghost King let out a cold snort, although he had some reservations. As the lord of Yanyu City, how could he be frightened on his own territory? He clapped his hands fiercely, and the surrounding yin energy instantly condensed into countless sharp black spikes, shooting towards Shin Jingting, moving at incredible speed, leaving behind dark afterimages in the air. At this moment, while attacking, Yanyu was also secretly alert for Han Lingxi's sneak attack. There was no choice. Han Lingxi's name hung over the heads of the Ghost Kings like a sharp blade. Just mentioning her made the other Ghost Kings recall her terrifying past. Although Han Lingxi was not the strongest among the 36 Ghost Kings, she, like her master, Qinglian the Ghost Sovereign, showed no mercy when killing ghosts. Qinglian the Ghost Sovereign was once legendary in the ghost realm, her Azura killing method scattering countless evil spirits. Han Lingxi hadn't completely mastered her master's ultimate skill, but she still possessed qualities that made many Ghost Kings wary. Seeing Yanyu's attack coming, Shin Jingting immediately used the Sun-level Ghost Sovereign card. He would not let go of any ghost wanting to harm Han Lingxi. As Shin Jingting infused his soul power into the Sun-level Ghost Sovereign card, the card instantly burrowed into his body. In an instant, a terrifying aura that made one's heart race surged out from the card, rapidly enveloping the entire battlefield. Surrounding yin energy quickly retreated under the pressure of this powerful aura, and the black spikes still shooting through the air disintegrated and vanished. Shin Jingting's body quickly changed under the cover of the brilliance. His already tall figure became even more towering, surrounded by a faint golden halo, and his ghostly aura grew more majestic and sharp. Golden light sparkled in his eyes, and a tangible pressure emanated from him, making even Yanyu the Ghost King tremble inside. Yanyu stared in astonishment, his eyes wide, his face filled with disbelief. Just a moment ago, Shin Jingting still exuded the aura of the Sun-level Ghost Fiend. Yet in the blink of an eye, he seemed like a different person, surrounded by the chilling pressure of the Sun-level Ghost Sovereign, his strength seemingly transformed in an instant. How is this possible? How did your strength change again? Yanyu's voice trembled, his heart filled with shock, making him forget his usual authority. In his understanding, the rise in strength was not something that could happen overnight, let alone such a significant leap, but Shin Jingting before him had shattered all his notions. Holding the ghost blade radiating a cold light, Shin Jingting's golden ghostly energy surged, coldly gazing at Yanyu, as if looking at a dying person. Because you must die. Yanyu held back the fear in his heart, his soul power surging violently. In the blink of an eye, several huge shadowy chains shot out from the yin energy, howling through the wind, clawing and gnashing as they lunged at Shin Jingting. The spikes on the chain shimmered with ghostly light, as if they could easily tear apart any soul. Shen Jingting snorted coldly, not dodging or evading, as he suddenly swung the ghost blade in his hand, sending a golden blade light infused with overwhelming ghost sovereign power slashing out. The moment the blade light collided with the shadowy chains, it erupted with a deafening roar, like thunder exploding in the ear. A huge impact stirred up a wave of black energy, causing the nearby spirits to sway wildly. The chains of the ghosts broke apart inch by inch under the attack of the blade's light, turning into wisps of black smoke that vanished in the air. Seeing this, Yan Yu's face grew even paler. He could never have imagined that his all-out strike would be so easily countered by Shen Jingting. Impossible. You only obtained this power by luck, I will not lose to you. Yan Yu howled in despair, gathering the dark energy once more, preparing to launch a final attack. Time of death has come. But Shen Jingting would not give him another chance. He vanished in an instant, appearing right in front of Yan Yu. His speed was so fast that Yan Yu didn't even have time to react. The ghost blade in Shen Jingting's hand thrust straight towards Yan Yu's chest, and golden ghost energy instantly invaded Yan Yu's body, beginning to crazily erode his soul. Ah! Yan Yu let out a chilling scream, his body trembling uncontrollably, agony etched all over his face. Under the relentless erosion of Shen Jingting's strength as a day-level ghost lord, his soul quickly dissipated, and his body gradually turned transparent. You will regret this. Yan Yu used his last bit of strength to squeeze out these few words. Shen Jingting smiled coldly, the only one who will regret this is you. With that, he suddenly withdrew the ghost blade, and Yan Yu's body instantly transformed into countless specks of light, vanishing into the eerie ghost realm. Chapter 76, Puppet City. After eliminating the ghost king Yan Yu, Shen Jingting looked down at Yan Yu city beneath his feet, murderous intent swirling within, a mad thought sprouting in his mind. A population of 13 million, should I kill them all? He murmured softly, his voice carried off by the wind in this eerie ghost king city. With 11 minutes left until the Ghost Lord card expired, slaughtering a city held no difficulty for him. However, just as the thought of killing arose in his heart, he forcefully suppressed it. It seemed there were even more interesting and practical things to do than mere slaughter. Shen Jingting's figure flashed and transformed into a black shadow, rushing high into the sky. The howling wind roared past him, yet it did not affect his speed in the slightest. In the blink of an eye, he was high in the air, surrounded by thick, inky ghost energy, with occasional eerie green ghost flames flickering about. System, show me the information on the slave seed. As Shen Jingting's voice fell, a phantom light screen appeared before him, visible only to him. It clearly laid out the introduction to the slave seeds, and upon seeing the price, Shen Jingting's pupils contracted sharply, 50,000 eerie points. This price was quite steep. But he did not care about that. Just earlier, he had killed 5 fierce ghosts, a ghost general, and just now eliminated the ghost king Yan Yu, along with the remaining 240,000 eerie points. He now possessed 640,000 eerie points in total. He had plenty of capital right now. System, buy a slave seed. Shen Jingting urgently thought to himself. With a flash of soft light, a seed emitting a strange red glow appeared in his hand. This seed was about the size of a fingernail, covered in mysterious symbols, each one shimmering with a faint red light. Shen Jingting had no hesitation, his palms quickly joined together, tightly clasping the slave seed in his grasp. He closed his eyes, and his soul power surged toward the seed like a roaring tide. As the soul power poured in, the seed began to shake violently, emitting a buzzing sound, and the red glow became even more dazzling. Spread out. Shen Jingting suddenly opened his eyes, bellowing as he forcefully raised his hands. The slave seed instantly transformed into countless red threads, spreading out like a massive spider web toward Yan Yu City. These red threads were as fine as hair, yet incredibly strong, racing through the air with an irresistible force. In an instant, the red silk threads invaded the bodies of all the ghostly beings in Yan Yu City. The ghosts in the city were originally panicking over the death of the Yan Yu Ghost King, but suddenly invaded by the red silk threads, they let out painful howls. They struggled wildly, some waving their arms, trying to pull the threads from their bodies. Some rolled on the ground, emitting piercing screams, while others fled in all directions, only to find that no matter where they ran, the red silk threads followed like shadows. Shen Jingting floated in the air, looking down at all of this, murmuring, "From now on, Yan Yu City belongs to me." With his actions, the red silk threads began to emit a strange energy, merging with the souls of the ghostly beings. The struggles of the ghosts gradually became weak, their eyes became hollow, and their bodies were no longer under their control. 10 minutes, a full 10 minutes. In these 10 minutes, the entire Yan Yu City seemed to be shrouded in a bizarre red mist. Shen Jingting's soul power was like an invisible giant hand, controlling each red silk thread in every ghostly being's soul. Each ghost was like a marionette, moving according to Shen Jingting's will. 10 minutes passed, and everything returned to calm. The 13 million ghosts in Yan Yu City had all become Shen Jingting's puppets. They stood quietly in place, waiting for Shen Jingting's orders. Shen Jingting slowly descended, landing on the city wall of Yan Yu, his gaze sweeping across every corner of the city. Looking at those once proud ghosts now bowing to him, an indescribable sense of achievement surged in his heart. This is just the beginning. After speaking, he waved his hand, and a ghost shaman puppet immediately flew to him, kneeling on one knee. Master, what are your commands? The voice of the ghost shaman was mechanical and cold, devoid of any emotion. Take me to the city lord's mansion, Shin Jingting said lightly. The ghost shaman accepted the order and rose, transforming into a shadow, rushing towards the direction of the city lord's mansion. Shin Jingting lightly tapped his toes, following closely behind like a ghost, leaving behind a trail of faint dark green ghost fire shadows. In the blink of an eye, the two ghosts arrived at the city lord's mansion in Yinyu City. The massive mansion gate was tightly closed, with menacing ghostly faces carved on it, exuding a chilling aura in the dark. The ghost shaman extended his arm, forcefully pushing, and with a creaking sound, the mansion gate slowly opened, a stale and eerie atmosphere rushing towards them. Shin Jingting strode in, his gaze sharp, quickly scanning his surroundings. The city lord's mansion was silent, only occasionally the sound of the wind blowing made the copper bells under the eaves ring, adding to the eeriness. Where is the resource vault? Shin Jingting turned to look at the ghost shaman. The ghost shaman raised his hand, pointing to a fake mountain inside the mansion, saying, Master, Yenyu has hidden the resource vault under that fake mountain. Shin Jingting's figure flashed and instantly arrived in front of the fake mountain. He carefully examined the fake mountain, finding it covered with complex runes, these runes flickering with a faint light, clearly a kind of protective barrier. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Shin Jingting's mouth as he reached out to touch the fake mountain, and immediately, a powerful soul force surged from his palm, striking against the runes. The runes shone brightly, trying to resist Shin Jingting's attack, but under his strong soul power, they gradually dimmed. With a crisp sound, the runes shattered completely, and the fake mountain slowly split open, revealing a deep cave. Shin Jingting walked into the cave without hesitation, a rich soul energy rushing towards him. Looking at the dazzling array of cultivation resources, Shin Jingting silently thought, System, take everything into the system space. With his command, the system space opened an invisible suction force, and the resources in the cave surged toward the system space like a tide. Blood soul stones, ghostly objects, cultivation materials, one after another vanished into thin air, the speed so fast it dazzled the eyes. Soon, the resources in the cave were completely ravaged. Shin Jingtian nodded in satisfaction and turned to walk out of the cave. In his mind, he couldn't help but recall Han Lingxi's sparkling eyes and gentle smile. Thinking of this, he couldn't wait to return to her side. Going home to find my wife. A smile lifted the corners of Shin Jingtian's mouth, a gentle expression floated on his face. After crawling and stumbling for so long in this eerie ghost realm, what he missed the most was still Han Lingxi. Before leaving, he also specially left the Ghost Lord puppet in Yen Yuqing, in case other ghost kings invaded. Chapter 77, Bullied right after exiting closed door training. Time flew by quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. In front of Han Lingxi's secret room, the stone door slowly trembled, making a muffled sound. The heavy door slowly slid open to both sides. Han Lingxi moved gracefully, stepping out from the secret room. Surrounded by a rich and mighty ghost energy, each step created a faint black halo, as if breaking through the void, causing the surrounding space to slightly shake. As soon as she emerged, Han Lingxi spotted Shin Jingtian standing not far away. Her eyes instantly lit up with joy, and she quickened her pace, eagerly running towards him, joyfully shouting, "Husband!" Shin Jingtian instinctively opened his arms wide, firmly catching Han Lingxi. Han Lingxi, in turn, stretched her arms to wrap around Shin Jingtian's neck, her legs gently coiling around his waist, playfully rubbing against him. Shin Jingtian smiled broader, using his strength to spin around with Han Lingxi in his arms, which drew forth a series of silver bell-like laughs from her. Then, he set Han Lingxi down. "Sheer, did you miss me while in closed-door training?" Shin Jingtian leaned slightly down, looking at Han Lingxi in his arms, his eyes filled with tenderness. Han Lingxi tilted her head, pretending to ponder seriously for a moment, then playfully said, I was too busy recovering my strength to remember to miss you." Before her words faded, she quickly leaned in and gently kissed Shin Jingtian on the cheek. Her actions flowed seamlessly, then with a mischievous smile, she said, "But it's not too late to think about it now." Shin Jingtian's smile deepened as he gently pinched Han Lingxi's nose, then released her, but his hand still held tightly onto hers, as if afraid that if he let go, she would disappear. "How was your closed-door training? Did you make any breakthroughs in strength?" Shin Jingtian asked with concern. Han Lingxi released Shin Jingtian's hand, stepping back 2 paces, and immediately her ghost energy surged. She extended her arms, palms up, as 2 balls of black ghostly fire swiftly condensed in her hands. The ghostly fire danced, emitting a crackle sound, distorting the surrounding air with its high temperature. Then, she forcefully brought her hands together. The ghostly fire instantly merged into a thick black pillar of light shooting straight into the sky, as if trying to punch a hole through the dome of this ghost realm. "I feel like I'm on the verge of breaking through to a day-level ghost king." Han Lingxi withdrew the ghostly fire, walking over to Shin Jingtian, linking her arm with his and wearing an expression of pride. Shin Jingtian gently patted her hand, praising, as expected of my sheer, with such talent, you will surely create a place for yourself in the ghost realm. Of course. My husband is so outstanding, how could I, as his wife, be any less? Han Lingxi's lips curved upward, filled with a hint of pride as she leaned into Shin Jingtian, resting her head affectionately on his shoulder, her fingers gently drawing circles on his hand. Shin Jingtian covered her hand with his, gently squeezing it. Their figures appeared especially intimate under the dim light of the ghost realm. A gentle breeze blew, lifting Han Lingxi's hair, several strands playfully landing on Shin Jingtian's face. He slightly tilted his head, gently blowing them away. Seeing this, Han Lingxi stretched out her hand to help him tidy up, her fingers unintentionally grazing his cheek, the warmth at her fingertips stirring Shin Jingtian's heart. The two walked slowly along the winding path of the ghost realm. Occasionally, streaks of ghostly green flames flickered by the roadside, swaying in the wind. Shin Jingting wrapped his arm around Han Lingxi, pulling her closer to him. Han Lingxi leaned into his embrace, their footsteps slowing slightly, enjoying this unique moment of peace and sweetness together. Sheer, speaking of which, do you remember the first time we met? Shin Jingting suddenly spoke, his voice clear in the quiet ghost realm. Han Lingxi paused, looked up at him, and playfully pinched his arm. You have no idea. That incident is something I will never forget. I was injured and unconscious, and when I woke up, I found myself, with you. Humph. Bad guy. As she said this, she turned her head away in fake anger, but her shoulders shook slightly, revealing her true emotions. Shin Jingting smiled gently, holding her wrist and pulling her closer, explaining. At that time, I had just died, confused, and didn't even know what was happening. As Shin Jingting recalled their first meeting, he smiled, marveling at the arrangement of fate. He had just died and was drifting in the ghost realm when he accidentally stumbled into Han Lingxi's home and found himself entangled with her, who was injured and unconscious. What seemed like an absurd encounter turned out to be the beginning of their fate. Thinking about their first meeting, his heart was full of emotions. It was a wonderful arrangement of fate that allowed them to meet in the midst of chaos. Han Lingxi looked up and playfully rolled her eyes at him, her gaze unable to hide her smile. Humph, you think you're so right? A gentle breeze blew, causing her hair to dance in the wind. Shin Jingting reached out, tenderly tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, his fingers brushing across her cheek, leaving a warmth behind. Han Lingxi shivered slightly, her heart racing, and she turned her head away to escape his intense gaze. Seeing this, Shin Jingting's arm naturally wrapped around her waist, pulling her tightly into his embrace, looking down at her with eyes full of love. Shin Jingting gazed at the beauty before him, unable to resist lowering his head, leaning closer to her lips. Han Lingxi's mouth curled into a playful smile, a sly glint in her eyes, and she quickly tilted her head, playfully dodging. She gently broke free from Shin Jingting's embrace, taking a couple of steps back, tilting her head with a smile in her eyes. Want to kiss me? You catch me first, and then I'll let you kiss. With that, she turned and ran, her dark hair creating a beautiful arc in the air. Shin Jingting chuckled helplessly, and without hesitation, he chased after her. His steps were light, and with a few quick dodges, he closed the distance to Han Lingxi. Han Lingxi glanced back as she ran, her laughter ringing like silver bells in the ghost realm. Seizing the moment, Shin Jingting made a quick move forward, stretching out his long arm to once again pull Han Lingxi into his arms. Now you can't run away, can you? Let me kiss you. Shin Jingting slightly lowered his head, his nose touching Han Lingxi's, warm breath cascading over her face. Han Lingxi blushed, her chest rising and falling rapidly, looking up at him with eyes filled with sweetness and shyness. Is it really that easy for you to get a kiss? Wouldn't that be too cheap for you? Shin Jingting couldn't help but laugh, tightening his grip on her. Han Lingxi gasped, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. What are you gonna do? Shin Jingting didn't answer but slowly lowered his head, the ghostly aura around them seeming to soften in anticipation of the coming intimacy. Han Lingxi closed her eyes, slightly lifting her toes, leaning in to meet him. At this moment, the ghostly atmosphere around them also seemed to sense the mood, quieting down, leaving only their tangled breaths intertwined. Shin Jingting's hand naturally wrapped around Han Lingxi's waist, holding her tightly as if he wanted to merge her into his body. Chapter 78, The Temptation of Toes. After a long while, the two slowly parted. Han Lingxi didn't open her eyes immediately, still holding the tiptoe position, as if still immersed in that moment of tenderness. Shin Jingting gently let go of her waist. Hold her fingertips, gently rubbing. Han Lingxi slowly opened her eyes, the corners of her mouth involuntarily rising, showing a sweet smile. Looks like you got your way, are you happy now? She gently shook their hands, a playful hint in her voice. Shin Jingtong smiled, his lips curving into a brilliant grin. He raised his other hand and lightly brushed Han Lingxi's nose tip. Of course, being able to kiss my sheer makes me happy all day. As he spoke, he pulled Han Lingxi along towards a quiet stream in the ghost realm. By the stream, the rocks were rugged and varied in shape. Shin Jingtong casually picked up a flat stone, gently dusted it off, and gestured for Han Lingxi to sit down. Han Lingxi sat beside him, bent down gracefully, and untied her bootstraps. With a tug, the boots came off effortlessly, her movements smooth, exuding an air of an elegant, confident woman. Next, she casually swung her legs, her slender, straight calves fully exposed before Shin Jingtong's eyes. With each swing, the tight muscle lines flashed faintly, her skin so fair it almost glowed, completely out of place in the eerie ghost realm. Shin Jingtong inadvertently turned his head, and his gaze was immediately captivated by Han Lingxi's legs, his whole body instantly frozen in awe. He opened his mouth, unable to speak for a long time, his eyes locked, even the act of swallowing saliva looking stiff. "Sheer, you're finally willing to let me see your legs." Shin Jingtong finally found his voice, stammering as he spoke. Han Lingxi, hearing this, snorted lightly, turning her head away. "Humph, that's not it, I just felt uncomfortable in these boots, so I took them off." She said this, but deep inside, there was an almost imperceptible joy because of Shin Jingtong's reaction. In fact, she had long known that Shin Jingtong had been wanting to take a good look at her legs. Many times before, she could feel his secret glances, but she had never pointed it out. Today, with her rare good mood and the peaceful stream beside them, she decided to indulge in just a little. Shin Jingtong, through his spiritual tattoo, naturally knew that Han Lingxi was pretending. He chuckled, thick-skinned, moving closer, reaching out to touch Han Lingxi's calf. Han Lingxi reacted quickly, kicking her foot out. Shin Jingtong nimbly dodged, grabbing her ankle in the process. Han Lingxi lost her balance and fell backward, but Shin Jingtong was quick to catch her waist, holding her firmly in his arms. "What are you doing?" Han Lingxi struggled a bit but didn't try to break free with force. Shin Jingtong leaned close to her ear, whispering softly, "Sheer, stop pretending, I know you want me to look." "No way. I said I wouldn't show you, how could I go back on my word?" Han Lingxi covered her mouth and lightly laughed, her laugh echoing across the silent stream. This fool, always taking advantage so expertly. Contradictory woman. Shin Jingtong's lips curved slightly as he murmured, but his eyes never left Han Lingxi's legs. As if deliberately teasing Shin Jingtong, Han Lingxi suddenly became interested. She purposely lifted one foot and waved it in front of Shin Jingtong, teasing, "Fool, haven't you had enough of looking?" Saying this, the tip of her foot playfully tapped Shin Jingtong's chest. Shin Jingtong snapped out of it, scratching his head and giving an awkward smile, but his gaze still couldn't help but drift toward Han Lingxi's legs. Han Lingxi saw this, finding it more amusing. Her eyes twinkled as she placed her legs directly across Shin Jingtong's thighs. She then slightly raised her chin and asked, "Would you be willing to give me a massage? My legs feel so sore after walking for so long." Shin Jingtong nodded quickly, his hands carefully gripping Han Lingxi's ankle as he began to gently knead it. His hands were a bit rough, and when they touched Han Lingxi's delicate skin, she trembled slightly. Han Lingxi adjusted herself into a comfortable position. Leaning half against the stone, her legs comfortably resting on Shin Jingtong's lap, she occasionally issued commands. "A bit higher, yes, use a little more strength." Shin Jingtong earnestly massaged her legs, stealing glances at Han Lingxi from time to time. Seeing her look of enjoyment, his heart filled with joy. After quite a while, Han Lingxi felt that the massage was enough, removed her legs from Shin Jingtong's lap, and moved her ankles, feeling much lighter. "Husband, tell me about your life before." "Okay, let me tell you about the time I was chased by a dog when I was a child." Shin Jingtong began to recount amusing stories from the mortal world to Han Lingxi. Han Lingxi listened intently, propping her chin on her hand, her eyes fixed on him without blinking, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth, occasionally bursting into laughter. Unaware of how much time passed, Shin Jingtong continued to share entertaining tales from the mortal realm. Suddenly, Han Lingxi seemed to remember something, sitting up abruptly, her eyes fixed on the stream, a mischievous smile creeping across her face. Before Shin Jingtong could react, Han Lingxi plunged both hands into the stream, scooped up a handful of water, and splashed it at Shin Jingtong. With a splash, Shin Jingtong couldn't dodge in time and was drenched, his face and body instantly soaking wet, his hair clinging to his face. He was momentarily stunned, but quickly recovered, wiping the water from his face and laughing, "You little trickster, daring to sneak attack me." As he spoke, he quickly bent down, plunging his hands into the water and splashing it back at Han Lingxi. Han Lingxi nimbly dodged left and right, her laughter echoing by the stream. The two exchanged splashes, the droplets leaping across the deep blue surface of the stream, and soon, they both were completely soaked. In a moment of carelessness, Han Lingxi slipped and fell towards the water. Shin Jingtong was quick-witted, he stepped forward and securely caught her in his arms. Han Lingxi leaned against Shin Jingtong, looking up at him, droplets from her hair sliding down her cheeks, landing on their closely pressed clothes. Shin Jingtong's breathing became rapid, his arms instinctively tightening, holding her a little closer. Han Lingxi, sensing his change, knew clearly what Shin Jingtong was thinking at that moment through their unique spiritual tattoo, and her cheeks instantly flushed with a rosy hue. Shin Jingtong slowly lowered his head, his hot breath brushing against Han Lingxi's ear, his hands unconsciously gently touching her collar. Han Lingxi's heart raced like thunder, yet she did not refuse. She simply turned her head slightly, lightly biting her lip, her voice carrying a hint of breathlessness and shyness. "Husband, here, this isn't appropriate, let's go home." Shin Jingtong took a deep breath, striving to control himself, but his gaze still burned intensely on Han Lingxi's face, his hands unwilling to let go of her. Han Lingxi wrapped her arms around Shen Jingting's neck, burying her head in his embrace, softly saying, "Can we go home?" Shen Jingting nodded heavily, picking Han Lingxi up and striding toward their home. Along the way, Han Lingxi snuggled tightly in Shen Jingting's arms, listening to the strong beating of his heart, feeling the strength from his arms. Shen Jingting's steps were hurried and determined, eager to reach their little nest that belonged only to them. Chapter 79, Dream or Reality? Once home, Shen Jingting kicked open the door, carrying Han Lingxi straight into the house. He gently placed Han Lingxi down by the bed, sitting beside her, his hands still wrapped around her waist, reluctant to let go. Han Lingxi's cheeks flushed, she gently pushed Shen Jingting's shoulder and complained, "If you don't let go, I'm soaked all over, it's a bit uncomfortable." Shen Jingting chuckled but didn't let go, instead, he moved in closer, "Don't worry, with you by my side, my heart is warm." Saying this, his hands began to slowly roam along her waistline, his breath growing hotter, whispering in her ear. Han Lingxi felt herself gradually weaken, playfully pushing him again, her voice laced with undeniable shyness. "Husband, stop it." But this push seemed to Shen Jingting more like a playful refusal filled with charm. Shen Jingting could no longer restrain his inner desire, his kisses fell on Han Lingxi's neck and cheeks like raindrops. Han Lingxi's breaths became rapid as her hands instinctively gripped Shen Jingting's clothes tighter. Her eyes were misty, her face flushed with a lovely red hue, softly murmuring, "You are annoying." Before she could finish her words, Shen Jingting's even hotter kiss engulfed her. Time lost its meaning, and soon everything returned to calm. The two embraced tightly, feeling each other's heartbeat and body temperature, intoxicated in their exclusive sweetness. Shen Jingting held Han Lingxi close, their bodies still entwined with the lingering atmosphere of their union. In the dim ghost dwelling, flickering ghost fires cast their shadows on the mottled stone walls. Shen Jingting gently kissed the top of Han Lingxi's head, a satisfied smile on his lips, his fingers lightly caressing her back. Han Lingxi's cheeks were still red, carrying the remnants of her emotional tide. Suddenly, she remembered something, her body slightly shifting as she looked up at Shen Jingting, her voice soft and sweet. "Husband, our first intimate contact when we met seems like a dream." Just now, their affectionate ties made Han Lingxi truly realize that their first intimate encounter was nothing but a fleeting illusion. However, that dream felt so real, making it hard for her to distinguish between dream and reality for a moment. And just now, their connection was the first time their souls and bodies came together without any reservations. Shen Jingting paused, then understood, unable to hold back his laughter, his chest slightly vibrating. "Sheer, you have wronged me before. I said I just died, how could I have consciousness with you?" Before Shen Jingting could finish, Han Lingxi panicked, covering his mouth with her hand, her farriers turning red, playfully scolding, "Don't say that, don't." She pouted slightly and continued, "Even if that was a dream, you just bullied me. This can't be called bullying, this is the call of love." Shen Jingting pulled down her hand, placing a kiss in her palm, his eyes filled with affection. As he spoke, he held Han Lingxi even tighter, as if to blend her into his very bones. Han Lingxi snuggled in his embrace, her fingers drawing circles on his chest. Suddenly curious, she asked, "Husband, is everything all right in Lingxi City while I've been in seclusion?" Shen Jingting's expression slightly froze, his hand that was lightly stroking her hair paused, and he said, "There wasn't anything big, just some small incidents. The Silver Spirit Ghost Lord sent an envoy to say we broke the rules of the Soul Eater Ghost Domain, asking us to go to his mansion for punishment." "Absurd!" Han Lingxi's brows furrowed, her eyes flashing with anger. "Who does she think she is to set rules and punish us?" As she spoke, she suddenly sat up, instinctively squeezing the hand resting on Shen Jingting's chest. "Ouch!" Shen Jingting exaggeratedly exclaimed, pulling back and covering his chest with both hands. "My silly wife, be gentle, you are not a delicate little girl, you nearly killed me." In truth, Han Lingxi's force wasn't heavy, but Shen Jingting just wanted to tease her. Upon hearing this, the anger on Han Lingxi's face disappeared instantly, replaced by a flurry of panic. Her hand gently rubbed Shen Jingting's chest, softly chanting, Did I really hurt you? Let me see if I was too rough." She leaned in closely, her eyes wide as she scrutinized Shen Jingting's chest, her hair accidentally brushing against his chin. Seeing Han Lingxi like this, Shen Jingting felt joy erupt in his heart, his lips unable to help but curve upward, yet he suppressed a mischievous smile, continuing to feign a groan. Han Lingxi was anxious, pondering whether to find some medicinal herbs for his injury, when she inadvertently looked up and met Shen Jingting's eyes filled with undisguised laughter. At the same time, she sensed his thoughts through the spirit tattoo, knowing his heart without him speaking. Han Lingxi froze for a moment, then quickly realized, stopping her hands and forcefully pushing Shen Jingting, scolding him. "Big liar! You tricked me out of my body, then stole my heart, and now you're messing with me." With that, she turned and dove into the blankets, her back to Shen Jingting, her shoulders slightly trembling, as if she was truly angry. Shen Jingting couldn't let her stay angry like this, quickly reaching out to grab her. His arm stretched, pulling Han Lingxi into his arms, and with a twist, he trapped her in front of him. Han Lingxi struggled a few times, but Shin Jingting held her tighter, softly coaxing in her ear, "Okay, Sierre, I was wrong, I won't tease you anymore." Han Lingxi squirmed in his arms, trying to break free, but Shin Jingting's embrace was like a wall of iron. She couldn't escape no matter how hard she tried. "I knew you were just trying to coax me, but this time, I won't fall for it." Although she said this, the corner of her mouth couldn't help but curve upwards, revealing a barely noticeable smile. Shin Jingting saw this, loosening his grip slightly, intending to tease her, and pretended as if he was going to let her go. Han Lingxi thought he had really let go and struggled suddenly. But she used too much force, and the two instantly lost balance, rolling on the bed in a playful tangle. Shin Jingting flipped over, intending to steady Han Lingxi under him, but unexpectedly, Han Lingxi nimbly twisted, instead sitting on top of him. Han Lingxi placed her hands on her hips, looking down at Shin Jingting from above, her hair slightly messy, falling beside her face, adding a touch of playfulness. Her eyes held a smile, her voice tinged with teasing, "Now it's finally my turn to ride you." Back then, when assembling the Barrett sniper rifle on the Lanyu platform to shoot the evil feather, Shin Jingting had suddenly mounted her while she wasn't paying attention. At that time, she was both angry and upset, yet she couldn't do anything to Shin Jingting. Now the tables had turned, and she finally had the chance to turn the tables herself. Shin Jingting was stunned for a moment, then reacted, looking at Han Lingxi, sitting proudly on top of him. He couldn't help but laugh helplessly. He didn't resist and simply placed his hands behind his head, acting as though he was at Han Lingxi's mercy. Seeing him act so submissive, Han Lingxi felt even prouder. She slightly bent forward, slowly laying on Shin Jingting's chest, supporting her head with her hands, tilting her head to meet his gaze. Chapter 80, Upgraded to a Pervert. Shin Jingting looked at Han Lingxi, who was so close to him. Her hair fell down, lightly brushing his cheek, making it tickle. Han Lingxi blinked her watery eyes, a gentle smile curling the corner of her lips, and softly spoke. "Husband, if you like it when I massage you like I did earlier, just say it. I might feel shy, but I won't turn you down." Shin Jingting's lips curled upwards, just about to joke, but Han Lingxi continued, "If you can't say it, just tell me through the spiritual tattoo, but don't try to make excuses and lie to me, because I'll worry." With that, she extended her finger, lightly tapping the spiritual tattoo on Shin Jingting's wrist. This tattoo was very useful, but just now, it had made Han Lingxi feel quite embarrassed. All her inner thoughts were known to Shin Jingting. Shin Jingting felt a warmth in his heart, lifting one hand to gently stroke Han Lingxi's cheek, his thumb softly rubbing her skin. "Alright, I won't lie to you anymore." Han Lingxi took his hand and placed it on her chest. "I won't lie to you either." Shin Jingting then pulled Han Lingxi into his arms, flipping over so that she was comfortably lying beside him, their bodies tightly pressed together. "Husband, continue telling me about the Silver Spirit Ghost Lord. What happened next? What did the messenger sent by the Silver Spirit Ghost Lord say?" Shin Jingting chuckled lightly, pinching Han Lingxi's nose. "I didn't listen to him. I just beat up the messenger and chased him away." Han Lingxi let out a sigh of relief, but Shin Jingting continued. "And there is Yenyu, the Ghost King, who took advantage of your seclusion to send ghosts to kidnap me." Han Lingxi, upon hearing this, was immediately filled with rage. She sat up and shouted, "Yenyu is so bold. He bullies you while I'm not around. I will make him pay when I go out." Shin Jingtian looked at her pouting expression, feeling warmth in his heart. He pulled her back into his embrace, soothing her. "Sierre, don't let your anger harm your health. He has already paid the price. The ghosts that came to kill me have all been dealt with, and even Yenyu, the Ghost King, could not escape. Now Yenyu City has become our puppet city." Hearing this, Han Lingxi calmed down a bit, gently poking Shin Jingtian's chest with her finger. "You always manage to do unexpected things. But if something like this happens again, you must wait for me to join. I don't want you to take risks alone." As she spoke, her fingers slowly glided up Shin Jingtian's chest, her tone becoming soft and tender. Shin Jingtian looked at Han Lingxi's angry yet enchanting appearance, his love surging within him, and decided to tease her. He gently picked up a strand of Han Lingxi's hair, wrapping it around his finger. With a mischievous smile on his lips, he slowly began to speak. "Sierre, what do you think those blind fools would look like if they knew you were so soft and cute in my arms?" Han Lingxi's cheeks instantly flushed, and she lightly punched his chest, playfully scolding, "They would tease me, why do you care about them?" After that, she pouted, pretending to be angry and turned her head away. Shin Jingtian would not let her off easily. He reached out to gently turn her face back, their noses almost touching, gazing at her affectionately. "I have to let everyone know that such a lovely wife is mine." Han Lingxi was made breathless by his straightforward words, feeling shy and annoyed at the same time. She tried to push him away. Your skin is getting thicker by the day." Shin Jingtian held Han Lingxi's hand, kissed it, and playfully buried his face into her neck. Han Lingxi shrank her neck, feeling ticklish, and laughed out loud, "Hee hee." After laughing for a while, she slightly tilted her head, looking at Shin Jingtian, her eyes sparkling. "Only you can see me like this, it's a bargain for you." Shin Jingtian instantly perked up, sitting up and pulling Han Lingxi onto his lap, wrapping his arms around her waist. Then I am so lucky, I must cherish this. As he said this, he pretended to lean in to kiss Han Lingxi. A blush appeared on Han Lingxi's face, and unlike her shyness from their first meeting, she generously used her hand to block his mouth, her tone carrying a hint of reproach. Since I came out of seclusion, you've kissed me so many times. No more kissing. In these days, after their long separation, Shen Jingtian seemed to want to make up for lost time, showering her with affection again and again. Sierre, you just said you wouldn't refuse me. Why did you change your tune? Shen Jingtian raised his eyebrows, his hands still tightly wrapped around Han Lingxi's waist. He loved to see Han Lingxi's mix of annoyance and amusement, like a little cat that was annoyed but didn't want to get truly angry. Han Lingxi frowned slightly, trying to resist herself. But you can't keep kissing me. I need to catch my breath, don't I? She didn't really fail to understand Shen Jingtian's deep feelings for her, it was just that this frequent affection made it hard for her to cope. If she wasn't careful, she could easily fall deeper. Shen Jingtian took Han Lingxi's hand, pressing her palm against his heart. Sierre, can't you feel my feelings? Or, should I let you feel them even more? As he spoke, he leaned down slightly, his warm breath brushing against Han Lingxi's ear, causing her to shiver. Han Lingxi shrank her neck, trying to dodge, but Shen Jingtian held her even tighter. She bit her lower lip, her eyes held a mix of shyness and expectation. No more bullying me. Shen Jingtian chuckled softly. The laughter in this dim ghostly dwelling was particularly enticing. Bullying? I really can't bear it. However, Sheer, you are so tempting that I find it hard to control myself. After saying this, his fingers slowly moved up Han Lingxi's arm, gently gliding over her shoulder, and finally resting on her flushed cheek, his thumb softly caressing. Han Lingxi's breath quickened at his touch, her eyes becoming blurry. She softly closed her eyes and tilted her head slightly, as if waiting for something. Seeing this, Shen Jingting's smile grew wider as he slowly leaned in and lightly pecked Han Lingxi's lips. The fleeting touch made Han Lingxi's heart race suddenly. Sheer, do you think we are a match made in heaven? Shen Jingting whispered close to her lips, his warm breath making Han Lingxi's cheeks burn even hotter. Han Lingxi opened her eyes, her watery gaze full of affection. Not at all. Though she said that, she took the initiative to wrap her arms around Shen Jingting's neck, pulling closer and kissing him. After a long time, they parted, and Han Lingxi leaned against Shen Jingting's chest, her face flushed but her eyes filled with happiness. In this strange world, besides her loving master, she had found someone she could rely on. Shen Jingting gently stroked Han Lingxi's hair and said softly, Sheer, with you by my side, I feel being a ghost is pretty good. Oof, a ghost is still not honest, big pervert. Han Lingxi huffed lightly, pouting slightly. This teasing was half playful and half affectionate, stirring something in Shen Jingting's heart. Shen Jingting looked innocent. No, Sheer, how did I go from a flirt to a pervert? Your hands are not honest, roaming around, touching me improperly. Han Lingxi said, glancing at Shen Jingting's left hand resting on her thigh. Though she appeared calm, her heart stirred with a different emotion. Shen Jingting's mouth curved into a mischievous smile, and instead of moving his hand away, he gently squeezed her leg. His voice was low and laced with temptation. Since I'm seen as a pervert in Sheer's heart, then I. Before he finished, he leaned forward, pretending to take some action. Upon hearing this, Han Lingxi immediately became alert, crossing her arms over her chest, ready to push him away. Coming again? Be careful, or I'll kick you down. Though she said this, her eyes showed no fear, but rather a hint of anticipation for Shen Jingting's next move. However, Shen Jingting seemed to smile mischievously, leaning in closer and shortening the distance between them. Sheer, would you really kick me? Before he finished speaking, Han Lingxi's brows furrowed, and she blurted out, what's there to be reluctant about? At the same time, her long right leg rapidly lifted, her toes aimed directly at Shen Jingting's abdomen. Shen Jingting's mouth curled into a smirk, remaining unhurried, he sidestepped and accurately held onto Han Lingxi's ankle. His fingers slid down smoothly, gently clutching her slender calf, his thumb rubbing at her ankle. He was undeniably a leg man, and Han Lingxi's legs held a deadly attraction for him. Moreover, her legs were about 1.05 meters long, just the right length, paired with her well-proportioned figure, making them even more charming. What do you want? Han Lingxi's calf instinctively tensed, trying to break free, but Shen Jingting held on tighter. Feeling both shy and annoyed, she kicked her other foot toward Shen Jingting, but he sidestepped, pulling her even closer. Han Lingxi lost her balance and fell straight into his arms, her hands flailing as she tried to push him away. Looking at her long, straight legs, a thought quickly flashed through Shen Jingting's mind. It was time to get Sheer some stockings. With that thought, he immediately communicated in his mind, system, temporarily block the connection between Sheer and me. The system quietly executed the command. Han Lingxi had no idea at all, because the system was too secret. Even with the spirit connecting tattoo, she had no way of knowing. Shen Jingting freed one hand, reached into his pocket, and pulled out a pair of stockings he had prepared from the system space. The black stockings were so thin they were almost see-through, their weight nearly unnoticeable. Shin Jingting smiled slyly and waved them in front of Han Lingxi. Sierra, here's a gift for you, it's. After thinking for a moment, he blurted out, a pair of pants. He handed the stockings to Han Lingxi, a mysterious smile on his face. What strange thing are you pulling out of your pocket this time? Han Lingxi turned her head. When she saw the nearly transparent thing, her brows furrowed instantly, and she slapped away Shin Jingting's hand. These pants are see-through. I'm not wearing them. As she spoke, she struggled hard, trying to stand up from Shin Jingting's arms. Shin Jingting tightened his arms and pulled her back into his embrace, raising the stockings in front of her eyes with the other hand. Sierra, don't be so quick to say no. These look really nice. I promise you'll like them once you put them on. Not wearing them, absolutely not. Han Lingxi wouldn't listen at all. She reached out to grab the stockings from his hand, trying to throw them away. Shin Jingting held his hand high so she couldn't reach. Han Lingxi stomped her feet in anger, twisting her body around. The two of them started tugging and pulling right there on the spot. In the end, seeing that Han Lingxi still refused to wear them, Shin Jingting set the stockings aside and began tickling her with both hands. After spending so much time with her, he knew she was extremely ticklish. She burst out laughing, curled up into a ball, twisting non-stop. Haha, stop it. Quit it. Then will you try them on or not? Shin Jingting didn't stop his movements, a smug smile on his lips. Han Lingxi couldn't take it anymore and gave in. Okay, I'll try. Just stop. Only then did Shin Jingting stop. He picked up the stockings with a proud look. That's more like it. Han Lingxi rolled her eyes at him and helplessly took the stockings. Just as she was about to try them on, a thought flashed through her mind. She put her phone on the bed nearby and then said, Husband, I'll wear them, but you have to promise me one thing. Shin Jingting was so focused on imagining her in the stockings that he didn't think much. His mouth moved faster than his brain and replied right away. Not just one, even 10 or 100 I'll agree to. Really? No takebacks. Han Lingxi's eyes lit up as she asked again. Never taking it back. Shin Jingting patted his chest to promise, leaning forward a little, eager to ask, so what's the condition? Tell me quickly. I want you to wear my dress. As she said that, Han Lingxi curled her lips into a sly smile, got up, walked to the wardrobe, and pulled out a purple long dress. The smile on Shin Jingting's face froze instantly. He leaned back and waved his hands instinctively. This, my wife, let's not do that. I'm a grown man, and you want me to wear a dress? He had never worn women's clothes since he was little. It was a bit hard to accept right away. Han Lingxi wasn't in a hurry. She slowly walked back to the bed, picked up her phone, and pressed play. In the recording, Shin Jingting's voice, not just one, even 10 or 100 I'll agree to, was especially clear. A real man keeps his word. Han Lingxi waved the phone in front of Shin Jingting and raised her eyebrows to urge him, you lost the bet, now keep your promise. Saying that, she shoved the dress into Shin Jingting's arms, crossed her arms, and stood by waiting. Listening to the recording from the phone, Shin Jingting's mouth twitched a few times. Good grief, Sierra learned this trick way too fast. Back then, to make Han Lingxi keep her promise to let him sleep while hugging her, he had used his phone to record as proof. Now the tables had turned, and he got trapped by the phone himself. Shin Jingting hesitated for a long time, instinctively wanting to say no. But then he thought of how Han Lingxi would look in the stockings, those long legs wrapped in silk, definitely stunning. Thinking of this, he steeled his heart and bit his teeth, deciding to go all out to see Han Lingxi wear stockings. He quickly walked into the inner room and swiftly changed into a long dress. When he came out, he saw Han Lingxi's eyes wide open, and then with a pft, she burst out laughing so hard that she couldn't straighten her waist, pointing at him, speechless for a long time. Husband, you. Han Lingxi finally managed to catch her breath, but before she could finish her sentence, she was again amused by Shin Jingting's funny appearance, laughing non-stop. Shin Jingting originally had a feminine look, and after putting on the dress, he even had a somewhat cute appearance. But the masculine aura in his movements clashed completely with the women's clothing, making it all the more hilarious. Husband, let's not be a couple anymore, let's just be sisters. Han Lingxi said while laughing, stepping forward to help Shin Jingting straighten the crooked hem of the dress. Don't talk nonsense, Shin Jingting's mouth twitched, looking completely helpless as he gently patted Han Lingxi's hand. Why would couples be sisters? It's not nonsense, you look so handsome in women's clothes, we can be sisters. I could take a little loss and let you be the older sister. Han Lingxi blinked her cunning eyes and said earnestly. After finishing, she couldn't help but laugh again, her shoulders shaking. Shin Jingting was both angry and amused, directly reaching out to give her a light slap on her pert backside. With a crisp smack, the sound was exceptionally clear in the quiet room. Husband. What is this habit of yours, why do you always like to hit my butt? Han Lingxi immediately jumped back, quickly covering the place that was hit with both hands, slightly turning her body to glare at Shin Jingting. When she had finished interrogating the 6 traitors, she had once been hit on the butt by him because she regretted not calling him husband. Today, she was unexpectedly hit again. If they got married in the future, wouldn't he hit her every day? Chapter 82, Sheer, Can We Cultivate Together? Shin Jingting said with a wicked smile, let this remind you, we are husband and wife, not sisters. It's not impossible. Han Lingxi glanced at Shin Jingting from the corner of her eye, mumbling quietly, then continued to arrange his dress. After fixing Shin Jingting's dress, she suddenly pulled him closer, their faces close together, taking several photos with her phone with a click. Shin Jingting's mouth twitched, but he still cooperated with Han Lingxi to pose, secretly comforting himself, enduring it for the sake of seeing Sheer in stockings. After taking the photos, Han Lingxi looked through them with great interest, letting out a few giggles from time to time. Shin Jingting pretended to cough and then reminded, Sheer, I've dressed as you asked, so shouldn't it be your turn now? Husband, I've never worn pants like this, you help me. Han Lingxi said, sitting down on the edge of the bed, slightly leaning back, supporting herself with her hands on the bed, looking at Shin Jingting flirtatiously. Then, she gently raised her calf, sending her leg up to Shin Jingting, playfully wiggling her toes. Shin Jingting was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted, hurriedly half-squatting down, reaching out to take the stockings that Han Lingxi offered. After putting the stockings on Han Lingxi, Shin Jingting's eyes widened, his gaze glued to her legs. She curiously took it out and saw it was an exquisite hairpin. The pin was long and slender, the top inlaid with a smooth pearl, surrounded by tiny rhinestones that sparkled with a soft glow under the ghostly light. This is... Han Lingxi held the pin, looking at Shin Jingting with confusion. Shin Jingting's mouth curled up slightly as he reached out to take the pin, gently brushing aside Han Lingxi's hair, and tenderly inserted the pin into her hair. I specially prepared this for you, thinking of surprising you one day, I didn't expect you to find it early. After saying this, his fingers gently touched Han Lingxi's cheek. A slight warmth spread through Han Lingxi's cheeks as she rose and sat in front of a nearby mirror, looking left and right. The pin made her even more graceful and charming, creating a unique beauty mixed with her cold, dominating outfit. Does it look good? Shin Jingting walked behind her, placing his hands lightly on her shoulders, rubbing his chin gently against the top of her head. It looks good, I like it very much. Han Lingxi turned around, with a slight smile emerging at the corners of her mouth, her eyes crescent-shaped and filled with sweetness. At that moment, Shin Jingting seemed to suddenly remember something, picking up a black pencil skirt and a pair of black high heels, shaking them in front of Han Lingxi. Try these too, they'll definitely look more stunning. Shin Jingting's face was full of anticipation. Han Lingxi glanced at the skirt and the heels, deliberately pouting and pretending to be disgusted, changing again? How troublesome. Just consider it to fulfill my little wish, okay? Seeing this, Shin Jingting hurriedly leaned close to her ear and coaxed softly. Han Lingxi blinked, hesitated for a moment, then reached out to take the skirt and the heels, muttering, all right, for the sake of the hairpin, I'll reluctantly wear it once. As she spoke, she walked into the inner room to change. Before long, she walked out in the pencil skirt, but just as she put on the high heels, she lost her balance without taking a step. Ah! Han Lingxi exclaimed, stumbling forward. Shin Jingting reacted quickly, rushing up and securely wrapping his arms around her waist. Husband, these shoes are hard to wear. Once steadied, Han Lingxi frowned and muttered. Shin Jingting looked at her with concern, gently pinching her cheek, if they're hard to wear, then don't wear them. Although he had imagined countless times how enchanting Han Lingxi would look with stockings and high heels, at this moment, seeing her stagger, all his expectations vanished in an instant. How could he bear to let his beloved woman suffer like this? But Han Lingxi shook her head, breaking free from Shin Jingting's embrace, and lifted her foot again to put on the high heels. While getting dressed, she stubbornly said, no, since you like it so much, let me try again. This time, she took a careful little step, waving her hands in the air to maintain her balance. Shin Jingting nervously followed closely next to her, ready to catch her at any moment. Han Lingxi walked slowly step by step, gradually mastering some tricks, her steps becoming more steady. Suddenly, she stopped, straightened her back, placed one hand on her hip, her gaze sharp, as she radiated a powerful aura. Shin Jingting was captivated. Before him, Han Lingxi, dressed in a black pencil skirt and stockings, wearing high heels, was a complete cool and glamorous woman. Han Lingxi raised the corners of her mouth with a confident smile, walking a catwalk-like circle around Shin Jingting, the sound of her high heels clicking on the ground clear and pleasant. How about it, does it look good? Shin Jingting nodded eagerly, it looks good, too good. My sheer looks good in anything. Han Lingxi smiled in satisfaction, reaching out to link her arm with Shin Jingting, resting her head on his shoulder. Husband, if you like it, I'll wear it for you in the future. Her voice was soft and sweet, carrying a hint of a spoiled tone. The warm breath lightly brushed across Shin Jingting's neck, making his heart race. Shin Jingting slightly tilted his head, his lips gently brushing against her hair. The voice naturally softened. All right, I will remember this. He immediately stretched out his arm and picked up Han Lingxi around the waist. Han Lingxi exclaimed in surprise, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck, scolding, "What are you doing?" Shen Jingtang laughed heartily, his feet gaining speed as he spun Han Lingxi around the room rapidly. After spinning for more than a dozen circles, Shen Jingtang stumbled, bringing Han Lingxi down onto the soft bed. Han Lingxi landed on top of Shen Jingtang, her hair a messy tumble between them. She lifted her head and gently poked Shen Jingtang's chest with her hand. "You are too crazy, but I like it." Shen Jingtang held her hand, gently pulling her closer, while his other hand wrapped around her waist. He tilted his head to dodge a strand of hair that hung over his eyes, grinning, "Sure, how about we practice together later?" Chapter 83, Slap in the Face. Practice together? What does that mean? Han Lingxi was lying in Shen Jingtang's arms, playing with the tie of his shirt, her fingers skillfully wrapping around the silk thread, lightly tugging. She tilted her head slightly, resting her chin on his chest, her hair casually cascading down, a few strands tickling Shen Jingtang's arm. It means two people cultivating together. Shen Jingtang raised his hand and tucked her scattered hair behind her ear, smiling slightly. But didn't you say you don't like cultivating? Why suddenly want to cultivate with me? Han Lingxi turned her body, sitting up from his embrace, arms wrapped around her knees, looking at him with her head tilted, hair sliding down and covering half of her face. Shen Jingtang followed her and sat up, sweeping a hand to move her hair from in front of her eyes, his fingers brushing against her cheek. Cultivating alone is definitely boring, but cultivating with someone you like is a completely different story. Doing boring things with someone you like makes the air sweet. Time also flies by, unknowingly, a day quietly passes. Han Lingxi smiled and nodded. "It's rare for you to actively want to cultivate, so I'll accompany you." Shen Jingtang's lips curved up, taking out a delicate small jade box from the system space and opening it. Then he took out two pills emitting a gentle glow, the yin-yang source pills. He turned to Han Lingxi and smiled, "Sure, let's eat these pills first." Han Lingxi saw this and was about to reach out to take it. But Shen Jingtang suddenly shifted, dodging to the side, while gently wrapping an arm around her waist. He leaned slightly forward and brought the pill closer to her lips. "I'll personally feed you." With that, he pinched the pill and slowly moved it near her lips. Han Lingxi was taken aback, instinctively leaning back, but the hand around her waist was steady, and she couldn't break free. She gently patted Shen Jingtang's arm. "I'm not a child, I can eat it myself." Shen Jingtang was unfazed, though his movements softened a bit, slightly shaking the pill as if coaxing her. "Open your mouth, I'll feed you." Han Lingxi, feeling helpless, could only slightly part her lips. Shen Jingtang took this opportunity to place the pill in her mouth. After that, he put the other pill in his own mouth. The yin-yang source pills slowly dissolved within their bodies, emanating a warm power. Shen Jingtang pulled Han Lingxi to the meditation mat, both sitting side by side. System, use the dual cultivation card, Shen Jingtang silently thought, and lift the restriction. In an instant, the entire room was enveloped in a layer of emerald green light. Within the light, a large amount of soul power gathered like lively threads from all directions. "Husband, how did you do this? You didn't pull it out of your pants again, did you?" Han Lingxi asked curiously, reaching out to touch the swirling soul power threads. "Not really, this rich soul power can last for 7 days, we need to make the most of this time to cultivate." Shen Jingtang held Han Lingxi's hand with a serious expression. Han Lingxi didn't ask more questions, obediently nodding her head as he led her to the bed, where they sat cross-legged facing each other. Then the two took a deep breath. Close your eyes and begin to channel the soul power within your body. As the soul power flows, a faint glow enveloped Shen Jingtian's body. Han Lingxi experiences the same, a layer of ethereal energy covering her. The dense soul power around seems to respond to a call, weaving its way toward them in strands. Shen Jingtian reaches out a hand, and Han Lingxi instinctively does the same. Their palms meet, and the soul power intermingles between them. Shen Jingtian guides the flow of soul power, slowly directing it into Han Lingxi's body to meld with her own energy. Han Lingxi feels a warm current rushing up her arm, and she synchronizes with Shen Jingtian, striving to draw this power into her body and circulate it. The soul power flows back and forth between them, with more and more energy being absorbed and fused. Suddenly, Shen Jingtian feels a surge of soul power within him, as if ready to break through barriers. He grits his teeth, intensifying the guidance of his soul power, while Han Lingxi senses his change and exerts more force, transferring additional power to him. Silver Spirit Ghost Lord's Mansion. The ghost messenger escapes in panic from Lingxi City and rushes before the Silver Spirit Ghost Lord, crying pitifully. As he steps into the grand hall filled with purple-black mist, the ghost messenger collapses to the ground with a thud, shaking and calling out through tears. "My lord!" The Silver Spirit Ghost Lord lounges lazily on a throne made of piled bones. Upon hearing the voice, she slowly opens her eyes, which flash with irritation. She wears a black gauzy dress, outlining her graceful shape. But her face radiates an icy chill, her silver hair flowing freely, exuding a chilling aura that terrifies everyone. "My lord, that Han Lingxi and her partner are incredibly bold, they defy your orders, causing you. The ghost messenger stutters, droplets of sweat rolling down his forehead. Speak! The silver spirit ghost lord sits up sharply, her fierce shout shaking the flickering candles in the hall, making the ghost messenger tremble in fear. Yes, yes. The ghost messenger nods hastily, embellishing the story. My lord, you don't know how arrogant that Han Lingxi is. I had just arrived in Lingxi City and hadn't yet sent your orders when Han Lingxi acted as if she were above others. As he speaks, he sneaks glances at the silver spirit ghost lord's expression. Seeing her look increasingly darker, he feels a surge of joy and continues. Her partner was even more brazen, claiming you are a mere name without real power, not their match at all. They even boasted about flattening our residence, declaring that from now on, this territory would be theirs to control. As your messenger, representing your face, they dared to kick me around. Isn't that a slap in your face? The silver spirit ghost lord's eyes widen in fury, slamming her hand down on the armrest, which shatters into dust. The entire hall is immediately cloaked in a chilling air, the temperature seeming to drop by several degrees. The small ghosts serving around quiver in fear, not daring to make a sound. My lord, it's my fault. I spoke incorrectly. The ghost messenger belatedly realizes his wrongdoing, terrified as he bows repeatedly, his forehead hitting the cold floor with a dull thud. How dare you say that? The silver spirit ghost lord shakes with rage, pointing her finger at the ghost messenger, her fingertips swirling with ghostly energy. As my messenger, you let others humiliate you like this. What face do I have left as the ghost lord? After saying this, she waves her hand, sending a burst of ghostly energy shooting toward the ghost messenger. The ghost messenger fails to dodge and is struck on the shoulder, flying several meters away and crashing against a pillar, letting out a muffled groan of pain. My lord, spare me! The ghost messenger struggles to rise from the ground, dragging his injured body to kneel again before the silver spirit ghost lord. Chapter 84, Embellishments. The silver spirit ghost lord sits upon her throne of bones, clad in a flowing black robe, her silver hair cascades untamed, radiating a powerful and terrifying ghostly aura. Her gaze was icy, fixed on the ghostly envoy, and suddenly she let out a cold laugh. Hump, do you think I can be easily fooled? The voice of the silver spirit ghost lord echoed within the great hall, carrying an immense authority and pressure. The ghostly envoy felt a tightness in his heart, trembling like a leaf, yet still clinging to hope, forcing himself to appear calm. My lord, every word I say is true, I would never dare deceive you. But his slightly trembling hands betrayed his inner fear. With a sudden bang, the silver spirit ghost lord slammed down on the armrest, standing up and striding towards the ghostly envoy, looking down at him from a high position. I ask you, you say that Han Lingxi and Shen Jingting spoke disrespectfully about me, so how did you return alive from their hands? Her voice grew even colder. Could it be that they showed mercy and escorted you back to report? The ghostly envoy broke out in a fine sweat on his forehead, stammering, This was their moment of carelessness. I seized the opportunity to escape. Opportunity? The silver spirit ghost lord laughed coldly, a hint of chill flashing in her eyes. It seems you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Saying this, she gathered her ghostly energy at her fingertips, transforming it into a black light blade, shooting it towards the ghostly envoy. The ghostly envoy couldn't react in time, he only felt a shadow rush at him, followed by a sharp pain in his right arm. Ah! The ghostly envoy let out a shrill scream, his whole body being knocked to the ground by the immense force, rolling several times before coming to a stop. He looked in terror at his right arm, where it had once been connected. Now, it was empty and severed at the root. No blood flowed from the severed end, instead, a thick, viscous substance continuously surged out, spreading. The black gas still carried faint traces of ghostly energy, corroding the surrounding ground, making a hissing sound. Wherever it went, the ground turned charred black, emitting a pungent green smoke. With great pain, the ghostly envoy struggled to raise himself with his left hand, looking up at the silver spirit ghost lord seated high above, his eyes filled with fear and pleading. My lord, spare me. I understand my wrongs, I truly know my mistakes. The silver spirit ghost lord snorted coldly, flicking her hand, and the ghostly envoy fell heavily to the ground with a painful grunt. He rolled and crawled to kneel again, his head knocking against the ground loudly. My lord, I am guilty. I will confess everything. His voice carried a weeping tone, and he hurriedly recounted all that had happened. I was sent to Lingxi City to deliver your orders, but Shen Jingting attacked without saying a word. His strength is stronger than mine, I had no power to fight back, and was beaten and thrown out of the city. The ghostly envoy secretly raised his eyes, seeing the expression of the silver spirit ghost lord darken, and quickly lowered his head. I felt unwilling, and was more afraid of your blame upon returning, so I exaggerated the truth, hoping you would vent your anger for me, asking for your mercy. After hearing this, the silver spirit ghost lord kicked over a stone bench beside her. What a Shen Jingting! How dare he not treat me with respect? She turned back to her throne, sitting down and coldly observing the ghostly envoy. You foolish one. Holding grudges and fabricating lies. And what about Han Lingxi? What did she do? The ghostly envoy fought through the excruciating pain from his severed arm, trembling as he answered, Han Lingxi, I did not see her, I heard Shen Jingting say she was in seclusion. As soon as he spoke, the ghostly envoy despairingly closed his eyes, collapsing to the ground, fully aware he had made a grave mistake, now only waiting for the Silver Spirit Ghost Lord's judgment. After hearing this, the fury on the Silver Spirit Ghost Lord's face intensified, and she kicked over the stone table beside her, with a loud bang, the stone table instantly turning to dust. Trash! Not even knowing the situation of the other side, and you have the face to return. She roared in anger, her voice echoing in the vast hall, causing the ghostly envoy's eardrums to ache. The ghostly envoy lay on the ground, not daring to make a sound, filled with deep regret. The great hall was deathly silent, only the ghostly envoy's heavy breathing could be heard. After a long time, the Silver Spirit Ghost Lord spoke. Considering you have followed me for many years, you may escape the death penalty, but the living penalty is unavoidable. Go to the dark prison to reflect for 100 years, if you dare deceive me again, I will not spare you. The ghostly envoy felt like he had received a great pardon. Hurrying to bow and express gratitude, dragging a body battered and bruised, he was escorted towards the dark prison by the little spirits. In the vast ghostly hall, it suddenly fell silent. Only the Silver Spirit Ghost Lord sat alone on a throne made of piled white bones. She furrowed her brow, her expression serious, repeatedly thinking about what the ghostly envoy had just relayed regarding Shen Jingting and Han Lingxi. Yin Sha is a moon-level ghostly evil, yet Shen Jingting only has ghostly strength at the day level. The Silver Spirit Ghost Lord muttered softly, confusion filling her eyes. How did he manage to injure Yin Sha? She reached out to gently caress the armrest of the throne, her fingers sliding over the cold white bones, lost in thought. Shen Jingting's day-level ghost strength, by common sense, was far from Yin Sha, making it impossible for him to be a match. But the reality was laid out before her. The ghostly envoy was beaten and thrown out of Lingxi City. After pondering for a long time, she suddenly said in a deep voice, "Go to the side hall and secretly bring Meiyu here." As soon as the words fell, a shadow instantly flashed out from the corner of the great hall, disappearing into the darkness. Meiyu was one of the 6 ghost kings under the Silver Spirit Ghost Lord and was the only one to survive in Han Lingxi's hands. Perhaps she knew a lot of the inner truths. Before long, a strange fragrant mist rose in the hall, and a captivating woman walked in gracefully. She wore a red gauze dress, and beneath the sheer veil, her skin was faintly visible, exuding an alluring aura. Her long black hair fell casually, her brows and eyes filled with spring, every glance and every movement radiating endless charm. Meiyu pays respects to the Lord. Meiyu slightly bent her knees in greeting, her voice melodious, laced with a hint of allure. The Silver Spirit Ghost Lord nodded slightly, her gaze sweeping over Meiyu, speaking coldly, "Rise, I called you here today for an important matter. You have fought against Han Lingxi, so surely you know her somewhat." Meiyu straightened up and gently flicked her sleeves. "My lord, to be honest, although I have sparred with Han Lingxi, I do not know her very well. I only know her combat power cannot be viewed in the usual light, or else one could easily fall at a disadvantage." "Humph, is she really that powerful?" The Silver Spirit Ghost Lord frowned slightly, a trace of seriousness showing in her eyes. "What about Shen Jingting by her side, do you know anything?" "I only know he is Han Lingxi's fiancé, beyond that, I am not very clear." Meiyu spoke half-truths, half-lies. Now, she had become Shen Jingting's slave, so she naturally could not reveal any real information regarding him, thus could only respond with half-truths. Upon hearing this, a flash of displeasure crossed the Silver Spirit Ghost Lord's face, but it quickly returned to calm. She slowly paced around Meiyu, suddenly stopping and coldly saying, "You will go to Lingxi City at once, and seduce Shen Jingting. It is essential to learn from him about recent happenings in Lingxi City, especially regarding Han Lingxi." Meiyu's heart sank, but her face still maintained a charming smile. "My lord, this. Shen Jingting and Han Lingxi have a deep bond, it may not be easy to hook him." "Humph, haven't you always been skilled? Can't you handle this little matter?" A flash of cold light crossed the Silver Spirit Ghost Lord's eyes. "If you cannot win Shen Jingting, then you need not return." Meiyu gritted her silver teeth, looked up at the Silver Spirit Ghost Lord, and finally spoke the truth. "My lord, to speak honestly, I once tried to seduce Shen Jingting in front of Han Lingxi, but I was slapped by Han Lingxi." Chapter 85, Meiyu with intense killing intent. As soon as these words fell, the great hall instantly fell silent, only the flickering of candle flames creating a soft crackling sound. The Silver Spirit Ghost Lord's face darkened horrifically, her gaze fixed fiercely on Meiyu, as if wanting to see through her soul. "What did you say? You were slapped? You, as a ghost king, are so useless?" "My lord, Meiyu attempted to explain, but was interrupted by the Silver Spirit Ghost Lord raising her hand. "Enough!" The Silver Spirit Ghost Lord's face darkened. "I do not want to hear any excuses." The ghostly energy around the Silver Spirit Ghost Lord surged. The powerful pressure nearly suffocated Meiyu. Meiyu lowered her head, not daring to look directly into the eyes of the Silver Spirit Ghost Lord, silently crying in her heart. How could she dare to speak of the truth that she had secretly become Shen Jingting's slave? If the Silver Spirit Ghost Lord found out, her soul would surely scatter. She could only brace herself and explain, "My lord, Han Lingxi's strength is beyond imagination, I was careless and suffered loss." The Silver Spirit Ghost Lord glared at Meiyu, coldly assessing her. I don't care what method you use, you must secure Shinjingting this time. Otherwise, just wait for your soul to scatter. The ghostly energy around the Silver Spirit Ghost Lord roiled, the powerful pressure nearly suffocating Meiyu. Helpless, Meiyu could only grit her teeth in response. Yes, my lord, Meiyu will do her utmost. She silently cried in her heart, knowing this task was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. On one side was the Silver Spirit Ghost Lord's coercion, on the other was Shinjingting's control. She felt like an ant trapped between two giant stones. A slight misstep could mean her destruction. After leaving the main hall, Meiyu returned to her residence, her heart heavy with worry. She sat before a copper mirror, looking at her haggard face, her eyes filled with confusion and fear. Young Master Shin, I hope you can still resist the Silver Spirit Ghost Lord. This time, I have bet all my wealth and life on you. After speaking, Meiyu did not dress up in her usual charming way. She knew that in front of Shinjingting, if she acted flirtatiously, she would only invite the punishment of the soul-piercing needle, a pain she did not wish to feel again. So, she simply tidied her clothes, changing into a low-key, plain black robe, trying to cover her beautiful face and figure as much as possible. Then, she quietly made her way to Han Lingxi's residence in Lingxi City. Upon arriving in Lingxi City, Meiyu came to the city lord's mansion. Two guards saw Meiyu's arrival and immediately raised their long knives, blocking her path as if facing a great enemy. Meiyu Ghost King, please stop. The two ghostly guards exuded a thick aura, their blades gleaming coldly, contrasting with the cold ghostly energy radiating from Meiyu, creating an atmosphere that instantly became tense. Gentlemen, please convey a message. Meiyu has important matters to discuss with Ghost King Lingxi and young Master Shen. Meiyu slightly bowed, trying to make her tone sound polite and sincere. At this moment, she had lost her usual seductive charm and appeared more like a desperate person with a plea. The two guards exchanged glances, and one of them said, Meiyu Ghost King, the Lord has ordered that no one is allowed to disturb them for the next 7 days. With that, he pointed intentionally to the interior of the mansion, indicating that no outsiders were allowed to enter. You should come back in 7 days. The other guard added, taking a half step back, making a gesture to send her away. Then may I ask, what are Ghost King Lingxi and young Master Shin doing? Meiyu leaned forward a bit, her tone tinged with urgency. Not quite sure, yesterday, I saw the Lord carried back by the Master. She looked very shy in the Master's arms. One guard scratched his head, demonstrating the action of being carried. The two are very affectionate. The other spoke up, a meaningful smile appearing on his face as he winked. Meiyu understood in her heart, and an ambiguous scene instantly flashed in her mind. Unexpectedly, the cold and aloof Han Lingxi would have a day of falling in love. It seemed that for these 7 days, they would be immersed in the sweetness of newlywed bliss, not convenient for outsiders to disturb. Thinking of this, Meiyu no longer insisted, smiling slightly before turning to leave. Returning to Meiyu City, she walked straight into her extravagantly adorned mansion. As soon as she stepped into the inner hall, she lazily leaned against the soft couch. The maid at her side quickly handed her a cup of fragrant tea that exuded ghostly air. Meiyu took the cup, took a light sip, but her expression still could not hide the fatigue and sorrow. Sigh, I can only wait and see, she whispered softly, her voice full of helplessness. At that moment, a ghostly guard rushed in, kneeling on one knee and loudly reporting, Report, my lord, I have found the poison mist. Meiyu heard this and instantly sat up straight, a sharp gleam flashing in her eyes, as the teacup in her hand was slammed down hard onto the table beside her. Meiyu opened her eyes wide, her gaze sparkling with a ghostly light, and with a wave of her hand, an invisible force pulled the ghostly guard to her side, sternly asking, Quickly tell me, where did you find it? The entire atmosphere exuded a fierce aura, completely different from her previous laziness. The ghostly guard did not dare to dawdle, quickly replying to my lord, traces of the poison mist were found in the Ghost Fog Valley to the southwest of the city. Meiyu exclaimed, standing up, her whole body ablaze with ghostly fire. I want to see just how capable the poison mist is without the support of the Frost Spirit Ghost King. Having said that, her figure flashed and turned into a puff of black smoke, rushing out the door first. Before long, Meiyu arrived at the Ghost Fog Valley. The valley was filled with a pungent miasma, twisted trees waving their claws, and strange shadows blinking on the ground. Next to a giant rock in the center of the valley, she saw the disheveled poison mist. Who would have thought that this down-and-out ghost would be the future son-in-law of the Nightmare Ghost Lord? Poison Mist, I have finally found you. The Poison Mist slowly raised his head, his ghostly eyes murky and unclear. The mud on his face had been washed away by his tears, revealing deep ravines, looking both pitiful and eerie. Mayor, are you here to take me home? The Poison Mist was still desperately deluding himself. Seeing Meiyu come for him, he thought she was rekindling their old feelings. Meiyu heard the once sweet nickname, her face instantly darkened as if it could drip water. The ghostly fire around her suddenly exploded into a series of fierce fire whirlpools. Gross thing, don't use your filthy fantasies to defile my ears. With a wave of her hand, the whirlpools carried sharp ghostly howls, sweeping toward the poison mist, and the dry bones in their path were instantly ground to dust. But the poison mist, like a madman who had lost his mind, did not dodge at all. Mayor, have you forgotten the days we lived together? Back then. Before he could finish, he was swallowed by the fiery whirlpools, emitting a cry of pain. The poison mist realized too late, struggling desperately in the whirlpool, but it tightened like a living creature. Mayu lightly touched her toes, instantly moving to the poison mist's side. In her hand, a sharp blade made of dense ghostly energy had appeared, the tip gleaming with a cold light as it pierced straight toward the poison mist's ghostly heart. Scum, today I will. Decisively abandoned the seductive love she once cherished like her life. Now, thinking back, she truly regretted it. Mayor, I'm begging you, please let me go, okay? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped himself hard. The papa sound echoed clearly in the gloomy valley. Mayu looked at Duwu's miserable state, then suddenly reached out and gently touched his face, her voice soft. Did it hurt? Duwu froze, a trace of hope lit up in his eyes. Thinking that his pitiful act had worked, he quickly said, it didn't hurt. If I can get your forgiveness, even hitting myself a few more times is worth it. Just as he finished speaking, a crisp paw rang out, and Mayu slapped him hard. That slap carried powerful soul force, sending Duwu flying several jung away, crashing heavily to the ground. That's because you hit too lightly. Let me help you with more strength. Mayu snorted coldly, her eyes full of disdain. Remember, this is what a slap should be. As her words fell, her figure flashed, instantly appearing in front of Duwu, looking down on him from above. Then she raised her foot and stepped on his chest, grinding it down hard. You think you can beg me? Look at yourself, what are you now? Duwu's face twisted in pain, his hands desperately pulling at Mayu's foot, but he couldn't move it at all, only able to gasp for breath and beg bitterly. Mayor, I was wrong, I really know I was wrong, please spare me this time, I will be your slave from now on, follow you everywhere, never say a word of complaint. Slave? You think you're worthy? A mocking smile curled at the corner of Mayu's mouth as she pressed down harder with her foot. Duwu felt like a mountain was crushing his chest, his ribs creaked, as if they would break at any moment. Mayu looked at the suffering Duwu without a trace of pity in her eyes. She snorted coldly. If you had boldly said you weren't afraid of death, maybe I would have looked at you differently. But now, since you're a coward afraid of death, then just go die. Before she even finished speaking, a sharp blade shrouded in ghostly aura formed in her hand, the blade shimmering with a cold light, as if it was a call from the underworld. Seeing this, Duwu's eye showed a flash of fear, but he still refused to give up, using both hands and feet to cling to her leg, crying out, Mayor, I truly love you, you can't kill me. Disgusting thing, don't touch my leg. Mayu frowned tightly, her face full of disgust, lifting her foot and fiercely kicking Duwu in the chest. That kick, carrying immense soul force, sent Duwu flying several jung away again, crashing into a giant strange rock with a muffled thud. Duwu, you think you're worthy of speaking about love? Mayu shouted angrily, when I begged you not to leave back then, how did you answer me? You said I was stupid, that I could be coaxed with a few sweet words. Mayu took a deep breath, trying to suppress her almost uncontrollable emotions. You also said being with me was just for fun, and once you got bored, you'd kick me away. Memories cut like blades, tearing at her reason, the ghostly flames raged with her emotions, and the ghost fog in the valley sizzled under the heat. Duwu collapsed on the ground. Hearing this, a flash of panic crossed his face. He wanted to explain, but his throat felt blocked, and he could only make a few dry sobs. Deep in his heart, women were like clothes, he could change them anytime he wanted. For a playboy like him, he would never truly give his heart to one person. You betrayed me just to climb to Shuangling, and even that I could forgive, but you also spread rumors and humiliated me, making me suffer endless shame in the ghost realm. Mayu suddenly waved her sleeve, a black ghost force shot out like an arrow, slamming beside Duwu with a boom, cracking the hard ground into deep, terrifying crevices. Now that Shuangling and Nightmare Ghost Lord are dead, you're desperate, so you come begging me for forgiveness? Do you think this is a trash dump, collecting all the garbage back? Duwu crawled backward with both hands and feet. He stammered, Meyer, I was bewitched at that time. He struggled to rise from the ground, his face full of despair and reluctance, but the instinct to survive made him speak again. Meyer, as long as you let me go, I am willing to do anything. I can be your servant, serving you for a lifetime. Enough. May's desire interrupted his words, her eyes full of killing intent, her figure flashing like black lightning as she charged towards the poison mist. The blade in her hand was raised high, creating a whistling wind as she struck fiercely down at the neck of the poison mist, without a hint of hesitation. The poison mist instinctively raised a hand to block, but it was all in vain. The blade sliced through effortlessly, like cutting tofu. The poison mist's head instantly separated from its body, carving a strange arc in the air, rolling down to the ground with a gugulu. His eyes still wide open, his expression forever frozen in terror and disbelief. May's desire sheathed her blade, standing over the body of the poison mist, giving a cold snort. You overestimate yourself. Do you even deserve to speak of love? She shook the blood off her knife, the ghostly fire gradually extinguished, and turned to leave. At this moment, the wind in Ghost Mist Valley seemed to have lessened slightly. The floating ghost mist seemed frightened, slowly retreating in all directions, as if giving May a path. And the body of the poison mist was soon consumed by the foul stench and darkness of the valley, as if he had never existed in this world. Thus, the heartless man who once heard May met his end by her own hands. She let out a long sigh, her tense body gradually relaxing. She lifted a hand to gently tidy her slightly disheveled hair, paused for a moment, then turned, her gaze calmly sweeping over where the poison mist had vanished. The wind in Ghost Mist Valley still howled, yet could not disperse the gloom that had burdened her heart for many years. Past memories surged like a tide, those days of betrayal and harm continuously playing in her mind. But now, with the demise of the poison mist, it seemed all this pain was buried along with him. From now on, Ymir is dead, in this strange world only May desires. Everything is over. May whispered softly, her voice drifting through Ghost Mist Valley, quickly dissipating into the endless darkness. 7 days later, in Han Lingxi's room, two powerful auras surged violently, intertwining as if to tear apart the surrounding air. Shen Jingting and Han Lingxi sat facing each other on the bed, both opening their eyes at the same time. Sierra, how do you feel? You should have broken through to Ghost Sovereign, right? Han Lingxi parted her red lips, a confident smile tugging at her corners. Thanks to your help, this breakthrough went even smoother than I expected. A layer of faint purple halo surrounded her, an unusual phenomenon after the breakthrough. As she spoke, she raised her hand lightly, a purple-black soul power rushed out like a writhing serpent. After quickly circling the room, it obediently returned to her palm. The candle flames in the room instantly flickered, an invisible strong pressure spreading out. The teacup on the table was even shattered, porcelain fragments falling down. Shen Jingting looked at Han Lingxi's demeanor, love surging in his heart, unable to resist taking a step forward, gently lifting a strand of her hair, a mischievous smile at the corner of his mouth. Sierra, now that you've broken through to Ghost Sovereign, looking so majestic truly makes your husband's heart flutter. Han Lingxi raised her eyes, a glint of teasing flashing in them. She grabbed Shen Jingting's wrist with her backhand, exerting slight force, and with a turn, pushed him down onto the couch behind them. Her movements were light, as she gracefully straddled Shen Jingting's waist, extending her index finger to gently tilt his chin, exuding a full domineering charm. Brother, to tease your sister, you must pay a price, oh. She leaned slightly forward, her breath brushing against Shen Jingting's face, her gaze enchanting yet filled with an irresistible dominance. Rather than being afraid, Shen Jingting's eyes instead. He reached out and wrapped his arms around Han Lingxi's waist, deliberately leaning close to her ear, and whispered softly. Sister's punishment, I can't wait for it. How do you want to punish me? You said it, sister's punishment, you must bear it. Han Lingxi straightened up, a sly glint flashed in her eyes, and she placed her hands on Shen Jingtong's chest, smiling. After saying that, she slowly stood up, deliberately swaying her hips in front of Shen Jingtong, walking towards the nearby desk. Shen Jingtong looked at Han Lingxi's back, feeling restless. Just as he was about to stand up and chase after her, he found himself bound by an invisible force, unable to move. He looked at Han Lingxi in surprise, seeing her holding a cup of ghost tea, turning around to take a sip, a smile curling at the corners of her lips. Don't be in such a hurry, little brother. Han Lingxi put down the teacup, walking towards him with graceful steps, her finger gently tracing Shen Jingtong's cheek. Seeing you so eager, sister will give you a little sweetness. Saying this, she slightly leaned down and gave Shen Jingtong a light kiss on the lips before quickly retreating. Shen Jingtong felt that soft kiss like a wildfire, igniting his entire body. He struggled to free himself, but the soul power Han Lingxi had applied only tightened the binding. Sheer, why are you tying me up? Shen Jingtong looked at Han Lingxi in confusion. Han Lingxi smiled without answering, pacing slowly around the bed, her gaze constantly circling Shen Jingtong. Then, she loosened the belt of her outer robe, and the delicate fabric, as thin as a cicada's wing, slowly slid off, revealing her fair shoulders. Shen Jingtong's breath quickened, his burning gaze followed her closely, eagerly awaiting her next move. Just as he felt his heart was about to snap, Han Lingxi suddenly stopped. Does it look good? It looks good. Hee, I won't let you see anymore. A sly smile curled at the corners of Han Lingxi's lips, and with a flick of her hand, the robe wrapped tightly around her body once again. Sheer, what are you? Before Shen Jingtong could finish his sentence, Han Lingxi lightly laughed and leaned in, extending a finger to gently press against his lips, silencing his words. This is the price for teasing me when I was injured earlier. She leaned slightly forward, her warm breath brushing against Shen Jingtong's ear, purposely elongating her tone. I want you to see, but not to have. Shen Jingtong couldn't stand being teased by Han Lingxi any longer. He communicated with the system in his mind. System, unlock my bindings. Host, although this system is not human, you are truly a dog. You little couple flirting, can you not drag me into it? I'm just an electronic product, not a part of your play. Every time you two are being affectionate, this system automatically goes offline. Isn't that enough to show I'm being considerate? Can you at least think about my feelings? Every time I come online, I either see you two being close or teasing each other. Every day I get fed dog food. If this continues, the program of this system will start to malfunction. System, you're just an electronic product. Why are you making such a fuss? Hurry up and unlock my bindings. Shin Jingtong couldn't help but roll his eyes at the system's complaints. The system did not respond to Shin Jingtong's eye roll and directly said, "Host, you and Han Lingxi can continue your flirting. This system is leaving." System, where are you going? Shin Jingtong asked in confusion. Hearing the system's words, it seemed like it was leaving. Could it be? Various guesses quickly flashed through Shin Jingtong's mind. Just as he was thinking, he heard the system reply with an irritated tone. "I'm going next door to the female channel to find a female system to fall in love with." The electronic voice was filled with a strong sense of pouting. Hearing this, Shin Jingtong was stunned. He had thought of many possibilities for the system leaving, but never expected it was to go have a relationship. System, it's not that I look down on you, can you really fall in love? Shin Jingtong said helplessly, even if you could, you don't have a body. How could you have a relationship? Do you think talking through data, saying a few words of hello, we're good, everyone's good counts as love? TCH, my system's database is. I have stored thousands of love techniques and case analyses, don't underestimate me. And I also have an accurate emotional analysis algorithm, I can definitely have a perfect love affair. To be honest, this system is a love strategist. The system's voice carried unabashed pride. Also, host, don't forget, you and Han Lingxi getting together is largely thanks to the system. Shin Jingting had nothing to say after hearing this. In the end, he replied, then you go date, I hope you can win the beautiful girl, and not end up as a military dog. Just wait, in a few days this system will bring a female system back for your wife. After saying this, the system's electronic voice abruptly stopped, and Shin Jingting's mind instantly fell silent. The soul power that bound Shin Jingting was quietly released by the system, and Han Lingxi knew nothing about it. Husband, what are you dazed about? I am talking to you, are you even listening? Han Lingxi had her hands on her hips, leaning slightly forward, with her cheeks puffed up, looking quite arrogantly cute. This was completely different from her previous aloof and elegant manner. At this moment, her delicate appearance while scolding Shin Jingting made him stare blankly, like a fish caught on a hook. Shin Jingting came back to his senses and hurriedly replied, Sheer, I am listening, you continue. Chapter 88, The Dual Cultivation of the Elegant Han Lingxi. Han Lingxi lightly snorted, pretending to be unhappy. But then she went around to Shin Jingting's back, gently resting her hands on his shoulders, slightly leaning over, her warm breath gently brushing past his ear. Really listening? I saw you just now looking lost, were you thinking of another girl? How could that be? My heart only has you. I was thinking, which one is the real you, the cold and elegant elder sister or the cute and playful little sister? Shin Jingting answered truthfully. Indeed, Han Lingxi herself had the appearance of an elegant elder sister, tall and possessing a cold aura. With a curvy figure and a powerful presence, she could dominate the ghost realm just by being there. But around Shin Jingting, she sometimes played the role of a proud and sweet little sister, seamlessly blending two completely different styles into one person. This left Shin Jingting, who had been single for 20 years, completely at a loss. Han Lingxi stood on her toes, reaching out to gently wrap her arms around Shin Jingting's neck. She pulled Shin Jingting down, getting closer to his ear, purposely using a soft voice to say, when facing ghosts with ulterior motives, you must display the aura of an elder sister to intimidate them. In front of you, I just want to be a sweet little sister spoiled by you. Shin Jingting was. Both hands lightly tugged at Shin Jingting's collar. As soon as she finished speaking, she bit her lower lip in frustration, only then remembering the psychic tattoo on her wrist. This tattoo could sense her thoughts, and her little secret had probably been known by Shin Jingting all along. Shin Jingting's lips curved upwards as he held her hand, gently stroking the psychic tattoo. Do you still want to fool me? Then what do you want? Han Lingxi decided to stop pretending entirely, raised her arms, wrapped them around Shin Jingting's neck, tilted her head back, and directly stared into his eyes. The slight upturn of her lips seemed to declare to Shin Jingting that her surrender was just a facade, and she actually intended to take the lead. Shin Jingting was momentarily stunned by her sudden boldness, but quickly reacted, pulling her into his embrace a little tighter. What do you think? He leaned in slightly, his face slowly coming closer, almost touching Han Lingxi's, their warm breaths mingling together. Instead of backing away, Han Lingxi moved closer to him, pecked him softly on the cheek, then quickly pulled away, a mischievous smile on her face. This is my answer, you have to accept it even if you're not satisfied. After saying this, she pretended to struggle out of his embrace. Running to the door, she suddenly turned around and winked at Shin Jingting. Husband, as long as you can catch me, I will agree to any request you make. With that, she exerted herself and swiftly dashed out of the room, creating a breeze, her hair dancing wildly in the air. Her laughter echoed in the quiet hallway, crisp and slightly provocative. Shin Jingting would not let her escape easily, a determined smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he immediately chased after her. Upon reaching the courtyard, Han Lingxi's figure had already vanished. Sheer, this time, you cannot escape from my grasp. Shin Jingting looked up at the dim sky, muttering to himself. Although the system had gone next door to pursue a female system and was not here to help him, with his current strength as a star-rated Ghost King, he could not catch up to Han Lingxi, who was at the star-rated Ghost Sovereign level. But he was not worried at all. Then, Shin Jingting whistled into the air. Caw! A massive rift eagle swooped down from the sky, creating a powerful gust of wind. The rift eagle landed steadily in front of Shin Jingting, its enormous body almost enveloping him entirely. Master, what is your command? It slightly lowered its head, affectionately rubbing against Shin Jingting's shoulder. Shin Jingting reached out and patted the rift eagle's neck, leaped onto its broad back, tightened his legs, and said in a deep voice, "Catch up to Sheer. If you catch up to her, I will introduce you to a female eagle. If you can't catch up, I'll make you a hermaphrodite." As soon as the words left his mouth, the rift eagle flapped its wings violently, letting out a sharp cry. "Don't worry, master, I will definitely catch up to the mistress." Its already swift speed increased instantly, the wind it generated rustling the surrounding grass and trees. In the blink of an eye, the person and eagle disappeared into the sky. Han Lingxi was fleeing ahead, the sound of the wind roaring in her ears. She glanced back and saw Shin Jingting riding the rift eagle getting closer, her heart raced, and she channeled her soul force to the utmost, a faint purple light shimmering around her, and her speed increased even more. "Husband, you can't play like this, you're being unfair." Han Lingxi shouted as she ran, her hair whipping wildly in the strong wind. This rift eagle had originally been a gift from her to Shin Jingting for his protection, also responsible for his future flights. At that time, she thought that with a rift eagle whose flying speed was comparable to a star-rated ghost sovereign, Shin Jingting would be able to travel more easily and avoid the hardships of long journeys. She never expected that he would use it to chase her now. What a classic case of shooting oneself in the foot. "Sheer, you never said I couldn't use external help, this time, you're definitely going to lose." A confident smile lingered on Shin Jingting's lips as he tightened his legs, urging the rift eagle to speed up and chase after Han Lingxi. At the same time, his heart began to drift uncontrollably far away. In his mind, the image of Han Lingxi in seductive clothing uncontrollably took shape. That clothing was as light as a veil, perfectly outlining her graceful figure, every move filled with charming allure. Her crimson lips parted slightly, her brows and eyes shimmering with emotion, looking at him with a mix of pouting and grievance. Then, with her long, straight legs, she stepped closer to him, softly whispering in his ear, "Husband." "Ah, so exciting." Shin Jingting took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing this enchanting image. The urgent task at hand was to catch up with Han Lingxi. He shook his head, focusing his mind, and shouted loudly at Han Lingxi's back, "Sierra, be good and surrender." Chapter 89, 3 Wives Needed. As she was about to be caught, Han Lingxi suddenly made a sharp turn and dove towards the valley below. Shin Jingting reacted quickly, urging the split eagle to follow closely behind. The valley was filled with thick fog, obstructing their view, but both relied on their keen instincts to navigate through the mist. Han Lingxi glanced back, seeing Shin Jingting and the split eagle getting closer, and had a sudden inspiration. "Split eagle, I am your master. You need to stop right now." Han Lingxi tried to command the split eagle, shouting at it loudly. "Mistress, the master said as long as I catch you, he will introduce me to a wife." The split eagle responded, its voice filled with excitement. The speed of flight showed no sign of slowing down, in fact, it grew even more vigorous with this expectation. Han Lingxi gritted her teeth, throwing out a more tempting condition, "Then I will introduce you to two." "Stop right now." "Master, the mistress said she will introduce me to two wives, what should I do? Who should I listen to?" The split eagle flew while looking back at Shin Jingting for guidance, its big eyes full of conflict. "Two wives, one wife to bear me children, and one to warm the home." The split eagle was lost in its own fantasies. With a slap, Shin Jingting struck its head, bringing it back to reality. "Focus. First, catch up with Sierra. Once we catch up, I will introduce you to three. One responsible for bearing children, one for warming the home, and another to have fun with you." The split eagle squeaked in grievance after being slapped, but thinking of future three-wife life, it still gathered strength and sped up. Its broad wings flapped, creating rushing winds as it chased Han Lingxi with all its might. Han Lingxi looked back, seeing Shin Jingting and the split eagle getting increasingly closer, feeling a bit anxious in her heart. Panic made her choose paths without care, flying faster and faster, but her two legs could not outrun the soaring split eagle. As the distance closed, Shin Jingting seized the moment and suddenly pushed off the split eagle's back. The split eagle stumbled, flying somewhat sideways. Han Lingxi heard the rush of wind behind and turned instinctively. Before she could react, Shin Jingting pulled her into his arms. She gasped, instinctively grabbing Shin Jingting's arm, her legs flailing in the air. The split eagle, after being jolted, swayed in the air, feeling wronged and mumbling to itself. Master, you are proud and great. You used me to chase your wife and then kick me away. Husband. You are being unfair, this doesn't count. Han Lingxi squirmed in Shen Jingting's arms, her hands pushing against his chest, trying to break free from this strong hold. Shen Jingting held her tightly, regardless of her struggles, his mouth curling into a proud smile. How does it not count? A bet is a bet, you agreed that as long as I catch up, any request will do. He intentionally leaned closer to Han Lingxi's ear, his warm breath brushing her neck, making her feel a tingle. Then, he slowly sat her down on a large stone beside him, letting her settle on his lap firmly. Using the power of the cracked eagle, this is clearly cheating. She poked Shen Jingting's shoulder to show her dissatisfaction. But you didn't say we couldn't do this before. Shen Jingting replied with a wicked smile, defending himself vigorously. His hand still held Han Lingxi's waist firmly, not giving her any chance to escape. Yes, this time I am willing to bet and lose, whatever you ask, I will agree. Han Lingxi sighed helplessly, ultimately admitting her defeat. With the spiritual tattoo, there was no need for verbal communication between them, they could communicate directly in their hearts. And Han Lingxi already knew that Shen Jingting wanted her to wear those tempting clothes. Humph, you big pervert. Ever since I agreed to marry you, you think every day about how to bully me. Sire, that's not right. Buying you clothes can't be considered bullying. Shen Jingting argued hard for himself. Han Lingxi turned her head away proudly, crossing her arms. You can buy them, but I won't wear them. Really won't wear them? Shen Jingting raised an eyebrow, deliberately leaning closer to her, his tone filled with temptation. Really? Han Lingxi answered without hesitation. Shen Jingting smirked, a cunning glint flashing in his eyes. That's even better. I can observe directly. Han Lingxi was stunned at first, but when she saw the wicked smile on Shen Jingting's face, she instantly realized what he meant by not wearing. Feeling both shy and angry, she stomped her foot. Lecher. Pervert. Why do you always think about these improper things? After saying that, she raised her hand as if to hit Shen Jingting, but halfway up, she stopped and placed it on his waist, giving it a slight twist. Shen Jingting laughed heartily, grasping her wrist and gently pulling her into his embrace. Sire, but seriously, if you don't like it, then don't wear it. I won't force you to do anything you don't want to. Seeing Shen Jingting's sincere appearance, Han Lingxi's earlier feelings of shyness and blame gradually faded. She bit her lower lip slightly, lowering her eyes as if pondering something. After a long while, Han Lingxi lowered her voice to a tone only she could hear. You prepare the clothes, and when the time comes, I will wear them. Her voice was soft, carrying a hint of elusive shyness, as she raised her head to meet Shen Jingting's surprised gaze, adding. But I can only agree after we register our identities. Register identities? What identities? Shen Jingting was confused, his heart filled with curiosity as he asked. Of course, it's the identities of Ghost Lord and Ghost King. Han Lingxi explained with a smile, I have advanced to Ghost Lord, and you have advanced to Ghost King, so we naturally need to go to the Nine Nether Ghost Hall to receive our new identities. In the strange world, the Nine Nether Ghost Emperor established a rule. Once strength advances to Ghost King, one can have their own territory and army, but must register their identity in the Nine Nether Ghost Hall and get the approval of the Nine Nether Ghost Emperor for it to take effect. Not only that, advancing to Ghost Lord and Ghost Emperor requires the same. Only by completing identity registration can one be recognized in the entire strange world, gaining corresponding power, honor, and resources, enjoying the worship of their subjects. With each major breakthrough, territories, resources, and armies grow exponentially. This condition has become a powerful motivation for countless ghosts to work hard in cultivation. After listening to Han Lingxi's explanation, Shen Jingting also understood roughly. Husband, this time we go to register your Ghost Lord identity, there's a good chance you will become mine. Han Lingxi's eyes sparkled with a smile, full of cunning, as if teasing him. Shen Jingting flicked her nose. Sire, you're wrong. I've long been yours, haven't I? Chapter 90, Journey to the Ghost City. In the residence of the Demon Ghost Lord, a chilling aura pervaded. The Demon Ghost Lord sat high on the honor seat. The air was filled with a chilling pressure. Below the stage, the Hundred Law Phantom King, Wind Shadow Phantom King, and Flame Prison Phantom King stood in unison, their forms slightly bent, afraid to show any slackness. Why hasn't Yan Yu arrived yet? The voice of the Infernal Phantom Lord was deep, laced with displeasure. It echoed through the vast hall, making the air seem to thicken. The Hundred Law Phantom King stepped forward, slightly cupping his hands, and cautiously said, reporting to the Lord, Yan Yu may have been delayed on the road. The Wind Shadow Phantom King's eyes flickered, nodding in agreement. What Hundred Law Phantom King said is right, Yan Yu must have been held up, so please do not be angry, Lord. The Flame Prison Phantom King remained silent, nearly furrowing his brows slightly, his gaze occasionally drifting to the direction of the palace door, as if he too was hoping for Yan Yu's quick arrival to break this oppressive atmosphere. Let's not wait for him anymore. The Infernal Phantom Lord swept his gaze over the Hundred Law Phantom King, Wind Shadow Phantom King, and Flame Prison Phantom King, his voice cold. You should have received the message from the Nine Hells Phantom Hall, right? Yes, we received it. I heard that on the same day, a new Phantom Lord and a Phantom King were born. The 100 Phantom King replied hurriedly, bowing his head slightly, afraid to meet the infernal Phantom Lord's gaze. The Wind Shadow Phantom King also produced a ghostly talisman, shimmering with eerie ghostly light. The newly ascended Phantom Lord and Phantom King will arrive in the Ghost Capital in 5 days. The messenger has instructed us to hurry to the Ghost Capital to participate in their inauguration ceremony. The Flame Prison Phantom King spoke with a deadpan expression, his voice low and laced with a hint of coldness. The infernal Phantom Lord frowned slightly, a trace of contemplation flashing in his eyes, then he spoke solemnly, "Send a message to Yenyu to go to the Ghost Capital, you all prepare to leave immediately." Yes. The 100 Phantom King, Wind Shadow Phantom King, and Flame Prison Phantom King all responded in unison and then retreated to prepare. They did not know the exact identities of the newly born Phantom Lord and Phantom King, as the Nine Hells Phantom Hall kept this strictly confidential. This was also a rule set by the Nine Hells Phantom Emperor, aimed at maintaining the order of the strange world. At the same time, it provided a buffer period for the newly promoted, allowing them to better adapt to their new identity and status. Only when all Phantom Lords and Phantom Kings are gathered together will the identities of these new powerful beings be announced. In the past, whenever a new Phantom Lord was born, the Ghost Capital only summoned Phantom-level strong ones to gather for a simple announcement ceremony. Afterward, minor resources would be quietly divided to maintain the delicate balance among various forces. But this time, the situation was completely different. Both a Phantom Lord and Phantom King had appeared. Such a rare phenomenon prompted the Nine Hells Phantom Emperor to issue an order to gather all Phantom Lords and Phantom Kings in the Ghost Capital. After all, the newly born Phantom Lord and Phantom King were unknown in strength and background. Their emergence could very likely disrupt the current power structure, triggering new contests and games. At that time, resources among the Phantom Lords and Phantom Kings would be redistributed and adjusted. The infernal Phantom Lord leaned back in his seat, his face dark. He knew in his heart that the emergence of the new Phantom Lord and Phantom King would surely impact his sphere of influence and control over resources. No matter who you are, don't think you can easily take benefits from my hands. For the first time, all Phantom Lords and Phantom Kings gathered, which was unprecedented in the strange world. It must be known that usually, these Phantom Lords and Phantom Kings each occupy their own territories, often competing openly and secretly for land and resources, making it hard to come together. But this time, with both a new Phantom Lord and Phantom King appearing, all resources and territories of the Phantom Lords might undergo a major reshuffle. Thinking of this, a fierce glint flashed in the infernal Phantom Lord's eyes. He clenched his fists, secretly calculating how to protect his interests in the face of the impending changes, and even further expand his sphere of influence. At the same time, the other Phantom Lords and Phantom Kings also received the news. They each became busy in their own territory. On the way to the Ghost City, Han Lingxi lay on Shen Jingting's back, leisurely enjoying the scenery along the way. "Sheer, don't we have the split eagle? Why do you still want me to carry you?" Shen Jingting slightly turned his head, softly asking, with a hint of helplessness, but more of indulgence in his tone. The split eagle was their trusty assistant for the journey, being fast and smooth. If they rode it, they could reach the Ghost City quicker. But Han Lingxi seemed to have a special fondness for lying on his back. "Don't you want to carry me? Then I'll fly myself." Upon hearing this, Han Lingxi immediately straightened up, her once joyful eyes now tinged with playful annoyance as she gently poked Shen Jingting's shoulder. She then pretended to get off Shen Jingting's back, her legs wiggling as if trying to break free. Shen Jingting hurriedly tightened his grip around her legs, preventing her from getting down, and quickly explained, "That's not it, it's just that when you lie on my back, I can't see you." He said this half-jokingly, trying to make Han Lingxi happy. In fact, he would never really find Han Lingxi a bother. As long as she was happy, he would be willing to carry her as far as they needed to go. "How about I hold you? This way, we can travel well while I can see you anytime." Shen Jingting suddenly had this idea and suggested it. Holding Han Lingxi would let him feel her warmth up close and wouldn't slow their journey, a perfect win-win situation. Of course, there was a real reason he didn't want to think about. Otherwise, if Han Lingxi found out through her spiritual tattoo, he would definitely never be allowed to carry her again. "If you really hold me, can you still travel well?" Han Lingxi couldn't help but laugh, reaching out to poke Shen Jingting's cheek, teasing him. She knew Shen Jingting too well. If he really held her, his eyes would definitely be glued to her, making it impossible for him to focus on the journey. "Of course I can. I could hold you and still fly steadily to the Ghost City." Shen Jingting said this, but in his heart, he knew that if Han Lingxi were really in his arms, he would probably be truly distracted. However, as long as Han Lingxi was happy, he was willing to give it a try. "No. I want you to carry me. You are my fiancé, and I just want to cling to you. How can a fiancé dislike his fiancée? Besides, I call you husband, so you can't dislike me even more." Han Lingxi pouted slightly, pretending to be angry. But her hands instinctively held onto Shen Jingting's neck tighter, fearing he would persuade her to ride the split eagle. Then, she gave him a heavy kiss on the side of his face. This is your reward. After that, she lay back down on Shin Jingting's back, wrapping her arms around his neck, her cheek resting against his back, as if she had found the most comfortable spot. Alright, I'll carry you. Shin Jingting said while adjusting his posture to make Han Lingxi more comfortable. Looking at his pretty fiancée, Shin Jingting helplessly shook his head, but a gentle smile lingered at the corners of his mouth as he continued to fly steadily forward. The two of them laughed and chatted along the way, completely unbothered by the tension of facing many ghost lords and kings in the ghost city ahead. By the way, husband, what happened to the 55 vicious ghosts captured from the spirit realm? Han Lingxi suddenly remembered this matter, almost forgetting about those vicious ghosts due to their busy activities. As Shin Jingting flew steadily, he replied, 7 ghost kings took back 25 vicious ghosts, and the rest I killed. After hearing this, Han Lingxi didn't say anything more and quietly continued to lie on his back, falling asleep. Chapter 91, The Enfeoffment. 5 days later. The ghost city was filled with a chilling and deadly atmosphere. Thick ghostly energy resembling a materialized black mist enveloped the entire city. 16 ghost lords and 30 ghost kings gathered here. They stood according to their strength, forming their respective positions. The 16 ghost lords were gathered together, surrounded by powerful yet subtle waves of ghostly energy. The dignity of the powerful is evident in every gesture. So are the 30 ghost kings, standing in their designated area. The arrogance and tyranny of the past completely vanished. Once scattered across various places, dominating their own territories, they have now put away their former arrogance and reckless behavior. There is a saying that goes well, one cannot be reckless under the foot of the emperor, for this is the territory of the 9 Nether Ghost Emperor. Every inch of the ghost capital seems to be engraved with the supreme authority of the 9 Nether Ghost Emperor. The invisible pressure makes everyone not dare to act rashly. If one were to anger the 9 Nether Ghost Emperor, the consequences would be unimaginable. There was once a reckless ghost emperor who caused trouble in the ghost capital, and in the blink of an eye, he was wiped out clean by the 9 Nether Ghost Emperor's subordinates, not leaving even a wisp of soul behind. Such a bloody lesson left every ghost lord and ghost king present feeling apprehensive. At this moment, they quietly waited, with dark currents flowing in their eyes, yet on the surface, they all appeared respectful, not daring to make the slightest mistake. Fearing that a careless slip would touch that uncrossable bottom line, bringing about a catastrophic disaster. Bai Pu, Yen Yu, have you seen Yen Yu? The Wind Shadow Ghost King frowned, looking around the gathering of ghost lords, his face filled with confusion and anxiety, and finally communicated with Bai Pu and Yen Yu mentally. Bai Pu the Ghost King pouted, showing a hint of impatience. That guy is always unpredictable, who knows where he has run off to this time. He probably got delayed having fun on the way. It's always like this, nothing good ever comes of it. Yen Yu the Ghost King had a stern expression, slightly shaking his head, and said in a deep voice, who knows where he has gone. The Wind Shadow Ghost King was anxious, pacing back and forth, muttering, this Yen Yu really is not afraid of death. The 9 Nether Ghost Emperor summoned us, there must be important announcements, yet he dares to be late. If he misses the time and provokes the Ghost Emperor's anger, none of us will be able to escape responsibility. At that moment, a commotion arose in the crowd. Shin Jingtai and Han Lingxi were seen approaching hand in hand into the Ghost King area. The Ghost Kings cast curious or scrutinizing glances at them. Seeing this, the lustful desire Ghost King became flustered. She hurriedly stepped forward, her expression anxious with a hint of fear, lowering her voice to say, Lingxi, I know you are close, but this is the 9 Nether Ghost Palace. Why did you bring young Master Shin here? As she spoke, she cautiously glanced around, afraid that someone might overhear their conversation. It's fine, you'll know soon. Han Lingxi smiled slightly, revealing little information. Just as the lustful desire was about to say something, a heavy sound of footsteps came from deep within the Ghost Palace, and everyone immediately fell silent. The whispers that had been lingering in the hall abruptly vanished, leaving only profound silence, with all eyes focused on the source of the sound. A messenger of the 9 Nether Ghost Emperor slowly approached, exuding an air of mystery, his black robe trailing the ground, making it hard to see his face, with only a pair of eyes shimmering with a cold light. Once the messenger stopped, he raised his hand and waved lightly, an invisible force spread throughout the hall, then announced in a loud voice. Ladies and gentlemen, the identities of the newly promoted Ghost Lords and Ghost Kings are about to be revealed, please be patient. After a pause, he added, let me ask more, is everyone here? The Ghost Palace fell silent, with only the crackling sound of the burning candle flame. The Evil Spirit Ghost Lord, Bai Pu the Ghost King, Wind Shadow Ghost King, and Yen Yu the Ghost King all felt their hearts tighten. If such an important gathering has people missing or arriving late, they cannot afford the blame from the messenger. The Evil Spirit Ghost Lord took a deep breath, steeling himself to step forward and clasp his hands in front of him. His voice tried to remain steady but still carried a trace of barely perceptible tremor, replying to the messenger, I have one subordinate, the Yen Yu Ghost King has not arrived. Upon hearing this, the messenger raised an eyebrow slightly, oh? What is going on? I am not quite sure. The Evil Spirit Ghost Lord lowered his head, silently crying out in despair. Yan Yu has always acted recklessly, but at this critical moment, he must not make a huge mistake, or he will be implicated himself. The messenger asked no more questions, raising his hand to grasp the air, and an ancient book emitting a faint light appeared in his hand. The ancient book slowly opened, the pages moving on their own, making a rustling sound. On it appeared Yan Yu's name, surrounded by a layer of almost invisible grey mist, which in the ghost realm was a sign of complete death. Before long, the messenger casually spoke, "It's nothing, he's just dead." His tone was light and casual, as if the death of a ghost king was as insignificant as blowing away a speck of dust. As soon as these words came out, it was like a giant stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up waves in the ghost hall. All the ghost kings were first stunned, then quickly turned to look in the direction of Xin Jingting and Han Lingxi. Not long ago, Yan Yu had declared that he would go capture Xin Jingting to threaten Han Lingxi, but now he was found dead. The connection was obvious. Xin Jingting's expression was calm, seemingly unaware of the gazes from the ghost kings, as he simply held Han Lingxi's hand gently. Han Lingxi slightly raised her head, locking eyes with him for a moment. Both of them were as calm as the sea. "Alright, since everyone is here, let's begin the enthronement." The messenger's voice echoed in the spacious ghost hall, each word clear, like a reminder to everyone that a storm of power division and resource contention was about to arrive. Mei Yu, hearing this, subconsciously looked toward Xin Jingting and Han Lingxi. She parted her red lips and mumbled to herself, "It must be you, right?" Though she found it hard to believe, a voice deep inside her kept telling her they were very likely the newly appointed Ghost Overlord and Ghost King. At this moment, the messenger of the Nine Nether Ghost Emperors spoke again, interrupting Mei Yu's thoughts. "Newly appointed Ghost King, enter the hall." With this, everyone's gaze, from Ghost Overlords to Ghost Kings, fell in the center of the hall. They were all curious about the identity of this new Ghost King. "Husband, go quickly, remember what I told you on the way." Han Lingxi looked at Xin Jingting with eyes full of love, her gaze sparkling, and softly spoke. She even raised her hand to gently arrange Xin Jingting's collar, her movements soft and filled with affection. Xin Jingting slightly nodded, holding her hand in return, and whispered, "Don't worry, Shir, I remember everything." Then, he turned and strode towards the place indicated by the messenger of the Nine Nether Ghost Emperor. At this moment, the gaze of the Ghost Overlords and Ghost Kings also focused on Xin Jingting's movement. Especially, the Ghost Kings were completely stunned. The newly appointed Ghost King is actually Xin Jingting. How is this possible? Isn't he only at the level of a fierce ghost? How could this happen? No. This is impossible. He must possess a secret treasure, otherwise, how could he leap from fierce ghost to Ghost King in just half a month? Chapter 92, Getting the Marriage Certificate. The Ghost Kings present were no strangers to Xin Jingting and could be said to hate him to the bone. During the battle in the eerie spirit realm, all their subordinates were captured by Xin Jingting, and the resources lost and reputations damaged were like a knot in their hearts. Recalling the past, the Bone Demon King's fists creaked as he squeezed them tightly, veins bulging on his forehead. "This kid killed my subordinates back in the eerie spirit realm, and now he has transformed into a Ghost King? Who knows what kind of foul tricks he used." The Poison Queen, with her brows raised menacingly, had eyes full of resentment. All 10 of her subordinates were slain by Xin Jingting in the eerie spirit realm. But because Han Lingxi could produce weapons that could kill Ghost Overlords, all the Ghost Kings dared not act recklessly. This grudge, the Poison Queen had remembered all too well. When Mei Yu saw Xin Jingting walk to the messenger, a knowing expression appeared on her face. Her gaze fell again on Han Lingxi as she muttered softly, "So, the newly appointed Ghost Overlord must be you." "Name?" the messenger coldly asked. The gaze fell on Xin Jingtian, the voice devoid of any warmth, echoing in the empty great hall. Xin Jingtian smiled faintly. "Xin Jingtian. Xin Jingtian, place your hand on the ghost crystal, I will test if your soul power has reached the Ghost King realm." The messenger spoke expressionlessly, casually waving a hand. A crystal-clear ghost crystal, emitting a faint glimmer, floated before Xin Jingtian. Although the strange record stated that Xin Jingtian's strength had reached the Ghost King realm, the necessary procedures could not be skipped. The rules of the strange world were strict. Even the Nine Nether Ghost Emperor's appointment required this ghost crystal test to win the public's heart. Xin Jingtian nodded slightly, without hesitation, extended his hand, and gently pressed it on the ghost crystal. In an instant, the ghost crystal burst into brilliance, a massive glow, and strange patterns flowed across the surface of the ghost crystal. As time went by, the light of the ghost crystal grew stronger, eventually forming a pillar of light that soared to the top of the ghost palace. The entire ghost palace was illuminated as if it were daytime. The eerie atmosphere dissipated considerably. "Not bad, you've indeed reached the Ghost King realm." The messenger slightly squinted his eyes, a trace of admiration flashing through. "Choose a title." As he spoke, he put away the ghost crystal used to test the Ghost King's soul power. Xin Jingtian pondered for a moment and slowly stated 4 words, "Slaughter Ghost King." In the strange world, most Ghost Kings would use their names to choose titles. Only a small number, feeling their names unpleasant, would come up with another title. For example, the evil Feather Ghost King, killed by Han Lingxi with a barret, had the original name of Li Gangdan. If he chose the title Gangdan Ghost King, it would truly make him a laughingstock, unable to hold his head high in the strange world for a lifetime. When the crowd of ghosts heard Shin Jingtian's title, the hall was first in an uproar, then a wave of whispers followed. The Flame Prison Ghost King curled his lips, full of disdain. Humph, such bold words, he dares to call himself the Slaughter Ghost King? This kid must think this title can scare us, he's too overconfident. The 100-Puff Ghost King chuckled ominously. However, there were also some Ghost Kings with serious expressions. They understood that Shin Jingtian being here was far from undeserved. The Wind Shadow Ghost King gently waved his fan, pondering, don't underestimate Shin Jingtian. He has risen to the Ghost King in such a short time and dares to take such a domineering title, he must have some skills. Upon hearing this, the messenger nodded slightly, then took out a jade token emitting a faint light. He then raised his hand and gently drew in the air. The jade token revealed Shin Jingtian's information and the title Slaughter Ghost King. Afterward, he handed the jade token to Shin Jingtian, saying, this is the Ghost King order. From now on, you can command your ghost soldiers and participate in ghost world affairs with this. You will later be assigned under one of the 17 Ghost Lords. Shin Jingtian took it with both hands. The jade token felt icy, yet it exuded a peculiar power, resonating faintly with the soul power within him. With Shin Jingtian's Ghost King identity registered, the messenger looked towards Han Lingxi and spoke her name. Han Lingxi, what about your Ghost Lord title? As soon as the words were spoken, it was as if a giant stone was thrown into a calm lake. The Ghost Palace instantly erupted in chaos. The group of Ghost Lords and Ghost Kings could no longer sit still, especially those Ghost Kings, filled with shock and unwillingness. Han Lingxi's strength was above average among Ghost Kings, yet she had advanced to Ghost Lord in just 300 years, an astonishing speed. However, they only dared to grumble in their hearts. After all, to stand here to receive the appointment, Han Lingxi's strength should not be underestimated. Now her status was even above theirs, becoming their leader. The Flame Prison Ghost King's ghost flame flickered slightly, as if suppressing something, murmuring softly, becoming a Ghost Lord in 300 years, isn't that a bit too monstrous? Before he could finish, the 100-Puff Ghost King beside him gently nudged him, signaling him to be quiet. Han Lingxi's expression was calm, and she said her title indifferently, Ghost Sovereign Lingxi. The envoy nodded slightly, the jade token in his hand glowing brightly, quickly engraving the words Ghost Sovereign Lingxi along with Han Lingxi's information before handing it to her. Ghost Sovereign Lingxi, now that you have advanced to Ghost Sovereign, your territory and military power can be expanded. Specific notifications will be sent to you shortly. Now, only the division of Ghost Kings remains. I thought carefully, how about I assign the newly appointed Killing Ghost King to you? If there are any new Ghost Kings in the future, they will also be assigned to you. Each Ghost Sovereign can have at least 2 Ghost King subordinates, and at most 6. Now that there was a new allocation issue, the envoy simply assigned Shin Jingtian to Han Lingxi. The division of forces in the strange world has always been complex, and this adjustment was also to balance all parties. Han Lingxi, being a newly appointed Ghost Sovereign, had a shaky foundation. Assigning her a Ghost King subordinate would both strengthen her power and ensure that she would not be isolated and defenseless in this treacherous environment, unable to be easily suppressed by long-established forces. Upon hearing this, Han Lingxi smiled and nodded, good. This allocation was exactly what she wanted. With her husband by her side, not only could they be together day and night, but they could also fight side by side against various crises in the ghost realm. Seeing that Han Lingxi agreed, the envoy was about to take notes. Han Lingxi hurriedly spoke to stop him, envoy sir, please do not write subordinate, change it to spouse. Shin Jingtian is my husband. When she said this, there was no hesitation at all, she admitted it generously, her eyes filled with love. This was also another purpose of her coming to the Nine Nether Ghost Palace. In front of all the Ghost Sovereigns and Ghost Kings, publicly announcing her relationship with Shin Jingtian was also to give him a name. The envoy paused at her words, then raised his gaze to Han Lingxi, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, but he quickly returned to calm. With a light tap of his finger, he conjured a contract document made of soul power, firmly changing the word subordinate to spouse. On the document, Shin Jingtian and Han Lingxi's names were side by side, surrounded by mysterious runes, symbolizing that this relationship was recognized by the rules of the ghost realm. And this document was equivalent to a marriage certificate in the human world. Chapter 93, Provocation. With the identities of the Ghost Sovereigns and Ghost Kings registered, the next step was the allocation of territories and resources. The envoy raised his hand, and a huge map of the strange world appeared out of nowhere, emitting a ghostly light, with mountains, rivers, and dangerous places clearly visible. The scenes on the map were eerie, with ink-colored rivers winding through, and the mountain ranges twisted like fearsome beasts. Ghost Sovereign Lingxi, now that you have advanced, you can choose one of these unclaimed areas as your territory. The envoy's voice broke the silence, echoing in the gloomy great hall. Han Lingxi looked at the map, pondering quietly. If she had to choose, she would pick the place most suitable for her development, allowing them to quickly establish a foothold in the strange world, and it couldn't be too far from Lingxi City. Her gaze swept across the map, trying to find an ideal location among those eerie or weird regions. Sierra, choose the fragmented soul abyss in the southeast corner. Shin Jingtian communicated with Han Lingxi using telepathic tattoos. Han Lingxi did not ask for reasons. Shin Jingtian was her husband, and she chose to trust him unconditionally. After a moment of contemplation, she raised her hand and pointed to the southeast corner, saying clearly, "Envoy sir, I choose fragmented soul abyss." As soon as the words came out, there was an uproar in the hall. Fragmented soul abyss? That place is notoriously dangerous. Any ghost that enters has a 10 out of 10 chance of dying. The Flame Prison Ghost King exclaimed in shock, speaking first. The 100 Ghost King chimed in, "This Han Ghost Sovereign Lingxi must be crazy to choose that location as her territory, it's like asking for trouble." A group of ghost sovereigns frowned as well, unable to understand why Han Lingxi would choose such a perilous area as her domain. Although the fragmented soul abyss was vast, covering 200 million acres of land, this vast region is one of the most notable places in the unowned area of the strange world. But it is also fraught with danger, as countless powerful ghost beasts hide within, and the unpredictable soul-shattering mist spreads everywhere. Stepping inside carelessly could result in losing one's soul. It is said that every 100 years, the soul-shattering abyss will erupt in a terrifying soul tide, devouring everything in its path. The envoy frowned slightly, a trace of doubt flashing in his eyes, but he did not ask for the reason and nodded. "If that's the case, the soul-shattering abyss will belong to Ghost Sovereign Lingxi." After saying this, he raised his hand to point at the map. A flicker of ghostly light sank into the place of the soul-shattering abyss, confirming ownership. Shin Jingtian felt a quiet relief in his heart upon seeing Han Lingxi's decision. In fact, when he first learned about the strange world, he specifically studied the unowned lands near Lingxi City. Among many dangerous places, the soul-shattering abyss was particularly eye-catching. Though the soul-shattering abyss seemed dangerous on the surface, it hid an ancient relic at the bottom, likely containing treasures that could enhance strength, along with powerful ghost beasts to command. These ghost beasts have been nurtured by the mist of the relic for a long time. Not only are they physically strong, but they are also highly intelligent. If he could subdue them and form a great army of ghost beasts, no one in the ghost realm would dare to look down upon him. Alright, the territory has been allocated, go back and manage well, so as not to cause any trouble. This grand ceremony can be considered a complete success. You may all leave now. The envoy swept his gaze around the gathered ghost sovereigns and ghost kings, speaking calmly. Upon hearing this, the ghost sovereigns and ghost kings had their own thoughts but still saluted respectfully and prepared to leave. Ghost Sovereign Lingxi, congratulations! Ghost Sovereign Yinling walked gracefully, yet with a touch of deliberate pace, gradually approaching Han Lingxi, a half-smile hanging on her face. Her voice was drawn out, filled with sarcasm and mockery. Before Han Lingxi took office, she was merely one of Yinling's ghost kings, subject to her orders. But now, she had transformed into a ghost sovereign, standing on equal ground with her, which filled Yinling with reluctance and jealousy. Han Lingxi glanced at Yinling, ignoring her taunting sarcasm. People like her, who cannot bear to see others do well, were not worth Han Lingxi's words. She linked her arm with Shin Jingtian's and was about to leave. Seeing Han Lingxi disregard her so blatantly, Yinling's anger surged, her ghostly aura rolling as she stepped forward sharply, shouting fiercely. Han Lingxi, even if you have broken through to Ghost Sovereign, what of it? Do you dare to compete with me? Sure, but if you lose, what will you say? Han Lingxi raised an eyebrow slightly, a confident smile tugging at her lips as she fearlessly replied. She had anticipated that Yinling wouldn't easily back down. Rather than facing endless trouble later, it was better to take this chance to make her retreat. Even though Yinling was a mid-level moon stage ghost sovereign, Han Lingxi felt no fear whatsoever. Haha, such big talk. I, the ghost sovereign, would lose? You have just advanced to ghost sovereign, what prowess do you possess? Yinling laughed loudly, her expression full of disdain, as if she had heard the most ridiculous thing in the world. If you can defeat me, I, Yinling, will apologize to you in front of all the ghost sovereigns and ghost kings and give you a vein of blood soul stones. But if you lose, you will obediently give the soul-shattering abyss to me and become my subordinate forever, obeying my orders. Alright, it's a deal. Han Lingxi unhesitatingly agreed, her ghostly power slowly surging, a powerful aura gradually spreading outwards. The surrounding ghost sovereigns and ghost kings, hearing the gamble between the two, stopped and gathered around with keen interest. They all wanted to see how capable the newly appointed ghost sovereign Han Lingxi was, to see if she could match the established ghost sovereign Yinling. Humph, you have no idea of your own limits. Today, let you see. The strength of the old ghost lord is not something a newcomer like you can easily challenge. The silver spirit ghost lord snorted coldly, waving her hands, and countless black ghost lights shot from her fingertips, like a dense rain of arrows flying towards Han Lingxi. Han Lingxi's expression was calm, and with a light wave of her hands, a transparent soul power barrier instantly unfolded before her, easily blocking the silver spirit ghost lord's attack. Immediately afterward, her figure flashed, darting towards the silver spirit ghost lord like a bolt of black lightning. At the same time, the soul power in her hand condensed into a long sword shimmering with ghostly light, thrusting fiercely at the silver spirit ghost lord. The silver spirit ghost lord's pupils shrank sharply, hurriedly sidestepping to avoid it, but her clothes were still grazed by the sword's aura, creating a tear. Furious and embarrassed, the Silver Spirit Ghost Lord immediately summoned a massive black crescent moon. The crescent moon descended with the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, slamming down towards Han Lingxi, surrounded by black flames that devoured everything they touched. Han Lingxi remained unhurried, lightly tapping her fingertips, and countless illusory spirit butterflies appeared in the air, flapping their wings and swiftly rushing towards the black flames. The two collided and gradually neutralized each other. Taking this opportunity, Han Lingxi closed in, her long sword tracing a cold arc under the moonlight, aimed directly at the Silver Spirit Ghost Lord's throat. The Silver Spirit Ghost Lord was filled with terror and quickly summoned a black curtain for protection, which unfolded like an ink-colored barrier. Han Lingxi smirked coldly, and her long sword burst with brilliant light, gathering all her soul power, and suddenly slashed down. With a crack, the black curtain was actually split open with a large gap, and the remaining force sent the Silver Spirit Ghost Lord flying several yards away. Chapter 94, Being Targeted. How is this possible? She is only at the initial stage of the star level. The Silver Spirit Ghost Lord struggled to get up from the ground, her eyes filled with disbelief as she looked at Han Lingxi. Recalling not long ago when Mei Yu had specifically warned her not to underestimate Han Lingxi due to her age. At that time, she sneered, thinking Mei Yu was exaggerating. After all, in the ghost realm, strength and rank meant everything. The gap between the initial stage of the star level and the mid-stage of the moon level was like an insurmountable chasm. But now, the cruel reality lay before her, and she had to admit that she had underestimated Han Lingxi. Han Lingxi's expression was calm as she stepped forward, her voice not loud but filled with undeniable authority. Silver Spirit Ghost Lord, you made a bet and must honor your promise. The Silver Spirit Ghost Lord gritted her teeth, her face alternately pale and flushed, filled with reluctance, but under the watchful eyes of others, she didn't dare go back on her word. Taking a deep breath, suppressing the resentment in her heart, she looked at the watching Ghost Lords and Ghost Kings around her. When I return, I will cede the mining rights of the Blood Soul Stone vein to you. As she finished speaking, she shot a fierce glare at Han Lingxi, turning to leave with her subordinates, dejected. At this moment, the surrounding Ghost Lords and Ghost Kings were all dumbfounded. Watching the Silver Spirit Ghost Lord's retreating figure, the Flame Prison Ghost King leaned closer to the 100 Ghost King and whispered, "This Han Lingxi seems really extraordinary, we must be careful in the future." The 100 Ghost King had a gloomy face, slightly nodding, with a hint of wariness flashing in his eyes. The Wind Shadow Ghost King waved his fan, thoughtfully saying, "It seems the Ghost Realm is about to undergo a change. Another nuclear rippling Ghost Lord has emerged, and she's her disciple," the Flame Prison Ghost King exclaimed in astonishment. At this moment, the evil spirit Ghost Lord had been silent, surrounded by a layer of eerie black mist, making it hard to see his expression. Other Ghost Lords were also so shocked they couldn't speak. The Silver Spirit Ghost Lord ranked among the top in strength among the 18 Ghost Lords. At mid-stage of the moon level, she had always been a figure that others feared. Usually, with her powerful ghostly force and ruthless methods, she gained the upper hand in numerous conflicts within the ghost realm, and few could make her suffer losses. But today, she had taken a huge fall at the hands of the newly elevated Han Lingxi. It seems we will need to reassess Han Lingxi from now on. I think the one we should pay the most attention to is the killing Ghost King beside Han Lingxi. That's right, half a month ago, when the Ghost Spirit Realm opened, he went in to snatch resources and learned that Han Lingxi was threatened by the Nightmare Ghost Sovereign, so he came out early from the Ghost Spirit Realm. The Demon Elephant Ghost Sovereign's expression was grave as he spoke slowly. The Ghost Spirit Realm. Isn't that a secret realm formed after the death of the Blue Demon Ghost Beast? Without the strength of a Ghost Emperor, it can't be opened at all. Shueha Ghost Sovereign looked astonished, unable to help but raise his voice. His voice echoed in the empty hall, adding to the atmosphere of shock. For a moment, the hall fell into a brief silence. The Ghost Sovereigns looked at each other, their eyes full of disbelief. Suddenly, Shadow Charm Ghost Sovereign stood up sharply and exclaimed, "Wait a minute!" The Killing Ghost King came out early from the Ghost Spirit Realm. Are you saying, the Killing Ghost King has the strength of a Ghost Emperor? These words hit like a heavy bomb, causing the hall to erupt again. How is this possible? The Killing Ghost King is just a newly promoted Ghost King. How could he have such terrifying strength? Yao Ming Ghost Sovereign furrowed his brows, full of confusion. He found it hard to believe that Xin Jingting, a newly promoted Ghost King, could reach the level of Ghost Emperor. The realm after Ghost King requires hundreds or even thousands of years to improve each small level, regardless of how good the talent is without the resources of Hai Liang. Every small level rise, from star level to moon level, and then from moon level to sun level, requires countless life and death experiences. Only through the accumulation of resources and the sedimentation of time can one find a chance to break through. Ghost Emperors can change the world with a wave of their hand, they control terrifying strength, and even a single attack can shatter mountains and rivers. Countless Ghost Kings and Ghost Sovereigns dream of reaching the Ghost Emperor realm but are mostly trapped by a lack of resources and bottlenecks, struggling their entire lives to touch that supreme level. Therefore, when the crowd doubted that Shen Jingting, this newly promoted Ghost King, possessed Ghost Emperor's strength, they were so shocked and hard to believe, as this broke their understanding of conventional cultivation. Yao Ming Ghost Sovereign deeply did not believe it. If Shen Jingting truly had such strength, wouldn't his son's revenge be impossible? Thinking of his son killed by Shen Jingting, Yao Ming Ghost Sovereign's heart surged with hatred. But thinking about the nightmare Ghost Sovereign already dead, it seemed to provide some comfort. At this moment, Yao Ming raised his head, looking at the other Ghost Sovereigns, and slowly said, "Do you think there is a possibility that the killing Ghost King has a secret treasure? This secret treasure can not only open the Ghost Spirit realm but is also the key to his strength growth?" As soon as these words were spoken, the hall suddenly quieted down, and the Ghost Sovereigns fell into contemplation. Shueha Ghost Sovereign stroked his chin, his eyes glinting with cold light. There is this possibility. If the killing Ghost King truly has such a secret treasure, it's understandable that his strength increased greatly in a short time. Forget it, forget it. Even if the killing Ghost King really has a secret treasure, what of it? The killing Ghost King may be easy to deal with, but Lingxi Ghost Sovereign is not to be trifled with. Shadow Charm Ghost Sovereign shook her head helplessly. Although she was envious of the secret treasure in Shen Jingting's hands, she also knew that she couldn't obtain it by herself. Even if she teamed up with other Ghost Sovereigns to get the secret treasure, what would happen then? In the end, there would still be the issue of uneven distribution of goods, and it might lead to falling out with other Ghost Sovereigns, making it not worth the trouble. The strange world is a place where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, where profit is paramount. In the past, fights between Ghost Sovereigns for resources and territory were not uncommon. Even if they successfully snatched the secret treasure from Shen Jingting and Han Lingxi this time, would the other Ghost Sovereigns willingly allow them to take it all? Moreover, using a certain kind of secret treasure typically involves a long cooldown period. Even during this time, they could not wield the power brought by the treasure, but Han Lingxi's strength could not be underestimated. At the early stage of the Ghost Emperor, being able to defeat the mid-stage Silver Spirit Ghost Emperor is not something that can be achieved by luck. Is it going to end like this? I can't swallow this anger. The Demon King of Chaos gritted his teeth, truly unable to accept this. His only son died at the hands of Shen Jingting and Han Lingxi, he simply cannot let this matter go. Anyway, I won't participate, you all can discuss it slowly. The Shadow Charm Ghost Emperor said this and turned to leave. Her form flashed and transformed into a black shadow, instantly disappearing in the corner of the hall. I won't participate either, I'm leaving. The Burning Night Ghost Emperor vanished in an instant. You all can have fun, I have no hatred with Han Lingxi, and there is no need to feud over a secret treasure. The Swift Wind Ghost Emperor shook his head, his expression calm, and turned to walk out of the hall with steady steps, exuding an air of composure. Chapter 95, I Have Amnesia. As the Shadow Charm Ghost Emperor and Burning Night Ghost Emperor left one after another, many Ghost Emperors also chose not to get involved in this conspiracy. Everyone, you can continue discussing, I will head back first. The Dark Ghost Emperor left, and only 5 Ghost Emperors remained in the venue. Looking at the backs of those who left, the remaining Ghost Emperors glanced at each other, and the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. The expression on the face of the Demon King of Chaos turned extremely grim, a hint of irritation flashing in his eyes. A bunch of timid and fearful guys, missing out on such a great opportunity, don't regret it later. The 9 Demons Ghost Emperor furrowed his brow slightly, a glimmer of thought in his eyes. It's fine that they aren't participating, when we obtain the secret treasure, we can share more among ourselves. But without their support, our plan may be a bit difficult to implement. The Blood River Ghost Emperor stroked his chin and coldly snorted, what are we afraid of? Even if Han Lingxi is powerful, he cannot match the 5 of us working together. As long as we make a thorough plan and act cautiously, we will definitely succeed. 1 Ghost Emperor cannot match Han Lingxi, what about 5? The power gap is not trivial. Moreover, the Blood River Ghost Emperor is a Sun-level Ghost Emperor, a very powerful figure among ghosts. His strength is enough to make ordinary Ghost Emperors look up in fear. The Chief Phosphor Ghost Emperor nodded, his expression serious. Indeed, we must not let our guard down. Let's find a place to discuss the specifics, we can't let Han Lingxi fully grow. Lest another Ghost Emperor emerge above us. The White Mist Ghost Emperor said anxiously. Thinking of the days ruled by the Clear Stream Ghost Emperor, no Ghost Emperor could feel happy. She single-handedly killed 24 Ghost Emperors down to just 18. That bloody and cruel scene is still vivid in their minds, like a nightmare, always haunting them. As soon as the White Mist Ghost Emperor finished speaking, the surrounding Ghost Emperors nodded in agreement. For them, the rise of Han Lingxi and Shen Jingting is like a ticking time bomb, ready to threaten their status and interests at any moment. Although the messenger just ordered that no murders be allowed, he only said it must not happen in the Ghost Capital. As for other places, they couldn't care less, sometimes even deliberately provoking conflicts to balance various forces. This ghost world is a place where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. As long as it doesn't cause too much trouble affecting the Ghost Emperor's rule, minor skirmishes are of no concern to anyone. On the way back to Lingxi City, Shin Jingting and Han Lingxi sat on the back of the split eagle, which deliberately slowed down, gently weaving through the clouds and mist. The mountain wind carried a hint of coolness, gently brushing against their faces and blowing through Han Lingxi's hair. After flying for a while, with only 5 kilometers left to Lingxi City, the two let the split eagle go back first, preparing to walk back. Han Lingxi slightly tilted her head to look at the dim sky, her mood exceptionally pleasant. Having just experienced the clash with the Silver Spirit Ghost Emperor, she not only proved her strength but also strengthened her determination to stand firm in this strange world. Shin Jingtian turned to look at Han Lingxi, seeing her with a content expression, his lips involuntarily curled up slightly. "Sheer, now that your new identity is registered, aren't you going to fulfill what you promised me?" Han Lingxi's cheeks quickly flushed with 2 shades of red. What did I promise you? I don't remember." Shin Jingtian smiled gently, moving a bit closer, his warm breath brushing against Han Lingxi's ear, making her shiver slightly. "You want to play dead without evidence, don't you?" "I didn't play dead without evidence, it seems I've lost my memory." Han Lingxi turned to the side, skillfully avoiding, and even pretended to rub her forehead. "Who are you? Why are you beside me?" As she spoke, she moved a couple of steps away, her actions seeming casual but revealing her wariness. Shin Jingtian's lips curved up slightly, showing a sly smile. He knew Han Lingxi was pretending in front of him. But since she wanted to play, he would play along. "Lost your memory? What a coincidence, I just happen to have a way to heal amnesia." He clasped his hands behind his back, stepping forward steadily, exuding a touch of mystery. Upon hearing this, Han Lingxi instinctively shrank her neck and took a small step back. What method? As soon as she spoke, she felt her reaction was over the top, clearing her throat and pretending to be calm. Shin Jingtian suddenly moved closer, the distance between them shrinking instantly, close enough for Han Lingxi to feel his warmth. Her breath caught, and reflexively, she crossed her arms. "You big bad guy, what are you going to do?" "Sheer, your brain needs stimulation to recover your memory," Shin Jingtian said softly, pretending to raise his hand. "I'm helping you recover your memory." "Are you going to knock my head?" Han Lingxi's eyes widened in surprise, quickly covering her head with her hands, jumping back a big step. "Don't mess around, I'm not very smart in front of you, and if you knock, I'll be even dumber." While saying this, she warily watched Shin Jingtian, afraid he might actually strike. Shin Jingtian looked at her cute expression, almost unable to hold back a laugh. He shook his head, deliberately sighed. "Knocking heads is too crude, how could I knock your head?" Saying this, he took a step forward, and Han Lingxi couldn't dodge in time, her back against the tree trunk. Shin Jingtian put his hands on the trunk, trapping Han Lingxi in his embrace. Han Lingxi's breathing became rapid, her chest slightly rising and falling. She turned her head, trying to avoid Shin Jingtian's hot breath. What are you doing? Don't move, this is the first step to stimulate your brain. Feel the sensation of your soul trembling, maybe it can awaken your memory. If this isn't enough, I have many other ways that will definitely make you remember." After saying that, Shin Jingtian leaned in gently, his warm breath grazing Han Lingxi's neck, making her shiver all over. Han Lingxi reached out to push him away but was caught by Shin Jingtian, unable to move. You're being unreasonable. Stop it. I already remembered." Han Lingxi was both embarrassed and angry, struggling hard, but her struggles instead brought them closer together. Shin Jingtian leaned down slightly, their faces almost touching, nearly feeling each other's breath. "I'm helping you heal, how can you say I'm being unreasonable? Have you really remembered everything?" Shin Jingtian's voice was low and carried a hint of laughter. After a moment of standoff, he let go, allowing Han Lingxi to break free. Han Lingxi blushed, straightening her disheveled clothes, mumbling softly, "You just like to bully me." Shin Jingtian stepped forward, lightly flicking her forehead. "Okay, I won't tease you anymore, but don't forget what you promised me." Han Lingxi glared at him but didn't speak, yet the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. "Since you like it so much, don't blame me for being too unrestrained later, making you unable to stop." Han Lingxi's voice was soft and carried a hint of playful provocation, glancing back at Shin Jingtian secretly after she spoke.